Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They always on road and they start. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won. Babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya. Flexing on lean. Flexing on ya. Flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah.
我 ID 是 Silfat BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛最大的劲敌是 PPGL， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌。就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我阶梯会飙死你们了。
สวัสดีครับผมเดลเอนนะครับมาจากทีม MIT นะครับเป็นตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยนะครับความคาดหวังของทีมก็คือการที่จะเป็นแชมป์ของรายการครับผมแล้วก็ได้ไปเล่นในระดับที่สูงขึ้นครับผมทีมที่ผมมองเป็นคู่แข่งนะครับก็คงไม่พ้นเซอร์เซียครับแล้วก็ทีมจากประเทศอื่นนะครับเพราะว่าทุกคนที่เข้ารอบนี้ได้ก็เก่งหมดทุกทีมครับแต่ที่อยากจะชนะจริงๆคือเซอร์เซียครับ ก็ดีกรีเขาสูงครับเขาเป็นทั้งแชมป์ของรอบแรกมาก่อนนะครับแล้วก็ได้ไปแข่งทัวร์เวิลด์มาก่อนผู้เล่นที่สนใจนะครับก็จะมีสแกรี่นะครับกับไมพีนะครับเพราะว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นที่เทียร์สูงนะแล้วก็มีสไตล์การเล่นที่แบบเป็นเอกลักษณ์มีเพลงการเล่นที่แหวกหรือว่าแบบRPDคือคาดเดาไม่ได้นะครับว่าแบบจะไปอยู่ตรงไหนเพราะว่าเป็นส่วนใหญ่เป็นตำแหน่งที่แบบส่วนใหญ่จะมองเป็นขาตายแล้วแต่แบบสแกรี่เขาอาจจะเล่นแบบเป็นเอกสีไปเลยก็ได้ไมฟีก็จะเป็นแบบคล้ายๆกันแต่ว่าจะชัวร์กว่าวิธีการที่จะชนะนะครับก็แค่พวกผมคิดว่าพวกผมก็ซ้อมกันมาหนักก็จะซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นกว่าเดิมเพื่อจะได้ชนะจะได้แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดก็แค่เล่นให้เหมือนซ้อมแล้วก็เก็บรายละเอียดแล้วก็ปิดช็อตสุดท้ายลงครับแค่นั้นเลยก็อย่าลืมติดตามเชียร์ผมเลยครับทีม MIT นะครับที่กำลังจะแข่งในรอบเพย์อินที่กำลังจะถึงนะครับฝากติดตามเชียร์แล้วก็สามารถดูข่าวสารได้ที่เพจมิดนะครับผม
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Taken forward words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Rise and shine, esports fans. It's another day for us to marvel at the game we love the most. More strats, more blood, and more action that's coming your way. After all, every one of these teams that we'll be seeing today is put at the risk of elimination. It's now or never. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Use the drone information. Patience. On the board! And it's gonna fall when it's not done.
They'll gamble and answer the call. 后续 BBR 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Welcome to day 3 of the group stage. Quite a bittersweet day we're facing over here because alas, we're faced with eliminations. The teams we've come to know and love put at risk as they bid us goodbye today. Here on the panel, it's likable Cash Money and Trix. Welcome back, Cash. I'm happy to see this girl power energy once again here on the panel.
So much. So glad to be back. Loved working with you guys and glad to be here again.
Absolutely. And now let's do a little recap for you as well as all of the fans that are watching right now. Let's talk about the games from yesterday. So first things first, Trix, Onyx G versus Made in Thailand. Oh my god, I absolutely love this game, especially on Fracture as we had the Battle of the Neons.
Man, Monet really just being able to open so much space for his team, and Made in Thailand just seeming a little bit more lost than I had hoped to see them. They used to have very good early control, being able to take the space and execute, and you know, their defense is usually the highlight of Made in Thailand, but Onyx just making it seem like it was a little too easy to get in there.
Oh, I absolutely agree, but we gotta agree that we love seeing Monyet play. Look at this.
Yeah.
Take all that you want from me.
I mean, can I add to this just something about Onyx? Because like I was talking to Trix, and she said she saw Onyx really improve and being great from last season. Oh, sorry, not Onyx, Myth. And I feel like, yes, I agree. Myth is one of those teams that are just so you know, versatile compared to before. But I have to say that Onyx is just still on top. It's really hard to, you know, to beat perfection.
Speaking of perfection though, Saoirse just playing so well. I know that I was looking forward to that Paper X Boom Esports match, but Saoirse's performance, I loved watching them play Valorant. It just felt so smooth, so coordinated, and so much teamwork.
I mean, for Saoirse, I understand the why they just want to play like this and just continue on. For Saoirse, we know that last stage, it was one of like I would say a rough stage for them over in APAC, because remember there was that blackout in Bangkok, and if you saw on Twitter, they were just ready to move their PCs to another location in general. That's how much they wanted it. But the thing is, back then, where are they gonna move to? There's literally no, you know, electric at all. But then even going through the, you know, the bottom one, they still made it out on top and all the way up to Masters. And if you guys remember, just saw it today, they had like an interview with Scary, and you know, he was just saying how he really wanted to take that rematch. But speaking of that though, for now we're gonna talk about Bleed. So Bleed is a Malaysia-Singapore team, and I would say I'm a huge fan of them. All their players are just so incredible, and as I mentioned this again and again, they are a team that brings that flavor of EU and Singapore, Malaysia. And for a long time, I felt from stage 1 all the way till early of stage 2 in the country region of Singapore, Malaysia, it felt like this team was still a little bit lost when it comes to trying to figure out their recipe to success. It felt like the Singapore players and the Swedish players were on different pages. But for Bleed itself now, I'm so glad that they finally found that rhythm, that momentum, that teamwork that they need to combine these two different styles of gameplay together. And I have to say, from Singapore, Malaysia, all the way till now, we've seen this is almost like two different teams altogether, because now they're looking way better. They really covered all the holes that they didn't manage to do in the earlier parts of stage 2.
I love how you describe that. It feels like an entirely different team that we're seeing all together. And I guess that's what the competition just does to you here. A lot of adjustments always occur real time or after every series, and therefore, you know, these guys just keep on improving, and sometimes you don't even recognize who they once were in the previous games. Now, we did see a bit of the action from the highlights, but in order for us to fully understand how all of the results of the matches affect these teams' chances of making it to Masters Denmark, then we ought to know what the tournament format is like. Luckily, Mika Fabs is here to save the day.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Masters Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Thank you, Mika Fabs, once again for that wonderful explanation. The competition keeps getting tougher and tougher over here on APAC, and it's just about to get bittersweet from here. So let's go to our brackets and discuss what's going to go on the different groups that we have over here. I'm actually really sweating for these players. I'm
a little concerned for some.
Of course, especially here, starting off with Group Atrix. We saw how Onyx G was yesterday. They were absolute beasts, but over here at the bottom, it's Griffin versus Myth.
It is Griffin versus Myth. I'm, a little worried for both teams. I think all teams that went into the lower brackets, I felt that they were lacking, especially team play. Lacking in team play, lacking in pressure, being proactive. But a lot of upper bracket teams also showing that they can be reactive to all of the utilities getting thrown out at them. And I think Onyx showed that against Myth. Diamond Gladiators having that amazing retake against Griffin as well. So I don't know. It's hard to say that one team is going to leave us, but it's an unfortunate reality.
I feel you there, Trix. I really do. I'm worried. I mean, looking at Group B right now, it's RRQ at the bottom, and obviously, I don't want any Filipino teams to get eliminated this early on, but at the same time, I love seeing the competition get better and better, right, Tash?
Yeah, it actually is. So when you look at Alter Ego as well as Xerxia, we've seen the amazing performance from Alter Ego. And I have to say that Alter Ego is a team that is not only hungry, but they want to come up on top in Indonesia. But then there's Xerxia, who really wants to take the stage against Liquid. So both teams have something they want to go for.
Of course, we have here on Group C Order, which pleasantly caught Trix and I by surprise. We did not know what to expect from this team, but damn, they're really good. They're really good. And going against Paper X, I'm excited to see that. Yes, Tash?
Yeah, I just want to say that Order is a team that really caught us by surprise. I mean, we knew they were good, but we didn't know the extent of how far they can go, especially since when we talk about APAC, we always talk about MYSG, Philippines, as well as Indonesia. But now looking at Paper X, I think that Order may just bring that competition to them even way before they go all the way to Denmark.
Oh, I love that. We're always so used to seeing Paper X at the top, but it's really cool when you find a team that's able to set that balance there, or like be on the same level at the very least, or maybe go beyond them. That's what the competition is all about. But here we are, Trix. The final group for the group stage.
The final group, Bleed just showing why they deserve to be here. Honestly, I saw that they were struggling in the play-ins, but they seem to refine it. They seem to be better. Team Secret falling a bit short in terms of expectations, I suppose. They tried things that were new. It was great to see, but I feel there were a lot of kinks there that they just need to fix while they're facing up against FW Esports next.
I mean, I gotta admit, I was also heartbroken from the yesterday's game, but it is what it is. I'm happy though that we see teams out here trying to break the meta, trying out new things, because it's just so fun to watch. One of these days, somebody pulls out something new, and then the rest of the teams are gonna follow, which is really cool.
I just think that the progress and the dedication that the teams have, the fact that they're changing every single day, improving, it's fantastic to see.
Honestly, when you talk about something new, different playstyle, different metas, the reason why we like it so much is the fact that sometimes it gets a bit stale and it's very readable when you play something that everyone is used to.
Yeah.
But execution-wise, when you play something that's not in meta, you have to realize that your gameplay has to be different. It cannot be something that we usually see people do with a usual normal meta. Like, I think the other day we saw that 3 controllers sort of play, and I have to say that the execution wasn't quite there. There is a way to play with 3 controllers, but it has to be executed in a way where your opponent cannot read you. After all, when you're playing a new meta, you want to catch people off guard.
Yes, that's the name of the game. The element of surprise is always there. Now, you guys can see this on your screens. That is the schedule for the day. We've got Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand, Global Esports versus Regum Qeon, and of course, Oasis Gaming versus Boom Esports. So we're gonna dive into the first series.
I'm excited!
I'm so excited already.
I'm actually stalling because I don't want these teams to get eliminated. You know, it's pretty brutal out here, and as brutal as it may be, I guess the silver lining is that this is a fight for their lives out here. We should expect everything on the table, everything that they could possibly do it now. You know, Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand. So the first team that we have over here is a mythical creature that has a lion's body and a bird's head. The perfect symbolism for the team as they have the ferocity of a lion and are able to soar like a bird. This is Griffin Esports. Hey Tash, what sound does a griffin make? Does it like... Really?
I'm not sure that's accurate.
You know, we can all speculate as much as we want about what Griffin Esports can bring to the table. I mean, can sound like, but bringing to the table, I think we don't have to speculate. We've seen their performance, and I have to say, even though they didn't really come up on top, but we've seen how solid their team play as well as their execution can be. Especially from Feng, I really liked how he really anchors a site. I think that what's great about Feng is that he would do something over and over and over again until it finally gets found out or broken. And you gotta admire that because people don't think that he's gonna do it twice, but yet it works. Meanwhile, you have Siufat. Siufat is just this player that's just so insane when it comes to taking space and just going aggressive. Getting those picks is just the name of the game for him. It's just coming in, one for me, one for me, one for me before I finally go down. And I think really, when you think about how they play in general, it looks just so good because they are a team that I would say looks chaotic. But on paper it looks chaotic, but if you really look at the game, there is the execution there. But sometimes what's really lacking for them, I would say that if say they're going like maybe they lose a few rounds in a row, you start seeing these question marks forming on top of their head where they're trying to figure out how exactly to take the rounds or take some teams. But the problem now is it's a little bit too late, and I hope they can kind of like break that mental block earlier so they don't come up to a situation where they have to climb up from a 10-3, 10-5.
Speaking of that, I hope that they watched maybe some of the other matches yesterday because we could see that people weren't really doing those dry peaks as Griffin has been doing more often. Don't be afraid to show your presence. At least take the information cautiously, do so safely, and after you get that information, that's when you can start deciding what you're going to be doing. I think they worry there because they're not certain of what they want to do. So they're hoping to get that space without taking it safely. They get punished for it, and then there are more question marks on where do they want to go.
Where do they want to go? Do they want to go up in this competition or do they want to stay here? Obviously, the answer is the former one. But again, Griffin Esports is put at the risk of elimination today. But they are not alone because the other half of this do or die match is here. The next team is true to its roots, obvious to its name. We always talk about the determination in this team, but after yesterday's performance, it seems like determination is not enough. However, they hope to bring their strengths out once again, perhaps for the last time here on the APAC stage. Here is Made in Thailand. Hey Trix, is this the team that's gonna make Griffin Esports go peacock?
I mean, maybe, possibly. I think Made in Thailand has an amazing lineup. We've seen Kadum so many times opening up the sites. Wannafly also amazing. All of them really great to their own strengths. I do hope, however, that Conga Red might pull out something a little different with his initiator. I find that it's a little predictable, and honestly, it's lacking in some team plays. I feel Made in Thailand has really good crossfires, and we've spoken about this before. Their defense is really strong. The way that they're able to hold the sites, make sure that they're setting themselves up for a good retake, they have that early aggression. But on the flip side, it seems that Myth has been lacking earlier on the actual impact of having Conga Red, especially on that KO. Conga Red has great aim. Kadum as well is really, really good at making that space. But at the end of the day, it's still a team game, and I hope that Made in Thailand is going to work on that aggression that they have on the attacker side, the team plays that they also have, and aiming to do better executions because they have such high fraggers. I hope they utilize that to their advantage.
Well, you know what? Since we're already on the topic of Conga Red, why don't we go ahead and take a look at our head-to-head? You said that you don't think that Conga Red is best, or like there's a little bit something that should be improved on his KO. What agent would you rather have Conga Red on?
I love Conga Red on a Sky. I think when it's a
You
Sky,
always say Sky. Every time
Sky. No. Okay, but for Conga Red in particular, the way that he plays, I feel like the Sky is, it allows him to move. I think for a lot of players that have that good aim, want to take those fights, they need to take an agent or an initiator that is more malleable to doing that. And we have here both Rainy and Conga Red. And I just feel, if you pick the initiator role, I understand that you want to do those team plays, but you have to also consider how you can make those individual plays work.
I absolutely agree with you, and I just want to add on. I mean, we talked about this on day one, about how these initiators can use their utils in a more selfish way, in a way like how you see Famous from Persija, or even Forsaken from Paper X, how they do it, is a way that they just can let loose. This is what's so great about having these very aggressive initiators, aggressive controllers when they're used to playing duelists. It gives you that edge when it comes to using your abilities and not having to rely on your teammates. In a way, you don't have to just let your duelist get those picks. Why not you just throw the flash out, you go in? And this also comes in because of the utilities they have, like say the Trailblazer, like say Fade's Prowler, in a way that could also be a shield for you. And honest to God, I have to say, honest to God, what I'm honest to say, I just want to say that what's really great about these players is that individually they're so good. You see them especially when it comes to aim duels, they do really well. But when it comes to working together as a team, suddenly it's just like, what's going on here? And I think the answer is, when it comes to those high pressure situations, those question marks comes out from both teams. We always talk about how Mid is a team that's always constantly improving, but if they don't get past that mental block, it's going to spell doom for them. And this is the same for Griffin.
I was almost ready to disagree with you until you mentioned we talk about team play here, and I was like, yeah, because like obviously these guys can shine on their own, they're independent, everything is there. But I love seeing a buddy system come to life. I love seeing them play off of each other, swing off of each other's contact. Like that's what it is. Like when you try to be your own, how should I say it, not initiator, but just play on your own, it puts the rest of the team at risk because you lose that man advantage. So I always love, like what Trix has been saying, I love the 5-man executions. I love the buddy system. I love it when they play off of each other's strengths and not just be like, you know what, I got this, I believe in myself, I can outdo
That's so cute.
Right, Trix?
Yeah, it's a team game at the end of the day, and honestly, we've seen some teams like Paper X when they want to take control, or when they're holding those sites or those angles, whether they're attacker or defender, you see that one person is peeking, they're doing the bait, and the moment a defender or an attacker tries to swing to peek them, there's always two people like firing at them. And I think that it's great to see, and if you have teams like Myth, like Griffin, that really have those star players that shine with their aim and with that ability to just hit those headshots, you want to utilize it by having another player right behind them saying, I will hit it for you if by chance you miss.
And I also want to add to that is just that sometimes when you are a star player, all eyes are on you. Sometimes in a lot of situations they want to take you out first. So in a way, that role can be interchangeable from duelist to bait as well. Someone swings you with a buddy, you see another two people there, and I think that's always the case when we look at Paper X as well, because sometimes you think, oh, okay, is only one person here? I have no idea what the other ones are, and without that info, you're dry peeking. Yikes! Don't do that because you just don't know if there's going to be two other people at a whole different angle.
Yeah. I'm sorry, every time somebody mentions dry peek, my brain goes to the question.
I know, that's why I was laughing earlier. This is so bad.
So for the convenience of our audience, I was asking them, so if there's a dry peek, is there a wet peek?
Oh my god. I can't
I'm sorry.
about this
I'm
again.
sorry. You guys can't unhear that anymore. Same goes for our casters who are listening right now. But here we are, onwards and upwards to our map vetoes. We see Split being taken out off the bat. Well, we did see some of that beautiful Cypher plays against from Nexi last week, which Griffin Esports kind of struggled on. But Funk 3 has his own version of this, right, Trix?
He definitely does.
Yeah, he's not gonna show it today though.
I think also Myth just haven't had a good run on Split, so I'm actually not surprised with the ban, nor with Griffin on Fracture. I think that both of these teams, especially because it's a knockout stage, you want to start getting an advantage, and you need those advantage.
Wait, what's that?
Starting with your map.
Breeze?
Oh, it's Breeze.
Yeah, they changed it. Yeah, just kidding.
Just kidding, which I find a little more surprising because Griffin has done well on Breeze. But anyway.
Oh wait, never mind. They changed it again. Just kidding, part 2.
Yes.
Surprise! Honestly, I'm not surprised that Griffin took Breeze because they are. There's so much wriggle room on Breeze for them to move around and roam. They like taking up space. They like having this situation where they can take up so much spots. But Bind for Myth, what do you think?
That's a lot of fun, I think.
I don't know why.
Bind is always fun. Isn't it Myth that's also running the triple controller on Bind where they're taking that information?
No,
you know what? I am mistaken. I am definitely mistaken.
Yeah.
They're the ones running the Fade. That has a really good retake.
Wait, I just want to point this out. Raph, if you're listening, Trick said that Bind is fun. Bind is fun, Raph.
It is fun. It's fun because you get to kill a lot of people in a lot of close quarters. And you know, some people can't handle that. And I think Myth really highlight that on Bind while playing the Fade, and I believe it's the Sky on Conga Red, which I love to see.
Honestly, as well, like, I mean, when you think about Bind, I mean, I'm not necessarily like the biggest fan of it, but if you know how to abuse the teleports, it can really work in your favor. I mean, we've seen so many situations where like not only do they fake it with their abilities, but sometimes with a lot of noise, you can actually kind of mask the teleporter some, so it can work as well. So depending on how creative you can be on that map, but one thing that I'm a bit scared of is always like usually attacker side, because getting onto site, you notice how small those entrances are, and you have to remember there are so many situations where, you know, you saw utils upon utils upon utils just thrown into hookah or even be long, and then suddenly everyone is just dead, and you're just like, what the heck happened there?
Okay, funny because that actually happened. I can't remember if it was exactly on Bind, but there was this time I was playing with Asurai, and he was like, let's go, let's do a 5-man push. And then we all pushed, but we all died behind him. And he was like, where's my team? Oh, you guys are dead.
Oh yeah, that was us.
It really happens. It really happens. But anyway, I want to know what your predictions are going to be like, especially with having Haven as the deciding map. If we even get there, you know. Let's start with Ash because he just got back.
Okay, so for me personally, I'm gonna go with Myth. Even though I didn't really watch them play yesterday, I didn't really have the time. But I have to say that through their performances and what I've seen yesterday as well, we see that, as I mentioned before, I think this is something that is just a long conversation that hasn't changed for the team, is that they're always changing, evolving, and always adapting. And I believe that given their loss yesterday, we may just see another adaptation today just because of that.
I think I would have to agree with Tashmini here. I feel like Myth has been doing a good job. They have those team plays, and yes, there's more that they need to improve if they really want to come out at the top of this APAC run. I do think, however, it might be a little more difficult for them considering the map picks. We've got Breeze and Haven, which, although Myth is proficient in, Griffin has proven that they are comfortable in.
I agree too, but I don't know. I'm a huge fan of WannaFly. I've enjoyed Congared's playstyle as well. So my heart is leaning towards Made in Thailand for this one. Really good. I mean, it's the performance of possibly a little bit of like attachment growing on me.
Wow.
Because I have been watching these guys from the play-ins and I've gotten accustomed to their playstyle. I was like, hey, they always bring something kind of new to the table, something that's unexpected. And I always look forward to seeing more from them. I hope that this is not the last time that I get to see them, though.
Absolutely. Really cool. I think like what's great about them is that they come back again and again, and I don't think they want to go down again now, given that the track record on here has been pretty solid. The last thing they want to do is lose here so early when they've managed to get it at least halfway through APAC most of the time. And I have to say, people in chat right now probably spamming hashtag #LikeABias.
I mean,
all of us.
I won't be mad if it's true. Well, it kind of is, maybe.
But you know,
they have done so well.
I mean, but it's also great right now, given that all of us are predicting for Myth. If say Griffin does come back on top, it'll be a huge statement, I have to say. Given the fact that how they want to come back and after the performance, it really shows that mentality that they really, really wanted.
And then people, if ever Griffin Esports wins and
you'll shake your head.
I start predicting them in the future matches, and then everybody's gonna be like, bandwagon.
Probably.
We have to be realistic, guys.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, every single game, these players just seem to wow us. We have the statistics on board, but you see them on the actual gameplay. Numbers aren't everything. There are a lot. They say a lot about these players, but they're not everything. Because like you could see, like, hey, this guy got 3 kills for this specific round. But when you watch him play, wait, he actually did angle isolations. He did this. He really was able to have a good read on the opponent. That's why he was able to get that 3 kills. And then it has much more of an impact than just looking at the scoreboard, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just numbers.
I feel like casters have pointed it out time and time again that sometimes the scoreboard or how it goes, like 2-0, doesn't really tell you how the matches went, like how close they could have been. Was it always down to a 1v1 and just one team like really outplaying the other team? So I find that after watching both teams, and I'm not going to say that Griffin is not doing well either, because Griffin has been doing well. It's just that I find that there's more lacking in Griffin's team play, more lacking in their decision making, in the decision like, okay, we're gonna play for a retake, but then you always have like 1 or 2 players that overextend, trying to get more space on their own, and then it puts them at a disadvantage, and then they end up losing the round. So I feel like it's the domino effect that happens to Griffin more so than on Myth's side, where there's always that 1 player or 2 players that push up a little too far, and then they always get punished by their opponents. And I believe Myth is the kind that will take advantage of punishing that.
Yeah, I think the track records always show that Myth is the type of players that are, I would say, like, even though they like to play fast, they're very flexible, but they're also a type of team that sometimes when they hit that mental block of what to do, they go a little bit more patient. They wait for the other team to mess up and punish. And I think this is what's also lacking from Griffin. It's more of like, just like, how do I say this, patience. Or rather, they're just trying to make something happen. Sometimes they lose 2-3 rounds in a row, and their mentality goes, I need to make something happen. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I need to make something happen. And that's a situation where it's not a solo queue play. You have to run this by your team as well and see if they're also okay with running to what you want to do as well. I think because sometimes you just hit that kind of like, oh no, we've lost 5 in a row, I need to do something unpredictable. But most of the time you think it's gonna be unpredictable, but the enemy team has already figured it out. And that's what we call as tilt, by the way. Not saying that they are tilting, but it is also like the mindset as well. I think like a lot of Valorant players players have. Now, coming back to Myth, the idea that they can capitalize on punishment and just wait for your mistakes really show that you can also take this up to their advantage, to your own advantage. Sometimes you can just kind of like play default and don't really have to overextend, get as much information as you can before finally hitting a site. But in a lot of situations for Griffin, when they play default, I feel as though they get picked off one by one, and that shouldn't be the case, because when you play default, it's not to get picks. And I don't know why this is the mentality for a lot of people. Default means collecting information, doesn't necessarily mean you go aggressive, you take those aim duels that you're not going to win.
I think for a lot of players, when they go into that default mode, they're thinking that they want the space, they got it, and then they're thinking, maybe I can get a little bit more. So I feel like it's that kind of greedy mentality.
Yes.
I have the space now, but what if I just push a little bit? And then when you push a little bit, you get punished for it, because they're like, we were okay giving you that space, but you're not getting any more of it. And I find that that's where a lot of people are lacking. And as you mentioned, Tilt, earlier, the statement I always say to anyone in any game, whether it's here on other titles or whether it's in a ranked match, a casual one, it's not over until somebody has that victory line.
It's not over until somebody flips the table or disconnects. It might be over.
No,
It's not over even then.
No disconnections today, please. Let's not call on to the universe to have that happen. But I kind of realized this. I know that you guys had a lot of great points, but then my mind shifted to this idea that Trix has not made the battle cry yet. You know, Tash and I have done the Griffin sound, but when is Trix gonna do it? Maybe that's the extra push that Griffin needs. They need to hear you do the battle cry, Trix.
Caw.
That's so cute.
That was the quietest caw I have ever heard in my life. So I really hope that Griffin
I hope you do well.
Like, even though we predicted Myth, we gave you guys battle cries for the extra morale boost, okay?
Can you imagine? Completely wrong with how it sounds.
Can you imagine the entire team? You know, they're all huddled up before the game. They're all hands in together at the center, and they're like, Cacao, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1, Cacao.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious.
Well, then we're moving on to the battle over here, which Trix, of course, just gave a cry over. So, Trix, why don't you go ahead and talk to us about this Yoru pick that I am loving?
I am conflicted with the Yoru pick. I
disagree. I disagree.
Okay,
I disagree.
Okay,
this
by
could
the
work.
way.
No. Listen, I'm so sorry for cutting you off. But imagine you have Fade with the Defense, right? You don't hear him teleport, and he comes in the back and just backstabs people. What if, right?
I mean, yes, but I'm also a little confused at Myth's pick. Weren't they the team that ran the Fade with the Sky? And they have the double controller set up on Myth instead with Wannafly on that Viper, Dellen on that Brimstone. I'm guessing they're going for a more default approach, a more safe approach, in my opinion. While Griffin here is just going for it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I just have to say that Griffin, I like the fact that they're running Fate. Just because they're like, okay, we run Fate, we run Yoru, we have an idea about how we're gonna do this. Of course, we've seen the awesome, iconic Yoru clone satchel that we saw last time from Paper Rex as well. So maybe that would be on the menu. But sometimes when it comes to these new agents, I mean, Fate is still very, very new, and not a lot of teams manage to really fully utilize her, and this is what's concerning to me. And this was also, I understand what's coming from Trix as well, from the Yoru. We haven't really seen great Yoru track records from our tournament so far, I think.
Yeah, I just think that Yoru can, to a certain extent, become predictable because of the way his utility moves. So I'm wondering if Griffin has something in store for us, because even if, let's say, you have that Deafen from the Fade, if you know where Yoru's TP is always going to be, chances are they're not going to care. Whether they hear it or not, they're looking at the angle Yoru's going to come in from.
You guys are talking about the Yoru. I was shocked to see that, but I want to give focus to Myth over here. I love this composition. I'm not sure if it's the same exact one, but this is the one we saw from play-ins, wherein Wannafly was just flying. He was soaring. He may not be the Griffin over here, but he really performed that way. And I think that was due to the fact that the Lend was also there, being that extra controller for the side. So WannaFly was able to play a little bit more selfishly as a Viper, and I just loved it. That was also the Judge Ace. I remember that game. So good. So good. But here it is, folks. It is Made in Thailand versus Made in Hong Kong, Taiwan. Which region will come out on top? The answers are unsure, but let's find out together.
Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat, sa mga viewers natin dyan. Ito na ang unang serye natin mag-i-filler match before natin makita na umangat sa upper bracket muli ang mga players natin all the way from the Philippines. I'm Hanaglisi Dudovali, kasama ko ngayon si Phil, and welcome to VCT APAC.
Good morning! Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome back. This is VCT APAC, and syempre, it's gonna be a really special day to all of our Filipino fans right now because Game 2 and Game number 3, syempre, ito ang laban ng Pinoy. Meron bang manalaglag? Syempre, wala. Maibigan, pero before natin mapanood yun, syempre dito muna tayo sa ating mga filler matches, of course. Once again, this is Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand. Well, dito naman sa Griffin Esports, mga kaibigan, sila yung pwede nating sabihin na second sa buong Thailand. Pero pagdating naman dito sa buong Asia Pacific region, pang 32nd sila. Kalaban ang Made in Thailand na pang 12. So, this is gonna be a really tough one. Tough fight para dito sa mga players natin for sure. And syempre, dito naman talaga sa Griffin, nakita ko na naman si Shufat again, sila Rainy, sila Winner. Oh my God! Si Winner! Nako po! Si Winner, mga kaibigan! Andito na naman! Sipin mo? Winner pangalan mo? Pero talunan ka? Medyo sumikat ng voice liner. Naalala ko, Brand Esports pa kalaban nila noon eh. Last year pa yun eh. Man, last year ko pa lang huling nakastong si Winner. Pero WannaFly taking down everyone right now. And to be honest, alam mo, for me, this is gonna be a 2-0 for Myth. That's gonna be my bold prediction. And sobrang interesado ako doon.
Hindi nung sabi ng panelist kanina, kaya I'm really excited kung kaya bang i-prove ng Griffin na pwede silang baligbagin kaagad dito. Pero lalo na dito, pagdating sa retake, it's a 4v2. Punta ko to 3v1, hindi ka agad nakapalag dito ang Griffin laban dito sa post positions na Made in Thailand.
Made in Thailand to, men. I mean, naisusulat na to. Nasulat ko na sa Billble eh. Chapter 6 verse 9, mga kaibigan, nandito na. Myth ang mananalo dito 2-0. Pag hindi sila nanalo dito, kaya. Boomsim, di ba? And yeah, we're gonna see now the aggression of Made in Thailand right now. Pero syempre, ang Griffin talagang pumupuso ngayon eh, no? Pero sa natawa lang, dito sa map pick na to, pwede natin sabihin na what if ma-map pick first? What if ma-push to sa 3 games? Pero maaga pa naman bago sabihin ko yun eh. Marami pa naman pwede mangyari sa mga kaibigan kasi ito mga players natin yung talagang magkalaban natin para syempre malaman natin kung sino talaga ang advance sa ating bracket right now. Pero Dylan catching one as well. Just few factors like medyo delikado din talaga just may showers though because Alonso just right there with Spectre on hand. One is down already and it could probably na pumangalawa pa kasi yung mga players ngayon ng Griffin, knowing na may Yoru sa defending, medyo mahirap na din talaga ang kalaban. Sa totoo lang, yung lineup ng Griffin ngayon is para sa ano to eh, para sa attacking to eh. Kasi ilan ba ang flashes ng Griffin ngayon? You have 2 kay Sufat, you have 2 kay Fong, and meron din kay Rainy, which is yung Prowler, tapos yung ulti niya. So talagang medyo nakakabalik. Well, yung ulti niya hindi naman talaga ganun ka ano, hindi naman talaga ganun ka blind, pero at least 'di ba?
Laki pa rin ang ano, advantage.
Of course kasi isipin mo pag natamaan ka ng ultimate ni Fade, yung Nightfall, literal na ano, na talagang half HP ka na. Parang ganito 'yan, guys eh. Like kunyari, yung Seize, men, isa yun sa pinakamalakas na skill sa Valorant ngayon. Kasi if ever natamaan ka nun, literal na kahit 150 yung armor mo, 100, hindi, joke. I mean, 50 and 100 pala yung armor mo. Literal, nakalahati agad yan. Actually, hindi nga 75. Literal, 50 na lang ang matitira sa HP mo. So,
Down
medyo, literal na down, literal na mabubok ka na lang pagkatapos talaga dito, men. If ever natamaan ka na. And syempre, samahan mo pa ng maraming AOE damage. Ang daming AOE damage yung Griffin, man. You have the, I mean, you have everything actually. You have the Aftershock, you have the Molly, you have the Pain Shell, you have the, ano pa ba? Orbital Strike. Dami, man! Dami! So, medyo talaga, pero kanin, Dylan, mga kaibigan, super low now. But the push of Griffin is right now already. 12 catches 1. Rainy might catch someone as well, pero mga kapit natin, parang meron ata line up yung mga players na ngayon. From si Conqueror pushing in already. It's all up to winner. 2v1 right now. This is the buy round of Griffin. Pero mo, oh my god, mali yung fuse, pero alone fuse, muntik na! Kaamot ulo si winner, mga kaibigan! Literal na nakamot na lang niya yung ulo niya kasi what just happened? Muntik na,
ang ine-expect ko pa dun is yung Pain Shell pa yung makakapatay sa kanya, pero too late na. Pero kasi with that wide swing, talagang mapapasorry ka na lang, tol. Nice try. Next buy round ka na lang ulit makabawi. That is again a buy round na meron ng mga rifles, full on armors dito. Look at that slow. Or look at that slow replay natin dito para makita kung gaano katiting na lang sana ng pagdi-defuse na ng spike dito para ma-save nila yung mga vandals na binili nila for, well, nangangaba na kaagad dito maging 4-3 dahil nga this is already the eco round for the side of Griffin.
Eco matos, mga kaibigan. So, si Fong at saka si Rainy taking down 200 just that Sheriff on hand, pero si Kadoom sees one as well. Wala pang pera yung Griffin ngayon, mga kaibigan, so they need to make the most out of all these Sheriffs na meron sila. Pero Conquered with that swing catches Fong right now. Select needs to back off already because the push of the land is right now. Pero if at the end of the day, one tap to the head pa rin naman talaga yan eh. Like tulad niyan. Tulad na nangyari, di ba? I mean, kahit gano'ng kaganda ng tutok mo, mga kaibigan, pag na-one tap ka ng ng Qeon Deagle, literal na mag-goodbye ka na lang at mag-altag, mag-Facebook ka na lang, mga kaibigan, at mag-tweet na lang siguro ng mga kung ano-anong bagay. Pero dito yun si winner.
Hashtag nerf sheriff.
Oh man, that's the winner, maybe with that swing. He's one already, but Kaduba gonna take him down. Select half HP right now. Yes, makakuha ng Vandal. He can actually clutch this though. Pero that ultimate from Sky will reveal and will compromise yung position ni Select ngayon. And probably he's gonna go here from CT. Pero they know it already. Alam ng NIF at kitang-kita naman natin literal na nagpipig na sila. Pre, andito yung mga kalaban natin. Pwede mag-elbow, pwede pumasok na dito sa may B-main. Pero the clock is ticking pa rin eh. And syempre, meron pa siyang flash kompleto sa kantos ba yung mga players, yung mga utilities ni Conqueror dito na sa first flash right now. Pwede pa punta sa may second. Pero inaantay na talaga nila yung pag-swing ng mga players ngayon na mid, and that is Kadoom doing a boom onto the have Select right now. 0-4. Isipin mo? Winner pangalan mo?
Mamaya. First of all lang, mainit na mainit kaagad kasi dito talaga ang Made in Thailand. Sa mga pagkakataon na namamadali nila makapasok na site, makakuha kaagad ng early aggressions. But this was a close round, if I may say. Dahil nga sa mga ginawa nilang picks all the way from TP. It was a clean shot din na maibibigay dito ni Year Select to get in that pick off agad at makuha nila kaagad yung numbers advantage. But the problem is, yun nga, Vandals lang din ang hawak dito ng Maiden Thailand na mapanghahawakan nila to the next round in this half. Pero yung slows nga rin talaga na may bibigay ng mga utilities dito is the reason kung bakit hindi na muna sila magiging aggressive pa to get inside the site.
They need to be really careful. Para syempre, if ever pumasok sila sa site, medyo meron pa naman sila mga oras dito para mag-rotate lang din if ever. Pero syempre, hindi naman talaga sila mga undisciplined players lang din naman talaga. They're actually waiting for that plant before they're gonna full on retake. Kasi pag nag-over-rotate ka kasi, that's gonna be a huge problem for you guys. Kasi what if bait lang yun pumunta? Like, kunyari, sabi, isang tao lang naman yun nandun. Then biglang lahat pa yung mga players ito nag-i-aid, di ba? Alam mo yung mga ganong mga basic na galawan, mga kaibigan. Kasi ganun naman kasi yun eh. I mean, sobrang ganda ng mga strategy mo, ganyan. Pero, wala kang choice. Babalik ka pa rin talaga sa basic. Pero, pwede mga kaibigan, ang ganda ng ginawa nilang smoke. Diba, syempre hindi sila ma-reveal agad. Pero that shows up for in that phase. So not gonna catch anyone right now. But it's like mga kaibigan na ako sila isa. Tatamaan na rin siya ng pinakala. Select. We're gonna take the one fly right now. Halos wala na rin talagang tao ang side na Myth. But, Kadum catches one. 1v4. This is gonna be really hard for him to do that retake now. I mean, that win. 10 seconds remaining. And that flash is perfect for Rainy to swing out. To take him down. 1-4. Still in favor of Myth. Sawarika.
Clean around, especially for Griffin na mag-hold lang into the side. Lalo na yung mga ginawa dito ni Yerselect na makapag-hold in hookah, especially na nakadalawa pala siya dito. ACP mo rin na nakakuha at nakapag-hold pa dito sa winner na magkaroon siya ng opportunity hindi ma-aggressively push dito yung elbow at hindi pa nila ma-conquer out yung city area dito para hindi makapag-push din dito ang Griffin. We now have here another round na mayroon pa rin namang eco kasi dito ang Maiden Thailand kaya may hihirapan pa na basagin yung ekonomiya dito ng Griffin. But that is a start. 1-4 is our scoreline. But with the blinds, kaya ba ngayon na mag-hold ni Yerselect? Lalo na't kasama niya si Sufat BB dito sa TP.
Sufat na lang. Tagalin mo na yung BB.
Sufat.
Sufat. Pero, ito lang. Hindi ko na ulitin na. Pero si Kadu, mga kaibigan. He's trying to back up everything and everyone dito sa site na to. Kadum though, with that Trailblazer, he needs to release that Trailblazer right now para siya magkaroon sa information kung bago sila makapasok sa A. More smokes are now coming through from Myth right now, pero that is ultimate from Rainy, catching two. Pero wala namang gagawin ng Myth dito. Yes, nag-buy time lang sila. Ang gagawin lang ng Myth dito is mag-antay na mawala itong Nightfall na to. Yun lang yung gagawin nila dito mga kaibigan. Do you think it's early? Yeah, pwede. Kasi if ever kasi na nag-Nightfall ka, matik yan. Dapat may follow-up na yan. Kasi syempre, wala nga silang buhay. Diba? Pero nga medyo nagkamali ata si Rainy ngayon mga kaibigan. Pero, oh no, there's a huge mishap on Rainy. But, Fung catching one as well. 13 seconds in, they're gonna plant here and B instead. Pero wanna fly up. Si Fung, nagbabantay lang din talaga. Akala niya makakita na siya isa. Pero nga, wanna fly mga kaibigan, galawang sneak. He can actually take down one. Meron tao dito sa may teleporter. Can they still win? This is a 2v3 though. Wanna fly. Sees one. But it's all up to Kadum. And syempre, wanna fly again. But wanna fly, the only man remaining mga kaibigan dito is Fat. There's a lot of players out there. And Select will gonna take you down. Ginawa puno. See wanna fly. Naging 1-3. Dito sa game na to, Siufa will gonna defuse the spike already. And syempre, meron pa naman siyang mga orbs lang din talaga. They need to get that orbs for him to get that information they need if ever mag-ultimate pa siya.
Gusto ko yung ginawa dito ng Griffin na kahit na walang naging follow-up dito mula dun sa Nightfall, okay lang at least na-delay nila dito yung pagpasok ng Maiden Thailand. Dagdagan mo pa ng Rolling Thunder kung saan ito yung naging reason kung bakit sila na-delay pa at bakit sila naipit nga inside of the site. Doon naman marangkada dito ang Griffin, kaya naman they had the numbers advantage. Yerselect to clear things out, clean things up. Laban dito kina Wanna Fly. 2-4 is our scoreline at unti-unti na silang nakakakuha ng momentum. Kailangan lang nila dito ma-shutdown agad sina Alone Fills. But now, with that aggressiveness, we have the blind dito ni Sufat. Pero that is a good far, kasama naman dito ni Rainy yung mga wide picks niya, but unfortunately, mauunahan kaagad siya ng paint shells. That is a good follow-up na ginawa dito ni Fang. Hindi na kaagad ang laman.
Okay.
Winner, with a wall bang at the land, the all man remaining. Oh, sobrang wide sweep naman ang ginawa ng Dylan dito. Diyos ko po, literal na Ferrari pick eh. Antindi nung... Actually, hindi Ferrari pick ang tawag ng mga kaibigan. Literal na tuk-tuk pick eh. Yun kasi yung isang mode of transportation ng Thailand, tuk-tuk. Nakapunta ka na ba ng Thailand?
Hindi pa eh.
Nakapunta na ako ng Thailand isang beses eh. Spicy.
Kamasarap.
Spicy, man. Sure.
Spicy. Isa na lang at magkakaroon na kaagad tayo ng equalizer round of 4-3 is our scoreline. Pero ito na naman yata ang gustong gawin ngayon ng players from Made in Thailand. They wanna go inside of A, kaya naman yung utilities nila ay already raining all the way from lamps. Nandito yung mga paint shells to clear things out para ma-open up na nga dito ng space. Yung load fills para mauluan kaagad si Winner. Makukuha niya kaagad yung free operator at hand. Make it to 2K for this guy. Clean A-take ang ginawa ngayon ng Made in Thailand. Dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira dito from Griffin. Isipin mo yon, hindi pa kompleto ang rifles dito, ang buys ng Made in Thailand. Nakapasok pa rin sila ng site. Completely dominating and Winner. Kahit may operator siyang hawak.
Isipin mo, parang don't let alone feels get that operator. Kasi for sure, sobrang dami ang mapapatay niyan mga kaibigan. Pero Funky gonna deny that, probably gonna save that operator. And si Select na lang ang makakapag-save nito. Pero for sure, ang gagawin lang ng Myth is probably save. I mean, not save daw. Na i-defend yung operator na hindi makuha ni Select para syempre magkaroon pa ng malaking problema ang Griffin dito mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo, I mean, yes, meron siyang 7-3. Ay, kukunin ata. Hindi na makukuha. Sipin mo, merong 7-3 si Select, but still often on a save. You know why? Para makapag-operator pa rin sila. Kasi if ever kasi na nagpakamatay si Select doon mga kaibigan, literal na wala na siyang pera. Kasi syempre, kailangan pa niyang bumili ng Vandal. Magkano ng Vandal? 2.9. Armor, 1K. Eh, magkano na lang ang pera niya ngayon? 3.3, di ba? So, kulang pa. So, tama lang yung ginawa na dito na mag-save na lang din para kay Winner magkaroon siya ng operator. Pero wala naman tutok yun eh, kaya okay lang yun guys. Go Myth.
may beef kay Winner, no? Uy, makakagat-kagat magkakasalisiyan sila dito. Naku, nasayang lang din kaagad yung opportunity ni Supat na makakuha ng isa. Pero quick TP out. Yung Select naman dito with a follow-up. Make it super this guy. Pero ang quick follow-up naman din dito with a trade. They alone builds with the showstopper. Mapuputokan din pero hindi niya tinamaan si Rainy. Viper Spit already committed here in A. Hindi pa rin sila nagpa-plant ng spike pero kasi hindi pa nalaan pwede nga lumungga inside of the Viper Spit kaya yung Molly at yung mga snake bite dito magiging reason kung bakit sila hindi makapagtuloy na makapag-plant ng spike.
But into this game, we don't have any choice. Grabe yung fourth na ginawa nila dito sa A. Pero nga, they need to switch up the pace and go here and B instead. Wonderfly gonna plant the spike already, and the rotation is now up for the side of Meth right now. This is the rolling thunder from the players of Griffin, checking all the corners that they need. Wonderfly is now down, pero si Dylan buhay pa. Wala na siyang molly at all. Winner, waiting in that corner, dito sa may hook ka. If ever lumabas si Dylan, sobrang... So, patay siya for sure. Dito kay Winner parang paunahan na din talaga pero nga napakaganda ng pag-flat ng baril. Ay, napakaganda ng pag-flat ng spike pala. Literal na merong verticality, literal na merong high ground para syempre malaman nila kung saan pa talaga sila sisilip mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, wala pa rin talaga nangyayari dito. And Winner! Missing that shot onto these games pero the clock is ticking already na half. Half ni Sufat. And that is Winner. We're gonna take down that race as well. Kasi, I mean, alam naman nila kung nasa si
Dylan yata.
Si Dylan.
Nasa hook eh.
Si ano yun? Si Wannafly. Hindi, ewan ko. Oh. Ay, hindi pati ata si Wannafly. Ay, hindi si ano yun? Si Alone Phil. Sorry.
Si Alone Phil.
Alam nila kung nasa si Alone. So, if ever umikat pa siya dito sa may elbow, papunta dito sa may city, wala na siyang oras eh. Kasi na-half na eh.
Na-late din yung bato niya ng MP shells kasi nakaabang na rin. Dalawa yung natira for the side of Griffin kaya nahirapan siya ngayon. Pero bubugahin na naman kaagad dito sa winner. Wala siya naging palagay at operator kaagad yung gamit niya. Yun lang din ang kailangan ni Alone Feels dito. Yung biglang agresibuhin dito ang players from Griffin from holding on to their angles para makakuha sila kaagad ng early aggression. Dahil may delay yung pag-shot niya with that operator, yung animation of clicking on that OP para makakuha na nga ng pick-off. Pero your select has been popping off. Another pick-off para sa kanya, clearly being a good impact dito sa kanyang team. We have the Hans spotting in everyone na papasok na nga dito inside the side, pero Rainy dito won't be giving a lot of mercy kay Malone Pills. Along the fly naman dito for straight of 3v3. Hindi pa sila makakapag-plant in the spike, pero the Hunt will be getting in the info kung sino na nga ba yun nasa loob ng site. Sufat BB natitira sa loob, pero we still have your Fong 3 na magmumula pa sa city. Nag-TP na kaagad ang players from Made in Thailand going into Bay or going into B.
The retake is now on for the players of Griffin right now, pero wala sila makita. Lahat sila nag-whiff, pero dalawa gonna take him down. So to Sufat. Wala siyang gate crash, wala siyang utilities at all. It's just zero. Nana. Wanna fly. We're gonna go down. 1v2 right now. And in terms of utilities, wala na rin talaga si Dylan dito mga kaibigan, pero meron pa siyang orbital strike. They need to go away. They need to move. They need to back out. The land, we're gonna take your head. 6-4. Still in favor of Myth. Ginawa siyang puno.
Nag-bet na naman. Made in Thailand. Gusto sa kanila talaga lagi yung may dalawa ulit ang makukuha ngayon ng Made in Thailand against Griffin. Here comes the replay na hindi ka agad talaga nakapag-react on time dito si Alone Feels. Although nandoon naman din yung concuss, yung fault line, hindi ito naging sapat pa. Enough timing for giving a lot of space dito sa ating race from the side of Griffin na makaligtas kaagad. We have another round for them to make. The Sheriffs na naman ang mapaghahawakan dito ng Griffin. But we also earlier the potential of Griffin na manalo sa pagdating sa eco. They just need to make sure na kayang-kaya nilang maunahan kaagad with those picks. Speaking of picks, hindi magwawagi dito si Pang 3. Nagtira naman all the way from that corner si Sufat BB. Quick TP out dahil nandito kaagad yung Seekers. Aftershock, Satchel in. We have blinds. We have the no one falling off behind dahil papasok na agad dito si Conrad. Nandito na rin naman tayo yung mga trade-offs na Dalet kaya hindi sila nakareact. The winner goes in for the trade. Dalet dito with a clean 3K but with that vulnerability on Sufat. Makakakuha naman ng 4K dito si Dalet. 7-4 ang ating scoreline for Made in Thailand.
4-7 mga kaibigan. Made in Thailand. Really wanna push it to an 8-4 for sure. Pero in this game, at least si Fong nakabili pa rin kahit paano. I mean, kahit Bulldog in a half armor yan, at least meron pa naman siyang punch for sure for them to take down everyone na dito sa side nga ng Myth. Pero in terms of utilities, it's all up to Select at si Rainy dito. They can actually pull off a Nightfall plus Orbital Strike or Orbital Strike in a series if ever. Kasi we did that back then. Nakapatay ako ng dalawa. Kami ng friend ko. Kasi yun naman talaga yung mga combo, di ba? I mean, use all the skills na parang just to suck you up din sa gitna. Which is, you have two. Number one, yung chup-chup ni Astra. Number two, yung kay yung C's. Actually, meron pang isa eh. Slow orb, pero hindi chuchupan yung mga kaibigan. Talagang literally sobrang slow down. And that is actually one of the best combos that you can do. Basic throws yun, man. Yung slow orb, pagkatapos, tapos pain shells or any kind of damage utility. Fong though, getting tagged right now. Pot shots on the players of Myth just to shut down everyone. Pero wala naman sila nakukuha dito and they have no choice. Probably gonna switch up papuntang B. Pero, nagbabantay lang talaga dito si Kadu mga kaibigan, waiting for that perfect kill
30 seconds left.
Na pwede nilang gawin, pero ito yung Nightfall din talaga. Ito yung Nightfall, mga kaibigan mo. Catch everyone!
Strike down A.
Oh no! Apat ang natamaan ng Nightfall. Dito pinangalan. Fong, we're gonna take down one as well. 75 na din talaga ang mangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito pa talaga ang kalapag na papagpupunta sa may hook. There's gonna be a 2v5 situation right now. Yes, Fong is super low. Alone kills will gonna go down as well. 9 seconds in. There's gonna be a match for Griffin for sure. 7-5 it is to end the first half of the game.
Wala na rin talaga magagawa dito si Wanafly dahil napatipis siya ng walang hawak-hawak na opportunity dito. Makakuha ng info, makakuha ng pick-off. Wala rin sa kanya yung spike. Kaya naman ngayon, that is a good half, especially for Made in Thailand. A good struggle naman for Griffin. Dahil alam natin na talagang nakakapagbigay ng explosiveness dito ang Made in Thailand. That is a good round. Pero ang dami naman din naging cost dito ng Griffin. That was a Nightfall, Orbital Strike, tapos sama mo pa dito ng Rolling Thunder. But it really goes to show na kaya nilang i-reserve yung kanilang mga ultimates to make those impactful, important rounds para makuha nila yung kailangan nilang momentum and to finally have their opportunity na magkaroon ng advantage laban sa Made in Thailand. Kailangan lang nila manalo sa pistol round para ma-equalize nila yung scoreline doon sa buy round nila laban sa Made in Thailand. But alone feels, just gotta say, na commendable siya sa mga times na nagpa-pop off siya, makuha yung mga space niya inside the site and create a lot of impact kills naman dito sa Griffin.
And it's not yet over till it's over because the games na nakikita natin ngayon, we're just starting, man. I mean, of course, 11 o'clock ang aga pa. Katulog ata ako. Siguro mga alas 3. Alas 3. Paro ko sa ng Valorant kagabi. Tapos sa mga kalaro ko, ito rin. Yung mga tao sa PPGL, mga League Ops, yung mga prod, sila rin. Ay, lakas ng ano ko eh. Lakas ng Cardel ko eh. Tsaka ng ano. tsaka yung ano, yung Wind Ranger ni Mr. Neutral. Lakas eh. Ay, ibang game na pala yun, sorry.
Iba na.
Sorry, ibang bang na pala yun, sorry.
Ibang
depensa na pala yun, mga kaibigan. Depensa na mga maratanda yun eh. Pero,
kaya pala hindi ako nakarelate agad.
Sorry, hindi nga pala naglalaro nun. Sorry.
Okay lang.
Gulat natin. E di si ano, sino ulit sa Bang yung ano, yung parang tumitira ng mga bula-bula. Yung tok, napakadami dito ngayon. Sino ulit yun?
Si Kimi.
Ayun, si Kimi. Ayun. Kulit nun eh.
Bula.
Hindi,
namin dun eh, sago eh.
Sago ba yun? Pwede rin. Diba? Mr. Gulaman.
Bilog rin naman.
Bilog din naman. Diba? Kulit eh. Pag literal parang naka-o din eh. Ayaw tumigil eh. Pero, si Fan mga kaibigan, meron siyang gate crash ngayon. Pwede siya maka-mambout agad dito sa may paglabas niya. Pwede siyang mag-hook, pwede siyang mag-showers ulit. Pero nawala. We still have no idea kung saan ba sila magpupush dito. Wala nang teleport si Siufat. Pero meron siyang decoy, meron pa siyang flash.
Launching smoke.
And an armor as well. Magandang pag-entry yung mga gamit ni Siufat niya, pero nga lupin ng mga kaibigan with the swing. Wala silang idea at all sa dilit ng Dudlan Dendran catching one right now, pero Rainy. We're gonna take one down as well. Rainy with that 2K already. 2v4. Flashing the sides of Made in Thailand. Kadum and Wanafly. Can they do something for them to switch it up onto a win? Ito na yung kabilang yung mga players ngayon ng Griffin and Myth. But Griffin gonna take everyone down dito sa side ng Myth. And ganito if ever nanalo ang Griffin dito sa Myth, dito sa first map, kabahan ang Made in Thailand. Kasi next map ng Griffin, yun ang map ang pinili nila. Which is, syempre, pagkatapos natin magpainit dito sa bahin, magpapalamig tayo sa breeze, di ba?
Palamig naman, no? So, I think meron rin good stats talaga, good numbers dito ang Griffin Esports pagdating sa breeze. Kaya, It is a lot of opportunities na makakuha sila ng magandang momentum in the series pag nangarag na dito ang Made in Thailand pagdating sa comeback and pagdating sa pagka-counter nila. Nakaramdam ka agad si Pongtre dito para hindi niya gamitin ka agad yung fault line. Yung nagamit naman niya is, or natapatan niya naman niya dito is yung shorty. We have the white swing from Suifat. 4v2 kaagad yung laban, minadali na lang din kaagad ang Made in Thailand. Makakapasok mga ba ng A-side dito players from Griffin or talagang re-respetuhin nila yung number advantage or yung kakayahan dito ng Made in Thailand to clutch everything out dahil may mga utilities pa rin naman.
One enemy remaining.
We have Kong with those blinds, hindi nila kaagad dito pinalagpas in a wall of line. Naipit dito si Kong inside of that corner. 7-7 is our scoreline. Talagang ito yung advantage ng lineup pa lang. Dalawang initiator, dalawang duelist ang meron dito sa Griffin. Kaya naman ngayon talagang mga banda ang Made in Thailand sa game na ito.
Mahirap to, Besiwap. Diyos ko. Paano kaya mababawi ito ng mga players ng ng teams na to? 7-7 already. And yun ngayon na pag-usapan natin kanina. Yung line-up ng Griffin, literal na pang-attacking. Pwede silang maging aggressive dito. Napakadami na ng flashes. Meron pa silang Hunter sa one and fly. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, ha? Pero yung nga lang, Hunt will be there already. Pero napakadami talaga mga utilities ngayon. Oh, Diyos ko po!
Sayang yun.
Literal na nag-push B sila. Na literal na isa-isa silang pumapasok dito. Isa sila nagpapakita. Literal.
Dami na eh.
Na nag-ano sila?
Utilities na gamit eh.
Audition sila, men. Dito sa B. Isa-isa eh. Parang, okay, ikaw muna. Oops, next contestant. Ayan. You know? Sila papasok. Literal na wala silang nakikita pero pasok na sila ng pasok. Wala silang pake.
Sana siguro inintay na lang nila na mag-down yung toxin screens bago sila pumasok. Parang hindi sila ma-vulnerable doon. Napadali tuloy yung buhay, yung trabaho dito ng Made in Thailand to hold them off. It was a flawless round and buy round na nga kanina for Made in Thailand. But unfortunately, sabay rin naman dito ni Suifat TV dahil tumba na kaagad dito si Delen. Wala na tuloy smoker. Or talagang kulang sila sa smoker ngayon. We still have here the Viper all the way from B. Kaya naman this gives a lot of opportunity for Griffin na mag-decide na lang na A na lang yung kuhanin yun since wala na tayong brimstone na makakatapat, wala nang mollies. They're just going to think about the Viper na nandito naman sa B. Na yun naman din ang tatahakan ngayon ng Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, you have all the choices in the world and if ever matalo dito ang Griffin, wala silang pera next round. Pero for Myth, yan ang pinaka gusto nila doon. Makakuha sila ng maraming pera para lang siyempre nakabawi sila sa mga ginagawa sa akin ng Griffin, mga kaibigan. Hindi napakadami ngayon. They teleport si Shupat right now, pero that is the entry that the winner did. With all these satchels na pwede nang gamitin para na siyempre makakuha siya ng mga early pick-offs dito. As you can see, select with the pad spike already because of that orbital strike that he needs para syempre doon sa post-plant na pwede lang gamitin. And syempre, not just post-plant though. They can actually use it for entry. Like kunwari, if ever they're gonna go here in A, syempre kailangan mo na i-orbital strike siguro yung CT, pwedeng lamps, not CT, pero yung backside, pwedeng lamps. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities talaga if ever you have that area of, parang area of effect, the AoE damage ng orbital strike, mga kaibigan. That is literally huge. Like, literally, have the map already nandun na. Pero parang Kadimo gonna fall down as well. And as you can see, there's a 3-man save that Made in Thailand did. And ito na, sobrang dikit na yung laban. No?
Nagiging neck-to-neck battle na rin ito dahil nga we're down already in the elimination match. We're seeing here the replay kung saan nabaluhan rin kasi talaga na maaga dito ni Surfat si Delen. That was a good opportunity as well for the other players and Griffin Esports na magamit kaagad consecutively yung kanilang mga utilities. Makapasok lang dito sa winner, ma-clear out niya yung angles at Vil, talagang ito lang din ang gustong mangyari ngayon ng Griffin. Yung sa kanila mapunta yung attacking side, sa kanila mapunta yung momentum at mapipigilan nila kaagad dito. Yung pagraragas sa pagka-counter sa kanila ng Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand though, this is their buy round. Wala silang nakita anyone inside of are outside of bats. Kaya naman ngayon, si Wannaplay kaagad ang magiging sagabal dito against Griffin. Nakapasok kaagad sila ng A, or rather ng B, and this is a good opportunity for them to continue their momentum.
Yeah. So right now mga kaibigan, Wannaplay is gonna be down. Pero yun nga lang, winner. We're gonna take down one already. This is gonna be a 5v3 for the count right now. And ito na ba ang pinakaunang beses na makakabawi na ang Griffin? Ito na ba ang pinakaunang beses na makakakuha na ng lead ang Griffin dito sa game na to? And there's a possibility that that would happen. Isipin mo dito, Graza. Kanina nag-save na ang myth and they need to save it again right now. Winner gonna push in already. And wala silang magagawa dito, talagang literal. Nasasagasaan na din talaga ang Griffin ngayon. Alone feel Tono. Inaalis nila with that satchel. Pero Select, we're gonna take him down with a trade-off. Uy.
Ay, buhay. Made in Thailand. Sayang yung kanina pa nilang naiipon na pagiging aggressive dito laban sa Griffin. Pero ano nangyayari ngayon? Na-hold back sila pagdating sa retake. Here comes the replay na ito na lang din ang mga naging unfortunate events na lang dito for Made in Thailand is gusto nila sana mag-save, pero Griffin Esports, they were out for the hunt. 9-8 is our scoreline. Another broken bye for Made in Thailand dahil magdo-double digit na ngayon ang Griffin Esports. We hear now the Tour de Force trying to take in so much pressure laban sa Griffin, pero hindi magiging enough. So dahil facilities pa lang dan din. Nandito na kaagad yung Nightfall, creating so much opportunities for them to get inside. Pasok na dito kaagad yung Satchel and winner. Makakakuha ng dalawa. So much space created, but na yun. Magiging security guard na lang din dito si Wannaplay. Hindi lang din magiging enough dahil isa na lang din ang natitira sa kanila. Another round goes into the hands of Griffin. The advantage of their lineup is just surreal. Against Made in Thailand, hindi sila nakakabelo, Bill.
Yeah. Yun lang din talaga yung problema na hindi sila makabuelo kahit pa paano. Pero yung nga lang sana makabawi pa rin sila dito. And just a few rounds na pwede nilang gawin because it's just sobrang overwhelmed din sila ng Griffin tuloy-tuloy talaga yung aggression nila dito. For me, they're really trying hard for them to do a big comeback, pero kailan mangyayari yun? And like what I've said, sobrang lakas ng attacking capability ng Griffin because of the flashes, because of the initiators nga talaga na meron sila. You have that breach, you have that fade. With them combined, that's gonna be really hard though. And sa totoo lang, parang nakikita ko ang composition ng Team Secret dito sa side ng Griffin. Literal, syempre, saan ba sila kukopya, di ba? Doon syempre sa malakas. Pero,
syempre.
pero yun nga lang, that is winner. He's super low right now. Kadoom catching one of the witches of the Headhunter though. Pero, napakadami utilities parang kung lumilipad dito sa A-side right now, and hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin talaga napaplant yung Spike. Spike is dropped already. They need to get that and probably gonna use that lead kasi and then just to mamba out. Select, we're gonna get that 2K already. 2v4 right now. Shufat, low HP, and one more player is inside this map right now, and Alone Feels na dito na ngayon. 1v2. Alone Feels, how did he get that shot? Pero si Alone Feels, at least meron pa siyang satchel. Meron pa siyang showstopper. Meron pa siyang pain shots. And Alone Feels, pinag-aarasan lang niya na sana makapatay siya ng isa para syempre mas okay sa kanya, mas madali sa kanya na makabawi dito kahit papano. Select mga kaibigan, waiting patiently here in Bilong. Wala na silang utilities for post plant. Wala na silang lineups dito. All they're gonna do is commit. Pero yun nga lang, Alone Feels, hindi pa rin talaga sumilip dito sa may B mga kaibigan. Pero I have no idea kung ba't pa rin siya hindi sumilip doon. Pero Shufat, pwede siyang malikuran dito. If ever na timing is right, pwede mangyari yun. But Shufat with a swing, and that is a kill coming in from the Euro as well. 11-8, still in favor of Griffin.
What is happening, Griffin? Dito lang nila nakuha yung footing nila, especially sa mga utilities na laging nagiging sagabal dito for Made in Thailand sa pag-hold on na mga corners, hold on to the sides. Ngayon lang sila mag-time out. At ito yung pinakakailangan nila, magkaroon ng composure pagbalik nila into the next round. Pero kasi dito talagang nagpa-pop off na si Select. dagdagan mo pa ng opportunities dito na hindi nga sila makabelo sa mga utilities. Dagdagan pa natin yung mga blinds, na iilan din ang mga blinds na meron dito for Griffin Esports. It just really makes sense kung bakit talagang hirap ang Made in Thailand sa post plan, pagdating sa retakes, kung paano sila makapag-holds. Dahil ultimo yung mga corners na meron na silang mga judge dito, hindi nagiging sapat para lang makasecure ng kill.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, congratulations pala sa GSW for winning.
Oo nga pala.
Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Stephen Curry. Pang-apat na ring na ni Stephen, mga kaibigan. So, if ever na nanalo kayo, guys, sharings naman dyan.
Baka naman.
Sharings naman dyan. Baka naman, di ba? Pero, yeah. Once again, congratulations to Golden State Warriors for winning the 2021-2022 NBA Championships. Natalo nila ang ang Boston. Boston Celtics. Pero mga kaibigan, going back to this game, that is the teleporter. Nasa napakadaming players dito with mga kaibigan. Kadum with a kill onto one right now. And man, if natalo ang myth dito, just ko, wala silang pera. The land will gonna go down as well. 4v2. Si Kong kasi wanna fly, waiting patiently. Dito lang sa may showers though. Kong, super low. Rainy with just the Vandal. Will get his head. Wanna fly, judge ang gamit. If ever matay siya dito, allow siya arad din para siyang orb. Kailangan niyang bumawi. Fong, meron pa siyang kalapag na papag. Meron silang orbital strike. Rainy needs a 2 kills for him to get that just to get that nightfall. Diba? So, the perfect attacking form dito sa Griffin is meron sila. Hindi ko alam kung kanina na ibibigay yung orb kay Yoru ba o kay Fade. Mamimili lang sila dyan. Kasi at the end of the day, win-win situation pa rin. Actually, pwede nga kay Yoru Pwede kay Yoru para meron na siyang ultimate
Oo,
diba?
info
Kasi info yan. Matic info yan. Tinan mo yung myth ngayon. Meron silang Phantom. Half armor lang.
Hirap.
Yung isa nga wala
Wala Pwersa na rin talaga Match point already for the side of Griffin. Talagang it just really makes sense kung bakit sila hirap dito ngayon. Yung mga opportunities dito nila select lang din talaga. Yung lagi kong nakikita dito to create so many space para mabigyan niya rin ng support dito si Winner. Winner has been going a lot of places dito inside of the sites at parang andali nilang maipunish kaagad yung Maiden Thailand sa mga agiging aggressiveness nila Kanina doon sa TP places was really questionable and buti na lang talaga for Griffin Esports is nag-hold lang sila bago sila pumasok ng site at bago sila magambala dito ng Maiden Thailand. Ngayon, it is the technical pause at nakikita natin throughout the rounds na nang ipapanalo dito ng Griffin. It's just mostly nagiging pabor ito pagdating sa kanilang mga nagiging executions or sa win and duel sila dito laban sa mid. And mid, I don't really know kung bakit hindi sila nagiging effective dahil dalawa naman yung controller ni Level Bakit kaya hindi sila maging passive na hintay na lang silang pumasok sa site?
Wala kasi darating talaga tayo sa point na talagang kailangan natin mag-commit. Kailangan na nating talagang asimin din kahit pa paano. Kasi high risk, high reward yan Yun, diba? Kasi what if meron tayong makita. Pero they can actually be really careful. Pero andito kasi sa point na kailangan nila maging desperado na rin talaga dito, Honeygraze. Kasi nga, sila yung humahabol. If ever na mag-antay sila, matatalo sila dito, bes. Kailangan nila makakita ng isa. Kailangan nilang umasi kahit konti. If ever sobrang passive nila, literal na walang mangyayari sa kanila. Ganun lang yun. Pro ko Pero
Coach ako
dito na pero yun nga mga kaibigan, makakayanan naman ng mga players ngayon. That is the on-field search. That is the ultimate na lumalabas dito. Pero yung mga players ngayon, ang mid-halos wala pa rin talagang bawas at all kahit isa. Pero this is the spike being planted by Fung right now. Pero mag-switch up naman dito sa may triple mga kaibigan. Pero yung alam from default all the way from triple. A lone field catching one. Rainy will gonna take one down as well. Pero yun nga, the trade-off from Alone Kills is there for him to get more advantages sa game na to. 4v3, still in favor of Myth. Molotov and Snakebite on top of each other para walang makadaan doon sa may showers. Alone Kills with aggression. We're gonna take one down. Winner another one right now. Pero all 1-5 with just that frenzy on hand. 1v1 with a great one. And winner.
My gosh!
Sipin mo? Winner pangalan mo? Pero panalo ka sa game number 1? Nice one!
Nice one. Winner with the 1 for an eye. Para makuha nila yung overwhelming victory na ito on the second half against Made in Thailand. They're just chill. And syempre, it just gives off a lot of pressure dito for Made in Thailand na bakit ganon yung nangyari. Na kanila na yung first half, pero bakit na ibaliktad pa kaagad ng Griffin Esports? Talagang yung naging answer lang dito is wala eh. Utilities lang din talaga, Vil, at nakakatakot isipin na nagsama-sama yung mga nakakapag-clear out ng angles, yung mga nagbibigay ng area of effect para makapasok agad sila ng side.
Yeah. And syempre, sobrang importante pa rin talaga if ever yung mga angles na talaga na kailangan natin puntahan dito or all the corners. And syempre yung AoE damage na talaga na skills. Like what I've said, yung lineup talaga ng Griffin is pang-attacking. So, sasabihin nila, sige pre, if ever kayo mananalo ng second half, babawi kami. If ever kayo panalo ng first half, babawi kami sa second half. And Myth knows that as well. And they have no answer at all para pigilan ang Griffin doon. Yes, they have the molly, they have the snake bite just to stop the possible push of Griffin. Pero yun nga lang, it's like hindi lang din talaga nag-work mga kaibigan. But yeah, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break once again. After the break, it's gonna be Breeze, which is yung pinili ng Griffin. This is gonna be a 2-0 or a 2-1. We'll just see that later. Once again, we are casters, Vil and Maria Angelica Cortez. Babalik kami.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Hello everyone! We're back here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's still the girl power trio here on the panel, which is Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. 13-8 on the scoreboard on map 1 between Griffin Esports and Made in Thailand. And Tash, you were right. The Yoru Fade combo really working out on the side of Griffin Esports.
I mean, they knew what to do with that combination. I feel like a lot of teams tried to make it happen with the Yoru, but the thing is, as I mentioned to Trix earlier, that Yoru is, while he is a duelist that requires a lot of enabling from his teammates. He needs to be enabled to be taking up space. He needs to be enabled to allow himself to teleport. And if you see it again and again, like when he teleports, it's always by queue with his teammates, never really alone, never really coming into the backside to play alone as an aggressor.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier as well that when you pick a Yoru, sometimes a Yoru's TP can be very predictable. But the reason why it was so well done on Griffin's side was because the Yoru didn't make plays necessarily. Like, it wasn't a solo play kind of thing. Like, we just want him to get to this side of the site. It was more we want him to pressure, and then we're going to get him back on our side, and then we're going to push somewhere together. So I felt that in general, Myth as well, overcommitting to those duels put them on the back foot most of the rounds on their defender side. Instead, because they're playing against a double initiator and double duelist, they should have been setting themselves up for a better retake, but I'm not sure I really saw them retake once except for the final round.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And in a lot of situations as well, I mean, this morning we were just talking about how Myth was predictable. I think the same trend is still happening here.
Yeah.
And while we did see a lead for for Myth, it felt like Griffin, once they got a read onto Myth, they knew exactly what to do to just really take the game again and again and again. And we talked about adaptability for Myth this morning. You know what? Scratch that, because adaptability right now is all toward Griffin. And I have to say, after I said they were just rallying, the Kakas came out, they just went ham.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is due to the fact that we gave them the battle cry buff, so there's that. But I was actually talking to you, Tash, about this earlier, about how the first 4 rounds isn't usually the determiner of how the games are going to go. You got to take into consideration, of course, the economy. It's not an equal buy for those rounds. And really, the even playing field starts at round number 5. So even though Myth had like the early rounds advantage, in the end, Griffin Esports is really proving that, hey, you guys have the guns right now. We kind of read through your play, and once we have our buys, we know what to do. And that's what they did throughout the game. And I actually want to point out one of the things that I noticed, which was the conditioning on the side of Griffin Esports over here. We see Siufat BB on the attacker, always lurking showers, which is why in one of the rounds, I think, it was 4 people from Myth who actually wanted to push bats earlier in the rounds, but surprise, surprise, Griffin with a fast push over here on B side, and just they take out WannaFly instantly.
I have to say that what's really interesting about the way Griffin plays is that every round might be different. They get a read, they change it up. They get a read, they change it up. And on top of that, we saw it happen as soon as the second half turned around, where we saw a more aggressive Griffin. And I have to say, it is enabled because of their lineup. They want to play aggressive. They do have all the abilities to do that. And as Trix mentioned before, because what Mid did was not worrying about retakes, not playing together, we're seeing the situation where if they want to retake, they're all out of utils, they're all out of players. It was really hard for them to do anything. And in a lot of situations as well, I have to say, when it comes to aim duels, we are seeing them win a one by Griffin as well. And Fung, we mentioned that on day 1, and I'm going to mention it again, he loves playing these corners where you never expect him to be. In a lot of situations as well, I mean, we saw him play a corner, he catches someone out, sometimes he's good for 2, and he just skedaddles away. It's really hard to catch him, and he's a brimstone.
Oh no. To carry on your point about the utilities though, as attackers though, I do enjoy it when these teams are unafraid to throw out their utilities. After all, that's what they're for. You gotta clear out your corner so that the rest of your team can enter the site and just try to clear out as much space as possible so that you can do the plant, you can position yourself and post plant, right? And there was actually this one round, it was very particular for me because at the beginning of the round, 4 ultimates were already thrown out. You have Sufat BB just using his ultimate to fish out information. Alone Fills with the showstopper. He misses Brainy. But then WannaFly pulls out the Viper Spit. And then Winner pulls out his showstopper too. So that's already 4 ultimates. And then in the end, you know what happened? Made in Thailand uses the teleporter and plants in B instead. They were already all set up in A, but they were like, there's too much happening. It's so chaotic here in A. We gotta go to B where there are no more enemies because everybody threw out their utilities already. So that's enough information for us to know that, hey, it's time to teleport. And I gotta say, Trix, as much as the chaos is over at this series or at this game, I love it. I love the chaos.
I do. I love the chaos that was there. I felt that I was a little concerned about how Myth was going to play when I saw the agent selection. I felt that a Fade would have been better than the Viper personally because there's more utility, more mobility for information. While your opponents are playing a double initiator, double duelist lineup, you know, I felt that there were too many times they were committing to those fights. They weren't giving up the sides. They weren't playing for that retake. Utilize the fact that you have the double controller. It should be easier for you to retake if you can set it up for yourselves. But the fact that there's no utility going into the retake and they're primarily dying before the spike is even planted, it just kept putting them on that on the disadvantage necessarily.
Yeah, it was such a waste to see them just try to. They were so afraid of like letting the enemy take control of site that they forgot that, hey, we also need our utilities to like retake the site. This is also important on our end. Like sometimes you have to give up the site. It's all that it is. It's a good read on what the opponent is going to do after that, right, Tash?
Yeah, I think that personally as well, we didn't really see super aggressive plays from the side of Griffin in the first half. But once attackers happened, we saw that every single round they would play as aggressive as possible. And even as on post plant, they would hunt mid down all the way to the other side. It's a very no mercy situation to the fact that they were just steamrolling. And in most situations, I saw like, okay, Spike was down. They still have 3 more. They weren't challenging. And I'm just like, why aren't you preparing to challenge? You have 3 people still up. You still have some utils available. What exactly is stopping you from even trying here? And that happened for about 2 to 3 rounds where they just gave a lot of rounds for free. Like you mentioned before, Trix, the retakes don't happen. They have the spike down. Suddenly mid is just having question marks. They're not even trying to retake. They're just like, let's just go next. Let's just play with all of us and stop them from going to side. I think they're very, they're very, not narrow-minded per se. I think the right word would be tunnel visioning. They're tunnel visioning onto an execution, and when they don't get that execution, they're like, go next.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you. Those were really heartbreaking rounds. And again, it didn't happen just once. It happened multiple rounds where we were hoping that, hey, maybe they have a plan. They still have a controller ready. They will try to retake this, but no, they fall back instead. And it was just so disappointing. I'm sure that there was something going on that maybe we couldn't see, but on the panelists or like on a top view perspective, it wasn't the most pleasing thing to witness. And I was just really sad about that. But you did mention about how on the defense side, Griffin wasn't as aggressive as you'd like them to be, but there were certain rounds, like we mentioned, that these guys would get a read. Like, you know, you would see Myth try to play default from time to time, and then that would be the perfect time wherein Griffin would kind of be more proactive and they'd get picks to start the round, like as Myth was so spread out in the map trying to fish for information, and they just close it. And that's really good for them because that's early man advantage right there. But we're going on to Breeze over here. And so far, is it looking like a mirror composition?
It is really a mirror lineup. And I think that, you know, my struggles watching Myth on Breeze is that it's so large, and the kind of information they really want to take it's crucial, but it has to be together. It can't be on their own all the time. And you want to get value out of that KO knife. And I'm just not sure with the way that Myth is playing in the previous map if they're going to be able to deliver on Breeze.
I agree. I have to say that What I'm really worried about is the non-adaptability. The idea that this is the lineup we have to do, and we have to do it every single round. I want them to get a little bit more creative. Maybe throw in the knives a little bit deeper. Doesn't have to be the same one over on shop. And I want to see the team Myth just take more space when it comes to that. I'm not sure whether it was because we didn't see them play an agent they're more comfortable with, but we have seen track records where when they have a jet, they take up more space. But at the same time, when we talk about Breeze, mid control is very crucial. The team that isn't proactive enough in taking control of mid, protecting Hall, is the team that will ultimately lose the site at the end of the day. It is a very big map, easy to lurk and flank, and honestly, I was kind of disappointed we didn't see Yoru again.
I mean, I'm okay without the Yoru. I feel like on Breeze, maybe you don't want to play with the Yoru, but I'm hoping, Griffin just having that dominant show of forcing Myth to play a certain way that they wanted and forcing the duels as well. So hopefully Myth is going to set up for those retakes, because if they're on A side and they give it to the attackers, set up for a great retake. Otherwise, you're going to be playing at a disadvantage on a map with such a large map with a lot of angles that you're going to need to be checking, and I'm not sure if they're going to be okay with it.
Now, no Yoru this time to reward cash or for expectations, but we do have a mirror lineup which I'm excited to see play out over here on Breeze. So stepping onto the stage once again, you guys better get ready because here they are. Made in Thailand versus Griffin Esports once more.
Ito na muli ang ating pagbabalik ngayon for this first series and this day. Bago natin makita yung mga Filipino teams ay managli si Double, kasama ko ngayon si Phil. And this is the filler match na meron tayo ngayon with Made in Thailand and Griffin Esports.
Like, if ever you were asking if sinasabi namin na filler matches, kasi yung main event later pa, of course. Eh, alam naman natin kaya sa boxing, kunyari boxing, kunyari yung mga iba't ibang sports, diba? Kunyari sa banda, diba? If ever you're watching a concert, may mga pre-show, diba? Like, kunyari, ito muna, kunyari, lalabas muna yung mga sino-sino, tapos huli, lalabas si Kuya Vil. Parang ganun. I mean, yeah, but it happens. I mean, dito naman ngayon sa game na to, when they can actually breeze, which is yun ang pinili ng Griffin. So it's really up to these players kung kaya ba na i-close to on 2-0, or probably Myth will do a big comeback. It's just gonna be a map pick curse sa kanila. Or mag-RRQ na tayo next game. Mahirap yun, man. Global Esports.
Oh.
Ano yun? Tawag dito, literal na Chaiwala. Chaiwala versus Sagot Gulaman. Yan.
Pero speaking of Sagoy, yung makikita natin bilog muna ay maiseset dito sa nest para magkaroon sila ng opportunity, pero nakatalikod sila kay Pongtree, who was able to successfully escape away from casualty. No trades off. Pero ngayon, dalawa na kaagad ang babawas. Sa side na nga ngayon ng Made in Thailand. Kabahan na talaga sila ngayon. Especially na ngayon, nagkakaroon momentum na kaagad. With the confidence na ibigay dito ni Fong. Tatlo na lang ang natitira. Mukhang magdedehado pa nga dito si Wonderfly. Dahil ang dami kaagad nagisagaban niya dito. All the way from Nest.
Eto na! Si Tropang Fong. Fong 3. Dati Fong 2 and Fong 1 yan. Pero nung Fong 1, tunog Fungi, kaya hindi pinilitan na lang niya. Pero, Alone Phil is catching one of grenade to land. Trying to shut down everyone right now. But you gotta select mga IP, makakuha ng isang kill niyo. 2v3 on this game. Wala naman utilities at all. And first round goes to Griffin. The retake is perfect. The retake is smooth. Pero meron pa silang oras. Point 16. Meron. Muntik na.
Close na. Muntik na yun, Dash.
Yung sumigaw guys, si ano yun? Si Honey Glaze.
Hindi kayo sure. Replay tayo muna saglit. Dahil nakatalikod sila kanina kay Fang. Buti na lang din nasa mindset niya mga TP away ka agad. Hindi na siya naging over-aggressive pa to pick onto the third one. Dahil alam niya na, na-low na rin yung HP niya dito. It was really good hold na ginawa niya dito para magkaroon sila ng magandang start, magandang commanding lead. And now, they have the vice. Marshall lang naman ang hawak dito ni Kadum. Tingnan natin makakaisa siya dahil lalo na't ngayon, ang mga katapat niya lang naman is, syempre, yung Viper Wall na manggagaling na nga dito ng A. Minimap natin, tumutungo at nagkakaroon lang naman tayo ng mga decision making na ginagawa dito. Nila wanna fly, pero at the very least, parang ano sila na talagang nagkakaroon lang din ng madaming hesitations.
Yeah. The hesitations are real already. If ever kasi na nandiyan na, wala kang Diyos kundi mag-commit Pero ang problema din talaga si Kadum, we're gonna be shut down by Select right now with just that bulldog on hand. Pero si Fong meron siyang headhunter dito, so pwede siya makabago kahit paano. 6 more bullets onto that headhunter though. It's really enough for you to take down everyone pa rin talaga kasi one tap per head lang naman. Pero Shoe Fat BB mga kaibigan going in already. This may wanna fly, catching one. Shoe Fat we're gonna take down one as well. Pero si Shoe Fat nakadalawa din talaga dito. Wanna fly, nakaisa na rin. 3v2 onto this game. Wanna fly, low on HP.
30 seconds left.
Kung nasa yung isa. Pero kita pa sila. Oh, missing that shot. Pero yun nga naman tayo sa may wall, which is Wanna fly. 2v2 onto this game. Bulldog and Spectre to the side ng Griffin ngayon. Pero sayang lang din talaga kasi hindi nakatama yung isang player ngayon ng Griffin. Where is the spike? The spike is dropped already. So alam ngayon na Shoe Fat meron talagang tao doon sa may gilid nito. So Shoe Fat with us. Shoe Fat with a kill. Trying to go with the second one right now. Shoe Fat with that jump peak mga kaibigan. We're gonna catch him pero wala nung oras ngayon ang net for them to plant the spike. Pero kailangan nilang kunin to para lang dun sa extra 300. Meron kayong 300 pero hindi naman kayo nanalo.
Baka may magtanong pa siya kung bakit pa rin nila plenant kahit na wala ng time. Extra creds pa rin kasi yon kahit na tapos na yung round. It was still good para at least madagdagan lang naman yung economic advantage nila dito against the side of Griffin. But here, we have just a clutch times na meron tayo ngayon with Sufat. Nakakuha siya ng 3K. Siya kanina yung nagiging passive, but this time he's overly aggressive against Griffin or rather against Made and Thailand. Kaya ngayon, sa vice ng Made and Thailand, they need to make it worth it. The rifles na hawak nila, full on armors, manghihinayin tayo dyan kung biglaan na lang sila maround and gun dito dahil ultimo yung push dito ng dalawa all the way from holes. Holes ay nangyayari na kaagad at naunahan na delay agad dito sa Delen. There is another push. Kala nila isa lang to, kaya naman ngayon, tatlo. Make it 2. Na lang agad ng natitira dito for Made in Thailand.
Pero doon mo wala pwede talaga natitira dito makakita na Wanna fly catching one or the second one right now. But kayo nag-isa-isa pumapasok dyan. Meron pang tao dito sa may halls though. And for Kadum waiting sa pag-peak na lang din talaga ni Warriors Select if ever. Pero ang problema lang din talaga nila is probably they can actually go here in A agad-agad. Pero medyo nagdadalawang isip pa rin ng mga players ng Griffin ngayon. And now Kadum, oh! He knows it already. Hindi alam ni Kadum na meron tao doon sa may taas. And Select will gonna take him down. Spike is dropped. Wanna fly can actually get it. Pero si Fong andun din sa malikod. That's snake bite though. And you need to duck. Kasi baka makita ka. Pero importante na kuha ni Wanna fly
30
yung
seconds
spike ngayon. Warrior Select though. All the way doon sa may metal doors. Pero from double doors though, that is the way na pwedeng puntahan ni Fong ngayon. Wala na silang utilities, wala na silang snake bite, and all they're gonna do is just that aim duels that they need to win in order for them to get that 2-1 or probably 3-0. So it's gonna be 3-0 right now onto this game. Fong 3 with just that headhunter on hand, we're gonna get the win 3-0 in favor of the Eagle. Eagle ba? Or the Bird? Griffin. And syempre, 3 points for Gryffindor.
3 points kaagad. Wala talagang nadali sila dito sa mga naging push nila all the way from holes. And really was unfortunate dahil nakaabang na rin naman na si Wannafly. Nakaabang na rin naman na yung Viper nila. Pero hindi naging sapat nga yung pag-aabang na yun dahil hindi nila in-expect na dalawa pala yung kasama or dalawa palang nakapag-push na ng holes dito. Kaya naipit sila. Hindi sila nakapasok ng cave dahil baka ang nakagiging haka-haka nila dito is may operator na hawak si Sufat and yun na nga ang meron sa kanya ngayon. We also have here the Viper Spit. Kontrolado nila ngayon ng B, pero at this time, players from the side of Made in Thailand, nandito rin naman sila. So what are they going to do now? What are their decisions? Dahil ang nakabantay naman dito, all the way from Ness, is si Rainy. Let's see if he can still get an info, lalo na't meron na nakalapag dito, Poison Cloud against his vision. Ganda ng follow-up.
It's all about the follow-ups, hindi talaga syempre. Hindi ka naman talaga hindi ka naman talaga like kunyari, mga easy kills, easy pick-offs, hindi ka naman tawag nun?
Kampante?
Papakampante sa mga ganun, di ba? You really don't have to be that confident na sa sobrang confidence mo, naging overconfident ka na. Di ba? It's gonna be so hard na ganun talaga mangyari sa mga games ito. Pero nga, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it's all up to the kills that we need to get. Kills that we need to take. And kills that we need to commit. Shufat BB catching one already. Walang pera ngayon ang mga kaibigan. Shufat BB with a second kill right now. Snakebite is now down to the count. Delen, kitang-kita ni Shufat na merong kamay dun sa may market. Pero Shufat, all you need to do is push in. Meron siyang dash. Winner, all you need to do is wait. Gumalo na rin siya and they'll take you down. 13 seconds in. Delen is pushing in and Rainy will get your head 4-0 already para sa Ibon.
Parang hindi ka sigurado sa Ibon.
That works. Tama naman ako, Ibon.
Tama naman. Replay kung saan talagang ang bilis na naging reaction time dito ni Surfat BB. It just really goes to show na ito yung isang magiging malaking tinig na makapasok na side dito ang Made in Thailand. Inside of the sides, get in those pick-offs, get inside para makapag-plant. Half an armors na ang kailangan nilang mapanindigan nila. Ang kaya nilang mapanindigan ngayon and one Guardian from Alone Fills. But the problem is, will they be aware of the boost here from Feng 3 mula dito sa B? Alam nila dito na may wall ang Viper all the way from aim or B-main. Kaya naman ngayon, they're trying to penetrate in A. Kung saan nakakuha naman na rin dito ng isa si Alone Fills. Wanna play with just his headhunter. Damaging in the players all the way from K. Kaya naman, pwede mangamba dito si Feng 3 dahil ang dami niyang kailangang isipin. Kaya naman, nung nakuha nila yung attention na merong nakapasok na kaagad in B all the way from mid, hindi na tuloy dito naging kampante si Feng 3 to secure in his vision. 2v3, still doable for the side of Made in Thailand. Pero mahirap nga to dahil may Viper Spit.
Pero yun nga lang, at least malapit nang mawala yung null command right now, wala na. Pero yun nga lang, Conqueror all the way from the backside right now. With just that base on one hand, Rainy catching one is going to be really huge from Griffin if ever makuha nila to. 1v1 with a great one. Let's see who's gonna win this. And Rainy will still get that round. Isipin nyo, sobrang daming binato ng myth. Meron na silang null command, meron pa silang Viper Spit. May pera sila o wala, talo sila. May ulti sila o wala, talo pa rin sila. Miss, ano na?
Paano na? Nag-slow man sila dito. They were trying to get a hold on mid. Na-divert nila yung attention dito ni Foundry. They had the Viper Spit. Lahat na nga, Phil. Lahat na nilapag nila dito para may panalo nila yung B-side. Pero ano pa rin ang nangyari? It's just full on control, confidence, morale boost. Griffin from the side of the defending. Mukhang hindi na muna sila makakapasok agad dahil meron na kaagad dito si FIL holding on this operator. Pero 2 follow-up naman dito si Winner in case na ma-take off guard kaagad dito si Supan. Kaya naman makakaligtas siya. One member down already from the side of Made in Thailand. Make it 2 dahil naman nakakaisa rin naman na dito si Select. There's also the trade-off na ginawa ni Delen. Pero quick scope lang din na ginawa dito si Supan. Immediately going in for the Vandal in case na pumasok ka agad dito yung dalawang natitira from the side of Made in Thailand.
Last player standing.
Winner gonna end everyone inside ng myth. As if they're not talking with each other. As if they're not communicating. As if na parang hindi naman sila nanalo dito. As if this is not the myth na kilala natin. Spike is dropped. Wanna Fly can still actually get that. Pero meron tayo dito sa may kaliwa mga kaibigan, tatlo pa rin talaga sila. They know it already. Everyone, I mean, the Wanna Fly is actually trying to take that rotation.
30 seconds left.
Wannafly thought na baka hindi pa rin talaga umaalis ang myth dito, pero yun nga lang, nagkakamali ka. Kasi si Shufat nandito lang sa kaliwa mo, but Fong will take you down. Isipin mo, that is a double operator setup. Yung isa, ano pa, yung isa tour de force pa. To be honest, Griffin, they're actually playing really good right now. Diba? So, first time yun guys na pinuri ko yung si Winner.
So, love kay Winner, no? Wala nakakabawi talaga siya kaya hindi mo maikakaila na ang ganda ng mga holds nila dito. Especially yung mga naging body-body system nila. Commendable si Winner kanina para masamahan niya. Body lang, mag-isa lang eh. sorry. Yung body dito ni Sufat.
Ito pala si Winner. Dati siyang CBT Gaming. Oo, yan, CBT Gaming. Ito yung nakalaban dati ng Bren. Sila Berlin tsaka si Winner. Sipin mo, Berlin pangalan mo, pero di ka naman makakapunta doon. Mas sabi ko.
Kaya wala tandang-tanda mo.
Katandang-tanda ko nun, hindi ko makakalimutan yan eh. Kasi yun yung literal na hindi ko alam na naka-max volume pala yung ano ko doon. Na sumasabog na pala yung mic ko. Hindi ko man lang alam. Wala man lang nagsasabi sa akin. Pero yung mga tao tuwang-tuwa pa rin. Tapos nung pinakinggan ko, ano to? Ba't ganito yung mic ko? Ba't wala nagsasabi sa akin na ganito yung mic ko?
Natapos na yung araw lahat-lahat.
Tuwan naman sila. Pero yun ang importante. Basta masaya kayo guys. Masaya na rin ako. Nag-drama no? Maala. Asan kaya si Shufa? Parang ang ganda ng background niya, no? Room ba niya yan? Or yun yung bootcamp nila?
Ayun yung tipong mga nakaka-video.
Hoy! Oh my God!
Oh, bilis! Swing!
Winner with a swing! Winner with a swing dito sa may kaliwa! Conquered makakapatay na isa, pero alone first one goes into the hands of Winner. 1 of 5 mga kaibigan nakaisa pa. 2v3 on this game. Lamang ang Griffin ngayon. The rotation of Griffin is now already. Pero Fong from up top, from double doors, Fong catch 1, Fong will catch 2. 7-0!
Pinapamadali na lang nila, Bill, dahil dalawang PH teams din yung maglalaro ngayon. 7-0, grabe! Hindi ko na-expect na ito yung mangyayari ngayon, especially for Griffin Esports na ready ma-prove to us na mali tayong lahat sa mga naging speculations, sa mga naging prediction natin. Even the panelists made in Thailand yung naging prediction nila. Pero ito ngayon in our faces, 7-0. Hawak na hawak nila ngayon ng mapa ng Breeze. Hirap na hirap naman dito ang made in Thailand para makapaghiganti. Dahil ngayon, Eco na naman sila. Eco Matos. Tropa natin from Made in Thailand.
Yeah. Tral na. Eco Matos talaga dito. Uy! Kakampi niya yan. Kalma. Guys, pag nakascore daw ang myth, mamimigay ng battle pa si Honey Glaze.
Yun ang mahirap. Ako ang kasama.
Enemy remaining. Flawless.
Buti na lang. Let's go, Griffin. Sayang.
8 kamote! 8 eto mga kaibigan, wala pa ring score ang minutes.
On my way.
Ang hirap nito, naaalala ko tuloy yung mga panahon na hindi rin kami makascore sa competitive games namin in Breeze. Sinusumpa ko itong mapa na to. Ang hirap din talaga, especially na hindi nagiging maganda yung opportunity mo ma-deny yung laging may hawak ng operator tapos nagbibigay pa ng mga blinds. Pwede pa siguro kung may spike ka dito para ma-clear mo agad yung corners dahil ang aggressive na naman ang pwesto dito ni Surfat. Activating already his tailwind. Alam dito kaagad ng isa. Kong gets in that kill. 3 ang natitira ngayon for the side of Griffin. And now, they have the widest opportunity to gather themselves inside of A. Pero hesitation's really at its finest ang meron ngayon for Made in Thailand. Hindi pa nila alam or talagang pinapalabas nila mula sa nilulungga dito ng Griffin Esports na kami muna yung i-push nyo bago kami pumasok ng site.
Oh my God! Oh my God! 4v3! Mamimigay na ba ng battle pa si Honey Glaze? Mga kaibigan, yan ang tanong.
Benta!
Kala mo.
Ini-install ko na nga para makalimutan.
Hindi ko makakalimutan
Kaso
yan, man. Mamimigay daw siya ng
Dalawa
ano.
na lang biglang Griffin.
Mamimigay daw siya ng isang battle pass. Isa lang. Mamili kayo kung sa susunod o ngayon.
Ay, ang ganda ng battle pass na nilik ngayon.
30
May
seconds
mga
left.
unicorn.
Unicorn. Oh, winner. Pwede ba yung panalo dito? Pero nga, oh my God. Let's go, Dylan. Oh my God! Through the echoes, mga kaibigan! Select with a swing. Oh no, pero it's all up to one. Meron na bang makakascore na ba? Winner catching one. Makakascore na ba dito ang myth or not? Winner sa kaliwa mo, pre! Sa kaliwa mo, pre! Ay! Mamimigay na! Congratulations sa mga mananalo ng Battle Pass galing kay Honey Glaze. Let's go!
Paunahan na lang mag-chat sa page, no? Yun ay kung mahanap nyo kagad ang page ko. Pero this was really a good round, especially for Maiden Thailand. Kaso ang gastos. Isipin mo yun na ang daming mga nangyari dito, especially na hindi nakapalag dito ang Griffin. Nakapag-hold lang kasi ng attacking side dito. Ang Maiden Thailand, hindi sila nagpaka-over-aggressive. Na-punish nila fully. Finally, si Surf at BB, nakita kasi yung muso ng baril niya, kaya hindi siya nakabuelo kaagad dito against Kong. And now finally, it's an 8-1. 7 pa yung kailangan nilang habulin, pero aabot na tayo ng next half niya. Naabot pa nga ba tayo sa momentum shift na papabora nga dito kay Maiden Thailand or talagang Griffin?
Let's go, Griffin! Let's go, Griffin! Griffin lang sa kalam, tandaan nyo!
may RRQ pa mamaya.
Para RRQ na, Griffin lang sa kalam. Let's go. Oras na rin kasi. That is an all command already. Fong catches one. Pero yun nga lang mga katalos. Oh my God! Fong 3. Isa pa to. Isa pa. Oh my God! Muntik na. Pero Fong, ay si Conqueror, pwede pa siyang mabuhay dito if ever. Pero yun nga lang medyo mahirap to. Wala silang magandang angle. Pero Rainy, oh my God! Shockdown pinakilig! Akala po sa Sierra ka nalang kikiligin pero hindi pa. 2 we were on this game. Wala na silang Viper Spit already. One more, meron na siya, pero meron na Hunter Spirit sa along ngayon. Pero, 9-1.
What a round. Na-deny nila kaagad. Viper Spit na nga lang ang pinaka-aasahan natin ngayon for Maiden Thailand. Pero kanina lang din eh. Naalala ko tuloy yung pass round nila kanina na nagamit nila lang lahat para makapasok ng B. Naglagay na sila ng Viper Spit. Nanggaling pa sila ng mid. Na-control nila kaagad yung nag-hold dito against the side of Griffin. But really unfortunate lang din dahil ang ganda ng naging reaction line at naging composure ni Fong 3 with that operator 9-1.
Ending your VCT run sa ganito, it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking, to be
Eliminations
honest.
na to, guys.
Yeah. It's really heartbreaking if ever you're gonna end your VCT run like
You
this.
want to play? Let's play.
Ipak pa, no? O, paunahan. Nice decision na ginawa ni Soifat. Kasi wala siyang maasahan na dash eh. Na-suppress kasi siya. Back away na lang muna. Info ang kailangang i-gather ngayon ng Maiden Thailand. But will they be able to? Kasi si Soifat bibilang din naman ang kailangan ditong kumuha agad ng info. Kumuha kaagad ng pick-off. And I think most probably yun ang mangyayari. Pero kasi paunahan sila sa trigger dito ni Fong 3. Or rather ni Wanafly na meron nga siyang tour de force. Pero with that so much delay, I think pwede pa sila magpakita. Kita tuloy ang ulo. Nakalahati yung buhay niya. Pero wala dito tumumba.
Natamaan yung daliri, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, hindi na makakabril si Conqueror ngayon. Natamaan na yung daliri eh. Tira mo. Promise. Hindi makakapatok sa ng baril. Kung gusto siya eh, Shufat BB, mga kaibigan, pushing in. Di ba siya nagpupush pero nagkakasilip lang siya. Oh my God, winner and alone, literal na magkaharap. Napakagandang desisyon na mag-outdrawn siya muna pero tinignan pa niya. Oh no! Hindi tinignan! Winner! With just that shorty on hand though! Pero kado mga kaibigan, the only man remaining, 10-1!
Round in the half.
Ngayon ko lang na-realize.
That works.
Mirror match pala.
11 rounds na talagang lumipas.
Ay, Diyos ko. Akalain mo si Winner nanalo ngayon?
Wow, winner na winner.
Last mo na yan? Joke lang.
Ang devastating nito. First half pa lang, talagang sagad na. Tatlo na lang kailangan ngayon na bully ng Griffin. Pero with that blade storm, may makukuha ba siya? Mukhang wala pa muna. Dadaputin niya yung nahulog na baril dito ng kanyang kasama. Pero makukuha naman. Tatagpuan siya kagad ng Recon Ball. But there goes Kadum para ma-spray and pray na lang din sa for this last and remaining round ng first half na ito. We have so much control already for Made in Thailand to plant in the spike, but the problem is, will they be able to win on the retake? Winner goes in for 1. 4v3 na lang din. Gawin mo ng tatlo. Isang tatlo kasi si Rainy nagpakulan ng aga ng mga bala ng kanyang mga shockwaves. Meron unfortunately.
2v2? 2v2? Winner up! Winner ba can take him down? It's up to Alone. Alone! Pero meron naman siyang Hunter Spiral dito. Ako ang mga ngaso! Ayun dahan ka. Pero, Alone feels, nakahaf niya. Oh no, sumilip siya. Pero sige, gawin mo, pre. Oh my God, hindi siya sumisilip. Ba't hindi ka sumisilip, Alone?
Switching sides.
11-1!
I don't know.
Enemy down.
Parang nung mga nakaraan na naglaro ang Made in Thailand, ay garanti na sobrang commendable sa kanila na ang ganda ng mga runs nila dito, especially sina Wanafy and sina Kong. Pero what is happening? Nabubulldozer sila Vil ng Griffin. And Griffin, 3 points sa Griffin ngayon dahil nakuha nila yung overwhelming first half. So many rounds for them to lose in the second one dahil dalawa na lang din ang kailangan nilang mapanalo dito. And Made in Thailand, ano pa ba ang pwede nilang gawin ngayon? Lalo na sila na yung defending.
Mga kaibigan, oo nga ba? Spikers na lang siguro eh. Yung si Kadum, oh. Matic ganito. Matic na to. Nakita natin yan dati. Nung natalo ang Myth. Every time na hindi nag-perform si Kadum, natatalo yung team nila. Sobra silang nakadependent kay Kadum, mga kaibigan. As in, sobra.
Bot frag si Kadum. Hindi nga makagalaw maigi din eh. They are just really low on mobility. Meron nga silang Kadum dito, pero ano yung magiging sunod mong execution once na nandito na yung mga pang-hold kaagad ng Griffin? They had simultaneous utilities to hold on to them. Kahit nga yung mga ultimong basic mechanical skills lang din ng Griffin na hinohold nila against Made in Thailand ay nagagawang pabor na nga for them. Yung mga nagiging early pick-offs, even have those aggressions, tapos nagdagama pa ng mga double picks sila dito, especially nang ginagawa dito nila Swift at BBU. What more can they do pagdating na nga ngayon sa ating attacker side? But looking back into our minimap, mukhang gugustuhin rin naman silang i-push dito nila Kong and Wanafly. They are the ones on the top of our leaderboards ng Made in Thailand. But will it still hold the same? Kaya nga ba nila ito ngayon?
I can't use that.
Naku po.
Outspin pigha dito. Aldro, the spot conquered right now, mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be a retake for the players of Myth right now. Pero nakaganda na shot card
One enemy remaining.
Talaga nakapatid pa rin dalawa dito. Sige ito, 1v1 right now. Viper, oh my god. Funk is literally 1 HP, 1 bullet left. Oh my god, wala siyang bala! Tuturbohin ba? Hindi.
Hindi. Respeto. Grabe ang Griffin!
Match point.
Hindi natin ina-expect na ganito ang mangyayari. Akala natin Myth na makakakuha, pero Diyos ko, anong ginawa ng Myth? Anong ginawa ng Griffin? You don't want to end your VCT run like this, my guy. You don't want to end your VCT run like this, my G.
One enemy remaining. Last
Sobrang nakakapanlumo yung mga naging execution nila against Griffin. Parang basang-basa ng Griffin dito. Kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maging counters at kung paano nila dito bibiglain ang Maiden Thailand. Nabigla rin tayo mga kanis, mga viewers ngayon. So, let's go one more round. Papasok na kaagad dito. So, in fact, there's a cloudburst, toxic screen para makreate nila kaagad yung space, dominate in A. At ang gagawin na lang dito na Maiden Thailand is just fully on retake. They only have stingers, they only have classics, but will it be enough? Winner dito with the smallest holding on to this corner. Pero ngayon, papasok na kagad yung fight for Nigadome and it's all over Daga. Ito yung inaasaan nilang player. Almost going in for the 2K. One apply dito for that trade, 4v4. So doable. Pero may mga utility, may uulan na shock cards dito, makikipagkabulaan, pero yung battle dito hindi na mag-stop ka. We also have Nigadome waiting on to someone, pero may line-up nga lang din. Ito ang pinaka-problema. At si Pangtri!
Oh my God!
Nagkakapapay yung pagpa-flank ni Pangtri! This is going to be it! Dahil hindi na nakapag-defuse pa ng spike. There's no time for Maiden Thailand. It's all up to one remaining member to land. It's all over for Maiden Thailand and the run and the VCT Asia Pacific against Griffin Esports.
Literally, man, you don't want to end your VCT run like this, but it happened already. I actually feel sad for the players of Myth. And for the side of Griffin Esports, they need one more win in order for them to qualify sa playoffs. Sayo nila.
Sayo.
Di pala sila magkakasama.
Ganda talaga ng background niyan.
Parang sa So makita yung mga ilaw ko. Pwede naman. Yeah. Pero yeah,
mas mahal pa yung mga ilaw mo kaysa sa damit ko.
Actually. Tama ka.
Stating out facts.
Oo, yung mga damit, kung pwede lang masuot tong mga ilaw ko, talagang gagawin yun eh. Pero mga kaibigan, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. And yeah, for the side of Griffin Esports, a big GG for you guys. You just won your match with a 2-0 score line and sobrang dominating pa nung last game nyo, as in sobra. I mean, ano score nila? 8-0 on a 13-1 score. I mean, I expected more para sa Myth. Hindi ko ina-expect na ganito ang mangyari talaga ni Glaze.
Lalo na sa bind eh.
Yeah, lalo na sa bind, of course. I mean, nakita natin yun eh. Agent composition pa lang. You know it already na talagang this composition is for attacking and nanalo nga sila doon. Pero dito naman sa Breeze, literal na mirror matchup sila. Pero hindi nakascore ang Myth, literal na isa lang. Mga kaibigan, game number 2 is gonna be our main event. GES versus RRQ is on its way right now. You're watching Valorant Challengers Tour for the Asia Pacific Region Group Stages with your casters Vil and Maria Angelica Cortez. Babalik kami mamaya.
Everyone, this is SK Rossi, also known as Ganesh Gangadhar. I'm from Team Global Esports and I play Valorant for them and I represent India. My expectations are to win and represent my country once again. I think we are ourselves a big rivals because we have been having issues with ourselves when we cannot play up to the mark or up to our potential. We make a lot of mistakes. I think we are our biggest rivals. If we overcome us, I think we can put up my country once again. I think we are ourselves a big rivals because we have been having issues with ourselves when we cannot play up to the mark or up to our potential. We make a lot of mistakes. I think we are our biggest rivals. If we overcome us, I think we can put up a great show. Nothing like that. We want to keep the positive atmosphere at any cost, and we will overcome any kind of hurdles in our way as a team, and we'll stick together and solve all those problems to achieve the victory. Hey guys, thanks a lot for all the launch support till now, and support all the best teams out there, all the teams and all the players, because each of us and we are all working really hard to give you guys a good show and to represent our country, and also to get better at the game so we can get good results for our country. So keep supporting them and show them your love, and thank you.
Hi, this is Flash. I'm from Team RQ, representing Philippines. Coming into APAC Stage 2, expectations po namin is makamit namin na mag-qualify sa playoffs. Considered team po namin na rival is PaperX and then Boom Esports. Siguro yung binabantayan talaga namin is si Forsaken tsaka Jing, kasi silang dalawa yung parang star player or like aggressive player sa team nila. Siguro ma-overcome namin lahat by doing like positive vibe, kahit parang patalo na kami, enjoy lang kami and all. Thank you for watching us on VCT. Continue supporting us. Dahil sa inyo, nag-qualify kami sa APAC. Again, this is Flash from Team RRQ representing Philippines.
Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Here we are once again on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix on the panel, and we get to talk about the fantastic gameplay that Griffin Esports showed. Trix, absolute dominance over here.
Yes.
Great execution on these guys.
I think Griffin just being able to capitalize on the control that they were, on the space that they were given, and just, you know, taking those duels, taking the fights, being more proactive, hitting all of those insane shots as well, really knowing their crossfires. I think in general, Griffin performing better than I actually expected them to.
Well, on the flip side, I'm sad that my prediction didn't go through, but I'm telling you, Griffin deserved this win. They were just amazing today. Not just on Bind, but obviously on Breeze. What absolute dominance this guy just displayed. Again, like you said, they really started the rounds with the proactiveness that we always hope to see, especially with the point that Tash brought up, wherein you need mid control in a map as big as Breeze, and whoever takes on mid, right? Tash is the team that gets to control the flow of the round.
Yeah, so I think that map control just wasn't there for mid. It was very rare that we saw them like take more than one entrance when they entry onto the site. When it comes to defense and attack at the same time, and it was to the point that Griffin had full control to go wherever they want without consequence. And coming back to that, just because of how controlling Griffin was and how they managed to double down and great ability usage as well, I have to say I have never been more happy to be wrong about my prediction, because Griffin today came back swinging, and it's very, very apparent that they learned a lot from day one. But for now, when we talk about like these players here, I really wanted to highlight how a team always has a star player, as Trix always mentioned to me earlier, like we see some people, but for Griffin I didn't really see a player really shine, and that's a good thing, because it means that everyone is stepping up and doing their job and not allowing one player to really outshine each other. And in a lot of situations as well, even though Shufat can take so many kills and just go crazy and take up so much space, it's because his teammates knew how to enable him as a duelist, providing the information, providing flashes and cover as well, which means that he can go in without worrying too much that he'll be taken out immediately as he's on site.
Absolutely. And we were talking about, again, the space taking. Was it just me, or were the majorities of the fight at the beginning of the rounds were around like what? The attacker spawn? You could really see Griffin pushing
in, yeah.
My question though, Trix, was when was Myth gonna push out halls? I was really waiting for them to do that.
I think I really only saw them push halls once, and it was to open the door and break the chamber trap. I was hoping they'd learn that, oh, that's a good thing to do, and they do it again. But I feel they were scared to take the duels, maybe. They wanted to take pressure somewhere else. And heartbreaking for me to see the KO a little underutilized. I feel when you have a KO, you wanna get impact on those flashes, on the knives, just for information on where the opponents are. And I feel that too many times, there wasn't a pop flash play. There wasn't that flash going into double doors to try and get that jet to reposition, another flash to push them further back. Rather, it was a lot of times just dry peaks. And of course, on the flip side, Griffin's KO just doing so well, grabbing that MVP, and I think really well deserved.
Honestly, right now, when you think about Winner being MVP, I still gotta say, like, everyone is an MVP, but this was what we have, so let's talk about it a little bit. So for Winner, I think in general, like, his performance has just been stellar in forms of how he plays with his teammates and how aggressive and how confident he is with his gunplay. And I have to say, it's very different, Griffin Esports, compared to day one. And it's hella crazy thinking about it, because on day one, we were just kind of like a little bit saying, we were just talking about like how it felt like Griffin wasn't really reaching that potential that they have coming here. But it seems like when they came back here today, they said, you know what, I feel like we're disappointed our Filipino fans. We really want to represent. We really got to step up. And of course, the cacas happened too. But I just want to say that I'm just really happy to see this sort of change and this sort of adaptability. It's just that confidence coming in as well from them. I have to say, it also comes from the fact that Myth wasn't reacting to any of their plays, and they felt like, and in a way, they just went on momentum. They went on this overheat, and not overheat, they just went on heat, but they didn't overheat. They were still very, very disciplined not to be punished in those aggressive pushes and those sorts of situations.
Well, we're already on the topic of Winner, right? Absolute great, phenomenal player over here. But there was this one interesting round, which Trix was the one who actually pointed this out, was that he had the perfect timing to his ultimate. We're not exactly sure if that was an accident, but he had low HP, he was about to die, but he pressed his ultimate.
It's coincidental.
Yeah, no one walks away. And then he gets knocked down, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, we weren't sure if it was intentional because he got revived over there. And it just gave them the man advantage yet again. And it's just so interesting how from time to time even these players make us wonder whether that was an actual execution or just an accident that worked out in their favor. But again, GGWP to Made in Thailand. Unfortunately, your APAC run ends here. Great games nonetheless, and we were lucky to witness all of it. On to the next series though. Once again, a make or break match. The first team is the Superstars of India. They wowed all of India as they finished as a best of 5 series against Enigma Gaming, 3-2. They're hoping to prove that South Asia is the future of Valorant, but they'll have to start in this battle over here. Here's Global Esports. If you guys caught on over to the break that we had earlier, it was actually SK Rossi being interviewed over there. So it's very important for our audience out there to also watch the breaks that we have here on the show, because you get a glimpse of what these players are actually like. But Tash rather, on the game, how are they like?
Global Esports is a team that I have to say is one, not only just a top team in India, they're also very, I would say, adaptable, and they really have seen a lot of improvements since stage number 1. However, I still think that throughout the entire roster for Global Esports, SK Rossi is still the player to look out for. In a lot of situations where his team is in trouble, he's always going to be there, just really shining, catching people off guard, and just making those high impact big plays that can enable the team. And this is where my concern comes out for them. If they only rely on SK Rossi, it could mean trouble, because there are certain rounds where SK Rossi isn't able to do impact. I'm really hoping to see the other members really step up and really show up as a team instead of being Global Esports instead of being SK Rossi and friends.
SK Rossi, definitely a controversial player with his amazing gameplay, but like as you said, the question is, will his teammates be able to keep up with him? Because that's what we really need them here. For them to step up, and just the same with Griffin Esports, wherein we didn't have like this super highlighted player because everybody just performed phenomenally. We need that here as well. We need that for every single team stepping up here on APAC. Now, hoping to beat them, of course, is a team on the other side. Global Esports is faced with a team that are referred to as the Kings of PH. Their play-ins run was nothing short of admirable. PH supporters have always hoped to see this team make it far, and now they fight to keep that dream come true. Here's Regum Qeon. If on the side of Global Esports, we're so used to SK Rossi performing, who do you think is like the counterpart over here on RRQ?
I would be split between Nexi or Kelly S. We've seen Nexi dominate on that Sentinel, being able to get information, and Kelly S also just having that explosive entry and making space for his teammates, regardless of whether he gets a frag or not. He gets the space, gets the information for his team to go in. We also have some amazing players on the side of RQ, and teamwork, I think, that could be worked on a little bit more, being a little more decisive, a little more confident in where they want to take information, but not taking information just for the sake of information, but taking it because there's a hit that they want to make, there's a place that they want to go to. I think Tuge on that controller also does some fancy work there, being able to trick their opponents, keep them on their toes, guessing on where he is. But ultimately, I wouldn't say there's one person in particular I'm thinking, yeah, that's the one to look out for, because I think all of them are the ones to look out for.
Well, like I said, that's the dream here. That's the dream composition, the dream team play that we need on this level of play. Now, hey, these players are just amazing all around. I know that Tash actually mentioned a little bit about SK Rossi and friends. It's not to say that she doesn't believe in the rest of the team. It's just that SK Rossi is such a shining star.
He is just.
He really is.
He's absolutely insane how he's able just kind of peek out, get 2 to 3 picks, and then just go away in a lot of situations. And you see him almost always the last man still alive for his team. He does this insane clutches as well. But this is what I want to say: clutches are great. It's a good thing. But I would like to see rounds ended with most of his teammates still up and alive, and also a great usage of utilities as well to keep each other alive. Not rather just saying like, oh, okay, that we're still winning rounds, but the win condition is having SK Rossi to clutch for us.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good clippable clutch round moment as much as the next person, but when you're inside that team, wouldn't you prefer a flawless round? Isn't that the best case scenario that you guys could always hope for as you get into the match? I mean, Trix, you've had a taste of competition over here. What do you think?
I think there are always going to be those players that you feel that you can rely on. And I'm not going to say that there's no team with that. Every player can be relied on. It's just sometimes there are those players that have more experience, have more comfort in those high pressure situations that tend to shine. I think in general, global esports has a lineup that can shine throughout, but it might just be that they feel that that player in particular might have the cool confidence and that kind of cool, calm, collected moment whenever he's in that pressure. And I think SK Rossi has been doing a fantastic job, but I think everyone on GES has been doing very well in terms of enabling that kind of entry.
I forgot which pair of casters. It was probably Konki and Komodo who brought this up. They were asking us, do you think that this team is like forcing the rounds a little bit so that they can have these like clippable moments because they always seem to clutch? I can't remember if it was also a global esports game, but wouldn't that be funny though? Like, you know what, guys? Let me have this moment. Let me have my ace. Why don't you guys just give up the moment for now? You think it was Cerberus? Probably was.
I do think so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's insane. Okay, Trix, again, you have been in the competitive scene, right? Have there been instances, be honest with us, there been instances wherein you told your teammates, go get your ace, like in the middle of a competitive match? Really?
Yes. I think every team goes through it, especially if you have the advantage and they're on that 4K. There are two kinds of teammates. You have one that's saying, go get the ace, and the other one that's hunting for that last kill.
Oh, it feels like me.
Not giving your ace.
It feels like me. Everyone's just like, they're just doing it, and I'm just like, oh, I'm just securing it. I'm just making sure no one dies.
Yeah, but to be fair, there are times where, you know, I have players that say, go get the ace, and I'll tell them, no, I just want the round. Like, I don't care if I get that ace, but if we end up throwing because we're chasing that ace, that's on us. So
I mean, we've seen it happen before. I mean, it happens all the time. So it's I think Valorant is one of those games that is just absolutely crazy. When you have one player who's able to get the isolation or just get that perfect spray transfer, they can just immediately just straight up turn the tides around, and you don't want that to happen.
I absolutely don't. And even if, for example, I do get my ace, but it was an expensive ace, like getting 3 or 4 people out of my team just so I could get that 5-man kill, I don't think it's worth it if we're thinking on a competitive level over here. On rank, yeah, probably, it's my moment, but other than that, not really. But on the board right now, Fracture and Icebox Tash just getting banned as we begin.
Okay. This split was just announced that it was going to be removed soon, so might as well see as many split competitive as we can, right? So I'm really glad to see this map. So for Icebox on Global, personally from last stage, I saw that they didn't really have such a great run on Icebox, so getting this out of the way perhaps gives them a bit of an advantage. Either that or RQ has been performing on this map. Personally, I think Ascent is a great map for GES, knowing that they are able able to, if they know the map properly, they know how to take mid, that would be great. So for now though, I'm just a little bit worried for them just because of the SK Rossi situation. However, coming back to like the other teammates, I think Kappa has been absolutely great as well in just getting those information, and Hellranger has been great as well in terms of helping the team. So perhaps this map may just be like their savior for coming back or making sure they can come back on top. Regardless, if they know how to play that way on a set, I don't think split should be a problem, knowing if they can have the area and mid, if they can have the whole mid control, the whole map should be theirs.
You know, on the side of RRQ, they need to get the first 2 wins already. I don't think that they've been performing really well on Haven, especially in the past couple of games that we saw them here. But very good pick for them. For the split, of course, that's our favorite map. They really thrive here. But hey, Trix, we pointed this out before and we're pointing it down again. They need to get rid of the traps or the setups that Nexi has if they're gonna go up in split over here for global esports.
I'd like to think with the sheer amount of times I have said this on broadcast that somebody has picked it up out there saying, hey, you know what, that's right, we should start kind of bullying Nexi a little bit. I don't mean for them to like, you know, fight Nexi head on, because he is great at positioning and he's great for that information, but just to deny him that information would give GES the leg up that they might need for split.
I think that comes back. I mean, we did talk about information, that there was a game where both teams were just adapting throughout the entire game, and then to the point that both teams were denied information. And I feel like for maps like Split, especially when if you want to deny, if you can deny as much information as possible and then sort of just burst or just take a site, suddenly post plant becomes so difficult for the other team.
Yeah. Okay, you said to bully Nexi. I don't think the casters are too happy hearing you say that you want Nexi to be bullied. They find Nexi very low. But of course, I know you're referring to the game, and Global Esports really has to shut him down if they want a shot at this game. But hey, how is Global Esports, how do you think they're gonna fare on split over here, Trix?
I feel like it depends. I know that we've seen some teams really dominate on split, especially if they're able to have that control over the map, push them back a little bit more. But we do know that RRQ has that ability to have explosive plays. Sometimes they don't care if they're going into a stack because they're so confident that no matter what, they're going to get rid of everyone. So I just feel like it might be a little difficult on split, but on Ascent, GS might have that upper hand, because RRQ does have that tendency to second guess themselves on other maps.
Yeah. You know what I'm really excited to, as we go into split later? Kelly S on the judge.
Oh, I thought judge for a second.
No!
I mean, split is kind of known to be that judge map, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out.
There's a lot of tight corners to play in as well. I'm just really excited to see how exactly each team plays on attack. I mean, defense, we know that defense is a little bit easier on that map, but seeing some teams play attack, seeing defense as attack, that makes it a whole another level of fun. We've seen Barax play it, so it's always so exciting to see how much map control you can get. And I mean, Split, I would say it's a small map, but yet it feels so big at the same time, but not as big as what Fracture can feel. So long as we know, I think what's really important about Split is ability usage, is knowing when exactly to pop it and moving with the abilities.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this now and I'm wondering what's gonna happen. Like, here we go again on split. It's just always so crazy. Did you guys happen to catch whether Global Esports was going defender first or attacker first?
I would imagine they would just pick to go defender first. Split is one of those maps where you want to get that defender side in
and
because of how difficult. Yeah, you want that momentum to start off. And I know that I decided on RRQ, as the rest of the panel did. It's.
You want to change your mind? You want to change your mind? You want to have some South Asian representation?
No more. You locked it in. Touch move.
I mean, but personally for me, even though I did predict, RRQ. We may just be proven wrong again. I think South Asian teams is a team that has a lot of fans, a lot of support, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure onto them, especially as they really, really want to put South Asia on the map for professional Valorant esports. So I can sort of expect a different sort of gameplay from Global just because of that. However, coming from track records from RRQ, the explosive gameplay really, really suits maps like Split.
You know why I was asking earlier what side Global Esports actually chose? Because I've seen a lot of these RRQ matches here on Split. They always struggle as attacker, and then they turn the game around as they become defenders. That is the pattern over here. And that's still what I'm expecting to see here, unless, of course, Global Esports have really done their research and are like, we're so ready. We knew you were going to pick it. It's your best map. Of course, you're going to bring it out on the eliminations match. So I'm ready. Bring it on.
I mean, when you think about Split, usually, yes, defender heavy, and some teams don't really know how to play as aggressive as they want on Split, which is so totally understandable. But personally, for me, if you're able to get 4 or 5 points on attack, that's all you need before you go into the second half. You should pretty much have a pretty, I would say, safe route going into defense. However, if say that they're not able to get a single point or they don't have a lot of points, it's really scary when it comes to defense, because sometimes there are teams that just thrive on attack, even on defense as well, and that gets really scary. You want to play it as safe as possible and at least get that 4 to 5 points before you go into the second half.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with the 4 to 5 points, but I have full faith on RRQ over here. They've done it time and time again, wherein it was very difficult for them to come back from the attacker harshness that they had to run through. But put them on defender, put Nexi on A or B site, that's what it is. But again, the big question is, how much are they going to rely on Nexi with his setups over here? And how well of a read is Global Esports going to go into this? We're going to find the answers in just a bit, but I'm just saying that we can't expect anything. Like, even though my heart is really set on RRQ winning this first map, I honestly don't know what Global Esports is going to bring to this table this time around. Again, my predictions were locked. All of our predictions were locked, but I'm nervous. I don't want PH teams to get eliminated so early on. I feel like Trix could probably share the same sentiments.
I definitely do share that sentiment. It's just that, I've been proven wrong. I've been surprised and pleasantly surprised at that. With how teams have been performing, I feel that a lot of teams have really gone into it maybe expecting one thing, doing another thing, a little uncertain at the start, finding themselves, and it's a process. For teams that have been knocked out, for teams that are still in the running, I find that it's time for them to figure out their strengths and their weaknesses. But also, when you find your strengths, you have to decide, are you going to fix your weaknesses or just make your strength so formidable that people can't play against it?
I'm just thinking of the previous series that we had. You know how we talked about Myth having adjusted from Bind, or they needed to adjust the way they use their utilities, and then we went into Breeze and there were hardly any utilities that actually made an impact in that game. I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case here. I want them to have that responsible use of utility, the discipline. I just need to see it. I need to see it happen. This is a make or break game. You can't afford to make mistakes.
I think it comes down to what you rely on to win your duels. And if you're relying on aim to win your duels, while the other team is relying on that crossfire, on that utility, on always getting themselves that advantage, you're going to find yourself stuck. And I feel that RRQ in particular has also been that team that, although they have great aim, they rely on their utilities a lot in order to push the opponents a certain way, to push them into angles that they want them to be in, which also makes them malleable to certain maps with what's happening. The only downfall and exploit that you can take with RRQ is that they can become indecisive and they can second guess themselves a lot and be like, okay, we got the pick here. Sometimes they're over-disciplined and slow themselves down a little too much. Global Esports being that kind that, they have a plan and they take action with it.
Yeah.
While RQ is like, we have a plan, we took some action in it, but we're not certain anymore if this is what we want to do.
I mean, we talked about that about other teams as well, about that being too disciplined, too rigid. And I think, yes, playing by the book is always good, but sometimes there are some situations where you gotta play by your gut. And playing by your gut and playing this sort of instinct game is something that I would feel and push all towards Global. Because they are a team that's just so, I wouldn't say flexible, but they know how to adjust on the fly. They know how to adjust based on situation. It's not like okay, this round is gone, let's take a moment, really think about it and change about it next round. No, and I really like this flexibility coming from Global Esports, but at the same time, they're not necessarily the most disciplined, I have to say, compared to RRQ. So this is where you have to kind of find that sweet spot, being too disciplined and playing instinctively, because after all, this is a game where you have to rely on your senses. Sometimes your gut just has the answer and you just gotta trust it. And I feel like that's something that SK Rossi has, because in a lot of situations you see him kind of like changing up a little bit his micro plays, and you can see his trigger discipline is absolutely amazing. That's why he's able to get 2 to 3 picks in just one go.
I think I recall one time watching SK Rossi play where it was just this, I believe, and he was in U-Haul, just to get those frags at the back line and getting himself out of that position, just being able to reposition himself, put himself up for those frags and really going at it. I think when I saw those plays coming in from Global Esports, I was thinking, wow, they're actually really smart. I mean, not like surprised kind of smart, but in the sense that they're playing it well. They're playing Valorant. We've watched some matches, and I'm sure everyone has been through this, where you feel it's a little underwhelming. You're not so certain if it's really like the Valorant you were hoping to watch. Not as much team composition, not as much team play, a little bit of the dry peaks. You just see the aim is getting highlighted. And I felt like I'm looking forward to watching Global Esports against RQ, because I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting a lot of that teamwork, the team synergy, and using what Valorant has given us.
Hey. Yeah, I see your points, Trix. Very valid, all of them. I just think that Tash kind of froze over there for a little bit, but I could see her face agreeing. Anyway, we're going to split. No surprises on the side of RRQ. I don't think so, but is this a composition that we've seen on Global Esports' side before, Trix?
I believe it is a composition we have seen on Global Esports side. They have run that fade and reach combination before alongside that raise. I find that very powerful, especially on close corner map like Split. On the other side, we have RQ running, their somewhat more default, although I believe they usually ran the breach before, if I'm not mistaken.
This was the composition.
They always have that Sage. So I think, in terms of Global Esports, they're able to pressure more sides of the map than RRQ will be able to.
Yeah, I think the how's the word to say, the recon, the information that can come through from Global Esports is amazing, but at the same time, that Sage, I wouldn't say it's a staple or anything, but that wall can be like I would say a game changer at certain times, not only to buy time, but also deny the mid control. And on top of denying mid control, if you do still have the wall for a post plants, also it can be very, very big. There is one particular wall that's very interesting, and I think that's a very controversial wall, especially since Tens talked about it in stage back in early this year, how when people put walls across B main as they walk onto B site, and despite that, we still see pros as well still do it. But in this situation, when you have a raise, I don't know if it's wise to ever be doing that wall. But in Malaysia, Singapore, I've been seeing a lot of teams still do it, and I question, is it a bad wall or a good wall, or is it a situational thing? What do you think, Trix?
It's definitely situational. I've had moments where having a Sage on my team, I want them to wall off that side because it also baits a lot of utility. So sometimes it's best for you to just throw up that wall, wait for them to react to it, because that's when you get the fades throwing things in, you get the rays throwing their grenade in, and then you can just kind of walk past it afterwards.
Oh yeah, I think that's like the really big thing you want to wait for. It's just like utility waiting over on split, and I feel like a lot of teams expend so much not allowing people to come onto site, trying to just wait, just trying to just take site per se. And then suddenly after post plant you have nothing, and this is what is really important: that ability timing.
We can't forget that Global Esports is a team that's unafraid to throw their utility, unafraid to just use their ultimate abilities at any given time. They don't really focus too much on saving it. They're like, wait, you know what? I'm gonna use my ult like right now. That's how they were. That's how they were in Bayern. I specifically remember that game, and I believe that that's gonna be the one that we see today. So maybe a little bit troublesome if we do that stage wall, because all of the players are gonna be funneled onto one side of the site. But with everything set in motion for these two teams, I hope that the casters are ready, because here they are. Get ready, get set, go.
Magandang hapon, mga kaibigan! It is time na para sa ating Filipino showdown, my friend. Ako po ay si Dax. At ito po, ang kapa kong si Dax Red. Ay, si Bill pala.
Pero Dax.
Dax Red. Pero, isipin mo itong araw na to, dalawang PH match. Bukas may PH match ulit, Pinoy Pride. At ito, dito tayo magsisimula. RRQ versus Global Esports.
Masaya ako, parang Dax, syempre nandito kasi nagkakaslan tayo together. Pag Masters, pag Champions. Pero ngayon, magkasama tayo dito sa Asia Pacific Group Stages, of course, and syempre kalaban ngayon ng RRQ, syempre ng Global Esports from India. And this is gonna be really amazing kasi makikita natin ngayon kung paano ba ito 2-0 ng RRQ ito. Ito, ganito lang yan Kung gusto nyo bang magkaroon ng Filipino broadcast, mga kaibigan, huwag nyo kaming pagsamahin ni Dax. Yun yung number one rule.
Malala to kasi hanggang lang tayo, mga 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Oo, ganun
Nakikita ko na paano nagiging medyo Tito Civil pakatapos nun Pero
pag ganung oras kasi, konti na lang nanonood diba? Hindi pwedeng maraming makapanood sa ating dalawa. Pero si Tuge, nilabas na nga talaga ang bird niya.
Ay, nako, yun pa nga may team na Prowler naghahabol. At ito problema ko, nag-prepare ako mag-speaking in the dollar 80s broadcast dapat. Napunta ako dito, pero si Kelly pinuntahan si Hellranger. Umpisa pa lang, malakas na RRQ. And your champions. Ganun ba yun gawin?
Ganun yan pare. Nakuha mo. Parang pwede ka dito sa Tagalog broadcast. Pero it's actually Kappa and Skills na nandito side ng GS right now. Pero ng Drax, literal na talagang tinadad ng classic ngayon si Skills. So it's all up to one. Kappa, siya lang natitira dito. 4v1 right now. Nexi, yes, is low. Pero Kappa, for sure, hindi naman talagang kayang ubusin ng 4 na players ngayon ng RRQ. Pero this is the flank coming in from Daxi already. But the Fontan is there. Para syempre mas mahirap talaga ang ginagawa na pero ngayon to get with that swing, with a kill. 1-0 already. And your champions already, RRQ! Ito na! Game 2 na! Okay na, tama na! Game 2 na, naka 1-0 na! Tama na!
1-0 na, tapos na yung series, diba? Panalo na RRQ. Next round na sila, okay na. Goodbye, South Asia.
Of course, sa English yung pag-uusapan nyo talagang this is actually one of the best maps ni Nexi. Not just RRQ, which is apparently si Nexi, si Direct Nexi. Kasi naka-cyper siya Oh, idol ko rin yan
Yun, yung CCTV niya, tingin talaga sa lahat Bigla lahat ng scandal, lahat ng galawan, huling-huli dito ni Nexy. Ano kasi? Hindi kasi yun, Bill. Isipin. Hindi yun.
Ito nga talaga yung dahilan Huwag nyo kasi kami pagsamahin. May mga lumalabas na hindi dapat dito kay Dax
Alam mo kasi, sa English broadcast, ito yung time na mag-big brain ako. I-explain ko paano nakapasok din yung RRQ. Hindi! Chika lang tayo dito. Dire-diretso lang.
Usapan lang. Ganito lang ngayon, Besa. Nakapasok sila kasi malakas sila. Yun lang yun.
Tama. Kasi ito si Kelly S. Di ba parang si Kenny S pero mas malakas pa siya kay Kenny S. Hindi ako nanonood
di ba?
Pero maganda yun. Pag nakaka-first entry talaga si Kelly S, laking tulong nung sa Sersha. Hirap siya. Pero partida lang yun sa Sersha kasi gusto nila talunin yung Global Esports at ito RRQ. Mid-control, tingin-tingin muna kung ano kaya makikita nila dito. Pero ito talaga meron silang gun advantage. Comfort pick nila to. At alam natin para sa PH side, RRQ, one of the best teams coming out from the Philippines to play split.
Not just here in the Philippines, but the whole Asia Pacific as well. Pero kind of cross, we're gonna go to the hands of Nexy right now. There's actually the push na inaantay natin ngayon sa RRQ mga kaibigan. And now Kalias with that aggression will get a kill onto one as well. Pero that is a swing from to get. Take one out, spray and pray though. And mukhang talaga po na magagawa si Angel dito kasi mga kaibigan, Pilipinas lang sa kalam. Tandaan nyo yan. Actually, hindi ko alam kung ano ginagawa ni SK Rossi dun kasi sobrang open yan dito sa may B. Ano ginagawa mo dito sa gitna? Ba't ka nasa gitna, men? Magtago ka! Kasi papunta na yung RRQ, pre! Hindi naman nasa gitna,
Pre, parang tumatawid ka ng 8-sub. Ba't mo gagawin yun, diba? Delikado. At sa totoo lang, ganun medyo si SK Rossi ang tapang makipag-duel. Stats-wise, 1,000 first kills na siya sa buong mundo. Grabe, diba?
Ano ba naman yung mga players ng GS, hindi man lang makapatay kahit isa, si Lightning Fast lang ang merong 1 kill dito? Diyos ko, ang dali-dali mag-Valorant, hirap na hirap kayo.
Nag-ready na ba? Nag-ready ba si Lightning Pass para sa tour sa next month? Ganun ba yun?
Man, ito na ata yun no? Talagang hahanapin talaga niya ang Mjolnir at Stormbreaker dito. Pero wala namang magagawa dyan. Literal na babasagin lang
Mjolnir
nila.
ba? Di ba MJOL yung tawag dun sa Dota dati?
Sa Dota yun, MJOL yun. EMJOL yun ang basa dun. Pero hindi naman talaga ganun ng mga kaibigan. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon ang nagkipapunta lang dito sa may A. Pero Hellrage will actually take one down. Pero pag yung mga kaibigan with that swing, there's a lot of players out there from RRQ that really want to take down GS. And ito na nga nakikita natin ngayon. That is the push from RRQ. And probably we're gonna plant the spike already. So rotation of GS, mga kaibigan. Yung iba pumunta lang dito sa may screen. Yung iba sa heaven for sure. They need to go to heaven. Kasi sobra sila nakakramp up dun sa may screens. Parang namang hindi professional itong mga to. Parang nasa isang posisyon lang talaga sila.
Global Esports, sumipad pa ng Singapore para makapaglaban, pero RRQ pa rin.
Nasa Singapore ba sila ngayon?
Oo, nasa Singapore. Gastos pa. Buti pa yung RRQ. Nasa bahay lang at pinapatay na ang lahat. Draxi, Tuge, ayan na. Bonus na 3-in-1. Pati naman. 3-0 RRQ.
Nagsayang kayo ng pera. Sana, dyan na lang kayo sa India. At kita mo naman, di ba? Siyempre si Lightning Fast na nga isa na. Malamang si Hell Ranger na inggit. Umisa rin. Yung tatlo, wala man lang patay kahit isa. Gumastos na nga kayong lahat pero hindi nga kayo makapatay kahit isa. Ginawa nyo na to last time. Uulitin nyo ulit ngayon. Lumipat ulit kayo sa Singapore pero wala namang magagawa.
Di ba nakita mo na yung stats na yon? MYSG statistics of win rate. PaperX, mga 60 to 100%. Global Esports, 0% pa rin. Kaya talaga, paano na? Kasi RRQ kalaban mo. Paano ka mananalo? Sa pangalan niya, Kelly S, Kelly, tas may S, maraming Kelly at maraming mapapatay yan.
Capital pa, no? Yung S?
Diba?
Grabe. Mga kaibigan, ito nga pala ang Vildax. Ang sarap pakinggan, di ba? Kasi totoo yun. Pero Hell Ranger, mga kaibigan, is in a tough spot right now because Nexy is just right there to catch his head already. Nexy, apakan mo ko. Ako pa magsisori sa'yo. Pero Lightning Fast, mga kaibigan, push it already. With all these utilities sa gamit niya, hinabon na ka siya ng pages. Hinabon na rin siya ng Rumble dito. Pero nga naman mga makakatago ata siya. But this is gonna be a 5v3. At kung napapansin mo, halos yung mga players sa RRQ, halos kahit isa, wala pa rin nababawasan kahit isa. Pero nga na skills, mga kaibigan, mga kapatid dito ng isa rin din talaga. 2v3 right now. Skills will gonna be down for the count. And it's all up to Lightning Fast with just that Arcane Sheriff. Pero yun nga lang, that is the swing from Darcy with a ball bang. 4 kamote! score naman kahit isa!
Naku, mukhang pwede 5 pa. Pero pre, ito yun eh. Tumingin ako sa labas ng bintana. Nakita ko maaraw pa. Asa na yung clouds? Asa na yung lightning? Wala! At wala siya makuha talaga dito. At kitang-kita natin, RRQ, ginagawa lang nila yung ginagawa nila na madalas. Nexy, taga-tambay lang ng A-site. Upo doon, parilin kung sino man nagpagpakita, hihingi ng ID. Pero walang pinapakita yung Global Esports. Yun tuloy, binigyan ng pink slip, nagka-demerit pa. Wala na, hindi na ako nakapasok ng klase. Naku.
Oo. Kailan mo naman si Scrosy, tsaka si SK Roche, tsaka si Kappa, di ba? Hindi man lang nakakaisa. Di ba? Ano ba naman yan?
Pre, si SK Rossi face of South Asia. Siya yung
tama
icon.
yan. Oo,
Dapat, di ba?
oo.
Pero parang nakita ko dito, itlog, pre.
Kumbaga siya yung Vilma.
Totoo. Kasi si Phil, guys, wag mo na kalimutan, caster extraordinaire, pro player pa. Kung mahirapan yung Team Secret bukas, alam mo na sino magsasub, biglang may mawawala sa casting desk.
Bukas. Pwede nyo akong makita sa Team Secret. Pero makikita natin if ever ganun ba talaga mangyayari kasi ito na naman yung isang GS. Diyos ko po, gustong-gusto pang lumaban. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, nung nag 1-0 na, next map na. Sinabihan na nga kayo, ayaw nyo pa rin talagang matuto.
Totoo naman. Hindi ka pinapakinggan. Kasi hindi ka maintindihan, Vil. Nagtatagalog ka masyado. Englishin mo kasi.
Hey guys! We
Sige
told
nga.
you already. Now after that first round, go to the second map already, man. Come on, man.
Oh my God, you're so perfect for the English
Of course,
broadcast.
dude. Come on, man. I'm actually
English
built for the
broadcast.
English broadcast, bro. I'm actually built for that. I'm actually here for the fans.
Para sa bayan.
Podcast,
Para
man.
sa
Of course,
Pilipino.
dude. Come on, man. Know what I'm saying?
I understand you, bro. No worry, that's not easier on the middle. Na lightning shot, laban na naman. Blast back para lang makatakas. Takot. Hindi kaya yung RRQ. At
Wala,
bigla
takot
na
sila.
lang rotate ulit kasi andito pa rin ang tropa natin si Nexy. Siya lang talaga yung taga-tambay dito sa bantay. At palagi na lang niya masasabi dito sa
Tambay sa
RRQ. Pwede tayo pumunta dito sa A-side.
Of course. This is actually the Great Wall of Nexy, mga kaibigan. Napanood na natin yan back then nung SVM part. Talaga hindi sila makakapasok when Nexy is around. And doon talagang cypher pa siya. Literally, talagang sobrang bagay talaga sa kanyang role talaga na Sentinel because he's been playing that hindi naman talaga siya nagpalit ng role kahit ano mangyari. And for that cypher pick na ginagawa niya, this is actually his best pick here in this map. He's actually his best map as well. So, don't let the Filipino players play here in Split. Kasi itong Split, minsan na lang natin, hindi na natin makikita yan. Dito na lang natin talaga makikita yan sa VCT. Kasi hindi na natin malalaro yan in a few days. Pero, we're gonna plant the spike already. Everyone will gonna go here and A with a rotation, pero for sure, RRQ is gonna cut off everyone like yung ginagawa ngayon ni Rebel. Tinatry niya na mag-cut off dito sa Heaven para syempre makakuha siya na dito ng mga content pickups or whatnot. Pero yun nga, that is the Nightfall already. We're gonna catch 2. Wala silang marinig yun, pero at least nakikita pa rin talaga sila. Pero it's all up to skills right now, and he's gonna fall down into the hands of Rabbit. Literal na 5 kamote!
Ay, nako.
5 eto mga kaibigan, 0!
Pre, nagbibilang lang ako sa isang kamay. Yun yung points dito ng RRQ. Ngayon, umpisa pa lang, wala na nakukuha yung Global Esports. At tama ka, dumilim yung paligid. Pero yung nasaksak dito sa Split, yung Global Esports, ang ganda nung pagpasok dito ni Rabbit talaga eh. Pumunta na siya, pumunta sa tower mismo. At dahil lang nakuha niya yung position at yung backstab na yun, ano na magagawa ng Global Esports? Wala. At pinaka-problema pa, nai-aim diff sila ng RRQ eh.
Yeah, ano ba kasi malakas nga ang mga Pinoy, men? Isipin mo kahit anong aspeto, Pinoy lang sa kalam, tandaan nyo yan. Oo, diba? At wala silang ginagawa, literal na nagbe-bait lang sila sa isa't isa na akala mo nandun siya, yun silang master ng mga, alam nyo na yun. Pero, here in this game, Kelly S, here in mid though. Pero mukhang ika-cut off yata yung mga players ngayon dito sa may Heaven, mga kaibigan. Ang problema din talaga ng GS, wala silang pera dito. Literal na 0 ang pera nila. Oo, meron silang pera pero yung sheriff lang ang gamit nila. Ano magagawa niyan sa Phantom of Vandal na mga kalaban nila? Literal na wala in terms of utilities. Oo, meron sila. Pero hindi naman talaga nila kakayanan makalaban dito ang RRQ kasi alam naman nila natalo na sila. Time!
Hindi ko alam kung pwede ka dapat sa sa debate o sa flip top, diba?
Pareho!
Pareho.
Oo.
Diba? Si Tropang Sey, biglang nadamay sa'yo eh. Mag-1v1 kayo.
Oh, literal. Uy, kaklase ko yun, men. Literal. Pero, ito na si Rabbit, mga kaibigan, pushing in already with that wall. Pero mukhang kailangan mo ng back away because of that flash na ginawa ka talaga ng GES right now. Pero Rabbit with that second swing, Kappa, nagpapagap ng yellow dito. Pwede kang magkaskas ng yellow, mga kaibigan, saktong-sakto. Pwede kang gumawa ng halo-halo kasi mainit ngayon. Pero Tuge, muntik na mga isipin nga lang, that is SK Rossi, though we're gonna fall down to Jaxi. Kappa and skills na lang titira dito sa side ng GES. RRQ is actually winning. They can actually push it to at 6-0. Isipin nyo, mas matagal pa yung pag-aantay natin kaysa sa paglalaro na itong dalawang to.
10
Mas matagal pa yung panic. Mismo, speedrun lang. Sabi ng RRQ, gusto pa. May puntahan pa katapos, pero Kappa, nagsama-sama na lang kay skills. Sheriff pa rin. Kailangan mo na one-tap surprise dito, pero wala eh. Inahandaan na. Si Rabbit, alam mo, kasama ko siya ng isang araw, tulog na tulog.
One enemy remaining.
Pero ngayon, gising na si Boss Rabbit! 6-0!
Sige, kantagin mo! Sige, turbuhin mo! Sige, pakamoy mo yung toklening, mga kaibigan na to na yun! 6-0! Ano ba yan?
There.
Enjoy ako dito. Masaya ako.
Oh, masaya dito talaga! Masaya pag nananalo! Pero masaya din pag natatalo!
Oo. Parang isipin mo, hindi mo na kailangan masyadong
Hindi namin!
Enjoy lang!
Diyos ko, ang dali-dali ng Valorant, pero bakit kahit isang score wala kayong mabigay? Tinan mo si Kappa, 0-6-0! Miski assist, wala! Ano ba?
Pero walang kaambag-ambag ngayon na. Medyo parang kung nag-DC na lang siya, baka may orb pa nga magamit dito yung Global Esports.
Ay, sakto! 0-6 namin! Pwede na mag-FF, tuturuan ko kayo! Press enter, press enter, forward slash FF, pagkatapos doon press F5! Yun lang ang gagawin nyo!
Diba? Problema lang, hindi na naman naririnig ng Global Esports yung payo, Boss Bill. Pero tama yan.
Hindi na naiintindihan. Okay lang yun. Kaya sa bansa nila, sila hindi naman nakakaintindihan.
Ay, sa partida lang yun. Kasi ito na may resonation. Anong showdown? I know exactly. Binalik pa nga. Sige, galing si Buhay sa Manila. Ito na si KDSN. Huling-huli pa si Lightning Pass. Hellraiser at Kappa. Ambag-ambag rin naman.
Busin nyo!
Sandahi na ba to? Patintero muna laro ni Tuge.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go!
Sa tingin ni Tuge!
Kappa! Sige! Bottom frag yan! Walang kill yan! Kahit isa, patayin nyo na yan! Habulin nyo! Walang kill yan! Kahit isa! Sige! Habulin! Ayun o! Wala ka pa rin kill hanggang ngayon! 0-7! Sige! Turbohin mo, Rabbit! Score naman kahit isa! Diyos ko naman! Isipin mo, gumising ang RRQ para dito!
Gumising tayo para dito. Para
Diyos
lang
ko!
pala manalo. Kung nag-on na lang sila ng stream sa FB, pareho lang yung mangyayari. Pareho lang yung result. Kita natin dito ha. Eto Vil, real quick, real talk. RRQ, mahina ang attacking side nila sa split compared to the defense. Attacking side 7-0 pa lang! Ano na palag ng global nito pag nagdepensa ng RRQ, pre?
Okay eh.
Ay, naku.
Ano ba? Pero nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Ito, sheriff na naman si SK Rossi, no? Of course, kailangan niyang mag-desperate buy dito. Wala siyang choice. Kung hindi mag-operator na lang din talaga. Pwede namang vandal, pero hindi. Marami daw siyang pera.
Ay, wala eh. Sabi niya, sige no, operator muna. Konting palag lang. Dito ko, may sinasabi ka kay Rock dito sa chat natin. Pero mga lightning pass. Nako. Natin dito. Kahit di light. Labi muna dyan. RRQ. Simula pa lang. Panalo na naman sila. Kasi yun.
Opo, si SK Rossi nakachamba na naman ang isa, mga kaibigan. Ilan na ba kills niya? Dalawa? Dalawa na ata. Oh, basta hindi more than 5. Pero lightning fast. Oh, ano ginagawa mo? Tapo ng showstopper, pero hindi mo naman alam kung meron tao doon. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ is actually here in A already. Rumba will be deployed. Pero hindi na lang gusto talaga pupunta. Lumabas na rin talaga yung mga Pechay ni Sky dito, mga kaibigan. Still 4v4 to. Pero it's just a pickles na talaga kailangan ng GS para syempre makabawi dito kahit paano. Pero ang problema lang din talaga is syempre yung mga sheriff na gamit nila. One tap to the head. Yes, pwede mangyari yun. Pero syempre hindi naman sila tumatama. So hindi na pwede mangyari yun. Pero pag yung mga kanina sa birdie na with that blunt SK Rossi nakasama ng isa 3v2 of this game. It's all up to SK Rossi. Ilabas mo ang operator mo. Mas mahaba ang vandal ko. Tandaan mo.
Pinoy Vandal over South Asian Operator. Tama lang yan! Paranoia tinamaan para si Nexi yung taga-resback. I got you, fam! Nandito lang ako sa likod mo. At talaga, yun yung tunay na tropa eh. Nexi, Traxi, takal na. SB Empire. Yung hindi SB Empire na squad. Balik SB Empire. Hindi SB Empire. Balik SB Empire. Balik RRQ. Sama-sama pa rin. At talaga, laking bagay na nadala na rin dito si Nexi at si Drax sa APAC Stage. Bill, kasi ako sinasabi ko na matagal na. Local legend yan, especially si Nexi. Buti na lang, nandito na at nang dudurog sa APAC si Nexi at si Draxi.
Durog, men. Tandaan nyo, pag ako nagkaanak, Draxi ang pangalan, dalawa din yung ay sa dulo.
Nung laban nila sa Bleed, parang ano yun, di ba? May Nexi, may Draxi,
Oo.
Maxi,
Lahat sila may si, tandaan nyo, si Nexi lang ang sexy. Pero, like, dire-diretso kayo, pero check your corners, kapatid. Ano ka ba? Nakasama yan sa basics ng Valorant 101, pero ba't hindi mo ginagawa? Pero yung mga players nga na is here in B already, and it's now, wala ata magawa ang GS. Ano ginagawa nila dun sa A? Magsisave kayo? 3-man save? O kailangan yan. Kasi pag natalo kayo dito, wala naman kayong pera. Hinadukan na nga ni Draxi ngayon. Hellranger needs to back up because of the effect of that paranoia though. But Kappa, all the way from off top right now, from heavens above, this is now the kill na pwedeng gawin ngayon ni Kelly S. Kasi wala silang idea at all na meron tao na nagpapadya doon sa may likod nila. SK Rossi, hindi naman tumatama. 5 HP pero Kelly S with the push right now. We're gonna take down Kappa again. Pero nasa si Hellranger, nasa si SK Rossi. Pupuntahan namin kayo si Hellranger. Hellranger ka pala ha? Oo, pumunta ka sa impyerno. Pero si SK Rossi, nagpapantay pa. What? Dalawa pa nakapatay niya? Pero kaya ba niyang manalo dito? Malamang hindi!
Hindi. Wala na, tapos na yung round. Wala, partida na to. Sige, patayin mo sila lahat.
Okay lang.
Wala ka magagawa. Kasi
okay lang.
pa rin ang wakas dito. Panalo, 9-0 na naman.
SK Rossi, nakapatay. Last mo na yan!
Last na 8-8.
Okay.
8-8. Okay.
Besa, ito. Kahapon, hindi ako nakapag-cast ng PH team. Kasi something came up and you guys know that kung ano yun. Pero ngayon, sabi ko dun sa tweet ko, babawi tayo ngayon. Pero, grabe naman yung pagbawi nyo ngayon, Bes! Literal na 8-0!
Hindi ba lang dinoble?
9-0 na pala!
9-9 mo na yung pagbawi mo na dito kasi yung
Oo!
RRQ.
Grabe!
Tayo ng pinakamagandang show nila sa APAC so far at tuloy-tuloy lang the gift that keeps on giving. Yan ang RRQ. Pero SK Rossi, sige nga, may matatamaan ka ba dito? Ang tanong, may palag ba ang South Asia? Ginampik ka lang!
Wala!
Hindi mo yan mapapatay, wala! Pero uy, sila
Chamba.
nakisama na rin, nag-off na rin sa kabila. O minsan lang kumakita daw na may dalawang off sa split. Sige, Global Esports, good luck sa inyo.
Oh, wala. Sige, napakaliit na mapa na to ha. Sige, op pa kayo. Sige, pinili nyo ang sabi ng RRQ. Pag gumugusto, binibigyan. Literal na talaga, binibigyan na talaga ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ yung GS. Kahapon di ako nakapag-cast ng game na to. Pero hindi ko naman talaga ini-expect na ganito ang mangyayari pagbalik ko. Pero, Kelly S, gonna push it already and he knows it already. Kaya nga lang lightning pass to the top of the court now. Because Kelly S, mga kapatid na talaga ng isa, which is si Hellranger. Pero nga lang today, gonna push it already. Alam nga natin dito sa Kelly, pero yung ginagawa mo! Magsi-showstopper ka pa! Ba't bigla ka napilay doon? Pero 3v2 on the game, winnable pa rin sa side ng RRQ. Okay lang yan. Kahit matalo kayo ng 4 na beses, 5 beses, panalo pa rin ng RRQ dito for sure. Pero everyone is here in A already. Kaya mas maganda yung position niya dito lang sa may gilid pag-after. Pero eto na, oh my god, nakapatay pa ng isa. 1v2 to get versus everyone. Together we're gonna plant the spike already and skills know it kung nasan ba. Pero dalawa pa ang kalaban niya. Oo, low siya. Pero malay mo, makapatay pa siya. Pero SK Rossi! Ano ginagawa mo dyan ha? I just score na ba kayo kahit isa? 2v1 na yan, hoy! Ano ba?
Kaya nga, 2G-free! 2GE! Mas magaling sa GE si Tuge! Pangalan pa lang!
Hoy! Lumpiang Tuge yan! Don't mess with the Filipinos! Natatandaan nyo yan!
Pinoy Pride!
One enemy remaining.
Diyos ko! Yan na ba yun? Gumising ang mga Pinoy dito? Seryoso ba? 0-10? Ano naman? Score naman kahit isa! Kahit isa lang oh! Men, pag nakascore ang GS kahit isa, mamimigay si Dax ng Battle Pass, tandaan nyo yan!
Grabe naman! Si Phil rin, pre! Valorant points,
Phil point, men!
Phil point, like and share! Huwag mo kalimutan yung stream ngayon! At yung stage na kaya,
2v3,
pero
2v3.
sige na,
2v3.
Pero,
Teka.
pre, wait lang. Kasi, distraction lang yan. Konting chismis lang. Kasi alam nangyari, sabi ng RRQ. Sige, laban kayo dyan. A-side sa amin na.
Grabe, nakikita na kayo si Rexy mga kaibigan, hindi kita yung bibig eh, no? Pero sa totoo lang, gigil na yan, men. Nakagat-kagat na siya yung labi niya. Pero next si mag-isa, 1v3. Ito na ata mo kapag bibigyan na ata ng RRQ. Kasi syempre ayaw nila maging sobrang malungkot ngayon yung mga players kayo ng GS mga kaibigan. And now, lightning fast. First point after 11 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Ano ba? 10-1! Baka maging 2-10 pa to. Pwede pa yun!
Sinasadya ng RRQ.
Oo, sinasadya ng RRQ. Kasi sabi nila, bigyan kaya natin ng 2-10 si Bill. Oo, salamat pre!
Oh, diba? Sakto lang. Pa-describe yung
Last
ginagawa
round
ngayon
before the
ng
switch.
RRQ. Global Esports. Magandang scoreline. Yun lang.
Diyos
Wala
ko!
ko yung sinasabi.
Men! 0-11-1 si Kapal! Literal na walang ambag!
Mas nakatulong pa talaga yung orb. Mas nakatulong pa yung pera na binibigay kung naka-disconnect siya ngayon. At grabe talaga tong RRQ. This is their house. Dito talaga sila
Bahay nila to eh.
Bahay nila to. Yung mga condos na yan, SMDC.
Oo,
sa kanila.
Bigay ng brand eh, no? Alam mo, yung tambayan ni Rexy dun sa mga ramen for sure. Pero ang kapal naman ang mukha mo! Hala, ang kapal ng mukha, bigla na lang dumediretso!
Feeling nila kaya nila yun?
Nakascore lang! Gusto pang manalo!
Ito na yung mga mobs na eh, nagsama-sama na may side Illuminati confirm, nagsama-sama nga dito RRQ. Aftershock, sige nga, wala kayong pang gagawa pa rin kasi kita mo yung tapang ng RRQ. Willing sila dumiretso pa rin dito.
Grabe!
Makahanap silang point of pressure. Si Kelly S. Kita mo, lilipad to pre.
Pero Dax, pansin mo no? Pwede pala ang silver at bronze dito maglaro sa VCT? Grabe naman! Pwede pala! Grabe naman!
Kaya talaga lang natin yung Riot. Yan talaga yung mga chance para sa iba.
GS mga kaibigan, Global Esports Silvers. Yan yung pangalan ng team nila. Itong RRQ, Radiant kami. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Hay, ewan ko na. Hindi pala. GS, Gold and Silver. Yun yung mga ranks nila. Tapos kakalabanin nyo, Double Radiant. Hay, nako!
30 seconds left.
Ito yung tipong nag-costuman kayo, tapos round 3 pa lang, nag-ayawan na kaagad eh.
Oo. May nagsasabi, Vil, kalma. Pag nakabawi yung GS, malungkit ka. Pinagsasabi mo? Hindi mangyayari yun!
One player
Pre, huwag mo sabihin yung imposible. At ito na si Glaxy! Kaya pa niya ang imposible ngayon. Naku, pinagbigyan talaga yung global para mabigay kay Bill yung scoreline. Ano na score ngayon, Bill?
Switching sides.
2-10! Let's go!
Let's go!
Nakatingin sa akin yung aso ko. Nakatingin yung aso ko. Yes, baby.
Nauputuloy ako sa'yo. Kanina ko pati nipigil yung ubo ko.
Sorry, ubuhin mo yan, men. Ilabas mo yan, baka malabas pa ng iba yan.
Naku.
Ito na, 2-10 mga kaibigan. Uy, si Kappa may ambag na! Kung ano yung score ni Kappa, yun din yung score nila! 2!
Hindi ko alam kung saan ako mas natatawa. Nakakatawa yung sinabi mo, pero sasabihin ko yung exact same thing na sinabi mo nun, honestly. Ay.
Pareho lang nasa isip natin, men, kaya nga bawal tayo magsabi.
Oo, malala eh.
Malala eh. Literal na baka mawala ang PH broadcast eh, pero basta masaya ang tao, masaya rin tayo kasi yun naman kailangan natin.
Basta ako natutuwa ako kasama ko kayo guys kasi alam mo talaga.
Nagdrama.
Iba yung feeling. Pre, iba yung feeling pag nandito sa Pinoy, sa Kappa Pinoy. Kaya ganun. Namiss na kita, pre.
I miss you too, baby ko eh.
Ay, pero tingnan mo to. You know who doesn't miss? Kelies at si Tugi. 13 kills
hindi
na.
sila
Pre, mas marami pa yung kills nila kaysa sa rounds ng game.
Oo nga no, 'di ba? Lakas, 'di ba? Pilipinas 'yan eh. Pinas sarap.
Di ba may biscuit na Filipinos tawag? Tama yun, di ba?
That I don't know, bro.
Oo, pre. Promise. Merong parang biscuit abroad. Ang pangalan niya, Filipinos. Hanapin mo.
Masarap yun, men. Sigurado.
Oo, naman na. Tapos dapat ikaw yung spokesperson nun eh.
As a chef?
Alam mo na. Ito, Filipino snack food. Biscuit donut snacks.
Yeah.
Nagawa sa Gawa sa Spain, pre.
Ay, nako.
Ay, galing Espanya, pre.
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung mga kinakain mo eh. Basta ako okay na ako sa hawhaw eh. Hinihit. Joke lang. Hindi sabi. Iba pa. Sorry. Sus. Sorry.
Ikaw na nagkakalat dito, pre.
Sorry.
pag andito talaga ako, bigla ka na
Oh, yun nga. Ano bang meron sa'yo? Kung bakit ganyan, men? I mean...
Wala. Yung usual usapan natin, pag nagkasama tayo. At alam mo naman,
ganito
paano
yun,
tayo
guys,
nagkasama.
Pag magkasama kami na guys, ganito din kami mag-usap. Like a normal conversation for us na ganito.
Chill lang. Tapos minsan kasama pa namin yung mga the boys from RRQ, di ba? Ano
Oh.
mga ibang pro player. Kaya...
O si Nexy, Diyos ko po, sa sobrang lakas niya, gumalaw pati yung camera niya. Kanina kita yung ilong niya, pero ngayon hindi na.
Napapansin mo pa pala yan.
Oo, kanina kita pa yung bibig eh, pero paakit ng paakit eh, papunta sa taas.
Pero
Kasi
sila-
doon lang naman sila, sa taas!
Pero tingnan mo si Lightning Fast, oh. Duldul na duldul sa monitor, pero wala pa rin napapala.
Oo nga, mamaya hahalikan nila yung monitor niya. Isipin mo, ganda ka maglaro ng ball, literal na nakadikit na yung monitor sa harapan mo, pero hindi ka naman talaga makapatay kahit isa.
Ganun talaga, pag global. Ay, nako.
Ay, nako.
Pero RRQ eto na lang talaga. Tapusin na nila ng mabilis.
Tapusin!
Labas na ni Tuge ang kanyang 100%. At sure na sure yung mga master na nanonood sa atin. Proud na proud sa RRQ ngayon. Bigla na nagsimula yung ibon na naghahanap ng manakit. Lightning fast though. Kelly at huling mahuhuli. Nga, laban dito sa corner na to. Skills mapupunta pa rin kay Tuge. At eto na si Nexy. Nakapasok pa rin. Naku, pwede na. RRQ on inside. Next move pa natin.
Hindi yun nice. Hindi, winnable yan. Sige, pagbigyan niya guys. Pagbigyan nyo lang kahit konti. Okay lang yan. Kasi hospitable tayo, di ba? Hospitable tayo eh. Siyempre, kailangan natin bigyan sila ng puntos kahit konti man lang para siyempre hindi sila ma-hurt. Di ba?
Para may pag-asa pa sila sa kanilang ginagawa. At alam naman natin yung Pinoy, willing na willing dyan maging hospitable.
Men. Partida hindi pa ako nakabarong. What if nagbarong pa ba ako? Baka ma-atik 13-0 na to.
Naku. Pre, kanina pa nasa kaliwang dibdib ko ang aking kanan kamay. Buong laro.
Sabi ni Jaime or Jamie. GES, Gold, ELO, and Silver. Tama yan.
Tama, okay yun. Pero hindi pilit parang kay Phil, pero mas nakakatawa yung kay Phil. Sorry.
Tama yan. Sorry.
Konting trash talk na biglang
pati yung viewers inaway na eh, no? Isa mga nanonood dyan guys, sa Facebook, YouTube, at saka sa Twitch, mahal namin kayo.
Shoutout sa inyo. Kasi minsan lang makasama kayo. At happy ako na nagkita tayo dito sa pagdurog ng RRQ sa Global Esports. At konti na lang natapos na itong first map na to.
Pero, GS mga kaibigan mo sila mga specters, okay lang yan. Pagbigyan natin ng konti. Konti lang naman yan eh. Pero isipin mo na.
Grabe, generous nila. Generous na RRQ
generous sila,
ngayon.
di ba?
Yung B-site, binibigay mismo
binibigay
sa
nila, di ba? Kasi B as in bigay. A as in amin. Amin yun, men.
Tama.
Pero lightning fast.
Ano yung game na yung may base na Filipino? Di ba, patintero. Tapos
Agawan base?
Agawan, yun.
Agawan
base sila.
Agawan base mga kaibigan. Ito na yung magiging taya. Pero mga si SK Rossi dito ang laging taya no? Kasi siya ang lagi napapatay ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo sabay-sabay for sure lalabas ang mga players ng RRQ dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung SK Rossi catching one already pero wala siya mapapatay kahit isa. Pero SK Rossi knows it na talagang
pero hinahabol siya!
Pero hinahabol si SK Rossi! Sige, habulin nyo, men! Sama-sama lang kayo! Sige, saksakin nyo na! Lightning fast sa chopper na naman dalawa pero natin the flash coming from all these players. But Rabbit, kahit classic lang ang gamit niya, talaga makakapatay pa rin siya. The clock is ticking at sabi ng RRQ, sige, exit frags na lang din talaga ang gagawin namin ngayon.
Sayang, dapat sinaksak na nila SK Rossi. Wala na rin oras at yan. Mapagbigay ang RRQ. Na 4-10 pa yung scoreline. Pero ito na talaga ang tunay na simula Vil kasi lalabas na yung mga Phantom, yung mga Vandal. At sa totoo lang, hindi ko pa nakikita yung mga setup na malupit ng RRQ. Pansinin mo mamaya si Nexy, yung camera niya magiging sobrang... Basta tagahuli lang talaga eh. Huling-hulong pare, pulis ako, mapapahulog talaga yung kamatis pag hinabol ka ni Nexy.
Men. Yung sima. Pare, pulis ako. Ba't ka magdadala ng kamatis sa sinihan? Tandaan nyo. Diba?
Wala naman sa... Hindi, yung kamatis nasa labas eh. Diba?
Ayaw nga pala yun yung hawak-hawak ni ate.
Diba?
Hoy, Kelly S! Sige!
Kelly
Kahit hindi kita nakikita, papapatay kita, sabi ni Kelly S!
Tamang spam lang.
Pero
ano siya, kinausap niya si Rudy Baldwin yung sa araw. Tinanong niya, saan kaya sila magkagaling sa smoke?
Sa mid. Oh, di ba? Tandaan nyo, ano bang ibig sabihin ng sa Kelly? Tandaan nyo, sarap. Kelly, sarap. Kasi syempre, masarap pag nananalo ang mga Pinoy. Pero si Lightning Fast, mga kaibigan, nakachamba na naman ng isa with a trade-off na nangyari dun sa may mid. Pero mukhang hindi ata alam ni Kappa kung saan siya pupunta. Kailangan mo ata muna na, sige, Lightning Fast, kaya mo yan! Makakatalong ka dyan! Isipin mo, satchel na nga lang gagawin mo! Pumapalya ka pa! Pero to get it siya with that flash, he kinda know na meron tayo sa may heaven. I mean, narinig niya yung pagsasatchel dito kay Lightning Fast for sure.
Tama.
Pero hindi sila dapat mag-over-rotate dito, mga kaibigan. Ang ginagawa lang dito is mag-antay. Yun lang ang kailangan niyang gawin dito. Kasi alam din ng GS na meron tao dito sa may hell. Pero kala Tuge, literal na dinala sa impyerno. Si Lightning Fast ngayon. Pero Jackson will gonna fall down as well. Hellraiser, ladies and gentlemen, literal na sa impyerno ang punta mo. 4-11, ano na?
Pero nagpapaputok lang si Lightning Fast ng fireworks sa loob ng condo. Bawal yun ah. Bawal yun, pre. At,
bawal yun, man.
Diba, ang ingay tuloy. Nagalit tuloy yung mga kapitbahay. Sinampal-sampal, pinatay lang sila. At natotoo lang. Tama ka naman, kay Kelly S. Kelly,
sakit sa mata nun, men. Pero si Lightning Fast, literal na parang 5 inches lang away sa monitor niya. Pag na-flash to, literal na bulag to.
Bulag kahit sa totoong buhay. Isipin mo yung sama-sama. Ano ang flash ngayon ng RRQ? May Sky. May Draxi Paranoia. Naku, biglang green tapos maitim.
Imbes na 3 seconds lang yung bulag mo, men. Magiging 5 araw yung bulag mo.
Ito na. Pero si Kelly S, di ba? Kelly, sulit yun rin masasabi ko. Si Nexy, masarap rin. Makakuha pang alisa. Pero SK Rossi.
Totoo yan.
Pinagbigyan na naman ng RRQ.
Totoo yung sinabi mo tungkol kay Nexy. Pero nga rapid makakuha na isa dito. Pero nga Hellraiser, galit na mukhang hindi na ata sila nag-uusap. Ang mga tropang balbasarado, mga kaibigan mo, hindi ata mananalo ngayon. Pero sa Togean Draxi, ganun mo ito ulit na meron tao dito sa main chapter for Sol, up to Kappa. Sige pre, patayin nyo! Hindi naman nakakapatay yan! 4-12! Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ is on a match point already! Sige Rabbit, tanta rin mo! Manggigil ka! Pindutin mo yung mouse mo! Sige pa! Ang hindi ubos yung bala mo! Baril-barilin mo lang!
Pre, hindi pa tapos.
Ipis mo na pa, sige, tagkarin mo! Yan! Sige! Sige! Turbohin nyo! Sige, dugdugin yung control ganito! Ganyan!
Pukpukin mo na ka mic mo kung gaganinin mo.
Ay, nako!
Ang lakas ng RRQ ngayon, tingnan! At sa totoo lang nung kalaban nila Sersha, okay na rin naman yung performance nila. Kahit na 0-2, alam naman natin, second best team yung Sersha. Ngayon lang, nakapasok ang RRQ sa APAC Stage. Paano naman yung Global Esports, pre? LCQ last year, last stage, this stage, wala pa rin napapala.
Kaya talaga napapala, men.
Kaya medyo mukha talaga RRQ. Ang lakas nila tingnan ngayon. Etong team na to, masasabi ko na lang, kung yung Team Secret, parang super team na galing CS, diba? Kasi alam natin na yun yung background nila. RRQ,
mga maraganda na rin yung mga yun.
Mga Thunders na love natin. Pero sa totoo lang, tong RRQ na to, pwede mo consider na super team ng Pilipinas rin eh. Kasi ilang team sila nang galing bago sila nagsama-sama ng ganito.
Dami,
sa Valorant
Zil
mismo. Zil, sino pa?
Hashira.
Sino pa?
SV Empire.
Diba? Kaya...
Ginebra. Lakers.
Golden State?
Golden State, kakachapid lang ngayon.
Diba? So, sino dito
dito na super team. Isipin mo, kalaban ng GS, 5 Lebron. Tsaka isang Pacquiao.
Isang Pacquiao, tapos 4 na Steph Curry nasa bench.
Diyos ko.
No.
Yun nga eh.
Lakas.
Partida, Team B pa yun.
Totoo lang, Sek. Ay, third seed nga pa sa Team C nga eh. Kasi third seed sila.
Itong sila Togekelis, ito ang main team, di ba?
Ay,
nako, si Draxi galawang sneaky dito sa gilid no? Pero si Hellranger mukhang hindi ata niya alam kung saan siya pupunta. Pero for sure, nagulat sila. Hala, ganito pala kalakas ang RRQ, hindi namin ini-expect.
Wala, hindi sila nag-research, pre. Hindi nila pinanood yung PPGL broadcast live on Facebook, YouTube at Twitch. Kung napanood na lang nila yung casting mo dun, malalaman nila gaano kalakas ng RRQ na to. At sige nga, nag-mid control pa kayo. Pero ang ganda na kagad ng setup ni Nexy. Madadapa lang kayo kagad dito yung Sprint Farm. May expose na kagad ang intensyon ng Global. Rabbit, kaya ba niya patayin ang lahat?
Teka lang, pag nang papagili siya all the way from the top side right now. Pero that is the players of ES Motion. knows already kung nasang ba si Rabbit mga kaibigan all the way dito lang sa may hill. Pero ito na yung pag-pushing na ginagawa ngayon ito kaya mga kaibigan, medyo delikado lang kasi Chris nagbamatay na dito sa may heaven though. But the positioning of our Q needs to be really solid. Our Q catches one, pero Kelly S will gonna shut you down! Pero Kelly S will gonna go down as well. TV3 onto this game. Is this gonna be the comeback na pwede gawin ng GES? Of course, bakit naman natin sinasabi yung mga imposibleng bagay? Syempre wala nang comeback talaga. Pero to get with that swing, next thing, with a kill again. May paranoia pa. Isipin mo, namatay lang ha. Midline pa. Pero SK Rossi, the only man remaining here. 2v1 right now. Si Toge, dinidefuse na. Diyos ko, ano ginagawa mo SK Rossi? Kahit hindi ka na mag-defuse man, walang-wala na yan. And RRQ, 1-0 already. Easy game.
Kaya libre yung MRT kasi libre lang para sa RRQ. Yung A-site na train station dito sa split at 30-4. Naglaro pa yung global. Wala naman silang laban dito sa RRQ. Nag-rotate ka pa. Nakalimutan mo ba may spike na nakaplant dyan? Oras, wala sa inyo global. Ito na ang oras ng RRQ. Woo!
Napaka-bilis na pangyayari, napaka-solid na mga happenings na nakikita natin ngayon, Dax. And to be honest, hindi natin talaga ine-expect yung ito ang mangyari. Kasi hindi natin ine-expect, kasi expected na talaga na ganito ang mangyayari dito sa mga players na to. And syempre, isipin mo, dumating talaga sa puntos na nag-10-0 sila. Diyos ko naman, kahit isang puntos, wala silang nakuha. Si Kappa, naglaro dito sa VCT, pero hindi makapatay kahit isa. Pero syempre, ang RRQ, matik 2-0 na to, Dax.
Tapos na tong laban na to at sige na nga, pagbigyan na nga, pupunta tayo ng Ascent. Pero grabe, ang lupit pa rin naman ng RRQ sa Ascent mismo. Nasasabi ka na ng Vil, ako ay masaya na nagsama tayo dito. Sandali lang.
First time natin magsama sa Tagalog cast ng ganitong oras.
Feel ko, ito na rin yung last time.
Ito na yung last
pinagagawa natin. Pero ako ay tinatawag na pabalik sa English broadcast at alam ko magkasama na kayo ng usual partner mo dito. Pero grabe talaga, RRQ, mapa nila na defense nila. Home court advantage for RRQ.
Oo. Don't let RRQ get that split. Parang sa Team Secret, di ba? Don't let them get Haven, pero medyo kinulang ata sila sa vitamins kahapon. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari doon. Baka sila doon. Pero yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it already. It's the game number 1 of RRQ versus GES. And it's actually literally one-sided na nangyari. Pero next map, it's gonna be... actually nakalimutan ko yun.
Ascent.
It's gonna be Ascent, which is yun din ang mapa ng mga Pinoy, which is yun din na pinili ng GES. And for sure, it's gonna be a clean sweep 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters, Vil and Dax. See you later.
Too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix here once again. PH fans just rejoicing right now. RRQ showing such a stellar performance for this first map. And of course, painful loss on the side of Global Esports, but let's remember that this was map number 1 and this was an RRQ pick. Up next is Ascent, which is of course a GES pick. So we gotta remain hopeful here for both ends because anything can happen as we move on to game number 2. But let's say here in the now, Tash, you were talking about getting those 4 attacker points in, and RRQ went above and beyond.
I mean, if you look at the performance for both teams, you really start seeing GES really shining as the second half came through and they were on attack, which is surprising because we always talk about how Split is a defender-sided map, but RRQ was like every round is an attack round. What are you saying? You see the aggression coming in from RRQ is as absolutely insane. They're not afraid to push out, they're not afraid to take space, and because of how they just demand that momentum and this control of the space, they can really funnel GES to so many different parts. And in a lot of situations, we saw that RRQ was not afraid to give up sight, and they just played for retakes, and their retakes have been absolutely great. Maybe there was once that maybe they didn't manage to really clinch it because they didn't realize how deep into the site that one of the members of GES has gone. But once they learned that, immediately they just start pressing on the brakes. But I have to really give it to GES as well, because after the round switch, we saw GES try to play a very similar playstyle to what RRQ did on their side of attack. But the problem is, it's hard to play the same playbook against someone who has been playing that particular playbook for a long time.
Also a team that, you know, if they wrote the playbook, they usually know the loopholes in it.
Exactly.
So it just felt a lot like some of the players in GES just kind of running into, you know, a lot of space, but it's space that was given by RRQ. It's space that RRQ wanted to give up because they have an idea of how they're going to retake it. So I find that it was a good effort from GES's side. RRQ just, they played it better than I expected, honestly speaking.
I agree.
They were more disciplined. There were some rounds they didn't push at all. They were just waiting for information to see what GES was going to do. And those were usually the rounds GES changed the pace. They would play more aggressively, and I thought that was quite brilliant.
Honestly,
I mean,
oh sorry, go ahead.
Since the beginning of round 1, Trix, you were like, oh, wow, Kelly S did that. He went straight into sight, and you were caught by surprise. The funny thing is, I mean, Cash, you mentioned it earlier about how we know this map to be a defender side map, and Tash actually got confused at first because of how RRQ was performing. She was like, oh, they're doing so well. Oh, I mean, this is defender, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, oh, wait, they're attacking.
I was so confused for a good
confused.
minute. I mean, actually not a good minute. For 3 whole rounds, I was really thinking they were on defense just because of how much space they took. And on top of that, what's really insane was that we saw GES defending B from Heaven. And they heard so much noise at mid, so 2 people had their sights onto mid. Perhaps they didn't realize that that no one was already on B side. Suddenly you see Kelly S coming in from Heaven. They're like, what the hell did you take space on Heaven? We were not aware you were here at all. And because of this default sort of playstyle, very aggressive pick-off playstyle that you see from them that demands so much space, it really puts GES in this idea like, where the heck are we supposed to be looking when they're all over the goddamn place? It's just really good utility usage as well.
There was also that one round where RRQ... no, it was when RRQ put that wall on B side.
Oh, yeah.
And I was saying, right, when you put that wall on B side for the cross, sometimes it's really just to bait the utility. They put the wall, she threw a slow orb, and Rabbit just ran away. And that actually used ultimate of Raze, because Raze assumed that they were pushing in, used the ultimate, broke it, only to find out that everyone else was on A side.
Yeah, that was like the ultimate bait and switch. But you know, coming back to that 2v4 just now was insane. We're like, perhaps this is going to be the first point for GES. But it wasn't. That insane value they got from the utils was just so good. But speaking of values of utils, I think that the util coming in, like the Fate choice as well just now, I thought that we saw a little bit of value come through. We hear the marks as well, which I think was nice for GES, but perhaps it was a little bit too late by the time they finally came online and they had an idea how to get value out of the Fade, haunts as well as the utils.
Yeah, and we also talk about how, again, GES is usually not afraid to pull out the utilities and everything. In fact, in one of the rounds, I remember that they threw out the Nightfall, and they were able to mark Nexi. And then afterwards, Lightning Fast comes in with a showstopper, and he just stops the show, essentially.
You can't
and that's
do anything. You're marked.
That was the first point of GES, actually. That was the first round that they got the point. But, just it was costly when you thought about it, but I think it was a worthy trade-off because, again, that was the beginning of the momentum on the side of GES over here, and they really needed that point, Tricks. They really did.
They really did. I just felt like when I was looking at the economy, I thought, okay, so they used the Nightfall, they used the Showstopper, but then you also realize they actually used that Breach ultimate on that round in mid, which is what got them to that point to begin with. So I felt like maybe better juggling of their ultimate rotation. I think they haven't found out the perfect combinations that they wanted in terms of the retake. There was a lot of fighting that they tried to do rather than just the crossfires. When they did crossfires, they would win the rounds because they just have it down. And I feel like that's essentially what GES was lacking on their defender side. I understand that I say on the panel a lot, you want to be proactive, but if it's not working, maybe you have to just start holding those crossfires, let them come into you, and then see where you can take control. Because if you're just dying early round, it's always going to be the attacker advantage.
Yeah, and on top of that, coming back to the ultimate juggling as well, I mean, when you put it that way, I just realized that, the showstopper came in for Nexi. I remember they had 2 people still up, I believe. They didn't have to use the showstopper to actually secure the round. Nexi was already marked NDK. They could just come in from 2 different areas and can get a trade out of that, no worries at all. But this is where, you talk how I think this comes into just really, really wanting the point. So you use everything you have. At the same time, I understand that you want to secure the point, but in situations that it is winnable without it, I think it's better to just bring it forward so you can continue to bring on that steamrolling win streak.
Yeah. There's so much to digest into this game, but also I don't know what to say because RRQ just displaying absolute dominance at the end of the day, and just really goes to show how comfortable they are when it comes to split. We can go all about dissecting everything, but when it boils down to it, they also had the momentum, they had the money, they had everything on their side, because that's how these momentum plays work, right? Once you have the momentum, your economy is stable, you're able, if you're able to adjust round for round, then you shouldn't really have that problem. And so it was up until GES started figuring out, hey, we should actually take up more space and be a little bit wiser with our utilities. Is that's when the game starts to turn around.
I think coming into the next map, which is I believe going to be Ascent, I'm hoping that GES kind of figure out their strides earlier on, try things out. If you're not sure if you want to play the crossfires, if you want to play for that retake, where do you want to actually take control of? I think if they get that early mid control and anchor it down, hold it down, play those crossfires, play with your utilities, I think they'll have an easier time against RRQ. I know that RRQ have struggled before, especially on mid. So that's something that they could exploit, but I'm not sure what kind of mindset GES will be coming into that second map.
To add on to that as well, when you mentioned about, the mid control, I feel like with SK Rossi's prowess on playing an agents like Chamber, I feel like mid control will be so much more easy with him on top cat, even near tree. I think it will give them so much value coming into that. Even if he wants to play on market itself as well, is very, very viable. So that will deny RRQ that mid control. As you mentioned before, they did struggle there before. So maybe if they have a way to perhaps flash or maybe stop him from steamrolling mid, that would be a different issue. But as I mentioned before, again, they can't just rely on SK Rossi to hold. This is where I'm really hoping to see more of that utility coming through, because just now over in one split. I did see those situations where a flash came through and they came in together from GES. So I'm hoping to see more of that just coming into this one so that they can bring it over to a game 3.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing the KO pulled out. I mean, it sounds so redundant on certain times, but we really want these KO players to step up, especially on a map like Ascent, wherein you see these incredible defensive layouts. But I'm looking at this again. This is actually a triple initiator tricks. How happy are you to see this?
I love seeing new things. I remember I was so excited when double controller first came out. But yes, that triple initiator, a lot of pressure on the map that they can put. There's a lot of flashes that they have, a lot of global control with that Astra compared to the lineup coming in RQ, with that fade with the Sova. That's also hard intel, maybe to pair in with their raise. I'm just not sure if it's enough to stop the aggression that GES will definitely be able to put with this lineup.
Yeah, the aggression coming in is gonna look really scary for attack. Hell, if they want to go aggressive for defense, even possible, so long as they get the information, especially with Kappa. When you have that recon idea and immediately reacting to that information, you have a flash, you have a suppress, you also have, you also have a fragment that you can kind of like go with maybe the gravity well, or even a gravity well and an aftershock. That is absolutely terrifying. But on the other hand, in terms of recon as well, like I think for the side of RQ, it looks pretty good. If 2Gay can get that information as well as the chain with the Prowler, it can be absolutely stifling if played very, very well. And on top of that, imagine you have a paranoia paired with the Prowler for someone else coming in the back. It's just pure blind and pure hearing nothing. All their game senses are absolutely gone if done properly. As for Nexi, I really like the idea that KJ is picked for this particular map because anchor is gonna be, you can literally anchor one area all alone, be it tree, be it B, be it even mid if he wants to, if say you want to put your other teammates on a different area when it comes to just offing perhaps. Either way, both teams have very promising lineups, but I have to say the lineup from Global Esports does sound really scary.
You know, the way you explain it, Tash, I absolutely love it because I can always picture how the rounds are gonna go whenever you talk about how the utilities are gonna be thrown out, and I absolutely love it, especially when you actually prove us right, and it just makes you seem like a psychic over here. No. Now, of course, the pressure is on, especially on Global Esports. Hearts on the line, prayers to the skies, and with one click of a button, anything can happen. Answers unknown, but maybe our casters would know. Here it is once again, RQ versus Global Esports.
Hello guys! What's up? Ako nga pala si Rere at kasama ko ngayon na si Bill at kami ang inyong magiging shoutcasters muli dito sa second map between RRQ together with Global Esports. At sorry guys, alam ko na wala ako ng first map, may konting inayos lang. Pero ngayon, nandito na ulit ako. At Bill, kanina medyo mukhang muntika na hindi maging one-sided yung split.
Yeah, 0-10 man. I mean, Miss Qeon nagulat. Actually, hindi pa ako nagulat kasi it is actually expected na talaga na gano'n ang mangyayari dito. Pero ngayon, magbabalik. Ito na. Kanina, nung wala si Ray Ray, 10-0. Pero ngayon na nandito na si Ray Ray, mga kaibigan, I don't wanna say it anymore. You know it, Maji. You know it, Maji.
Masisisi na naman ata ako.
Oo. Ito tama. Tandaan mo, Ray Ray, pag nanalo dito, or pag naka-score ang GES dito, alam na nila kung sinong sisisihin nila. Ganun lang. I don't wanna say it anymore, Maji.
May magme-message na naman sa Facebook page ko at sisisihin na naman ako. Kanina nga, ang dami nag-message kay Honey Glaze. Balita ko daw eh. Pero so far guys, kapag civilian nagkakas, puro 2-0 tsaka si Terror. Pag sila yung co-caster ko, puro 2-0. Pag si Honey Glaze yung kasama ko, puro 2-1 eh. Kaya hindi ko alam sinong may problema eh. Ako o si Honey Glaze?
Parang talaga, kailan din talaga ang problema ng isang resell, mga kaibigan. Pero yeah, I mean, kahit anong mangyari dito mga kaibigan, talagang of course, we are actually doing our best to entertain our Filipino people na nandito ngayon mga kaibigan. And syempre yung mga manonood sa Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, big shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Lalo naman sa YouTube. Minsan hindi kasi ako nakakapunta dyan pero araw-araw talagang bumibisita rin ako sa YouTube. Siyempre nag-hello ako sa inyo. Pero syempre mamaya na yung dramahan kasi ito na ang barilan! Ito na ang bakbakan! RRQ versus Gold and Silver. Ito na.
May bago na, yung bago ng rank.
Gold and Silver.
Pero dito, tatandaan nyo kahit yung global esports na pumili ng Ascent, malakas ang RRQ dito sa Ascent map.
Mapa ng Pinas to eh. Lahat ng mapa sa Valorant, mapa nila.
Ito kasi mukhang Quezon City eh. Kaya alam mong
BGC to.
Ay, BGC pala to. BGC. Ay, oo nga pala. BGC Fire nga pala to. Fire Tuchong. Pero SK Rossi. Yung buhok niya parang kaya no, fade. Pero to, inaabangan na siya kagad ng mga miyembro ng mga taga-RRQ. Pero nga lang wala pa siya nakikita. Pero nga lang una na kagad. Sunod-sunod. Pero bitrate nga mula kay Nexi. Kasi si Lightning. Kinuha si Nexi. Draxi na lang together with Tuge. Agad na natitira. Uy, nag-iba sila oh.
Pero ito na yung mga players natin ngayon mga kaibigan. Mukhang lamang ata ang global esports ngayon. Hindi ko sasabihin si Rere may kasalanan pero parang gano'n na nga. Pero si Lightning Fast is super hero right now. Meron tayo sa main market ng Lightning Fast. We're gonna get 4K dito sa game ngayon. And syempre sobrang bait na mga Pinoy. Ito na naman sila.
Napakabait ng Pinoy. Pero pag ako inaway ng audience dahil lang nagkas. GG talaga ako. Mapagbigay lang silang RRQ. Parati naman silang mapagbigay.
One enemy remaining.
Tatandaan ko yung mousepad ni Nexi, di ba? Sobrang ganda ng mousepad niyan, Bill. Turned out! Kahit anong DPI niyan, ma-handle lang mousepad ni Nexi. Uy! Kaso pinasabugan na. Nabawasan kagad ni si Rossi. SK Rossi pala. Rather. At is Rossi tawag. Uy, si Flash. Hello nga pala yung Flash.
Hayaan na natin sila. Ito naman talaga yung bawi nila dito. Ito lang yung only bawi nila dito mga kaibigan. Syempre, yung mga specters nila. Pero let's see if ever that's gonna happen. Pero mukhang si SK Rossi, talagang hindi na talaga umalis ng base nila no? Pero yun nga lang, GS mga kaibigan. This is it already. Pero that is the push coming in from Hell Ranger. We'll get 2. Pero Nexi, with a swing, pwede siya makapatay ng si dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang medyo mahirap kasi talaga wala natin siyang buhay dito. Tapos grabe naman si Hell Ranger. Dito na nakanganga habang naglalaro. Pero SK Rossi, with that kill again. Pero mukhang hindi na siya makakapatay. Pero nga Hell Ranger from up above. Ito lang sa may CT. We're gonna take down everyone. 2v3 onto this game. Meron pang tao doon sa may likod. Now-fault na nga talaga siya. The clock is ticking. Kaya talaga na i-introduce yung spike ngayon. Pero to get, waiting for the chup-chup na matapos ngayon. Pero meron tao doon sa may CT. Meron tao doon sa may speedway. Pero this is where's the push? That is the pop flash coming in from Lightning Fast already. And now, to get his flash. Pero na siya makita kahit isa. And Lightning Fast with that spray control. We're gonna take down 2-0 already in favor of GES. At anong masasabi natin dito? Syempre, mabait ang mga Pinoy. Hospitable.
Alarm bot out. Bot coming back.
Yung RRQ, placing alarm bot. Pagbigay talaga yan. Biruin nyo. Ang uunahin nila ay yung drinks mo bago drinks nila. Kaya ganyan sila parate pagdating sa laban nila against global esports. Pero kaya na magpo-full buy na sila, not bad pa rin yung ginawa nila kanina. They pick of 3 members kaya napag-guardian na lang kagad si Kappa. Pero bawas naman dyan kay Skills siya si Kappa. Binubuhat eh. Kaso pagbalik sa RRQ si Nexi, naka-anchor na yan sa mismong site. Meron pa siyang nabawasan ng armor dito sa side ng global esports. Si Hell Ranger na nga. Pero haharangan nila but at the same time si Lighting pinakitaan na nga na ngayon ng kanyang ultimate. Pero nakatutok 1, 2, get him! Sabi ni Net!
Spike down, B.
Naku, nasa natin ng tatlo. At magiging 3v3 na nga lang kung may kasama pa. Oops, di na makukuha to Vin. Hindi na magagasolinahan ang kanyang teammate na si Lightning and it's up to Skids and SK Rossi. Pero sabi ko nga hindi na mapagbigay ngayon ang mga taga-RRQ.
Hindi talaga nila dapat pagbigyan lahat ng mga nakikita nila mga kaibigan kasi nga isang tagtara sa kanila NSK Rossi, the only man remaining for the side of GS right now. Dito lang sa may likod, pero nga let's go, si catching 1v1 with a great one. I mean 1v2 pa lang pero nga let's go get, we're gonna end your life 1-2 already in favor of RRQ. Sige, kunin mga barrel. Yan, sige. Yan. So, anong ginawa nila? Di free guns. May skin pa.
Ganun ang no? Ang bagong pinalabas na mga skin. Ang share ko lang. Ganda eh. Hindi yung bago ngayon, yung parating pa lang. Habang release na ng bagong mapa. Pero to, sa RRQ, clean takes na naman mula sa kanila. Satchel in, satchel out, sabi ni Kelly S. Pero sasabihin ko lang talaga kay Skills siya kay Kappa, ambag naman kahit kill lang.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ito si Lexi mga kaibigan, pero si Flash went everything that he got. Yung mga utilities nila trying to stop the push of GS dito sa may B main, pero they need to switch up the place. They need to go here in mid instead. Pero meron namang alarm dito sa may gitna. Pero may makikita ba? Pero Skills mga kaibigan, medyo delikado na talaga ang mag-push niya dito for sure. Kasi nga, it's just an alarm bot na pwede talaga makakuha ng isa. And now, KLS wala siyang gagawin. Kung hindi mag-spray and pray na lang talaga through that smoke. Skills knows it, pero hindi naman siya maasim para talagang pasukin yan. Nexi. However, waiting dito lang sa may B. And ngayon na nilabas talaga yung kill drain niya. Matik, sure win talaga ito. Pero nga, KLS mga kaibigan, ni Ate HP right now. Pero gusto po, SK Ross, hindi man lang matamaan! Yung Roomba! Diyos ko naman! SK Rossi! Grabe naman talaga ang top 5 chamber ng APAC! Nabasa ko yun sa BLR eh, sorry. Gusto ko lang sabihin. Kitang-kita naman sa nangyari.
Uy, grabe. Ano yan? Top 5 chamber yan.
Top 5? Parang di naman. Mas magaling pa ata ako. Pero kaya mga kami nagpapadali talaga. Pero kaya medyo delikado kasi because of the flash and after shot. Pwede na gawin ngayon. Pero nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng GES? 4 pa sila buhay ngayon. 4 pa sila talaga nagbabantay kung saan pa talaga sila magpupush. Pwedeng B, pwedeng A. Pero mukhang bida din talaga ang pwede nila puntahan ngayon. But si Lightning Fast trying to cut off these players na pwede nag-rotate ngayon. Pero si Flash pwede makakuha ng isa. Pero nga Flash will gonna take down one. Spectre lang ang gamit niya, partida yun. Pero, Flash, kahit Spectre lang yan, pwede makakatayan na hindi lang, di ba? Kundi 6, 7, 8, kahit ilan pa. 3v3 onto this game. Lockdown. Bakit nyo nila lockdown ang Pinas, mga kaibigan? Pero let's see kung ano mangyayari. Kailangan nila mag-back out already. Pero Hell Ranger with everything that they got though. Pero mukhang delikado ngayon ng GS, mga kaibigan, kasi literal na ginagawa talaga sila dito, sandwich. Pero ngayon, it's all up to Kappa and Skills. 2v1 onto this game. Together, we're gonna fall into the hands of Skills na rin. Chamba.
At RRQ ano lang eh, matagal lang yung warm-up ng RRQ usually. Pero ayos lang yan. Pagdating nga sa kanila, at least they're actually getting the hands of it. Siguro kailangan pa nila sagayin yung sarili nila. Kasi ngayon ka na lang ulit nakakita dito sa ASEAN pag walang duelist comp. Ang global esports.
Wala ba?
Wala. Chamber lang, tapos KO, then Bleach. Wala silang duelist
okay. O ano, so ibig sabihin, pang-defending to, yung composition na to. Alam ng RRQ yan.
Oh no.
No way. Triple initiator composition, no?
Oo.
Grabe. May breach na, may RoboCop na, may Soba pa.
Ginawang ginawang comp ng Sersha sa halos. Sa
Siyempre.
Breeze.
Gagayahin nila kung sino yung malakas.
So, ba't di nila ginagaya sa mga PH? Kasi sa PH, di nila kaya mag-duelist. Walang mas gagaling sa katulad ni Kelly S. mag-raise. Best raise yan.
Literal, nga pala, no? Yung... yung next map, yung Pearl, under the water pala yun eh. Under the water pala yun, no? Literal na under the water siya. Yeah.
Kasi yung mga pearls, diba, nahanap ko sa under the water.
Walang signal. Pero, Ito rin yung mga players ngayon na ginagawa rin talaga ng GS mga kaibigan. They actually took down 2 already. Not 2 but 3. Kelly S and Daxi. Sheriff lang ang gamit nila. Skills pushing in already. Pero that is a kill coming in from Skills. Pero Kelly S is in the top spot right now. Kasi yung mga pangkalabon niya. So he's not gonna live another round. Because he's gonna be down. With the count.
He's gonna be down. Natatandaan ko na naman yung nangyari sa Oasis tsaka sa Order. Talo man ang Pinas. Panalo naman sa trash.
Sino?
Ang, noong time, di ba natalo nga yung Oasis sa Order?
Natalo! Oo, kasi hindi kasi ako nag-cast nun eh. Ayaw ko ata nag-cast nun.
Nag-cast nun. May pa-north ka tayo.
Ayaw ko nga pala mag-cast nun. Mga galing silang bago yung mga pa-north. Pa-north yun eh. Pag meron kang gustong, ito guys payong kaibigan lang So syempre yung mga viewers dito, lahat kayo kaibigan ko except yung mga masama ugali. Wag kayong, kung ano pa mag-i-email sa inyo, wag niyo sagutin ng noted with thanks. Tigil na yan man, hindi yun proper. Diba? Acknowledged. O, diba? Okay yun, diba?
Acknowledge.
Oo, diba? I look into it. O yun, ganun, diba? Ang daming words na pwede nang palitan sa note. Ewan ko ba, sa order yun ang gamit nila. Puro daw mga panot. Na... Pa-order!
Mahilig ka ba sa mga rock talaga na songs? Nung
Oo. Mahilig ako sa rock.
Shot down.
Left, right.
Si Flash ngayon ang nagsoba nga sa RRQ. So now, information ko sa manggagaling. Although may surprise nga sa kanila, pero disiplina lang muna ng RRQ ngayon. Hindi muna dati kailangan magsabay-sabay lang lahat. Pero nakaka-exchange daw sabi nila. Pero nga kayo nag-audition ba sila mga takagan ng Yumayanig na balig. Pero nga lang, Hell Ranger, tsaka sa SK Rose, na lang kagad, tsaka si Tugit.
I am sorry. Look, differences.
Nalabihan ko sa Chris Chamber eh.
Hindi. Joke lang yun, syempre. Sinagasaan ni SK Rosie. Look. Oh, tama naman talaga.
Huwag niyo ipag-game si RRQ. Baka ipasok nila si Boss Kenshin. Loko.
Atin sila, man.
Oo. Wala na kayo mga analyst siya, coach.
Okay lang, kanina masaya tayo. Kasi masaya naman talaga yung game. Pero pag nilalo ang GS, mga kaibigan, ay nako. Di game 3, tayo mananalo.
Kasi ano to, map pick advantage.
Revealing area.
Kaya medyo may konting pag-asa. Feel ko na inibago lang talaga eh. Kasi, pero mo may soba ka na. Patas ilang flash kaya yan? Dala-dalawa lang yan. And it takes so much time dito sa RF. Napakabawi na nga sila. Pero, there it is, Rossi. With a kill against Flash, Drax na lang together with Nexus. 6 all-time.
One enemy remaining.
At kahit na 5-7, good half pa rin yun sa RRQ eh. Kasi sa...
Lahat good half.
Oo, lahat good half. Tapos tingnan mo yung last map. Even ako po. Halatang nananalo talaga ang RRQ. Talagang gusto lang nila pahabain daw yung pagkakas nating dalawa.
Lahat ng ginagawa ng ng RRQ, malakas. Alam mo, mamaya pababawi yung RRQ. Ganun lang yan. Kaya mo, pag mababawi RRQ dito eh. Pag si Nexy, malalaman mong galit na siya pag unti-unti na umaakit yung camera niya. Ngayon, kalmado lang siya kasi kita pa yung buong mukha niya. Mamaya,
pag yun noon na lang nakikita.
Mamaya pag noon na lang yung makita, Diyos ko po, top frag niya sigurado. The more na hindi nakikita yung mukha ni Nexy, the more na nagta-top frag siya guys, tandaan niyo yan. Sa camera. Siyempre, in the zone na talaga, di ba?
Concentrated. Sabi ni Dax, uy, nawala lang ako dito, pinartida na masyado. Let's go, RRQ. Yun, no? Bias, so pwede kasi siya magpaka-bias dito sa Tagalog. Hindi eh. Hindi yung Tagalog vlog.
Oh, sarap dito, no? So, ito na. Oh my God! Kelly, yes! Literal na pinasabog ang GS!
One enemy remaining.
Hell Ranger, it's all up to one. Kappa! Ang player na walang ambag, mga kaibigan. Ang player na balbasarado, mga 3v1 right now. Kappa, kitang-kita siya nung third, makikipag 1v1 sa third, and now Kappa will gonna go down. Grabe naman si Kelly S. Pinasarap na naman ang round na to, 6-2. Ito na ang comeback na inaantay natin, ladies and gentlemen. Oo, nakalamang ang GES, pero hanggang dyan na lang yan.
Titigil na yan. Nag-comment lang si Dax. Pero yung nag-comment lang siya. Meron na kagad round na ipanalo ang RRQ. Tapos si Kelly, sana hindi natin nakita yung saktong highlights sa kung paano nakuha yung showstopper. Tapos sinamahan pa na Sacha. Tapos sinamahan pa na kagad ng Hunter's Fury. Naipit talaga ang mga taga-GS. And finally, nakakapag-adjust na din ng mga taga-Viva RRQ.
Yung Pearl yan sa Pasig River yan. Pinagawa ni kaibigang Vico. Si Vico yun, diba? Si Pasig, si Vico. Yung dami may catch kay Vico.
Okay.
Pugi ako.
Kabaka mga kasi. At ang mga taga-RRQ, mas careful na, mas nakakapag-alam na nila yung ginagawa ng GS usually. Galing mid, PD sila, pag may napitat sila galing sa may B-side, sa B-side sila magko-commit. Tignan niya si Flash! Halatang hindi naligo! Sorry Vince, pero halatang hindi talaga eh. Kasi alam niyo daw, sabi niya, mas halatang hindi daw naliligo para daw ma-asim talaga, mag-a-asim ng kalaban. Pero habang sunod sila, alam na rin kagad, na-reveal na kung nasa na mga taga GES and Napitikil. Yes, sila. Dito na kasi sana pang Flash 2BT nga nang titira ngayon. At meron pa lang
player standing. 30 seconds left.
2v1 Drax in next connection at it's all up to skills. Pero nga lang may maaambag pa ba si skills? Kanina pa tayo naghanap ng ambag yan. Wala pa pero alam na nga nila kung nasaan siya kagad at hindi na lang siya.
Nice!
Time! At Draxi Nexi!
Let's go!
Asin yung palakpak ni Bill? Asin yung palakpak?
Let's go! Let's go! RRQ! Let's go! Tandaan nyo, panalo ang GSW, men. Share ko lang.
Kita ko
Ito,
nga eh.
si Kelly S. Si Kelly S, parang ano yan, parang Stephen Curry yan. Tawag doon, ng GSW, di ba? Yan mo. Yan si Nexi, parang Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson pa nga.
Oo. Dami kamukha nun eh, si Klay.
Lahat ng...
Yan. Sila Damian Lee, yan. Sila Jordan. Pero ibang team na yan eh. Pero hindi. GSW pa rin, syempre. Pero ano, legit, napanood mo ba yung napanood mo yung bago movie ngayon sa sa Netflix and VIL?
Ano yan? Anong movie yan?
Yung Hustle. Ganda, men. Panoorin mo yung basketball.
Okay.
Andun sila Dr. J, man. Legit, I mean, sobrang solid ng game. Sobrang solid ng movie na yun, tsaka yung mga game. Kasi yung bida doon, literal na NBA star talaga. NBA player talaga. Share ko lang. Decodition ako doon.
Turn out.
Ayoko tumigil eh. No?
Okay lang, Bill. Wala nagpapatigil sa'yo. Shoutout ka pala ito, Ge. Ang pait tignan nito, Ge, no? Pait yan, hindi ka nagsasalita eh. Pero to, si SK Rossi.
Alam nga ba guys, itong mga players ito, meron silang parang ritual eh. Nagpo-push up muna yan, lalong-lalo na sa tugi, sa game. Nagka-crouch siya, yun yung parang push up, yun yung sit-ups niya, mga kaibigan. Yan. Share ko lang. Oh my god, natamaan siya dito yung lightning fast mga kaibigan, pero yung kalang Jaxi with a swing. We're gonna take down SK Rossi, at least a trade talaga siya kahit paano 3v4 onto this game of Flash. With all these general peaks right na pangalan Jaxi. Perfect paranoia, blinding everyone. Dito sa side ng GES, pero skills, hindi pa rin niya alam kung ipapalit ba yung spike o hindi. Pero yun nga lang, this is already the lockdown na nilabas ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Pero, oh no, Nexi and Draxi natamaan sila ng Hunter's Fury. Skills, catching one Draxi is super low. Oh no, they know it already. The position is now compromised.
Flashback.
Ma-flash pero hindi sila flash. Pero yung nga lang, oh my god! Nice! Winnable. Sayang!
Sayang! Nalito siya eh. At, ito na nga, kapag natatalo RRQ, sa caster na si Sisi. Sabi niya dapat si Dax na lang eh. Joke lang.
Oo, kanina okay lang ako. Ewan ko sa'yo. Okay na kasi.
Sayang to. Nalagkas kanina. Ewan ko din eh. Mga Meredicers talaga yung mga page teams. Sorry akin. Kapag di ako nagkas ng page teams, di wala na akong trabaho. Ayun, may technical post pang kasama, Phil. Paano ba yan? Talagang masalamuat na hapon nga mula sa side ko. Ay.
Ano?
Salamuat.
Ano?
Mapait na hapon. Kasi may technical post. Ayan.
Oh, there you go. Ayan. Tech post. Ayan. Okay. Rere is back.
May kasama pang tech post at medyo nanlalamig lang ang mga miyembro ng RRQ. Pero pag ito nga 5-7, good half pa rin talaga to sa RRQ. Kanina nakakapag-adjust naman sila eh. Oh, kalma lang kayo guys. Di pa tapos hanggat hindi pa 13 yan.
Kayang-kaya pa. Close match 3-7. 5-7 yan guys, promise na mo. Lagin ko na yung mga accounts. Pero sa totoo lang, I mean, doon sa game number 1, wala, I mean, sobrang nagulat. Akala ko nga close match yun eh. Kasi sa totoo lang, ito wala nang kahalo-halong kabayas-bayas dito. Malaki rin ng chance ng GES na marami dito because they're actually the only hope of SA.
At natanggal yung isa na lang kasamahan eh. Pero may nakita akong tweet sa Twitter, Bill na eh. Grabe talaga eh. Hindi ko na sasabihin, pero yung mga best teams daw sa Singapore and their win rate.
Ay, sorry?
Yung best teams sa Singapore and their win rate. Tapos send ko na lang sa'yo mamaya, Bessie. Hahanapin ko lang. Tawang-tawa talaga ako kasi dama yung global esports dun eh. Grabe talaga ang mga tao ngayon sa comment. Huwag kayo mag-away guys. Kami nga chill lang eh. Pero
ako, guys.
Pero di ako nachichill dito sa tech post na to. Hindi gumagalaw yung mga taga-global esports eh. Ayun di sila gumagalaw.
Eto na, hindi na sila gumagalaw. Tapos na! 2-0 na talaga! Let's go! Huwag nyo nang antayin to! Oras na! Tapos na ba? Hindi pa.
Hindi pa rin.
Start
nyo na. Ayan na, gumagalaw na. May isa nang gumagalaw.
Ay, meron. Hala.
Magalaw na si Skills. Ang mga iba pang tropa hindi. So, ibig sabihin, mas maganda pa pala ang kuryente dito sa Pinas.
Talaga, mas maganda talaga yung kuryente natin, nagchat niya eh. yung may-ari nga nagchat eh. Pero next game, meron pa namang Haven. If ever, kaya naman nga dito may Haven pa. Mapa ng Pinoy yun eh.
Lahat na lang mapa ng Pinoy split. Binondo, Ascent, BGC, Haven, hindi ko na alam. Pero
ano sa Binondo?
Ang split parang Binondo.
Tondo yan.
Tondo ang split. Ang Haven.
Haven?
Oo. Mapa lang talaga ng Pinoy.
Mapa lang ng Pinoy yan, man. Sa may yan, sa may Haven, sa Ilocos. Sa Vegan. Sa Ilocos, sige, sa Ilocos. Layo, di ba? Intramuros, pwede sa Intramuros. Ayan, sige. Doon sa Intramuros yan. Kaya, if ever nagugutom kayo guys, kain kayo ng ng mga snacks. Ano bang masarap na snacks yun? Mga pancit canton.
Ay.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga...
Hindi yung sobrang yung 'di ba may overcooked na pancit canton?
Oo.
Ayoko nung ganun, men.
Oo, kasi yan, literal na sumisip-sip talaga yun ng ng flavor talaga. Labsak ang tawag doon. Yan. Kain kayo ng pancit canton pero hindi nagtitweet. Gets mo ba? So, magbait lang ako.
Bakit ko pa nagigets yung mga bagay-bagay?
Of course, di ba? Why not? Coconut. Uy, nung oras na!
Uy, meron pang next. May owas pa kami,
Tekal. Naman.
May nakita na naman ako mga kababalagad dito sa Twitter. Wait lang. Siyempre, isa-send ko sa'yo, Bes. Mababa lang yung kaligayahan ko eh. Kaya nga, kaya niya akong pasayahin, pero di ka lang, ba't di niya ako pinapasayahin? Ayan, sinend ko sa'yo. Doon sa natin, sa GC natin. Ayan.
Oh. Alam mo ba, nung nakita ko ito, meron kasi nito sa mall namin eh. Guys, alam niyo Guys, alam niyo yung sa mga mall, di ba parang may massage chair doon? Gusto kong pumunta doon, men, pero pakiramdam ko kasi parang lilipad ako pagkatapos pag umano talaga ako. Yung tiga-etneb lang. Yung tiga-etneb na, na...
30 minutes. Full body na.
Oo, full body, oo. Pero doon hindi ka napapaharapin. Kasi literal na likod lang talaga, no? Oo.
Ay, nakatas na yung bag.
Ito yung tininig sa aswang ng Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Oy, nung oras na! Ano ba yan?
Ay. Talagang, hoy!
Papasigaw ka na lang din talaga, no? Kayo guys. If ever tatanungin kayo, yung mga nasa chat ngayon, laro na lang tayo. May 3 minutes delay nga lang. Pero may 3 minutes delay nga lang. Pero sige, laro tayo ng may 3 minutes delay din. Sino ang top 3 nyo sa APAC? Ayan. Sino ang magga-grand final sa APAC? Ayan, yan ang matinding Sino ang magga-grand final sa APAC? Yan. Tapos sagutin nyo sa YouTube, sa Twitch, tsaka sa Facebook. Sino ang magga-grand final sa APAC? Ayan. Yun lang. Yun yung tanong ko, men. Kaya sagutin nyo kahit 3 minutes delay. Ang oras sa amin, 2:40. So lalabas yung tanong sa inyo, 2:43 na. Tapos marinig niyo, tapos mababasa ko, 2:46. Tagal, di ba?
Nagsasabi ka ng may laro tayo. Yung pala, akala ko anong mind games yung mangyayari. Pero hindi ba pala? Ano yung mga Okay, akala ko may ayan, tatanong nila yung mga okay, so talagang
yeah. So mukhang syempre talagang darating tayo sa panahon na mami-miss ko kayo. Kasi alam ko na miss nyo na kami. Kaya we are back. Hi! Hi! Hello guys, welcome back here dito sa ating show. And once again, you're watching VCT APAC. Between these two players, 1-0 already dito sa lamang na nga ang mga players ngayon ng GES, pero naman ngayon dito sa RRQ. Siguro ito yung time na pwede sila makapag-usap-usap para syempre ano ba yung mga kailangan nilang gawin. Pero ito na! Yan na mga kaibigan, it's time because game number 2 magbabalik after a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters Vil and Ray Ray here. See you later.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from me, but I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from me. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from me. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
sa match between RRQ together with Global Esports. Dito pa rin sa Ascent, my name is Ray. Kasama ko dito si Vil. At pinasabi ko nga sa inyo yung mga sino ba yung top 3 teams nyo. At may nag-away talaga sa comment section. Grabe naman yan.
Shoutout nga pala kay Gerald Bano. Yung talaga yung apelido na, no? Magagawa doon eh. Saka kay Kevin Clark Mercado na nag-aaway.
Ay, grabe yun lang.
Mga ibang klase talaga mga keyboard warrior sa Pilipinas!
At di ba tinanong natin tatlo? Sabi nung isa, Bano ka talaga, 2 teams lang sa finals, hindi 3.
Ganito na dapat nangyari, pero ito na. Everyone is settled already. Everyone is actually geared up. Kisip ako ng mga pwedeng terms of sabihin eh. Basta start nyo namin, yung na mag-isip.
Start nyo na.
Mag-isip eh. G lang ng G, man. Pero yun nga, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga viewers once again. And syempre, tingnan naman, diba? Valorant. Valorant Challengers Asia Pacific. Sa nga pala kay PPGL. Paro-paro Gaming League. Paro-paro G League. Pero tapos na yung tapos na yung era ng paro-paro G. Ano kaya yung bago?
Wala pang uso ngayon eh. Iba pa yung ngayon eh. Mga tao, galit sila sa mga rapper. Hindi ko alam ko bakit. Hindi na ako magsasalita.
Tama. Sa rapper ba yung galit sila ngayon?
Sa rapper daw.
Doon pala sila galit ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero okay, at least alam na natin kung ano yung mga
nasa caster
mga
talagang
chismis.
kulab.
Yan. Actually, totoo yan.
Nasa caster.
Basta caster, sweet lover.
Uy, di nyo ba alam guys, halos lahat ng caster ay nasa long-lasting relationship. At sino na lang ba single? Ako siya si Asray. Kawawa
Feeling ko si Ray at si Asray darating talaga ang panahon na talagang mag-iisang dibdib araw no man. Dibdiban. Ayan, dibdiban ng laban ng dalawa. Chest versus chest kayo.
Ay, no po. Basta, guys, looking for Radiant pa rin tayo, guys.
Tama. Napogi.
At hindi nakausap ang ex. At
Ano yung green? Ano yung green na rank ulit? Green na rank. Valorant. Anong tawag doon? Anong tawag doon, men? Ascendant. Ayan. Ascendant pala ang tawag doon. So, ibig sabihin, if ever na mas humirap yung mga buhay. Kasi literal na mas na-funnel out pa sobra yung mga players dito sa Valorant. Diba? Parang si Derek, hard sack na nga sa silver, natagdagan pa ng isa. Diba? Alam mo yun? Parang, alam mo, plano ko talaga, gusto ko sana mag-immortal. Gusto ko rin sana mag-immortal. Pero hindi pa nga ako nakakatawag doon, hindi pa nga ako nakaka-way past Diamond 3. Dinagdagan pa ng isa. Ay, naku. Ganyan talagang buhay, mga kaibigan. Ang talagang kailangan natin gawin is move on. Siya ka, naka-move on na. Bakit ikaw, hindi pa?
Uy, grabe naman yan. Ako naka-move on. Okay na ako. Safe na ako dyan, guys. Mabilis lang mag-move on kapag pinili mong mag-move on. Di ba, Vin? Tama. Pero, syempre, nasa tamang tao na si Vin. Diba?
Moving on is a choice.
Yun, tama. Ayan, diba nag-podcast na tayo? Nag-PPGL cooldown na tayo dito, Vil. Wala pang habang hindi start. Moving on is a choice, tama.
Moving on is a choice, mga kaibigan. Always remember that. And, syempre, bago tayo mag-move on, kailangan muna tayo mag-game on dito sa game natin ngayon. Pero mukhang mukhang kami muna ang dapat nyong tignan, mga kaibigan. Ayan. Oy, maraming salamat nga pala sa mga sumagot ng tanong ko kanina kung sino yung sa tingin nyo ang mag-grand finals. Meron pa nga nag-away. Ganon katindi si Kuya Bill, di ba? Pag si Kuya Bill ang nagkakas literal na may nag-aaway talaga. Hindi ko alam kung bakit, men. Lagi eh.
Ang saya-saya nila mag-commentan eh. Pero sabi direct dito sa atin. Stuck na nga daw siya sa silver. Hindi pa rin may dinagdagan pala bagong problema. Yung ascendant.
Sabi ni Danica de Guzman, mag-away lang kayo dito para ma-shoutout kayo. Tama?
Go lang! Go lang kayo dyan. Comment lang kayo, guys. Pero mag-iingat kayo. Baka isang taon kayo hindi makapag-comment.
Oo, tama. May sinabi si J-Rold, pag nawalan ka daw ng kuryente, mawawalan ka daw ng internet. Diyan ka nagkakamali.
Ano ba dapat?
Kasi may data. Diyan ka nagkakamali, Mr. J-Rold. Diyan ka nagkakamali. At saka wala kang kuryente yung walang kuryente yung router mo, yung modem mo, walang kuryente. Pero meron kang data. Kamali. Ayun, share ko lang.
Di nyo talaga ma-outsmart si Bill, guys.
900 IQ. 9 million ng IQ.
Ay.
Oo.
Ako, di ko alam ng IQ ko eh. Minsan nawawala pag nai-inlove masyado eh.
Oo. Ganoon naman talaga. If ever like kunyari, dumarating talaga tayo sa panahon na yung akala mo siya na, syempre, yung utak natin parang naaano sa tama, 'di ba? Parang syempre, kung saan lang siya masaya at kung saan ka masaya, yun lang yung gagawin mo. Pero ang tanong, tama ba?
Yun talaga yung love is blind. Totoo talaga yung love is blind, guys. Pag inisip mo na siya na din yung kasama mo sa future and everything, kulang na lang talaga shot puno eh. Sabi background music ng December Avenue.
Tapos palakas ng palakas yung background music, tapos iiyak ka na. Alam mo yung sa mga retreat gano'n. Ganun sa retreat, 'di ba? Yung tipong kunyari, yung tipong bakit mo ginagawa 'yan? Gumagano yung yung nagsasalita. Tapos palakas ng palakas yung yung tawag doon, yung gitara. Tapos yung katabi mo. Mga ganun sila. Actually, ganito, share ko lang. Nung nag-retreat kami sa San Beda back then, yung grupo namin, literal yung isang hilerang mga friends ko, tulog kami. Alam mo, ang tagal magpaiyak ng proctor, pero hindi pa rin kami tumatay. Yung kasi, tulog kami.
Natandaan ko pa dati nung may kasama pa yung Kiss the Rain sa piano. Yung tan-nan-nan-tan-tan. Tapos may iyak-iyak ka na lang. Hindi, ito yung parating music sa retreat. Or kaya minsan yung mga kanta ng Hillsong. Ayun, yun yung mga...
yan, Hillsong. Kanta kayo ng One Way.
Ikaw ngayon ng mga taga-RRQ.
Kaya natin sila, men. Kung mag-game 3, mag-game 3 na kayo. Oras na. Dapat hindi na patapos ito.
At sa either 2-0, map 3 eh.
Out of range.
Pero right now, here in your games, dito sa lighting fast yung mga players ngayon ng GS going inside. Dito agad sa...
You want to play? Let's play.
Pero, ito si Kelly, and he's gonna fall down as well. Skills mga ka-gamers, talaga dito, you need to back out. 4v5, open this game si Draxi, maraming pera, yung nga natamaan dito ng Paranoia, pero nga lang kapa makakuha ng isa. 2v3 right now, winnable for the side of our Q if ever. Jaxi still alive, pero nga lang matatamaan siya ng Nightfall. Kapa will get that 3. Ngayon, may ambag na siya.
Last round
nice
in the half.
Kapag ito first nila good upside ng RRQ, kahit man lang, ma-close lang nila. Kasi pag nag-switch tayo na sides, we all knew naman that they can get those comeback stories eh. Pero ngayon, sayang ang dito kay Draxi, pinakitaan kasi siya ng ultimate eh. Wala siyang magagawa eh. Alam na rin, hindi pa makarinig lahat. Nahihilo, nalilito. Ganun nangyari sa side ng RRQ. But right now, with SK Rossi, with that operator, meron kaya sila magagampanan ngayon. Pero alam na nga din kagad ng RRQ na mas passive yung magiging play nila ngayon. Dahil nga lugi sila pagdating sa maraming flash tsaka maraming utilities ng 3 initiator mula sa side ng Global Esports.
Pero meron akong gusto i-shoutout na isa sa RRQ peeps. Itatago ko lang siya sa pangalang Irene Soft. Hello!
Hello po!
Shout out. Oh, may pa ano yan, may pa jersey yan si Miss Irene kaya solid yan. Pero ito si Rexy mga kaibigan mo natamaan ata dito ng flash. Pero dati si Kelly S mga kaibigan gonna pop flash again. Pero he's gonna fall down to the hands of Fighting Class 2 to get in each other with that Tony Fowler. Pero let's see na nakakuha pa siya dito. 2v4 on this game. Spike is in target already. Pero nga lang he's gonna take down the Hell Ranger right now. 2v2. Kappa is low. Pwede pa ipanalo to ng mga RRQ for sure. Pero flash, pick na kayo Spike. Flash catches one to get one as well. Woo!
Let's go!
8-4. 8-4 to end the first half of the game.
Good luck!
Yan. Shoutout ulit kay Miss Irene.
Switching sides.
Ang better half ni Manjin.
Ayun. Napakatamis.
Napakatamis ng pag-ibig mga kaibigan. I can taste it from here. Shoutout din kay Manjin kung magkasama kayo.
Ayun.
Check lang.
Mapapasana all na lang ako. Yun na lang talagang role ko ngayon guys eh. Taga-sana all. Sorry.
Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan.
Sabi ko nga eh, magpapabigay ako na battle pass pag nagka-jowa ko this year. Pero pag hindi ako nagka-jowa this year, paalam muna sa inyong lahat. Kailangan daw muna maging single for 5 years. Uy. At big shoutouts ka pala sa mga nandito din sa Twitch. At alam mo ba kagabi may nag-send sa akin ng ng pang milk tea. Itatago na lang natin siya sa pangalang Harold Sarabia. Ayan. Salamat sa iyo. At hindi ko alam ba't kayo nagsisend ng Gcash pero sige. Tatanggap lang ako. Hindi ko na hindi ko na tatanggihan.
May mga bagay na talagang hindi tinatanggihan tulad nun.
Tulad nun.
Kasi ano yan? Kasi tawag dito, ano yan eh? What do you call this? Rasha.
Tama.
Diba si Maynila Scarborough? Hello.
Wow. Shout out. Parang gusto ko alam mo yung gusto ko ng halo-halo. Pero di ko sure kung mauubos ko siya. Yun yung problema eh. Sayang kasi.
Yung ano? Yung
halo-halo. So, bumili ng halo-halo. Di ba? Ang random. So, bumili ng halo-halo pero di ko sure kung mauubos ko siya. Kasi ang tamis eh. Sana gawin parati siya. Anong katamis parati pag-ibig ka? So, hindi eh. Guys.
Matamis ang pag-ibig, tandaan yan guys. Tekpos na naman.
Tekpos, hindi na naman gumagalaw. Ay, nako po.
Lods, hindi gumagalaw yung tatlo. Yung dalawa na lang. Ay. Hindi gumagalaw ang players ng RRQ. Si Fade, di gumagalaw. Si Tuget, gumalaw ka naman. Ayokong kabahan. Pero sige lang. Okay lang yan, guys. Okay, walang problema dyan. Di ba? Yung mga tech post na yan, syempre, ginagawa natin yan para sa ikabubuti ng mga players natin. Syempre, kailangan nating silang palaruin sa fair ground, even ground, kumbaga. And syempre, minsan kasi, they are having problems with their own stuff as well na hindi naman natin na maiiwasan. So, of course, we are giving them chance para maiayos yung mga problema na yun, di ba? Ganoon naman lagi eh. Syempre, kahit nakagawa siya ng mali ng isa, bigyan mo ng tsansa. Pero if ever paulit-ulit na, maghanap ka na ng iba.
Mismo. Nakaka-relate. Ayoko lang, marami yung bitawan na bars eh. Pero promise guys, pag umulit na yan ng isang beses, pag ginawa na yan ng first time, uulit pa yan. Mamamahinga nga lang. Sabi sa inyo, walang magbabago! Di nagbabago ang mga yan, namamahinga lang. Pero kailan kaya magbabago tong global esports? Pinatikim lang ng isang round. Pause ulit. Ay sila, di sila gumagalaw. Yung mga RK naghihintay lang oh. Have fun lang. Ayun, thank you si Miss Irene. Sabi niya, let's go RRQ. Let's go. Ayun. Wala nagbabias cast din daw. Si Boss Manjin, sabi ni Miss Irene.
Ah, sinabi ba?
Ah, sabi niya.
Hanapin ko.
Hanapin ko.
Hindi ko mahanap. Kailangan ko palang magpalit gamit yung aking page. Ayan.
Yeah.
Wala nagpabayas kasi. Oo, kasi nga pala, no? Ano nga yung MSC ngayon? Oo nga pala. Ayun. Share ko lang. Ayun, no? Si Miss Irene. Ayun, nagbigay ng jersey sa amin.
Oh, nagtanong nga siya. Nagtanong na size eh. Salamat agad.
Hay nako, parang malamig dito sa kwarto. Parang masarap kiyata ang hoodie. Parang masarap ata ang hoodie, no? RRQ, baka naman.
RRQ. Parang maganda-ganda. Alam mo, so far nakaka-collect na ako ng mga jersey eh. Meron na tayo galing sa Naos.
May SB na tayo.
Ay, wala akong SB. Wala akong SB. Ikaw meron eh.
Wala ba?
Ako, Naos pa lang. Tsaka, eto, baka dumating na ang RRQ. So, baka naman Team Secret Oasis.
Bigyan ka namin? Bigyan ka namin ng, sa secret?
Sa secret.
Yung sa akin meron din eh.
Pahingi nga
Side
ako.
set na sila. Pahingi ka?
Pahingi ako. Ayaw mo. Wala nga rin akong meron ako. Jersey. Meron lang ako parang sa kadiliman dati kay yung merch ni Super MJ. Pero sa iba napunta yun eh. Sa mga taong iniwan na natin.
Grabe Riri, no?
Ano yan? Bakit?
Grabe Riri, no?
Bakit?
Totoo kaya talaga? Nung kanina, nung hindi ka nag-gas, ang bilis ng game, pero pagdating mo, puro tech-pos na.
Hindi ko din alam din.
Diba? Napansin mo rin yan. Guys, napansin nyo rin, diba? Ako. Wala na. Pakila po sino manalo dito. Kahit sino na. Let's go, DS. Para game 3 na.
Ito. Sabi dito ni John Ayan Perez, happy birthday from ISM. Salamat sa mga ISM. Yan yung mga mabibigating moderator natin sa Facebook tsaka sa Twitch.
Shoutout nga pala sa Asians Minions, mga kaibigan. Ayan, hello sa inyo mga ISM. Iisa-isahin ko kayo. Teka, asan ba?
Sila din ang nag-handle iba sa kanila ng VLR.
Oo, shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Madami kayo eh. Iisa-isahin ko kayo. Yung mga Asians Minion na dito si Hecate, dito sila Melon, tsaka sila Tam, dito rin sila Tofu, dito rin. Dito sila sila Lawrence, dito sila lahat, men. Kompletong-kompleto sila dito, men. Sino ba? Sila niyo yung sarili, sila Sambi. Ayan.
Napakabait ng
Tofu,
mga yan.
hello. Yung mga natin, yung mga tawag dito, yung mga mods natin sa Facebook, Twitch, tsaka sa YouTube, hello sa inyo, maraming salamat. Shoutout ko din si Mubot na walang tigil na nag-a-announce. Shoutout sa iyo, Mubot. O, di ba? Hindi lang kayo nakakisa ng kaso na shoutout yung bot.
Kapag ay guys, type niyo pala exclamation.
Sila
Pogi.
Sila Hin. Ayan, hello sa iyo. Andiyan sila yung mga taga VLR, hello. Ano ba yung mga taga VLR? Hello sa inyo lahat, man. Mahal ko kayo. Team Chill, ayan, dyan sila, man. Kompleto sila, lahat.
Ayan, simula na pala eh. Ito na, simula na pistol round. At nagbabalik na muli ang mga taga Global Esports. Pero to magkakakitaan na nga, nakita na kagad nila ito. Kung nasa yung magagamit na tapunan na din ng fragments, pero nakahiwalay na nga din kagad ng mga taga-RP. Nakapasok si KS na ang may kita mo lang ay ang kanyang muso. Pero habang nasa indoors, may kita na din nga din yan. Haabangan nyo na kagad sila. Ayun, it is the right click. At simula na nga ng pag-right click on ng RRQ.
Ito na ang ganti na ginagawa talaga ng RRQ mga kaibigan. O pinagbigyan nila GS pero mangyayari naman dito 2-0 talaga to. And talaga hindi ko alam kung ano ginagawa. Literally titignan nila yung CCTV camera ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Now, this is po siya ginagawa rin talaga ng GS pero for sure hindi naman nanalo dito pero kala Slosy all the way dito sa may Speedway. He's gonna go down to the hands of Jackson right now. Yes, you another one. Pero ito na nga, ubos na pati pantubos. Ito na ang comeback na inaantay natin. Ito na ang comeback of the century mga kaibigan. RRQ for sure 6-8 na ito.
Matik! Shoutout na pala sa mga taga-naos na nanonood ngayon, especially kay Backstab. Sabi niya, go RRQ. Abay, tapat lang! Dahil RRQ, it's time. Sanay, bumabawi na sabi sa'yo. Tignan si Lexi, oh. Ay! Look at ko. Pero nasa tutok ko. And that na lang, Vil. Magiging tie na nga to. Slowly but surely.
Pero ito naman si Jade Kesa. Pero going back here mga kaibigan, ito talaga medyo kinakaman nila yung mga players ng GS kasi talaga pumupush sa kanilang RRQ ngayon. And for the players of RRQ, all they need to do is they can actually play slow, they can actually play really fast, but it's really up to them kung paano nila gagawin yun. Kasi talagang if ever talaga na magkakita sila dito na sobrang matindi, talaga medyo delikado din talaga ang GS dito kasi nga nakaspekto yung mga kalaban nila. Pero someone is playing close, tamang shot nila ang gamit na pero napakaganda. Tamang boom bop muna kasi ano ba naman ang pressure ng boom bop kung mamatay yung buong ikaw. Pero Kelly is pushing in and ano naman ginagawa dito ng GS? Diyos ka naman, bawas naman kahit armor lang.
Wala man lang nabawasan ni Isa. Meron bawas konti kay Kelly S. Pero nga lang, all in all, may magagawa pa si Rosie, may magagawa pa yun siya kasi Lightning. Alam na nga rin kung nasa na sila, tinapura na nga siya kagad ang mga paint shots ngayon, mga sa RP na agad. Pero he gets the first stop, pero wala na talaga. Too late to apologize. Wala na rin kagad mga baril ang mga taga-Global Esports. Pero as they try to punish it, bail out ako ngayon. And no time left na sa Global Esports. So talagang slowly but surely kapag nanalo pa ang RRQ sa next round, talaga ang chance to share kaya ayaw nila magkaroon ng nice score.
Nice. 6-8. Ayan. Kung gusto nila shoutout mga kaibigan, send lang sa Gcash. Ganun lang kadali yun.
Oo. Madali lang naman magpa-shoutout sa amin guys. Basta send lang.
Antayin ko may antayin ko na may ano antayin ko na may mag-ascend Ayan.
Ayan. So shoutout namin kayo guys.
Shoutout namin kayo. Mahirap kasi talaga na na tawag dito na maglagay sa Facebook. Kasi may tumatawag kasi. Ray, i-delete mo yan. Ako na nagsabi sa'yo, i-delete mo yan. May tatawag sa'yo, promise. Delete mo yan.
Huwag ka
ako na nag-delete. Pero next year, gonna push it already. Oh my God! Isipin mo, fire out ang GS! Pero sila yung namamatay sa RRQ! Pinascore lang! Gusto pang manalo! Oh my God! Ito na! Si Skills! Si Tropang Balbasarado mga kaibigan. Ito na nakataas sila. Pero imposibleng manalo dito ang GS. Ito na talaga ang comeback of the century mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita natin 8-4. Yung 8 na yan, hanggang dyan na lang kayo!
Tahimik lang ang RRQ. Pero, pumapalo na nga sila ngayon. Alam mo, Bill, hindi ko alam ba't sa'yo tumatawag. Ako walang tumawag sa akin ni Isa. Puro Gcash ang sinisend sa akin.
May nagsend na ng Gcash mga kaibigan.
Ayan.
Si Renz Jetro Juan. Sinend na ako ng piso. Maraming salamat, Renz Jetro.
Ayan, sa akin kay Bernard Marion. Pita. Sabi niya, hi po kay ISM Aki na hindi pa rin tumatahon. Miss Sorry. Bakit kailangan ba mag-affair?
Ayan, di ba? Sabi niya pa-shoutout. Wala man lang letter T sa dulo. Papa-shoutout ka na nga lang, mali pa spelling mo. Ayan, si Renz Jetro Juan.
Ayan. Sabi dito, lahat kasalanan talaga ni Ray, kaya umiinit ang ulo ko. Okay lang yan. Mainit na ulo niya sa akin, wala namang problema sa akin. Kailan naman masistress sa akin? Ako hindi ako masistress sa inyo. Bring them down.
Yung aso pagpasensyahan nyo na. Yung aso, pagpasensyahan nyo yung aso ko mga kaibigan, pero yun lang yan. Send lang kayo Gcash guys ha, send lang para ma-shoutout. Hinirahan Okay.
Akala
pero
mo.
ito na. Si Kelly S, grabe naman talaga. Grabe yung itsura ni Kelly S. Para talaga literal na kukunin ng liwanag ngayon, no? Papikit-pikit pa, no? Beautiful eyes.
Beautiful eyes. Ginawang ba? Yung baby.
Yung baby.
Hey!
Scanning ahead.
Ito na. Wait lang, ang tanong. Nasa na ba yung camera ng Dexy? Kita pa ba yung Kita pa ba yung bibig? Kasi kung hindi nakita yung bibig ni Dexy, it's time. Men, tandaan nyo, habang pataas ng pataas yung camera ni Lexy mga kaibigan, pataas ng pataas naman yung score nila. Ayan. Hindi nakita yung baba. Ayan na. Magsisimula na yan. Paakit na ng paakit yan. Promise.
Spike planted.
Para may pawis yung Parang may pawis yung camera ni Nexy, no? Umi-slide. Okay, si Rosie. Sinamahan pa nga ngayon ng Nexy na Nexy! Pero ngayon, alam na nga nila kung anong mangyayari. And now it's all out versus 3. Pero nakita na din kagad siya ni Draxy. And that's it. 8 on! That's na yung mga mainit ang ulo!
Gusto bang manalo? Ano yung first time nyo makascore? Eto na! Tandaan nyo, manalo, matalo, masaya pa rin tayo lahat. Pero syempre, mas masaya pag manalo. Sige, parilin mo yan kasi hindi ka naman makakadalo pa dyan. Eto na, 8-8 mga kaibigan. Pinasarap lang yung laban. Skills, wala ka naman yan.
Wala. Ay, shoutout nga pala sa isa kong kay SEG Pluma. Hello, shoutout sa'yo. Pero ito na nga, time out na. 4 rounds na, Bill. Pinalamang lang eh.
Shoutout din kay Missouri. Hello.
Yan.
Hello, Missouri. Siya pala yung nag-send. Si Renz Jetro 1. Yun yung pangalan niya kay si Missouri, yung mod natin. Yan. Renz Jetro 1 ang pangalan niya.
Ano nga siya, sabi niya, sana naway makahanap ka na ng kaduo mo. Grabe naman kayo sa akin. Sabi ni Jay, alam mo naman yan, Jay, huwag ka magsalita ng ganyan. Huwag mo na ako idamay, please.
Sana pag naglapag ako ng Gcash sa chat, sana si RRQ mamigay ng 5,000. Oh, sana mamigay ng 5,000 si RRQ. Sige nga, i-type ko. Huwag kayong tatawag. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time dito sa side ng RRQ na sila dapat mananalo dito mga kami, pero napakadami ng air, pero slightly fast natamaan din talaga ng hunt. So kailangan na tumakbo kasi kitang-kita siya ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ. But Hellranger, ang dami sinasabi, parang galit na talaga eh, no? Pero ito na yung galit na galit eh, no? Pero grabe yung camera, alam mo, parang stress na sa buhay. Pero ito na ngayon, si Lightning fast pushing ngayon already, pero mukhang nag-aantay lang din siya sa possible push na ginagawa ngayon ng GES. Pero tandaan nyo, if manalo ang RRQ dito, laglag na rin ang pride ng SA.
Isa na lang na representative nila eh. Pero, abangan sila na SK Rossi. Keles, nilabas ng boombots. Sabi pa, here comes the power dito, mama! Hindi mo lang patamain naman. Alam, pinabayaran din kanya ng showstopper. Total control na kagad na meron ng RRQ. Pagdating din sa mismong B-side, dito mama, maumubot eh. Pinakitaan siya ng gano'n. And now, Jackson goes for your plan. RRQ is on the road! Ujiro is real? Hello na nga ba this?
Oy! Maraming salamat, Robert Jan Duquesa sa 5 piso. Pero going back yung skills and lightning fast can take down these players and then pero 4v2 on this game. It's all up to 1. Flash is really in a big trouble right now. 8-8 already. And mukhang 8-9 in favor of GES, pero sana makabawi pa rin sila dito kahit konti. Shoutout nga pala kay Robert Jan Duquesa. Message, shoutout sa'yo stepdad, uwi ka na sa amin. Tsaka kay Ramon Carlo Tinong. Shoutout Bill, ako lagi nagtitik sa inyo sa IG. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Ay, meron din nag-message para saan si Wayne Luis Buenaventura, shout out. Ayan, salamat sa pag-set up piso. Piso na yan. Ayan, lahat na ito. Sa mga gusto po, alam mo ba may nag-email sa akin kagabi? Share ko lang inaaya niya ako makipag-samgyup
kasi, sinare mo yung post ko kahit kaya gano'n.
Salamat Ayan, nag-tweet ako. Hindi ko siya meet ko kagabi pero share ko ulit. Ayan, salamat sa inyo. At kay Ayisa Faith OFL, pakitipid daw yung piso niya. Sige. Lumamak na yung Global Esports. Tayo kasi, Muroy pa shoutout 8-9. Kaya pa yan, RRQ.
Salamat Pius, complete ng dog food. Ano to? Yung authentication code. Hoy, wag niyo hackin yung ano ko. Tumigil-tigil kayo.
Flash out!
Pero, ito na ngayon. Ano ang gagawin nila? Kaya pa bang buhayin to ng RRQ or hindi na? Skills. In the top spot right now. Ito rin po siya ginagawa na Jaxi and Nexi catching one. Lockdown it is sa side ng RRQ. Only one more win in order for them to get this best of 3 series to be done.
Ay, sabi dito ni Miss Irene, gusto mo daw ba ng 5,000 pin? Galing sa RRQ. Pwede naman po, di po kami tumatanggi sa ganyan. Pero to, Tay! Di na makakagalaw yung global esports ngayon, Vil. Diba? Pero paano kaya deny ni SK Rossi yung buhok na? Interested lang ako malaman. Anong sound kit? Ito yung parang anime na nag-o-opera siya ng mga... Yung letter J? Jackman ba? Yung parang anime? Na... Yeah. Parang...
Can I get a drop?
Nakalimutan. Letter J yun Basta yung anime na may na doctor siya. Pero, basta yun! So yeah, 9-all. Yung buhok kasi ni SK Rossi.
Shoutout nga pala kay Roden Marks Lilo. Vil, pag na-shoutout mo ako, malapit na ganyan. Salamat, pre. 9-all! Let's go! Tino mo si Draxin, daming pero. Sabi ni Keles, pre, pa-drop. I got you, bro. Yun ang sabi nila. Pero eto na.
Ay, naku, yung mga audience talaga natin. Hindi ko alam. Minsan mababait, minsan hindi.
Oy, wag niyo hackin yung Gcash ko, oy, wag niyo humingi ng authentication code. Tigilan niyo, oy.
Ayun!
Walang laman yan, men.
Dr. Jack! Di ba yung buhok ni SK Rossi? Para si Dr. Jack. Totoo, ganda nga nung latest anime na ng direct di ba? Tinapos ko yun Gwapong-gwapo ako dun Pero yun, 9-all. Wala pa rin nangyayari, pero si Kelias hindi na kumukurap yan.
Oo. Hindi na kumukurap yan. Dilat na yan, men. Ito na, yan na! Malapit na mawala yung bibig ni Nexi, mga kaibigan! Konti na lang, ayan, di ba? Sabi ko sa inyo, pag umaakat yung camera ni Nexi, nakakapatay siya, maraming... Paplas ka ba? Oo, kasi liwanag ang huli mong makikita bago ka mamatay dito! Pero, Kappa, peeking from market, mamalengke ka na lang! Ito na ang kalapag ng papagpabot ng B. Pero Kelly is catching one. Hell Ranger, kinakabahan siya. Pero that is the aftershock right now. Pero wala na siyang bullets ngayon. Pero kailangan na makabawi ngayon mga kabig. It's all up to 2 skills. And Hell Ranger na dito na. Pero ito pa, Winter's Fury! Flash! Sinampal ng long katog si Hell Ranger mga kaibigan. Si Hell Ranger nakatikim ng Filipino long katog. Pero ito na, 3v1 skills! The only man remaining. At save! Evas para Evas.
Evas para Evas. Wala, hindi makapag-save ba? Pinoy yan ayaw mag-save na mga yan.
Shoutout kay Ralph Agustin, Jane Jr. Kitalas, tsaka kay Joshua Lawrence Apala. Salamat sa mga 500. 100 yan. Siyempre, mahal yung dito, mahal yung mga shoutout dito. Okay ba?
Papindang ng Gcash ni Bill.
Baliwag.
Yan na naman tayo.
May nagsabi, buti pala nakapagpa-shoutout na ako kay Vin bago pa naningil.
Hey guys, marami ng masters kasi parati kami nagsa-shoutout na ng libre.
Oo nga pala, shoutout kay Lance Jobson or Habson Job. Sa'yo, Lance, hello. Yan. Si Pico nandito lang. Meron din siyang aso. Aso din yung aso. Pero 5v3 on to this game. Oh no, all but 50 ata dito mga players ng RRQ. Pero ito na talaga yung Nightfall na ginagawa ng RRQ right now. Pero merong baril si Kappa, merong baril si Hedron, kasi lightning pass, pero hanggang dito lang SK Rossi catching one down. Oh no, this is gonna be really tight one for the players of RRQ. Kasi kung dalawa lang sila, pero para magkagawin nila dito Kappa, mga kaibigan, meron na tamaan isa. Oh no, na thrifty ng GES ang RRQ, and halos walang bawas ang GES dito. Oh no.
May nag-email sa akin. Ito, recipe ng halo-halo ingredients.
Ayoko na maglagay ng kahit ano dito, email, baka maghingi na naman ng authentication code. Tigilan nyo nga. Pati ba naman Gcash, hinahack nyo? Wala naman laman to. Di nyo sure.
Kaya kinabahan.
Kinabahan ako.
Bakit nasasama sa'yo ng tao, Vin? Ikaw hinahack ka. Ako wala.
Yung sa akin daw kasi may makukuha. Joke lang. Joke lang.
Totoo
paldo
naman.
Paldo ko eh.
Ay, hindi mas paldo ka.
Hindi totoo yun. Ano ka ba? Ano ka ba? Kung ganyan, pa 19k na nga BDC. Ganyan ka pa.
Yung may sabi dito ni Meralco, yung S talaga kay Kenny S. Uy! Tama yan. Tama na yan. Huwag mong sasabihin yan, Meralco.
Ubas. Ito naman si Rere, mga kaibigan. Ito naman yung ambag niya. Tawa.
Sorry ah.
Okay lang si Kappa nga kanina, 0-10 yung score.
Sama mo naman kay Kappa. Ganun talaga.
So talaga. What I see is what I say. Ito na si Kelly S. Mga kaibigan na dirat na naman. Anong ginagawa nyo? Patakasin nyo! Pero Henranger, we're gonna take down 2. It's fine. 3v2. Lamang tayo pare. Okay lang yan. Pero Kappa, dito sa may Raptors, naririnig nila, alam nila kung saan nag-plant si Flash ngayon. Pero it's fine, sabi ng Nexi, sige pre, post-plant tayo. At ang gagawin lang ni Nexi dito is trying to back away. Pero ang tanong, meron pa ba sila ditong alarm, meron pa ba ditong mga swarm? Meron pa siya ng swarm. Pero SK Rossi, with a swing, delikado rin talaga kasi gamit-gamit niya ang yung matinding operator, yung may tentacles. Pero hindi ka na swing out or not. Pero si Nexi, kalmado lang din talaga no? Nexi, huwag kasi silip dyan ha. Nexi, yung mga tinuro kasi huwag kasi silip dyan. Kappa catches one, pero that is a turret. So they have an idea kung nasa yung isa. Flash, mga kaibigan. Will be down, pero will be down for the count. SK Rossi, still pushing it. Anong ginagawa mo, Rossi? Ba't ayaw mong umalis, Rossi? Operator yan, Rossi! Alam mo nga kung nasa yung isa, may turret na nga. Pinilit mo pa, Rossi! 11-10 already! Hoy! Lumamang lang! Gusto pang manalo, Rossi!
Down A.
Libreng track na naman sa BLRB.
Diyos ko, Rossi! Oy, Robby Galliano! Robby Galliano, shoutout sa'yo. Vil, pag na-shoutout mo ako, lalabas ko yung burger ko sa bus. Ay, naku po, maraming titingin sa'yo niyan. Salamat ulit, Roden Marks Lilo sa pandagdag. Maraming salamat.
Hindi na ako makikakatawa dito. Wala!
Ang ginagawa mo, Rossi! Pero ito na, tira mo, Spectre. Uy, gusto ko nakachapa ako with Spectre. Mukhang magiging 11-11 ata to. Pero sabi ng RRQ, wag na rin sana to. Pero 3v4 onto this guy! Pero we're gonna take you down! Pero Diyos ko, Hellranger catching 1, 2v4, winnable sa side ng RRQ. Oh, skills? Oh no! Ay, naku po, mahirap to, delikado to. Diyos ko po, ano na?
Pag na-clutch nito, Ge, mamimigay ako battle pass. Ayan, clutch mo na ito, Ge. 2v, 3v1. Tayo galawang back.
Where are
HP, winnable. May use pa siya, oh. Kinakabahan ako, yung gumastos, pero ito na. Tuge. Clutch moment of the history of the comeback. Nakatago pa siya ngayon sa dice. Hihintay na nyo. Naka-vandal to, Sentinels of Light na buff yan.
Kaya yan, 1v3.
Oo,
Tuge.
tuge yan eh.
Oo. Pag na-clutch yan, papalitin niya yung pangalan na gagawin ng Trige. Okay lang yan, okay lang. May 300 pesos sila. Dikit.
Make a wish, guys. Make a wish. 11-11. Yung sinabi si Marako, nagkasibil sa Paymaya, pero Gcash ginagamit niya ngayon. Ay, nakaloko kayo.
There. There.
At,
alam ni Meral ko yun eh.
Kaya nga eh, nakakatakot
Alam ni Meral ko yung mga gig ko. Yan. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi ko siya kilala. Pero alam mo ba, there's this time na pinadalan ko siya ng milk tea. Legit to na nangyayari. Pinadalan ko talaga siya ng milk tea.
There.
Ako pinadalan ko. Paano naman yung iba?
Sige. Send na lang ng Gcash para ko.
Yan.
Bibigay kasi mga na-collect natin ngayon sa paluwag.
Tipin mo? Tipin mo kami yung nagbabayad sa'yo pero kami pa yung nanlilibre sa'yo? Ikaw na kayo nakakakuha ng pera. Uy, meron ulit dumarating. Grabe naman. Keep it coming! Oy, Ralph Agustin, Jer Quitalas. Pwede bang paampon, Boss Vil? Pwede. Ayan. Keep it coming, guys.
Face your fear!
Kaya ganito kadikit yung laban, ayaw pa tayo patapusin eh.
Oo. Sabi na, alam ko na pin level, tigilan mo ako ah. Maayos kayo ah. Kinakabahan ako eh. Pero, Kelly S gonna push in. Pero si Kelly S, mga kaibigan, hindi alam mo meron out na likod niya. Pero yung alam mapapalit siya ng skills ngayon. Pero 4v3, 5v3 right now. In front of Lexi. Oh no.
Calling my bot.
Antayin natin sila. Lexi, kaya mo yan, Lexi. Konti na lang yung makikita yung bibig mo. Konting baba pa. Bawi. 12. Let's go! RRQ! Let's go!
Okay ng umoti, basta panalo ang RRQ.
Out of charges.
Ganun lang yun. Kadali. Matrap kasi sila kagad dito eh. May counter flash yun. Nasabayan eh. Sinabayan sila ngayon ng mga taga Global Esports eh. Medyo nagulat din ang RRQ doon. Pero, with the Spectre buy, ano kayang plano gawin ng RRQ this time?
Satellite.
Mananalo! Oh, alam nila meron tayo sa may taas pero 12 gusto nila dito para syempre may thrill pero wala silang alam na nandito si Kelly S sa likod. Kelly S, di ka sa likod mo! May kalabang ka dyan! Likod mo! Kelly S sa likod mo! Si Lightning Fast, oh no! Alam ni Lightning Fast na sa gilid na si Kelly S pero ay! Sayang talaga! Pero yes na lock na ginagawa nila pero Diyos ko pwede na si Optimum Pride galit na nag-transform na para syempre hindi sila makakamit ng skills nila pero meron pang kalapag na pabag makakabigyan na tamanan yung mga players kayo ng RRQ pero Lightning Fast mag-actually take one down one pero Lexi with a snake catching down! Oh, already! Pero muntik na to get 1v1 with a great one! Skills versus to get! Are we gonna see an OT or not? Pero ito, hinapon na Tony Brother! And Lexi will take you down! 12! Let's go! OT!
Switching sides. Overtime.
Pagod ba guys?
Woo! Ay! Yung puso ko! Ay! RRQ!
Ito na! Pinasarap lang yung laban mga kaibigan! Akala nyo mananalo kayo? Hindi! Ha? Tandaan nyo, mas masarap pang Monay kaysa sa roti! Tama ba? Sigaw sa
Yan
likod.
sa'yo, Aldrich Balao. Panghalo-halo, salamat kahit 5 pesos lang
Oh!
yan.
Alam na isa, nakita lang si Tony Prowler mga kaibigan. Ito na. Ay nako, ito na yung bridge na peke. Bridge na peke! Ang dami mong dada! Sampal ko kaya ang vandal ko sa iyong mukha! Ingay ko. Sorry guys.
Okay lang.
Take flight.
RRQ Philippines San Olville. Joke lang. Joke lang mga tropa natin ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Ito na ang Regent Q versus Gold and Silver.
Agent Gold versus Silver.
Regent Q to versus Gold and Silver GS. Kanina may naghahanap bronze or silver daw na kasali sa comp. Ito GS PM mo. Baka suma sila.
Oof! Alam na, na-alarm na. Alam na sa
30 seconds left.
Lumipat na si Kelly and Scott B. Bago naman this. Preventing. High mix. Knuckle flash. Ang
Nice! Nice! Let's go. Ay, okay lang yan. Pero ay, nice one flash! Pero 2v3, winnable. Kalma. Antay lang. May smoke ha. Sige pre. ako yung nag-call out. Sige, nakasmoke yung beamer pa. Sige, parang climb. Meron tayo sa may likod mga kaibigan. Pero nga nakita ba nila? Pero Draxi, gonna push on ready. Pero Hellraiser catching one. Hellraiser, meron siyang kalapag ng papa. Pero tinamaan si Draxi. Ay, naku po. 13. Second OT.
At tatandaan nyo, RRQ King of OT yan sa atin. Sa Open Qualifiers, umabot sila ng Team Secret 2022. Isa sa mga matatagal na OT sa mundo ng Valorant PH. Sayang hindi nga lang naka-broadcast yun. Share ko lang.
Si RRQ parang gusto atang gusto mo ba ng milk tea RRQ? Sabihin mo lang, ask you shall receive, padadalang kita. Diba? Kasi tandaan nyo, what is money, paper only.
Talagang RRQ, ano pa ba gusto nyo? Matupuno na tayo.
Malakas ang RRQ sa attacking, tandaan nyo. 13-13 to. Pag hindi 13-13 to, dinaya, tandaan nyo.
Bring them down. RRQ sa inyo na to. Uwas pa.
Apa yun? Sabi ni Sarah, feeling ko ako yung mapapawas kaysa kay Vil. Inom ka ng, ng Lola Remedy, Granny Remedy. Ayun.
Hey.
Sorry po. Sorry ko kay Miss Sarah. Okay na ba yung mga patatas? Okay na ba yung mga patatas? Sorry, P.
Blocking point naman!
Hop. Ito na. Odin. Talaga Odin na talaga. Nag-Odin si Kapta kasi wala siyang tutok!
Galit na siya.
Odin na lang wala siyang tutok kaya Odin na lang talaga Pero outgrowth, makikita yung Odin mga kaibigan. Pero eto na, kailangan nila magantay pre, wag kayo pumunta dyan! Hoy! Nice! Nice! Wala patay na again! 3v2, Scrossy! SK Rossi with that operator. Alam niyo na yan guys, meron siyang operator, wala siyang armor, wala siyang trademark. Alam lang nila yan. Si Ranger with a Vandal, or is he gonna push in? Wala rin siyang anong tawag doon, bes? Headhunter yun. Pero Recon Bolt will gonna spot out everyone right now. Meron pang hot na tama na nga si SK Rossi. Sinabi ko sa inyo, imposibleng maging 12-14 to. Talagang 13-13 talaga ang mangyayari dito. The clock is ticking already and all they need to do is wait. Pero Fortan will gonna connect on to one. Nexi catches one and SK Rossi will surely gonna fall down into the hands of Nexi. Nexi, apakan mo ko! Ako pang magsasorry sa'yo!
Overtime.
13 sa 13! Comeback! Israel, may RRQ na ba this? Pero sa sobrang lakas ng RRQ, anong Odin? Nakakatulat lang ng kapawas ka. May paid naman wala kay Tugi. Ay, si Tugi, Tugi, ang galing niya talaga. Pero dito, Alam na reveal pa eh. Si Lexi yung natuhog. Binol bang.
Ay nako! Sinabi na sa inyo, imposibleng maging imposible maging 12-14 to na isusulat sa Vilblia mga kaibigan. Isipin nyo, sa game number 1 binubuhat si Kappa. Pati ba naman dito sa game number 2, bubuhatin pa rin siya? Ano to? Boosting services ni Lightning Fast?
Nag-met that 30 bro na si Lightning. Ang bigat-bigat na sa...
Ay nako!
Naging shatter na yung movie eh.
Grabe naman talaga yung top 5 APAC top 5 chamber ng APAC mga kaibigan si SK Rossi. Ano na, Rossi? Parang wala naman. Nakatingin saan si Pico. Sorry baby, maingay si daddy. Ginagawa ko to para masarap yung kainin mo lagi. Ha? Tako mo?
Shoutout nga pala sa aso kong si Gohan.
Oy, get well soon Gohan.
Okay naman na siya. Biruin nyo. Parang pag-check sa clinic, nakipaglaro pa sa vet ah.
Oy, maraming salamat. Keep it coming guys. Si JC Clark Parungo. Hello, salamat sa Gcash. Pero
wala.
sa akin lang may dumating, bes.
Ayaw sa akin. Ano naman yan? Drop ko na lang pala ulit meron kayo may pag-aya din na samgip date sa Gcash ko.
Oo. Grabe naman kasi yung sa'yo. Gusto mo yung may date. Yung sa'yo kasi may date pa, di ba? Yung sa akin, I mean lang, sabihin lang yung pangalan, okay namin.
Okay namin.
Ito na. Hop. Hindi ko alam kay Nexi kung ba't hindi siya bumili ng barel. Nakalimutan ata niyong bumili. Nexi, bakit naka-classic ka lang? Ano yung partida? Partida yan. Iisipin natin partida yan mga kaibigan ha. Pero si Flash catching 1. 3v4. Nexi, anong nangyari?
Kalimutan mo.
Wala kang bundle, bitch. Partida.
Partida.
Oo, partida yan. Maniwala ka sa akin. Tinan mo, mananalo si Nexi dyan eh.
Nakita na namin. Ay, na-reveal.
Oh, naku po. Sige. Diyan ka lang. Hindi ko mamatay dyan. 3v4. Na-season ni Code. Pero yun nga lang, Draxi, the only remaining 1v4. Winnable to. Ba't wala pera si Nexi? Ba't hindi siya bumili? Nexi, nangyari?
Switching sides.
Diba?
Match point.
3-4 yung pera niya. May nakabili siya ng armor, nakabili siya utility, kasi wala siyang baril.
Ano yun?
What? Nakalimutan niyang bumili ng baril, man.
Baka nag-CR.
Galakad, no? Nag-telekinesis.
Time for a field test.
Okay lang. Re-Rakers, isa live guys, isa live. Shoutout ka pala kay Inter na nagpapadeposit para daw sa 100,000 na Valorant points. Sinong niloko mo? Pero to.
Sige, tagdali mo. Ubusin mo yung 200 na bala mo.
Sige, basta pa. Choice mo naman yan. Hindi na namin pipigilan. Ay,
pero Kappa, may nakuha isa. Ganyan nga lang. Nice! Kelly S catching 1 as well. Pero Kappa makakabing with a shock dart though. He's gonna take down 1. Pero Kelly S is he gonna push. 3 versus 4. May pera na ba si Nexi? Meron na.
Anong nangyari? Binabon! Saan arc ito? Binabon. Nakita ko na ito eh. Yung, tignan mo, noon na lang ni Draxi yung nakikita natin, Vil, so alam na this.
Kapit na alam na this. Pero site lang ako.
At, pagpunta ng mga taga-RRQ sa A-site, mayroong dalawang nakaabang sa kanila. Dinidistract sila ngayon ni Draxi sa naman at pangalit kagad na parodaya. Pero meron kasi si SK Rossi nakaabang sa kanila ng operator.
30 seconds left.
Nasa inyo ang kasagutan sa Pilipinas.
Kaya puso lang 2v4 winnable. 2v4 in favor of RRQ, tandaan niyo yan. 13-4 in favor of RRQ, tandaan niyo yan guys. Ken Ranger? Wala siyang buhay. Kelly S, oh no!
Defenders win.
No way!
Let's go, map 3. Mababash tayo nito, besh.
Bakit? Bakit? Ikaw lang! Meron kong kasama dyan! Kung mo kasama dyan, ikaw lang, huy!
GG yung asset na yun. Ang ganda na sana. Oo nga eh. Yun lang din yung nagtataka ako. Yung round na yun, saan, ano na sana to? Third overtime na sana eh. Kung ano
Mistakes
ba?
happen. Mistakes happen. Always remember that. And nangyari na dapat na hindi dapat nangyari, mga kaibigan. Actually, first time ko makakita nun sa competition, to be honest. First time ko na makakita na hindi sila nakabila sa OT. Which is really sad though. Pero sana makabawi sila dito sa game number 3. May nagsend sa akin with a clip later on. Babasahin ko yun. Titignan ko. Pero mga kaibigan, once again, a big shout out to all the people tuning in right now. Facebook, Twitter, and there sa Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Ayan, a big shout out nga pala sa inyo, guys. And game number 3 is coming right up. Don't worry. And hopefully it's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of RRQ. Medyo maraming nga tech pause. Kasi may mga bagay din tayong hindi maiwasan. But yeah, for GES, they tried so hard for them to get that 1-1. Syempre, they don't want to end their VCT run, of course, with a 2-0 as well. Knowing na sobrang nahirapan sila ng game number 1. But we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters, Villain Ray. Catch you later.
Wow, my heart is pounding. Tash, Trix, please hold me. This is the first overtime in APAC. When I say that we're just getting started here, we're just getting fired, I mean it. This is a VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers with likable Tash Bunny and Trix. Global Esports winning that map, but of course RRQ also playing really well. I'm in complete awe over here, Tash. Please, I need you to take over.
I am just surprised at the outcome of game 2. This is just so surprising. 15-13, I have to say, is not only one of the closest games I've ever seen, but I have to say for performance of both teams, we're just very, very similar in terms of skill gaps. And if you look at it closely, it felt like both teams were really, really shining or doing very well on attack rounds, but on defense, both teams were equally not as great when it came to the defense side. And I think it's mostly because of the lineups for both teams. I do question it because of how, I think that we've seen it before, how Trix would say the explosive plays from RRQ wasn't really seen.
Yeah, for GES aside, when they were playing on that defense, I was actually hoping for them to take more control on mid. I thought, looking at their lineup, what they do is make the KO possibly solo the B site and have the chamber on mid because he has more mobility. He can easily get out of those situations. If you put a Sova and a Breach with him, easy mid control. That's the pivot point on any site. But I feel they didn't really do that until the very end of the matches of this map.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure why they didn't do it sooner. And RRQ, on the other hand, on their attacker side, playing it a little too slow. You're against the KO and the Sova. They're gonna get so much information. You might as well go on that explosive, let loose Kelly S. Go on that explosiveness, take that information, take that site, and then just kind of let them try to retake it, have that anchor in, play better crossfires, and that's about it.
Personally, I really thought that the GS, we all, just now I talked about how it's just SK, Rossi, and friends, and I would like to retract that statement, because for this game in particular, we saw everyone really, really step up from GES, and it's honestly so much better than when they first started in these leagues just a few days ago. We saw a combination of utils come out from GES, which has just been so amazing. We saw a gravity well combined with shock darts, and we saw this great utility usage from Breach where it was an aftershock and he swung out. And this kind of stuff, usually we talked about how Global didn't really have a follow-up when it comes to your usage. Yes, the utilities does get used, but it doesn't necessarily get the follow-ups. This time around though, it's totally different. And on top of that, we SK Rossi this time around, yes, he performed, but let's talk about the main hero for this particular map. It has to be 100% lightning fast because of how he uses his KO is what we've wanted to see on a lot of KO mains who are very aggressive with their flashes. You see that flash immediately jump out, follow up with that flash. You see the fragment come through and he swings out, very aggressive rushing through when he has the null command. And honestly, his taking up space without even using a duelist has been impressive to me.
Oh boy, we're talking about lightning fast over here. He was so good on the KO. His dagger was always on point. Talking about the defensive layout of RRQ here, we saw some rounds wherein they'd leave Nexi alone on B side. And when Lightning Fast throws his daggers, catches Nexi over there, it just makes the whole defense layout that he has there running crumble. And it's so easy for the rest of Global Esports to go in the site because of that simple dagger, the simple utility that Lightning Fast is throwing. And then we see Kappa's recon enter. He scans Draxi at one point as he's entering the site. And just like that, there's so much information and they already know that there are two people who are holding down B site. They take them down, they aggress to spawn, and they catch the retakers off guard. And I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain how Lightning Fast is just going on over here, but this is definitely the KO that we're always hoping to see. And maybe moving on to the next map, we get to see more of this fantastic KO tricks.
It just feels to me that both sides, they had their attackers set. They knew what they wanted to do on the attacker side. And I believe it was Tash Money that pointed this out before we went back on broadcast, that it really felt like they weren't really adjusting their defenders so much. They kind of were a bit complacent with the way they wanted to play it rather than adjusting to the way the opponents were playing it. What's the optimal way for them to get value out of their agents? And I felt they got more value near the end because RRQ started slowing down, and I felt that was RRQ's downfall in the second map.
I agree. I think like also we noticed like how RRQ was playing toward the end was a little bit more, I would say, defensive rather than than reactive like before, or proactive even. In the beginning, we saw them actually coming from flanks from the back, taking control of mid. But after a while, it seemed like they stopped doing that. I wouldn't say that GE really took a lot of space either because mid control wasn't there, but more of like how they took site from the main itself was already, something good, because they already know it's just going to be next year on site. How do you counter a Killjoy? Just with a KO blade, you run in immediately, all the traps have been disabled, you can just easily take site, and by the time the rotations come in from the other side, they are pretty much very, very well prepared for the post plant.
Yeah, one thing that I also want to point out is that when the rounds do come, wherein RRQ is becoming more proactive, they tend to overextend, and that is where the downfall of their defense really begins. I was really happy though to see some signs of life showing from RRQ as Kelly S on the Raze, just doing the Raze things that we've known him for. I believe that was the showstopper round wherein he got a 3K along with the paint shells.
Oh yeah,
but that would
game
not
changer.
have happened if Flash was not out there with the Hunter's Fury just getting some information out of the way.
It would seem that, GES's part where I feel they did better than RQ was definitely their refrags in terms of when they were on the attacker side trying to get information. They generally had people together. RQ tried to do that, but you could see that the spacing was a bit off, that you couldn't really go in for the quick refrag. It was essentially like a bait setup, which works better as a defender than it does as an attacker. So I think that going into Haven, I'm hoping that these teams are a little more aware of those faults. Like GES doing great with those refrags, keep it up, but need more control on their defender side. RQ on the flip side we're playing against themselves by being a little more reserved and ultimately being too far apart when trying to go for those flanks or going for like to pinch the opponents on those sides. I felt that was definitely lacking as well.
Yeah, honestly, I really want to say that just now we saw that coming onto a main, what happened that is that we saw that Lightning Fast was very, very aware about RRQ's timing in terms of their flanks. And Lightning Fast alone can take out 2 flankers just like that. And because there's only 3 on site and 2 was already gone, they got site so fast. And in that situation, I question, like, are you getting that information from your teammates yet about how many is there and how many are on site? How are you timing your rotations coming onto site as well? It felt like a little bit of a disconnect when it came to the communication from RRQ, like Trix mentioned as well. And I feel like getting picked off one by one is also another issue in itself, because it felt like before they could come onto site as well, you already have 2 on main getting picked off one by one, and that's not a good situation to be in, especially if you're on defense.
We're going on to Haven, girls, and we all predicted RRQ to win, which is maybe where the problem all started. I mean, if you are superstitious, then you would know that whenever the panel all have a unanimous prediction, it tends to go the other way. I mean, take for example Team Secret yesterday. Oh no, I believe Chad is gonna go at us and blame us for what happened yesterday as well. No,
I was not here yesterday, so none on me.
Wow, look at this hand washing that's happening from Cash.
You can't really blame us for that one either. There were other factors that went into that game, and I think one of them may be just not being prepared, or as prepared, possibly mentally or strategically.
I think that they had something planned and they really wanted to execute it, and it would have been amazing if they were able to execute the whole composition that they had, but unfortunately it was a little bit lacking and it just didn't work out in the end. But earlier, anyway, going back to this game, I told you guys that I thought that the win condition for RRQ is that they had to get in the first 2 maps, because they're gonna struggle when we go to the decider map. But Trix, what do you think the adjustments should be when we're going to Haven?
I think that RRQ needs to up the repertoire. I believe that their explosive plays are very good, but in terms of being more consistent with the slowing of the pace, because I know that when it comes to Haven, it can't always be the fast plays. It becomes too predictable. More often than not, if that's what you always do, the teams will just opt to retake it with full utility. So they have to put pressure, but make sure to put pressure together. Don't go out on your all alone. You know, it's not always gonna be an island that you can start farming over there. You have to sometimes have somebody with you, with a refrag, with a crossfire. And if they can get that garage control in particular, I feel that forces the split on the defender side. When they're on defenders themselves, if they can get more mid action, if they get somebody posted up on A long and then able to reposition or C long respectively, I feel like that is the win conditions for RRQ. For GES, on the other hand, it's a lot of just like locking down with your crossfires, being able, if you want to stop the push, get rid of that Kelly S because you know that he's just gonna go in. Otherwise, set up for that retake.
Yeah. Honestly, I really want to see as well in terms of utilities coming, a lot better usage of the utilities coming in from RRQ. It felt like GES, as soon as they managed to get their utils out, I think their proper use of utilities have given so much of an edge as opposed to RRQ. So for now on Haven, as you mentioned before, mid control, of course, very, very important, garage control as well. Depending on which side you want to go, you need to be able to take that space just to prevent those flanks from coming in, because we both know that we all know that map in particular is just great for lurks, great for flanks. And I have a feeling like if SK Rossi were to still play on Chamber, it can provide a lot of value still as well, given the fact that the trademark is kind of like an anti-lurk, anti-flank as well, just to give them that information. But they also need to be able to react to that trademark as an information gatherer, because we have seen games where the trademark does get popped, but there's no response from the other team.
Yeah, lucky for us, I feel like we will be seeing SK Rossi once again on the Chamber. Gonna pop up in just a bit, but again, we're headed over to Haven over here, folks. Whew, I'm expecting to see some Rabbit fade once again. He pulled that out during their game versus Fleet Esports, could potentially pull it out again, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm looking at their usual compositions over here, and no, not expecting any triple initiator to surprise me over here. And again, Tash, here it is, SK Rossi on the Chamber.
I really like, I mean, as I mentioned before, there is a reason why I like Chamber, but at the same time, looking at their double initiator, I'm just saying that I'm not saying that I don't like it, but at the same time, I do have my reservations about it. Sorry, not reservations. I'd say I do really, oh my God, I'm getting confused with myself. I do really like this one, because the reason why is because Kappa can get so much information from the other sides, as well as the Breach. We all know that Breach is Haven's playground for him, but coming in from the other side, I remember the other day I was talking to Trix, and Trix mentioned that she's not a big fan of Fade on Haven, and I just want you to tell me, like, why exactly was that the issue?
It just felt to me that the information Fade can get is much more limited than the hard information that you can get, whether it's on a Sky or even on that Sova. I find that, you know, half the time when teams run that Fade Breach combination, it feels a lot like they're going in a site blind, essentially, because if you get rid of all of Fade's utilities, especially early on, then there's not much else for them to do except to just hard fight the duels, take the duels on, make sure you have that Breach Flash, maybe have some Astra utilities to support you. But if the opponents play a good crossfire on that site expecting that hit, usually it ends up being the downfall of the attacker coming in.
Well, here we go. Another story of haunted or hunted. I said that yesterday. I wanted to pull that out again because it feels really witty. But what a story we're witnessing over here. Again, that was the first overtime of APAC. Incredible. I wonder if we'll get more. So here it is, folks. Once again, game number 3, RRQ versus GES.
Hi guys! We are now back here sa third match between RRQ together with the guys of Global Esports. My name is Ray. Kasama ko si Vil at si Pico. At kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng Haven match. So sa mga nanonood lang guys, kaka-tune in pa lang. First map ay nanggaling nga sa split na naipanalo nga ng RRQ with a 13-4 against Global Esports. Pero sa second map, nagkaroon nga tayo ng dalawang beses na OT, pero looks like on the third one, hindi na nga paraya ang Global Esports, kaya talagang nanalo nga sila with a 14-12. And now, Vil, we're gonna go here sa Haven, a good composition with Sova galing sa side ng Global Esports, while Fade naman is at risk sa side ng RRQ. So talagang, ito na, sino na nga bang uuwi? Global Esports or RRQ, pero pwede kasi yung mga RRQ nagpapatalo lang sa second half. Ganito yung nangyayari sa kanila sa VCT PH eh.
Pero eto na mga kaibigan, for sure, bibili na si Nexy ng baril. Promise na yun, ganun talaga ba mangyayari ngayon. And the players of RRQ, hindi sila galing sa may garage to, pero ngayon Nexy, we're gonna take down one. Ito naman talaga pagbaon ng api, mga kaibigan. Alam na natin talaga ng paano ngayon ang RRQ kanina, pero dito, babawi sila. Fade Hunt, not gonna catch anyone, pero we're just gonna catch everyone na pwedeng mag-flank dito, and pwede nga siya makakita ng isa, and to get knows it already. Sabi niya, meron sa likod, meron isa likod, and now Kelly S, bigla siya nag-swing sa akin ng isa, pero everyone is actually flash already dito sa GES, pero Hellranger, he's literally super low, and siya natitira ngayon, 5v1, Hellranger catches one, pero 5 ang magpitik sa'yo, kapatid! 1-0! Dito sa RRQ!
Habi sa inyo yan. May mga perks and perks talaga when you have that Fade playing sa mapang to. Sometimes, you just really need to maximize. Etong lineup kasi ng RRQ, hindi naman na sila super nag-bago sa mga gusto nilang ipakita dito sa Haven map ever since we've seen it on VCT PH. Nung pupunta sila ng APAC, they just still stand sa kanilang mga grassroots. And that's a good way na pwedeng gawin ng RRQ. They just refine yung mga stuff themselves, but here it is. Oh, there's the trade coming from that naked too! Tapos si Rapid na lang ay nakapagkuha pa nga rin against Skilled. And it's all up to SK Rosa together with Kappa. Pero nga na ba magagawa nila yung RRQ? Palong-palo na yan!
Enemy remaining.
Wrap back of the greatest.
Spike down
SK
B.
Rosa going up against 2.
Last play remaining.
Ayun lang, 1v1 with the same spot. And at least Tuge was able to save the day. And RRQ, let's go!
Yon! May pera pa rin ng RRQ dito, so kahit anong gawin ng GES, syempre makakabawi pa naman sila kahit papano. And wala naman choice ang RRQ dito, hindi sila magbabay. Hindi nila gagawin yan. Pero depende sa kanila, pwede sila mag-save, pwede sila mag-half buy. Half buy it is. Tulad ng ginagawa ni Rabbit, si Nexy,
right here.
Okay lang na bumili siya ngayon ng Phantom. Meron naman siyang Tour de Force next round. So kahit anong mangyayari, magkakaroon siya ng ulti ngayon.
Natawa ako dun sa tweet ni Hatsos. Please explain how to play Valorant on iPad daw.
Oh, meron siya. Gano'n na rin kung paano ginagawa ni Nexy yun.
Pero ganyan talaga si Nexy talaga, the sexy talaga yun eh. Pero, RRQ. Sabi nga nila, di ba, maximize Kelly S with how he is aggressive with the raid. How he is really aggressive as a player. And now, there is RRQ, mabilisang take lang wala sa may side mismo. Pero nga lang, may mga contrast, may mga Aldrone na magagamit against RRQ just to get information. Pero nga lang, one tap sila. Nakikita na nga kagad is SK Rosin, makakuha pa niya kagad. Isa-isa. Kelly S na lang and si Draxi. It's up to them to save the day as they try to go for a defuse. Pero may line-up. May pa-line-up. Pero nakalakati na nga kagad ang mundo. Naritik pa nga ng Global Esports.
Okay lang yan, Bes. Okay lang. Naka-half ba yung RRQ? Sa next round sila babago. They have the money. They have the operator. Kayang-kaya nilang bawiin ang pagkatalo dito sa round na to, Bes. Sinabi ko yun. Ano yan? Babawi.
All set up.
Aga pa.
Ang cute daw ni Pico.
Oh, cute talaga ako. I mean, yung aso ko. Sorry. Aso ko pala.
A gift.
Hindi ka mukha doon ng tatay kasi.
Yan. Siyempre. Diba? Friends in the blood, bro.
Teleport's ready.
Pico eh.
You want to play? Let's play.
There they are.
Oo, pero nakagat yun.
Shot down.
Oh, wala na pa si Capo. Kala mo talaga, late ni line up na. May napatay na si Lexi.
Talaga. Sorry guys, pero medyo kumakalma lang ako today. Kasi mamaya pa talaga maglarak-lakan to kasi tatlong players ngayon ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Kahit si Nexi, yes, from that tour de force makakuha siya ngayon ng bata pa siya rin makabawi pa dito sa mga matches sa Hell Ranger. Together with Kappa, who's gonna switch it up from A to B. Meron tayo dito sa City, meron tayo dito sa Mayhem. Pero for sure, Chamber will know it already because of the trap meron sa likod ng Hell Ranger is now revealed. Nexi, wala siyang gagawin, mag-push lang din talaga. Pero oh my god, the timing! Biglang nag-popping ni Hell Ranger plus that fault plan, pero wala siyang magagawa ngayon. Si Kappa, talaga sakit na ka naman kasi mag-chup-chup ka din talaga dyan. Ang gaskal talaga namin, and now Kelly is gonna take down these players. 3-1, RRQ is in it to win it.
Galaw na RRQ!
They are so
Nagpahinga lang eh. Sabi nila babawi na lang sila. And I love this reset that they're having, Vil, so far here in Haven. Hindi nga eh. Sorry. Nandito naman ako, pero hindi naman ako pinapansin. So, ganun talaga guys pag option ka lang. Okay, let's go. Sino pa na nakita? Pero, Kelly S, goes with the frag, the lightning. Ay, babagsak na nga rin siya. Diba? If you can't stop Kelly S, that's gonna be face your fear! Naman agad ng rolling thunder na emo. At napalabas kagad sa mismong site ang mga taga-Global Esports. Pero they are already far aware kung saan manggagaling ang mga miyembro nila.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big mishap if ever na pwede mangyari dito sa GS mga kaibigan. Pero this is now the lockdown na sinecure na rin talaga ng RRQ dito sa A. And they really want to lock everything down para syempre dito na makapasok yung mga player chains ng GS. Pwede sila mag-save though. Hindi na pwede nilang pinakagawin kasi ngayon wala silang pera next round if ever. Pero that is the showstopper coming in from Kelly S right now. Pero at least nakapatay siya ng isa ngayon. Kappa with a swing. Pero mukhang hindi pa sa talaga atas sila magkakapatayan ngayon. But wala silang choice but to back away and probably gonna save out everything that they have. Para syempre sila ang anchor next round. Pero si Nexi, medyo delikado siya kasi balay mo baka may makita siyang isa, and if ever talaga si Winnie's skills ngayon, pero sana hindi na kasi kailangan talaga nilang baril yan. If ever mapatay mo ang RRQ, okay lang kasi marami silang pera dito, bes.
ROI yung RRQ ngayon ah. Nakapag, alam mo, may mga sabi lang talaga ng panelist natin na yung RRQ, nagkaroon lang sila ng konting mishaps on how to actually save their ascent map. Pero, may mga few mistakes na nangyari. They were way more passive. Pero at least ngayon, with the input that they've been doing so far in Haven, actually impresses me. Kelly S, parang di mo naramdaman na yung ascent map nila ay sobrang heartbreaking. Dahil nga, nag-OT eh. Tapos, humabol pa sila. Despite that 8-4, di ba? So talagang, tong RRQ, hindi pa ito yung oras talaga para mamaalam. Ito na ang oras para pugbog against Global Esports. And so far, sa sobrang palong-palo ng RRQ, that they, to the point na hindi na makuha ng Global Esports yung pacing nila, mapapa-timeout talaga ang GES.
Timeout sila, men. Dami nilang walang pera eh. Dalawa?
Dami nilang walang pera.
Oo, man. More than one. More than one is already plural. Tandaan yan.
Teleport's ready.
Pero dapat yung girlfriend mo, dapat hindi plural. Dapat singular lang.
Mga faithful tayo.
That's a good
spot. Ay, ako faithful. Ayaw ko lang sa'yo, man.
Ay, paano ako magiging faithful? Wala kang jowa.
Ayun na. Eh siya naging faithful ba? Yan.
Dili na lang mag-talk. Yo!
Pero ito, Draxi is in a tough spot right now. Magandang off-angle na ginagawa ni SK Rossi ngayon Pero kailangan na muna talaga tignan ng taas. Pero if ever na talaga na magsiswing sila, kailangan talaga sabay dapat. Tuge will catch 2 already. Lahat nag-mag-flank, umugusto. Literal na binibigyan ng Tuge. Pero SK Rossi, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko. Yun na nga yun. Yun talagang baka makuha sila. Pero 2v2 onto this game, SK Rossi is super low right now.
Ano nang mangyayari? Konting ihip na lang ng hangin, tumba na si SK Rossi ang top 5 team for
Deploying
APAC
drone.
nga. Sabi sa stats.
Spike planted.
Kaya Skapa goes for the info. Ma-realize na meron na crossfire mula sa RRQ. Pero kasi, medyo mahihirapan na sila dahil isang swing lang ni Kelly's, isang swing lang mula kay Pike. They all know it's gonna be the biggest problem. Although na-reveal nga kung nasaan sila, dali lang kagad ng mga Kelly's. Ay, sayang! Di nila nakuha si SK Rossi. Sabi niya, pre, 4 HP na lang yung kalaban. Okay lang. Nag-time out kasi yung global list. Uy, grabe. Kaya kayo nun, RRQ. Kung ako, napapaya.
Yung ano ang ginawa?
Well, tatad lang.
Parang hindi pinanood din. Di ba? Kasi iba yung nangyari sa'yo
Hindi.
Ayaw mo na ganyan GS. Agad dyan lang naman sila magaling Saka last game na naman nila sa VCT, kailangan din need to make it count.
Again.
Para pag uwi nila sa bansa nila, okay sila, di ba? Masaya sila, di ba?
Satchel out.
Uwi na sila ngayon. Uwi! Ganun talaga mangyayari ngayon kasi nga, Kelly at Tita na pinapauwi yung mga players ngayon. Hello? Grabe naman talaga malapag din papag pero sobrang uyak kasi! Sobrang sobrang aggressive mo! Hellraiser catching one! Hellraiser will gonna deny the Prowler! But to get sees one, 3v3 onto this game right now. SK Rossi knows it, and Nexi, literal na hinampas ng Phantom si SK Rossi ngayon. Rossi ka pala, ha? Nexi ako! Pero Skills and Kappa ang natitira dito sa GES. But can they still do it? Can they still make it work? Can they do this on a 5-2 scoreline? Or isa pa ba ang GES? Pero ang feeling ko hindi na talaga mangyayari yun. Kasi in terms of headcount, lamang na lamang ang RRQ. Si Rabbit, galit na galit, nakadalawa. Grabe naman si Rabbit. Iba talaga pag galit. Lalo na, alam ko naman si Rabbit hindi yan nananakit. And syempre, wala rin niyang kabit.
Bars! Pero, sinabi ko grabe, vouch talaga yan. Stick to one, mahalaga.
Oo, di ba?
Kaya, tignan mo, kaya palong-palo.
Tandaan mo.
Tawag na bebe buff.
Si Rabbit, I love it!
Raise my racket.
They are so dead.
Ay! Nilabas lang ang SK Rossi ang count niya. Wala! Tatamaan dahil kinuha na kagad siya ni Kelly's. Sabi sa inyo make it count, pero RRQ won't make it count for you, GS.
Pinapaganda lang ng RRQ ang laban. Pinasarap lang ng RRQ yan. Pero yun nga, uy, ginagawa mo dyan, Kenneth! What are you doing, step bro? Pero Braxi catching one already. 3v4 on this game. To get, just trying to set all the parts na meron siya. Rabbit catching one. Braxi another one right now. It's all up to lightning fast. Wala ka namang magagawa kasi mas mabagal ka pa sa tagong. Pero 15 seconds in, that is the spike being planted by Jaxi. 1v4. Kaya mo ba? Feeling ko, hindi na. Kahit meron kang showstopper, feeling ko, save mo na lang yung next round kasi mamamatay ka na.
Hindi pinayagan talaga.
Hindi namin. Ay, nako! Nakascore lang ng game number 2? Gusto pa mag-2-1? Mabait lang yung mga Pinoy!
Nagpapahiram lang ang RRQ.
Oo! Binigyan lang ng isa, gusto pang dumalawa? Ano ka sumusobra? Ha? Pinaisa lang no? Gusto pang dumalawa.
Teleport ready.
Ay. Sabi niya mag-isa lang daw, pero dalawa daw. Ahang magkasama.
Sipin nyo no? Hirap nun, men. Pero si Kelly is gonna push it very well. Siya idea na meron tayo sa may likod. Pero man, Skills will gonna catch you. Alright, nag-over the touch. But right now, Batarabet sees now. Says no. Batarabet with that nightfall right now. Meron siyang natamaan, pero isa lang yun. Pero, let's see if mahahabol ba with that Tony Prowler. Pero this is the Tony Prowler right now. Will gonna catch someone. Pero, meron pa naman seize ngayon. So, pero sa makabalik ito mga pero that is a whole nurse feel away. Pero lightning fast. Won't be down for the count. Kapa, umiisa pa. Pero wala naman matamaan yung Hunter's Fury mo. Pero focus will connect. Pero there's a showstopper already from that side of lightning fast. But so it's all up to 1 to get mga kaibigan. Puno pa ang HP niya. Medyo malayo siya. But lightning fast will gonna take him down. 6-3. Okay lang yan. Hospitality.
Mabait, maalaga. Gwapo bang anak? De, basta mabait, maalaga.
Does anyone
Hoy, sayang po, hindi ko na napansin through the smoke. Kung napansin niya na yun, hindi panalo na sana. Pero okay lang. Lamang pa rin ng tatlo ang RRQ. Malaking importansya. So, alam mo, 9-3 to eh. 9-3 in favor of RRQ.
focus now? Eyes off me.
Nakita ko na to.
Ops! Yung sa mga tubig, kahit inom-inom muna tayo ng tubig.
Mamsin.
Going back here sa game na to, everyone is revealed already. Medyo nagpupush ata ang June. Ano ko po? Maasin nyo! Scrossy! Wala ka ng buhay ngayon. Next, catching one. Kappa with a wall bag right now towards A. Pero that is the... Pangalan? Owl drone. Kalimutan. 3v4 on in this game. Oh no, delikadong RRQ. Pwede maging 4-6 na base. Pero ito lang ang kalampag ng papag ng mga players ngayon. RRQ makakabay pero walang sumatak na mga pa. Diyos ko po, kalampag na, na-chup-chup na, walang nagawa si Kappa!
Where are you?
Medyo delikado pa rin nasabi ko, pasensya. Pero,
You are divided!
hinati na nga ang mundo. Tugi. Nagkahatian na, wala silang marinig at all. Kailangan nila mag-stay dyan 45 seconds para syempre sumabog na yung spike at mararan sila dito. 7-3. Yes, that could be happening, but Draxi with a flick, catching one. Pero Hellranger will take down 2. Robin, oh no! Hellranger, hindi na rin ano kasi, hindi na rin talaga narinig eh. Pero kawawa si Kappa.
Defend this place, oh!
Defend
this reality!
Paktay ka talaga.
Ang ingay ni Astra. Kappa, 2-7. Okay lang yan, Kappa. Sabi nga nila, it's all about the assist, not the kills.
Ano yun?
It's all about the assist, not the kills naman.
Oo.
Alay, Kappa. Partida na lang yun. Di kami nagtatrash talk, guys. Nagwa-watch party lang kami at nagkakast kami. Welcome to PH Broadcast, ika nga. Kaso ngayon, problema pa rin ang RRQ to. Paano nga ba sila makakapag-punish naman muli sa kanilang post-plant? Maayos naman eh. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa retake, medyo gumagaling ang global esports.
Ano ang pwedeng gawing retake nila dito mga kaibigan if ever lang sa GES kung makakaisa pa ba sila pero nga next si trying to be really aggressive pero hindi na alam na meron pang tao dun sa may likod niya. Andito lang si Skills nagbabantay lang din sa may likod sana wag mo sasaksihin next dito pero that is the Rolling Thunder coming in from these pairs pero next napakaganda ng peak, grabe hindi na talaga ina-accept na gulat na lang din siya hala may kalaban pala doon.
Ayun, uy nagkalituhan sila. Saan ba talaga? Ayun lang na si Rabbit na punish. And aware kaya itong mga taga-RRQ na meron pupunta sa likod nila. Slow A sila eh. Pero si Hellranger, yun ang malaking problema. Ay buti na lang si Hellranger lumayo. Okay lang yan.
3v3 on this game, need to be really careful. Pero ang makakabawi lang naman dito si Kappa. Yun, si Kappa lang nandito. Nice, kayang-kaya. Nakakarin nila ka. That is the rotation already. Hindi makaka-rotate si Hellranger na maayos kasi may trade or kasi may trap. Wala silang ultimate ngayon, so pwede talagang manalo dito ang mga players ng RRQ sigurado. Meron pa silang aftershock. Kappa, with that recon bolt, mga kaibigan, wala siya makikita kahit isa. Sabi ko sa inyo, met kayang-kaya kasi nga andyan si Kappa. Pero that is the showstopper coming in. Don't get as right now. Daxi catches one. It's all up to one. Kappa, 1v1 with a great one right now. Daxi, full on HP. Na-flash natin talaga Kappa. Sige, magpakita ka. Meron pang aftershock. Pero Diyos ko po, tumalon sa kamatayan. Oh my God, si Kappa! Alam na hindi nila talaga kaya. Tumalon na lang, pre! Bahala na si Abatman! Kawawa naman talaga! Kitang-kita na anong nangyari sa'yo, Kappa! Sabi ko nga sa inyo, di ba? Kayang-kaya! Pati si Kappa ang nagbabantay, wala namang gagawin yan! You know? Napilay! Sige! Sure win ang RRQ kasi pilay si Kappa! Hindi makakatakbo yan!
Nalampu na siya.
Diyos ko po. Pareho na kayo ni pangalan nun? Ni kaibigang Poli.
Hey.
Bakit?
Sorry, ang benta lang talaga sa akin, Vin.
Yung ano?
Sorry ko. Mga pinagsasabi ko.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, bes. Ako lang si Itu.
Uy, nakalimutan ba bumayin ni Nexi? Na-tropa na. Reverse pala na. Red. Yun na lang daw gagamitin niya. Mas maraming headhunter. Okay lang. Nice ba? Pero magpo-force pa rin tong global esports kasi last round
You
na
want to play?
Siyempre,
Let's play.
papakita nga sila ngayon ng play Pero, magiging, sabi nga ni Trix, sa panelist, kapag magkaroon sila ng total control dito sa may garage C, magiging malaking advantage sila para sila. And now, KS with a flight. Oh, no. Uy, yun lang.
Nice. Nice! Diyos ko po! Diyos ko po! Literal na nakatutok ka namin pero napatay ka pa rin na sniper sa mukha! Ano ba yan? Partida sniper yun pero ba't hindi ka tumatama, kapatid? Kappa with a river sheriff.
Ay, si Kappa yan eh.
Madali lang to. Si Kappa lang pala to eh. Guys, madali lang yan. Easy win yan, men. Sige lang. Diyos ko po, kahit sino ka lang, guys. Si Kappa yan, si Kappa nandyan eh. Kayang-kaya. Basta si Kappa, walang-wala ka. Kayang-kaya. Ito na si Kappa. Oh, sabi sa inyo eh. Sabi sa inyo, kabahan kayo kung iba. Pero pag si Kappa na lang ang natitira, kayang-kaya.
Switching sides.
Gil, kamusti ka na to Buti na lang, hindi tumakmak. Ay, inisnoscopan pala na yun. Tapos, hindi ko alam, kinabahan. Napa-right siya napa-right side eh. Tapos ngayon, ito ba ang nangyari sa Global Esports? Let's go, RRQ! 5 na lang! Mabubuhay pa!
Ay nako, grabe. Kappa, kapabuhat.
Pang ilang seed ba ang Global Esports number 1?
Ha? Ano?
Pang ilang seed sila sa mismong region nila? Top 1.
Top 1? Ito na yun? Ay, hindi sila. Hindi sila. Sila ba yung nag-champion?
Sila.
Ito na yun?
Taste.
Okay. Ay! Nako, ito na ba yun? Parang wala naman. Si Kapay, get alone! Una ulo! tapos sabi ni Nexi, uy, parang nasa na yung kasama nyo, para. yun yung sinabi.
Sabi dito sa comment sa Twitch, mamimiss ka namin, tol.
You will be missed, tol.
Get alon ulo.
Edit ko ngayon. Edit ko yun eh. Yung pagtalon niya, kung wala ka na maintindihan. Sabi, ayoko na dito! Ayoko na sa Earth! Ayoko na dito!
Nagtampo. Sorry, ito lang ako! Tumalon sa
Ay, nako. Ba't ba may nag-aaway sa YouTube? Ba't ba may nag-aaway sa YouTube? Tigil-tigilan nyo nga yan.
There.
Tigil-tigilan nyo nga pag-aaway nyo sa YouTube. Nanalo nyo kayo Pinoy. Nag-aaway pa rin kayo? Ba yan?
Marked one.
Paano na pag nanalo pa na pistol round tong RRQ? Di tapos-tapos na.
Oh, wait lang. Ito na, let's see if ever makakabawi ba sila, pero feeling ko hindi na.
Trap destroyed.
Op! SK Rosie knows it already na mayroon nagpupush sa kanila. Pero grabe naman talaga yung RQ. Grabe ang gusto ng RRQ, men. Ang titigas ng mukha. Sila talaga yung nagpupush ngayon. Pero that is the kill from Puget right now. Pero mga flash on the pero Dexy! We're gonna take down one, we're gonna take down two! Grabe naman yung RRQ! Sobrang tigas ng mukha! Hindi na talaga yung literal! Nagdumediretso dito sa GES! Tikman nyo ang lakas ng Pinoy! Tikman nyo ang lumpiang tugi ko!
Yung uso niya, no?
Naka-ano pa eh, no? Naka-uso pa eh, no? Naka-pout?
Where are
Grabe! Ayos pa yun! Gumagano-gano pa ito eh! Ayos ba yun? Ako lang to!
Parang naipit.
Sabi ni Macho, tinapos mo na karera ni Kapabila. O nga eh. Ay, nako. Okay lang yan. Basta si Kapa ang natitira. Ano siya ambag?
Ambag. Uy!
Nice! Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Dire-diretso ka! Ano oy Kapa? Ano to luneta? Dire-diretso ka sa mid? Wala ba dyan flash or ano? Anong ginagawa mo? Grabe naman si Nexy, no? Kalmado lang siya, men. Grabe! Si Kapa literal na nasa gitna siya lang mag-isa? Ano to? Ginawang luneta? Grabe naman talaga! Pero yung nga lang, Rapid will gonna get that 2K! And it's all of the Hellraiser right now, but he's gonna go down into the hands of 2K! Tandaan nyo ang build buff, mga kaibigan! Si Rabbit, grabe naman animation yun. Kala ko siya, pati ko, kala ko siya kukunin din eh. Pero, ito na yun.
So, alam mo kung ba't ang lakas si
Easy! Ano, bakit?
Yung Bebe Labs niya eh.
Oo!
Draxi. Ayun!
Oo, lahat yan, men. Lahat ng mga players dito malakas. Kapa, buhat!
Kung si PTC natin yung pinagkinitan. Ngayon, si Kapa na.
Hindi, tropa na natin si PTC, men. Tropa natin si PTC.
Tropa na.
Okay lang yan, men. Grabe naman talaga. Grabe yung consistency ng ano eh. Parang napaka-consistent ni SK Rosie sa taas. Napaka-consistent ni Kapa sa baba.
Sabi dito, nag-overact ka daw. Hindi naman kami nag-acting.
Bakit ano to, acting? Ha? Ha?
Nagsasalita lang kami.
Kung ayaw mo yung naririnig mo, i-mute mo! Sino yung sabi? Sino yung sabi ng pangalan?
Sabi dito, sa Twitch sabi ni Cousin. Cousin. Commentator. Casters kasi.
Hayaan nyo sila, hayaan. Tigil sila guys, tigil nyo. Huwag nyo napansin yung mga ganyan kasi wala naman sila ginagawan tama.
Pero kawawa naman ang Global Esports. Book na kagad. Book na flight.
Ito rin guys. Grabe naman talaga, kararating lang nila sa Singapore, uuwi na agad sila. Hop, hop! Grabe naman si Nexy, partida lumilipat pa ng baril yan. Partida yan guys, bumili siya ng baril ngayon. Kanina kasi hindi eh. Hoy! Nexy! Grabe naman talaga panalo sa buying round! Oh my God, buying round to! SK Rosie, wala ka na buhay! It's the Boskis! Literally sumabog! Tony Prowler onto your face! Binubuli! Grabe naman talaga! Sige, turbohin nyo! Let's go! Sabi ni Kellen, sige! Sige, asa! Turbohin nyo! Barilin nyo! Ito na mga Pinoy! Ito na yung field buff, mga kaibigan! Kahapon, hindi nanalo ang RRQ kasi hindi ako nag-gas! Pero ngayon, babawi tayo! Babawi ang mga Pinoy! Diyos ko, syempre hindi mananalo ang RRQ kahapon kasi wala ako! Joke lang yun. Tinuro mo na Gueo. Tikman mo ang tokmeneng ko!
Ay, naku po.
I'm about to end this man's career. Baliw. Nang ganun, men. Malakas naman siya eh. Bumoses.
Ay, naku po. Mga clip talaga yung mga pinagsasabi natin, Bill. Ito na.
Nasa PH cast tayo. Ganun talaga pag nasa PH cast, men. I mean, kung bias sila sa mga sarili-sarili ng bansa, wala tayong pakialam doon. Basta tayo dito, nagkakasayahan lang din tayo dito. Pero, di naman natin sila pinapakilaman, di ba? Kaya okay lang yun.
Yun, tatlo na lang natitira kagad sa araw. Pero kasi kaya hindi naman si Tuge talong-talong pero nga lang siya namaharap. Patience si Tuge! Next si Draxi connection. Si Draxi na parang iPad ang kanyang monitor. Si Nexi pala. Ayun na.
Ay, nako.
Nagko-comms na si Nexi ngayon.
Grabe naman talaga.
Masungit na. Oh yun! Tumama!
Nice! 2v2. Sige. Partida na chup-chup pa si Nexi na pero nga lang that is lightning fast with a kill. 5-11. Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan.
Ang mga Pinoy ay
malakas.
Malakas. Mapagbigay.
Mapagbigay. Hospitality, mga kaibigan. Hay! Wala naman mag-isa ng Gcash. Ito nga pala, meron pala nag-send ng clip. Ano ba to? You receive money with a clip from... Paano to? Paano to? A view here. Ayan. Ano kaya tong clip na to? Open.
Teleport's ready.
Baka ano eh. Baka...
Hindi, ano ka ba, Bes? Pwede man ang open yan. Trust issues ka, Bes.
Oo.
Wala. Pwede man naman gawin yan eh.
Ayoko, men. Bahala ako dyan. Hindi ko open. Kung mag-send kayo sa akin, guys, message lang, wag yung clip. Kasi...
Ay, no! Kita mo naman kagad, Rapid was able to take down one. Lightning fast talagang pinakitaan pero walang mangyayari sa kanya. So, sayang lang. At kita mo, diba? Nasayang talaga. Next, he goes with an operator pero 4 people tayo ngayon, Bill.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, Ricky. Sa piso. Eto lang. Hop! Skills pa, silip-silip pa. Pero pain shells, alam na walang pain shells. Pero Kelly is gonna push in already. Ops, satchel out para wala siyang, para makamba out siya. Pero Kelly as well gonna take down. Magkakaw with second one right now. Pero Kappa! Chamba na naman isa. Pero 2v3 on this game. Sige, Kappa! Madali lang yan! Let's go! RRQ is on a match point already! Let's go! Sabi ko sa inyo, pag natalo ang Pinoy dito, dinaya! Ito na ba yung top 1 ng India? Ito na yon. Guys! Partida ang RRQ! Galing pa ng play-ins yan! Doon pa sila nang galing, mga bes!
Ibig sabihin, ito pang RRQ natin, ba't pang top 3 PH yan? Ito, Rabbit ang pinakitaan ng hairline eh. Shoutout up na kayo, Rabbit. Sorry pre, dito lang. Hindi na maulit.
Sige! Sige! Sige, tantarin nyo! Ito na! May uuwi! Uwi! Gumastos na naman kayo!
Mas maganda ping dyan, balita ko ah!
Oo, kahit maganda yung ping dyan! Mas malakas pa rin kami! Ano ba nangyayari? Uy, si Lexi. Sige, okay lang. Lexi, tanggapin mo yung partida. Nakapikit ka pa. Teka, mag-i-edit na pala ako. Ipopost ko na! Guys, ipopost ko na! 2-1! Ipopost ko na, ha? Ito rin talaga yung night. Ito rin talaga yung nightmare mga kaibigan na nangyayari ngayon. Pero that is a kill coming in from Hillary SK Rossi. Nexi and Tuge is the only man remaining for the side of RRQ right now. Nexi, waiting patiently doon lang sa may cubby. Pero Hillary if ever lumabas ka, literal na paktay ka diha. Pero SK Rossi medyo tikada din siya magiging sa may likod. Pero Tuge, oh my God! Bakit tinatalikuran mo yan, pre? Nag-Rizal ka tuloy! Pero si Kappa nakachamba ng isa. 2v1. Nexi mag-isa. Pero talaga kalapag napapagnatamaan nga siya. Pero partida lang yon. Nilabas ka. Nagtatago lang dito sa may gong. Pero yun nga lang tamang bomb out. Hinahanap niya kung nasan ba. Pero feeling ko ipopost ko na eh. Ano?
Post namin. Habang fresh pa.
Post ko na 2-1. RRQ panalo? Pwede. Kasi doon din naman mapupunta yon. Asan ba yun? Global Esports Global. Ayan. Lalagyan natin yung logo. Aayusin natin yung edit. Guys. Yan, wait lang. Naayos kayo, guys. Ano, Kuya Phil, anong ginagawa mo? Ine-edit ko na yung post ko dun sa 2-1 ng RRQ, mga kaibigan.
Tatandaan nyo guys, after nito, Pinoy team na naman ha, mga kapitbahay.
Oo. Pero ako, wala na ako dun. Pagod na ako eh. Ano yung tatlong series ako? Ito kasi naswerte. Dalawa lang, okay na.
Ito daw ay sabi ni PRX Forsaken. VIL Casting Tournament, VCT.
Oh, ito yun, men. Ito nga pala yung VIL Challengers Tour. Teka, ine-edit ko na. Kasi ipopost ko na eh, di ba? Bakit pa ako mag-aantay kung yun din naman ang mangyayari dito, bes? Teka lang ha, ine-edit ko na. Hindi na ako nanonood sa game eh. Hindi na kailangan eh. Di ba? Ba't ako manonood? Di ba? Panalo na tayo. Ano nga ulit to? Check ko nga yung bracket. Ay nako. Mga kaibigan, alam niyo ba kung paano nanalo ang ito analysis to guys, analysis to. Sa true lang. Nanalo ang RRQ kasi malakas sila. Yun lang yun.
Mas malakas sila.
Oo.
Sa Global Esports.
Yun lang yun, men. Wala ka na dapat isipin doon. Hala, paano nanalo ang RRQ? Anong analytic side mo doon, Vil? Kasi malakas sila.
Kaso, uy! Ano grabe? Ang dami! Pwede ko may pang-highlight niya kay LS ngayon. Kaso nga lang, lightning. Nakuha siya. Okay lang. Wait for me. Ayun lang, pumapalo.
Ito na. Ito guys, na-edit ko na 2-1. Feeling ko ipopost ko na eh. Pero mamaya gagawin ko na. Pero dito sa mga players ngayon, mga kaibigan, going back here in this game, 2v4 na rin talaga ko yun. 45 seconds in. Can they still win this or not? Nexi? Galawang ano eh, no? Galawang vapor eh, no? Handa na ba kayo mga bata? Oo, kapitan!
Out of charges.
Pinapakabatayan ng RRQ ah, uy. RRQ!
Ako hindi ako kinakabahan. Ba't ako kakabahan sa sure win na? Yung kinakabahan, men. Easy game. Feel mo, Phil, ano rank ni Kappa? Unrank pa.
Naligtas lang ng teammates. Ascendant ata. Pero this is it.
Rank ni Kappa? Ano yan? Crusader. Op! RRQ, gonna push in! SK Rossi. Mamba out agad, pero nga lang Kelly. Yes! We're gonna go down as well. Sige na, wala silang pera. Okay lang yan.
Wala pera.
Ray. Bigyan mo na. Okay lang yan kasi last nila yan, guys. Okay lang yan. SK Rossi. Oh, sige lang! Sige, mag-audition kayo, guys. It's fine. Okay lang yan. 8-12. Pabayaan natin sila. Uy! Shoutout nga pala kay Charles Andrew Hilvano. Shoutout din sa Hungry Panda 20. Yan, maraming salamat.
Yan.
Hungry Panda 20. Hello sa inyo. Hello sa inyo, guys.
Mga gutom na panda.
Yun, hello. Hungry.
Yan.
Ang hungry kasi parang hungry tapos angry. Kasi ganun, parang yung jowa mo, di ba? Gutom na, galit pa. Hungry.
Hindi ako makarelate eh. Sorry, Phil.
Ay, sorry.
Oh. Sorry sa akin, sabi mga single na lang kami. Sorry ah. Hindi kayo na-taken. Oof! Tuge, nakasalalay sa'yo. Ang lahat.
Ay, ilang beses nang ginawa ni Tugeto. Men, ilang
Hindi ako
beses.
na-disappoint.
Ang huling ginawa ni Tugeto, alam mo kung kailan? Nung ano pa? Nung VCT Stage pa. Pero at least nagkapatayan sila. Draxi, umalis kayo dyan. Tamang let's go din talaga. Pero yun nga lang, magpupush pa ba ang mga players dito ng GS? Feeling ko hindi na. Pwede pa sila maghatian ng mundo. Pero in terms of utilities, walang-wala na din talaga yung mga dalawang players ngayon dito sa side ng RQ and GS. Pero mukhang umaasim pa ata yung mga players ng GS ngayon. Parang gusto pa ata talaga mag-push sa C. Pero if ever they're gonna do that, problema nila ngayon si Breach. Kasi yung Breach natin, yun ang Breach na tunay. Dito kay Hellranger, siya yung Breach na peke. Ang dami niyang daga. So, Kappa, with that Aldron, yes, meron siya nakita ng isa. Oo, kasi yun lang naman yung nagagawa niya. Impormasyon lang din talaga. Pero hindi naman talaga nakakapatay kahit isa. Pero 35 seconds in, oh no, wala na silang buhay ngayon. Wala na silang oras. They need to go in already. Pero napakagandang hold na talaga. Pero ito na talaga ngayon, yung Hunter's Fury na ilalabas ni Kappa. Pero mukhang makakapatay pa ata ng isa. Pero feeling ko hindi ata. Pero Kelly S, mga kaibigan, with that push, Draxi waiting on that corner. Nilabas si Shock na pero not gonna catch anyone. Pero mukhang delikado ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng GS, mga kaibigan, kasi kailangan talaga na makapasok ngayon. Pero 14 seconds in, Kappa kills one. Pero mawawala na talaga ngayon yung wall. And Nexi, the only man remaining. Oh no, mukhang mayroon pa ata chance dito ang GS sa mga kahabol. Nexi, you need to run away for that operator to live on the next day.
Naku po. Ginamitan kasi ng Cosmic Divide eh.
Isa na lang! Ano ba?
Isa na lang!
So close.
Huwag nyo nang patigitin! RRQ! Ang dami pera masyado na GS. O, sige, audition lang.
I'm a good shot.
Sinasabi nilang isa pa. Last two na to. Pagkita ako. Sino magkakas next game? Kayo ni Honey Glaze.
Honey Glaze. Para puro mababait na one enemy remaining. Oh, sige, audition pa! Audition pa! Ang asin niya, ha?
Yeah, yan.
Tuloy pera ni Nexi.
Don't give Nexi the operator. No, don't give Nexi the operator, mga kaibigan. Sama ng tingin sa inyo no? Kayo ginagawa nyo, ha?
Oo, sayang to. Nasamaan kasi siya after ng Cosmic Divide and after ng Flash. Yung posisyon kasi ng GES. Uy, si Kappa gumawa ngayon, no? Wala na siya ginagawang tama eh. Kailangan naman talaga niya gumawa ng tama.
Bayaan na natin sila, guys. Teka, nagchochoke yung RRQ. Hoy, nagchochoke yung RRQ, ha? Baka naman, hoy! Isa na lang, ano ba? Huwag naman kayo mag-choke! Di ba?
Nagat ni coach nyo.
Huwag kayo mag-choke. Kaya niyan. Isa na lang. Utang na loob, isa na lang. Vil, kung manalo ang GS, bigay ka na 10 battle pass. Wag, Lods, delikado. Baka mangyari.
Lahat na itapon mo! Nice! Nangyari. Sige.
Kalma. Maaga pa. Isa na lang. Basta ako, guys, na-edit ko na. Ipo-post ko na ata. Feeling ko ipo-post ko na, no? Para talagang, talagang makuha na, no?
Manifest agad.
Oo, men. Ayoko, baka kainig yung sinasabi ko, delikado na. Pero, nice! Draxi, meron pa isa tinamaan ngayon dito ng Fortress, mga kaibigan. So, they're gonna push it! Nice one, baby! Pero to get a kill on to 1! 4v2! Hoy! Thrift na yun! Walang pera yung RRQ! Partida yun! SK Rossi! Ha? Top 5 team! Marination Pacific ka pala, ha? Mas malakas si Nexi! That chick sa tabeji! So, Nexi! Tandayin nyo yan! Uwe!
Goodbye!
Ay, nako! Easy! Yun na yun! Yun na yung top 1 nila! Hi! Yun na yun! Ray! Come on, man! You're kidding me!
Do not go in their favor. History will remember the victory here of RRQ. And they will prove that their destiny still continues on to another chapter here in APAC. What a series though, what a fight!
Manahimik ka!
Ang ingay mo, Dax!
Binigyan kita ng spotlight kaninang game number 1, kami na to! Hi guys, we're back na pala.
Mabait na kami ngayon. GG!
GG, ipopost ka na. Ipopost ka na guys, ipopost ka na. Ipopost ka na ha. Ipopost ka na guys ha. Ipopost ka na. Wala, kahit hindi pa tapos, feeling ko ito na talaga eh. Wait lang ha. Congratulations! Punta kayo sa page ko man. Tapos, share nyo.
Wait lang! Nasaan yung mga nagsabi pag Ray daw may malas? Panalo naman yung RRQ ah! Ibig sabihin ng RRQ kasi Ray cutie.
Okay guys, we've seen it already. We've seen it already mga kaibigan. Pag civil ang nagka-castmatic, Pinoy ang panalo. Sorry Oasis, pero last ko na to.
Dapat pala nag-last 2 seasons.
Oh, ibibigay ko yung lakas ko sa inyo, don't worry. Sa inyo na to guys, sa inyo na to. Yan, ibinibigay ko na sa inyo. Yan, para manalo kayo next game. Ayun, yun lang yan.
Pero all in all, GG's RRQ, hindi pa to ang huling araw ng RQ. Makikita pa natin sila guys. And now, we're gonna go to the next page. Team Oasis gang. Next natin makikita versus Boom Esports. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Riri, kasama ko si Phil. At kita-kits muli, mamaya-maya lang dito sa VCT Stage 2 APAC.
Hi, this is Courtesy from Oasis Gaming, representing the Philippines. I think personally the games will be harder. For me, everybody's a rival here. We're all fighting for the same spot, so yeah. I don't have a chosen rival, but the player who I would look out for, I think it's Jing. He's very well-rounded. He's a very good player. So yeah. In our VCT Challengers PH run, we noticed our mistakes, so we'll take note of them and come back stronger for APAC. First and foremost, shout out to the org for giving us the opportunity to compete. To our fans and supporters since day one, to our families, friends, and other loved ones. Thank you so much for your support.
Again, this is Courtesy from Oasis Gaming, representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challenger Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Halo, nama gue Saibani Rahmat dari tim Boom Esports dari region Southeast Asia. Improve di Southeast Asia nanti. Tim yang menurut gue rival Boom Esports itu kayaknya Sersia, karena kita udah sering ketemu sekitar 4 kali, terus Boom itu kalah 3 kali sama Sersia sendiri. Yang nggak sabar pengen gue ketemuin sih sebenarnya si Scary sih, karena dia termasuk player yang jago banget, pinter, sama gue pengen buktiin aja kalau Boom itu bisa menang di stage ini. Strategi Boom yang pasti kita bakal benerin kesalahan kita yang di Indonesia kemarin, fix mistake. Kita coba buat grinding lebih banyak karena kita ngerasa kita kalah AIM kemarin. Terus kita coba main gak takut lagi. Sama buat ngalahin Sersia mungkin kita bakal belajar dari kesalahan kita kemarin pas kita lawan di stage 1. Dan coba kayak nge-counter lah, jatuhnya jadi kayak ya belajar dari kesalahan dari stage kemarin. Halo buat semua sobat Boom Esports, tolong dukung Boom, sama jangan lupa nonton Boom di VCT Playoff di stage ini.
Global Esports held on as best as they could to take home the win for South Asia, but alas, their efforts fell too short. RRQ continues the journey in the meantime. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix with you once again. PH finally seeing a glimmer of hope as their representative finally gets a win in the group stage. And Trix, RRQ out here just really proving us wrong over on Haven.
RRQ doing very well. I love how they went with those aggressive plays. I worried a little bit actually because they were doing it consistently and were getting punished for it. And I did state that earlier on that if they keep doing the same thing, it's going to be predictable and the opponents are going to start playing against it. So I'm glad that they changed up the pace. GES doing a great job as well on their own attacker side. I felt that they really struggled on the defender, but they got those flanks in, and when they started getting that pressure in, they got the flank and they started winning those rounds. So I think in general, like, it was a really good job by both teams, but concerning as well on terms of what the teams were thinking, what mindset they were in terms of what they wanted to do in mid-rounds a lot of the times.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially with the pacing. I was actually telling Tash this earlier, but I stood up to get water, and when I came back, it was, 4 rounds passed by already? Because you see this, Kelly S just holding W, going into site, unafraid to bring the whole team all together and just take on whichever across the ABC sites they really want to take, and it was going by really fast. But here we can see on our screens, Tash, it was the Battle of the Chambers.
Honestly, I'm not surprised that we saw Battle of the Chambers coming through just because of how the map is made. But I have to say, between SK Rossi and Nexi, while Nexi did put more kills in the bag, but SK Rossi had a more, I say, flashier play in a lot of situations where he's able to just, with the AWP, take people on one by one. Those isolation sort of plays coming through, which made me question RRQ, like, okay, you are gonna be challenging an AWP here. In what situation did you think it was smart to be, kind of like going in one by one? But coming back into the game, I just really liked Kelly S's performance in general. This explosive gameplay that was mentioned by Trix earlier finally really came online, where he was just taking up so much space. And even earlier, like this particular round here was just so shocking to me. Like, we saw a whole different RRQ compared to last round, where they're suddenly just like, I don't know what they had during break time, but they just boom came online, and you saw like a huge lead from them, and they just started going insanely crazy. They go out to play aggressive, but then suddenly you saw a shift from GES when they finally figured out the pattern. They like to play aggressive, they like to play through these areas, and we start seeing trades on trades coming through. It sort of felt like RRQ was kind of like running out of gas.
Yeah, I actually was concerned about that as well. Coming into it, GS was adapting mid-game. RRQ seemed to be lagging in that adaptation, but being able to start playing with their crossfires, because I believe I mentioned this before the game started, that I felt what RRQ really needed to work on is having that pressure from behind and making sure to have that refrag always present. But sometimes SK Rossi just playing better and knowing that there's going to be another player in another angle. But Kelly S's performance throughout the entirety of the series, especially in that Haven map, was fantastic. And him being MVP is no surprise for me. The fact that he was able to get that information really quick, the entries that he would have with that blast pack to open space, waiting for his teammates to then enter together, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the refrags, right? And this guy, despite not having refrags from time to time, was just so ready. Like, he trusted his teammates so much that he was able to push out the side. Sometimes, he'd get a pick, sometimes he wouldn't. But again, the job of a duelist is to get that space. And if he can get any means of information as he's doing the blast back into site, then it's good enough for the side of Kelly S.
Yeah, I mean, so long as you do your job as duelist, that's all that really matters here. But it was a little bit concerning once it goes into defense side for them. And this is where we start seeing that slow down a little bit, where GE finally just started taking so many rounds. And despite the big lead they had, they lost so many rounds in a row just because it felt like they were overheating. They wanted to play aggressive. They wanted to close the match as much as possible. And then you start seeing that mental block they reach there, where they're just not able to close out games. And I think we've seen those situations where a lot of teams are not able to close the game just because, you know, when you play this game of Valorant, especially on Haven, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And sometimes some teams, they want to take the shortcut and just sprint toward the end. It's not supposed to be that way. You still have to be disciplined. And in a lot of situations, some teams are able to just bring it to an overtime. So for Kelly S, what I noticed is that he got punished again and again at the same spot in either sewers or long. And this is a situation where without him, suddenly it felt like the whole of RRQ started to crumble. And I'm just glad they managed to pull themselves together before the damage was a little bit too far up and irreparable.
Surprisingly though, they were also able to pull themselves up through a thrifty round. That was a thrifty victory at the end, but amazing feat from both Global Esports and of course RRQ. But alas, we bid farewell once again to another team here on APAC. This time around, it is Global Esports. With this, we also bid goodbye to this series and move on to the final one for the day. So the first team for this series is a team that is hoping to quench the thirst of the Filipino victory for Filipino people for representation on a global level. Sure, Team Secret was able to do this in the past, but these youngins hope to follow their footsteps. Will all roads lead to the Oasis? Here's Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming coming up on your screens right now, people. You will not... Oh, wait, Courtesy is here. I stand corrected. I was going to say that he might not be on the screen, but he is. He was actually the interviewee for the break interview that we had. And he was mentioning, Cash, that he wants to face off against Jing. And depending on how the brackets go, there is a possibility for that.
Yeah, I think that for Oasis, after their defeats against Order, they are hungry because this is definitely, I think, what they really want to do. They want to come up on top, and they are, as you mentioned before, a very young team. So I've seen Wild Oreo and Marky especially are two players that really caught my eye in terms of how they played. They're players that are not afraid to push up, go up close and personal in your faces, but at the same time, this also begs the question, like, sometimes that fearlessness can be a double-edged sword here when you get punished for it. And I hope that from that match with Oasis, they learned a lot from it, because Oasis was because in that match in particular against Order, I believe was just one of like the most, I would say, very scary and high-skilled matches I've seen on just on how Order handled that match. However, right now it's a do-or-die moment for them, and as you know, Team Oasis, they have a lot of fans and a lot of support, and I'm sure they want to bring another Filipino team over to the next stage.
Oasis Gaming, of course, a team that we all know likes to have fun, but perhaps it's time to get serious, especially as they face their next opponent. These guys have had a phenomenal run in the play-ins, a team trying to show that who they were in the Indonesia Challengers is no longer the same team. They're better now. But the question is, will that growth be enough to survive here on APAC? Let's find out with Boom Esports. know what? I hate to admit this, but the longer APAC goes, the more I have favorites for each of these teams. And for this one, Trix, it has to be Flipstutter.
It is Flipstutter. I understand that a lot, but I feel like everyone in Boom Esports just doing so well. I feel my eye is always on Flipstutter and Blaze King. I like seeing other roles aside from the duelist really pop off, and I feel the deeper we get into APAC, the more we are seeing that, because it's no longer just about your duelist fragging. It's about your duelist making space for everyone to start to shine. And no matter how much you enable just a duelist entry, everyone gets a piece of the pie. But I think for Boom Esports, what we saw lacking from them in their most recent series was actually that they weren't as coordinated. They didn't seem to do those 5-man hits too much. They didn't really pressure the map as much against Paper X. And I understand, though, Paper X is a formidable opponent, but it was not exactly the Boom Esports I was hoping to see. So today, in the series against Oasis, as much as I have Philippine pride as well, I do hope to see Boom Esports, turn up, go online, and be a little more successful than their match against Paper X.
I hope so too. I'm really looking forward to this series. For one, again, RRQ showed us a glimmer of hope, so I'm hoping... Okay, I'm showing my bias again. I'm really sorry, guys. I can't prevent myself from supporting Filipino teams because that's just me. It's in the bloodline.
I mean, understandable.
Yeah, totally. But also, it's just that I really enjoy watching Marky play. I really enjoy all of the duels happening into this game. And as I say that, we're going to be heading over onto our head-to-head so we can actually discuss some amazing players from both of these teams. I already introed it, so might as well go with the flow, Trix. A little talk about Marky over here, please.
So Marky, an amazing duelist as well. Oasis Gaming really popping off with the space that they make. I feel that, viewers who are just tuning into APAC might have not really seen that so much during their match against Order. Order being so, Order
formidable.
and Marky just not really being able to get the shots in the space that are required. But similar to Berserk's playstyle, Marky is able to make that entry, make that space for his team, and I think that's going to be one of the most important factors for Oasis Gaming going against a team like Boom Esports, which tends to be more of that 5-man push. If Marky can get those picks early on, or anybody in Oasis Gaming supporting each other to get those picks, get that pressure on Boom, it might just go to their advantage.
I think that one great thing that I like about Boom is the aggression that comes through. I mean, as we know, a lot of Indonesian teams, they prefer the very aggressive gameplay and game style. Not necessarily it's gonna be a 5-man push. Sometimes you can see they go one side and then they make so much noise, they get the picks that they want, suddenly they just swapped over to another side. And I think this is the map control or the dominance that we can usually see from Boom previously. However, you did mention before that against Paper X we didn't see that happen, and I understand, because when you're up against a team as scary as Paper X, sometimes you kind of tend to overthink. And in this situation, when you're against a team that is not as big in name perhaps, or maybe somewhat around your level, you feel a little bit more confident in terms of like taking the game into your hands. And I hope we get to see that from Boom, because throughout the record time that we've seen from stage 1 all the way to play-ins before this, I think that Boom has had a very, very good run, and I think that in general their teamwork is actually really good, and in terms of enabling their duelists, it's just been absolutely great. And I love the way how their initiators as well as controllers work. This aggressive playstyle, as I mentioned over and over again, has been some of my favorite ways to see players play, and a lot of situations this high risk, high reward plays can come out huge for them, especially when it comes to the mental game of just tilting your opponents.
You cannot have... yeah, it's an advantage for you when you get your opponent tilted. On the other side though, that's just a big no. You can't have that. You need the experience, you need the discipline, you need to have a level head to make the necessary decisions as you go on to the maps, which we're seeing right in just a second. But over here, Trix, they're not banning
We don't have enough split games before it goes away.
I agree with Ty.
gosh, I was looking forward to seeing Split myself. I was hoping to see Boom play on that Split because we've seen them with that Breach Neon
Oh, yeah,
combination,
it's
so it's a
so
little
good.
unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that it's gone, but on the other hand, we do have Icebox, which
I feel like we haven't seen
am
a lot of
little
Icebox.
surprised about because I think Boom Esports does well on a map like Icebox, especially with that execution. But hey, you know, like we do get Bind. At least that's a consolation prize.
That's not a consolation for Oasis Gaming. It really is not.
I meant for you.
Okay, yes, thank you. But for them, it's not. They're not having a good time on Vine. I know that you're questioning the Icebox picks because you know that Boom Esports has a really good time here. But we have to remember that during the PH finals, Oasis Gaming took that game against Team Secret to overtime. Not just double overtime. I can't even remember how many overtimes there were. But it was a really long game over at Icebox. So I do think that there's something that they can bring to the table that could potentially shut BME down. But BME picking Bind because they saw it open. Really wise choice over here, Tash.
Honestly, Bind. Yeah, I think I remembered what you said about Fluffy said about Bind and Oasis. I have to say, this is a situation where I would be a little concerned, but perhaps because of that weakness, they probably have something in mind. I would like to think that they would have had something in mind to patch that hole up because they chose to ban Split instead of Bind. Now coming into Icebox, I'm really glad to see Icebox because I feel like we haven't seen enough Icebox during this tournament. I felt like for stage 1, Icebox was one of those staple maps that we saw throughout the entire tournament, and I was just surprised that we're seeing that less and seeing all of the OG maps earlier. Regardless though, what do you think of the Decider matrix?
The Decider map being Ascent, a pretty default map, so I think it's really going to highlight how both teams play in terms of compatibility with each other, compatibility with their agents, being able to get value off of whatever agents they choose to pick on that map. I think we've seen time and time again on Ascent where sometimes the playstyle you want to play isn't exactly the playstyle you should be in.
I absolutely agree. Although I'm looking at these maps once again, Ascent as a Decider, I feel like that's going to be the real pace changer over here. It's just so different when we move into Ascent because again, it all boils down to the fundamentals. So I am expecting that these teams try to play a little bit more cautiously since the defaults are in place. But hey, with the maps out of the way, it brings us to our dreaded part of casting in our predictions. I don't like this part, but I'm gonna start because obviously I'm for Team Oasis Gaming. There's no questions there.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, I am. Wait, okay. For one, when we were in the PH Challengers, I was not like this. But then again, those are all Filipino teams.
As I said before, understandable, totally understandable. Like for me personally, not really a Malaysian team. There are Singaporean teams, but the only one of the reasons I'm a big fan of Paper Ice is because Davai is in there and Davai is Malaysian. So you know. But if you talked about my prediction, I would say it would be Boom. Just personally, I think for Icebox, I think that for that kind of map really gives a lot of advantage to aggressive players, be it on attack and defense, and it really suits the play style of Boom. And after that, coming on to Bind as well as Ascent as well, I wouldn't say that all of them are aggressive oriented maps, but because they're able to play aggressive, they're able to take control of a lot of places, like say in front of Bind, the teleporter for that area in front of B, or even Ascent just mid and garden. So those are the situations where I can see it really can work out for the side of Boom Esports.
And you know what? I agree with you. I am on board with Boom Esports. I usually vote for them. I think that they have a lot of potential. There are a few things here and there that they need to iron out, but I think they're very solid.
You know what I just realized? There was no panel superstition or like panel curse that happened. RRQ won. Great job, girls.
I think that it's just me here in general. Like, I probably am the kryptonite to the Ray Ray curse.
Oh no, calling out Ray Ray. I know that Ray Ray is listening right now. I'm hands off on this one, Ray Ray. That was all her. I did not tell her to say that. But hey, with our predictions locked in, I think we're just about ready to go on to the agent selection so that we can find out what these guys are going to be bringing onto the table, especially as we head on off to Icebox.
Icebox, one of those larger maps that I like to see.
I
feel like the
Icebox.
aim duels are really great on Icebox. Yeah.
I think... Sorry, go on.
No. Oh, I was just saying, I think both teams might want to be bringing out, and I'm wrong, I was gonna think both teams are bringing out the Jet. But yeah, the Raze, I'm a little surprised.
I don't think I've seen this before. Marky on the Raze on Icebox?
It can work. It can. Given the fact that paint shells can clear out corners and areas. But in terms of taking up space that's a lot faster, I would rather see a Jet. But is there no duelist for Boom Esports?
There are no duelists. That is a triple sentinel lineup.
Okay,
on Boom
I don't
Esports.
know how I feel about this because we just talked about aggression. I mean, any agent can go aggressive, but I would really like to see an agent that is just capable of taking picks and getting out of the way fast. Agents that can clear corners very aggressively and take up space with maybe satchels. Hell, even a Reyna would be fine by me. After all, it has been done by PaperX before. But what do you think of the lineup though? This is very different.
I mean, Boom Esports has pulled out this lineup before and it has done pretty well. I think even with a triple sentinel, you know, it just means that maybe your chamber will go in instead your Sage. We've all seen that battle Sage, so we know that a Sage can work out. Some people like to joke that both chamber and Sages can be just duelists instead of sentinels.
I mean, for Sage in general, I feel like Sage is kind of a staple for Icebox just because of how much value the wall can give. Can be used defensively and aggressively, as you mentioned before. And for post-plant situations, it's just so good. Just trying to stop them from coming in, trying to protect the spike from same main. It's just so much situations, as well as survivability. Because as I mentioned before, aggressive map also means a map that's also great for getting picks. So you want your teammates to be back in the game, especially if your Sage are getting those frags. You can get so much revives as well, just kind of like to even out a lot of very scary situations.
Yeah, you know, I've actually seen Frostmine on the Sage. I hope that I'm remembering the correct Sage because we have seen a number of them over at Icebox. But he did have a lot of these innovative or like very creative executions with the placement of his walls. The problem is it wasn't polished. So I'm hoping that he doesn't make the same mistakes into this game so that, you know, the people who are watching right now can have their own creative setups with their Sage walls on Icebox. Now again, will all roads lead to the Oasis or will Boom Esports fully explode? We're about to find out. Let's go to game number 1.
Kaya ay aming binabati dito sa pagbabalik ng mga main event natin dito sa araw na ito. Oasis Gaming versus Boom Esports for the last and final series on this day. I'm Honey Gracie Dudobali, kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray at kami ang inyong mga shoutcasters for this last and final match.
For this last and final match, may kita nga natin syempre ang unbiased casting! Oasis!
Let's go!
Let's go! Kung ang RRQ nanalo, kahit 3 maps pa yan, etong Oasis, going na may bind, baka is time. Is time talaga na manalo na din sila ngayon dahil Boom Esports ay isa sa magiging kalaban nga nila guys. At kung sino man ang matatalo, ay mamamaalam na nga dito sa mismong APAC natin. At see you next year na kagad kasi walang stage 3. So medyo malungkot nga, pighati nga, sadness. But as for you, Honey Glaze, ano kaya ang pwedeng mangyari ngayon? Dahil kita naman natin that ang Boom Esports. They were on form yesterday, but still Paper X. Iba talaga ang Paper X magic eh.
Actually, ibang klase yung mga naging explosiveness ng Paper X kahapon dahil nga yung naibigay nilang mga pagkakataon na hindi makakambak dito ang beam or ang BME pagdating sa mga strategies nila, sa mga pushes, sa mga 8 duels. But now, this is a different story. Since we have your Oasis, itatagtag na naman nila dito ang players natin from the side of Boom Esports, pero may makikita na Qeon all the way from mid. Pero magpupush pa rin naman dito si Coco and Coco did not survive attack. Nandito naman din ang push ni Marky na wala na rin nag-isagot pa dito. This sider, there's also one all the way from Qeon, but that is another trade of PVT. Still doable for the side of the Philippines. Oasis Gaming, mag-conquer na kaagad nila yung side tile. Si Envy nakapag-create ng space na walang naging retake na naganap dito for Blade Skin. At si Wild Oreo dito, makakapagbigay pa ng final touches laban dito kay Sabatol. That is the pistol round na bibigay natin ngayon for Oasis.
At ang Oasis, tignan nyo, it's back! Pero guys, kung ako sa inyo, matatakot ako na si Wild Oreo ngayon ang naka-Viper. Dati kasi usually yung call nila dito, wala si courtesy. Si Envy yung sa Sova. O diba? Pwede na ako mag-manager ng Oasis eh. So Oasis, kung may nanonood man taga-Oasis, baka gusto nyo na akong gawing manager. Ako na magiging manager ng Oasis, okay lang naman sa akin. Pero going back, ayun na nga, diba? Si Courtesy, wala, di talaga siya usually na dito sa Icebox. Si ano ang nandito? Si Indy ang nagsasoba, tapos si Reaper ang nag-Ikeo. Tapos normal pa rin kay Wild Oreo, Coco, tsaka kay Marky. Pero to Wild Oreo, added power! Press W, Marky! Nag-live! Kaya ko lang, kaya ko rin nag-live. Sinuruan ako ng mga tropa natin. Tinuruan ako ni Kelly S. Sabi niya, nagpaano na fireworks niya, nagpalipad-lipad swing, at ngayon, dalawa na lang natitira. Frostman, Spike planted.
With only classic at hand, ano pa kaya yung pwede nilang gawin dito? Mauuluhan man si Coco, pero isa na lang din ang natitira. We have here the Headhunter. Tatalikod na nga dito si Berserks. Hindi naging enough yung reaction time niya dahil ngayon, komplikado na yung mga winning conditions niya dahil another round goes into the side of Oasis. Dagdagan mo pa nung pagiging komportable nila dahil nakita ko ngayon si Morky talagang press on W nga, katulad ng sinabi mo na hindi man lang siya napipigilan dito ng mga push aggressive push dito ng Boom Esports. Hindi rin sila nagwagi doon sa mga flanks nila and especially sa retake. And now, by round ito ng Boom Esports. Sana naman madablisan nila dito ng isang beses lang ang Oasis dahil kanina sobrang ganda at sobrang linis lang din na pagpasok nila sa B-side.
At ang Oasis, ano nga pa ba ang pwedeng mangyari? Dahil ngayon, bumili ang iba sa kanila, nag-full Spectre buy pa rin sila. Alam mo, Sky Berserks, natatakot talaga ako sabihin yung pangalan niya, kaya binabagalan ko eh. Pag nawala ng isang letra dyan, hindi na ako makakapag-cast na PPGL! Kaya ang Marky! Yung Marky! Yung Marky!
One enemy remaining.
Strike
down A.
Parang Arsicola, mas masarap ang Arsicola dito sa Pilipinas. Mas masarap ang drink sa Pilipinas. May kasama pang primera. At ngayon, may nakahalo pa primera or MP yan eh. Pero ngayon, Wild Oreo, Coco at hindi na lang ang natitira versus Tebotol na kamukha ni Ching. Ching from Alpha Esports.
Ay, shoutout pala kay Ching.
Ay, shoutout kay Ching. Huwag ka magalit, pre. Huwag ka magalit, pre. Comic mo talaga si Tebotol. Sorry akin. At, ayun, sa kalahati lang naman. Pero mas malakas pa rin ang mga Pinoy. Diba best friend mo si Puwan Ching? At ngayon, yun na, wala na. Save mo na lang yan. Kawawa ka naman eh. Nakasakura Vandal ka pa. Ayoko yung Sakura Vandal.
Upgrade ako. Dadampot si Coco. Munti ka po, Spectre lang yung makuha niya. Munti ka po siya. Ay, madali pa nga dito. Pero madadali na rin pala dito si Envy. Pero at least may nasama siya sa hukay ngayon. Tebotol is down. Hindi siya nakapag-save ng mga rifles na pwede na dapat dalhin hanggang sa second round na ito for 3 rounds consecutively na nanalo na ngayon ng Oasis. Tuloy-tuloy lang kayo na momentum. Nakita mo naman ngayon on the top of our leaderboards. Ray untouchable. Sina Wild Oreo, sina MB, hindi man lang sila madapisan dito. Kahit labok man lang na players from Boom Esports. But I gotta tell you that ito ay isa sa mga magandang nakikita ko ngayon for Oasis na confidence ang nakikita natin to make their survivability in this tournament still live on.
Spike down B.
Ayun nga.
Oh my God. Sir.
Berserks, anong nangyayari ngayon? Anong balak ng mga taga-Boom Esports? Bawas naman kahit armor lang, pero yung natap-tap si Inbi tsaka si Mark, ano nang ginagawa niya? Ways, wag kayo antukin! Diyos ko! Boom Esports lang yan, bakit kayo? Okay, hindi. Ay,
Oh my gosh!
Mama, yung mga crispy. Sabi ko sa inyo, pag nag-all by sheriff yung kalaban, ganito nangyayari. Nakakatakot.
Oh, bait and switch yun, Ray. Ang linis na malinis talaga for Tebatol to execute. Wala guys hindi ko talaga mabigyan. Napantatiraso ito dahil ang linis lang din talaga. Sama mo pa dito ni Coco. Mas malinis yung ginawa ni Coco ngayon. Make it to 2K for this guy. Mako-completely destroy na ba nila dito yung Pizan? Patunas na Coco pero hindi pa rin ito magiging enough. Dalawa na lang yung natitira pero low on HP naman na dito si Courtesy. Pero hindi tayo dapat na mangamba dahil papasok na sila dito yung B. They're trying to win out the duels pero mukhang magkakaroon na nga lang din ng pass rotation dito. They're just waiting in for their players na makapag-plan. At tinitingnan na lang dito ng isa pang player natin from the side of Oasis is just the player of Oasis. Noman, Blitzking! Tinatry mo pa, sinusubukan mo pa, but Coco does it all with a 4K and a 4th round. And now for Oasis, medyo kabado tayo dahil close enough para dito sa Boom Esports.
Si Coco Martin yan. Walang makakatalo kay Coco Martin.
Immortal.
Isang bala ka lang. Sabi ko sa inyo, may katapayan kung wala ka lang maintindihan. Wala talagang naintindihan yung mga miyembro ng Boom Esports. Tinalo lang ni Coco, dinaan sa edad. Alam niyo ba yung taon na yan si Coco? Hindi ko na sasabihin pero dinaan sa edad. Parang tipo na yan, parang SPE na yan. At yan naka 4-0. Oasis yung manager nyo. Tinakas kayo ngayon. Future manager, good data. Pero Wild Oreo, hoy Bray, ayusin mo. Bakit ka napatay ni Berserks? Ako'y nagagalit. King, alam mo, Pinas na dito rin pala siya dito ngayon sa VCT APAC. Pero si Tebotol, humabol pa nga ng frag. Pero pag 3v5, panalo pa rin pag Oasis.
Byron ito at may lock pang kasama. May matatagpuan ng Recon ngayon pero tama lang din ang tagpuan nila dito ng alarm bot. The Shockers are already raining inside of A, but what are they going to do once the retake happen? All in favor of the side of the numbers of Boom Esports. They're trying to plant the spike. Pero yung mga utilities kasi umuulan pa. Ray may nagbaluhan pa nga dito si Berserk. Nakakakuha naman din ako dito. Si Coco, possibly 3. Pero kasi dito, on the trigger si Berserk para makuha din yung 3K niya. 1 game or 1 round lang naman na makukuha ngayon ng Boom Esports dapat sa Oasis. Patikim lang yan, guys.
Mahilig magpatikim ng panalo ang Oasis kasi nga mababait ng mga to. Namibigay ng pagkain yan eh. Alam niyo ba yun? Namibigay ng pagkain yung mga taga-Oasis. Kaya... kaya kung ako sa inyo, kakakabahan pa. Kahawig ni Ching pag nakakalahati yung mukha eh. Sorry, Aki. Pagkalahati lang naman. Hawig, pero hindi mo kawaka.
Yung noo part lang naman, pati yung mata, ganun.
Huwag na magalit sa amin.
Mahal ka pa rin namin, Jing. Nag-set up na kaagad sila ng toxin wall in B. Kanina pa sila, pero yung noo din dito. Natatagpuan niya ngayon ni Berserk. Tama lang din yung naging execution dito ni Envy ng kanyang suppress para hindi maka-TP out dito once na makakuha nga ng pick-off dito si Berserk. So, napuwersa silang mag-reposition dahil kailangan nila na maging buo, kompleto pagdating sa retake. Dahil alam natin kung gaano explosive from the first 4 rounds na nanalo na nga dito ang Oasis. Berserks talagang gusto rin. Dito na yung ultimate ngayon. Dito yung kanyang operator, papasok na rin yung showstopper, Marky. Creates in some space. Papasok na dito Visitor, pero hindi makakapag-react. Dito, Berserks, Marky goes down. Tapos naman dito for the comeback. But now it's all up to the Viper Spit. Ano Wild Oreo, hindi na mag-plant sa spike dahil napakadelikado pa. Magwebeluan niya na nga dito sa Visitor. Pero ang problema na lang is, yung mga dura, yung mga snake bites. Nandito yung pag-push niya ka, but mauuluhan na rin naman na siya ni Blaze King. Another round goes to the side of Boom Esports.
At ang mga taga Esports pinagbibigyan kasi ng Oasis. Kaya ganyan yung nangyari. Papagbigay na naman ng mga taga-Oasis. So yung mga kapitbahay, huwag nga kayo masyado mabait. Binibigyan na ng panalo eh. Pero okay lang.
Saglitin na natin ito.
Pero tatandaan nyo, pumili ng Icebox ang Oasis ha. So, maybe they just need to get those good comfort. But on the other side, walang walang duelist ang Boom Esports. Parang ganito halos yung comp dati ng Team Secret kung natatandaan mo. Pero kasi, pagdating sa gantong ka-heavy-heavy na triple stack ng kanilang Sentinel, mahirap talagang sa part ng Oasis to actually come up with this. Buti na lang may KO sila together with that race to somehow save the day for themselves. Kasi ang daming pwedeng pang-deny ng Boom Esports against them. You have the slow, you have the alarm bot, you have the nano swarm. Pero pagdating naman sa Oasis, they just take off yung mga utilities kasi kaya namang sirain. They can get the round as always. And this is already a big advantage for 2. Pero ngayon, while they're destroying every little bit of the piece, they need to really get this. Pero sa flip sitter, pinakitaan na nga sila ng sorry, may kamukha si flip sitter, hindi ko nasasabihin.
Hindi pwedeng sabihin.
Isa siyang bagay, okay? Isa siyang pagkain. Pero naman, sinamahan na naman ikaw ako sa edad. Isang bala ka lang, magpagsisilipin, Marky! Sa akala ko ba tahimik lang tayo? Pero ngayon, courtesy Coco na lang at saka si Indy, akala ko mananalo na kakagod ang mga taga-Owas. Pero nga na dinedep. Pero ay, magpakita ka naman, courtesy.
One enemy remaining.
1v1. Oh my God!
Oasis! Ano ay? Let's go against Boom Esports! Woo!
Really is a good and explosive round. Once again, kay Oasis Gaming. Nabigla na naman nila dito ang Boom Esports. Kahit na nagkakaroon na tayo ng lead sa kanila, Boom Esports dito, ano na? Thrifty round na naman yon for Oasis Gaming. Balikan natin yung mga aggressiveness dito ni Marky na nagkaroon ng magandang timing and execution. Dagdagan mo pa ng synergy ng Pop Flash. Dito na sobrang halaga at sobrang importante ng mga utilities na ginagamit dito ni Envy. Kasi na-mention mga Riri kanina na nadi-disable niya kasi yung utilities dito ng chamber. Di siya maka-rendezvous out agad. Tapos malay mo pa, madagdagan pa yung suppress dito in mid na yung third the first na mawawalan ng bisa.
Kaya nga eh, parang pawala-wala ng bisa. Pero mas malaki pa rin yung bisa ng Oasis. Wala na magagana yung Boom Esports. Wala pa kayong duelist pa more ha. Kala nyo, pupunta pa tayo sa Vine Mama. Eh, di ano na. Pero to si Wild Oreo, seryoso. Uy, maganda yung ano niyan. Poseidon yung mouse niyan. 15K, 15 cow. Alam ko yung presyo, di ba? Ang mahal eh. Yung ko sabi, ang mahal ah. Yung, basagin ko kaya to, sabi ko kay Wild Oreo, joke lang. Pero kay Inby, nakita ko na mag-warm up din. Uy, ba't kayo naka-lights on Oasis? Dapat lights off yan. Pero sige, okay lang. Saan kayo masaya? Naka-lights off. Pero, Tebo Tol, Ginalo lang ng
Viper speed pa.
Pagdamot, uy, wala pa sila sa site mismo. Ba't ka nakagad nag-up ng YouTube mismo? Pero kasi ma-detain siya. Iniwasan ko ng konti ng mga nag-awas. He's there, pero there's na trade. Napatay na rin siya si Frostbite. Pero nga lang tumama si Berserk. Ano ba naman yan? At ngayon, pero Marky, tahimik lang yan. 2v3, winnable. Nanalo na sila kanina. Diyan pa naman si Coco Martin. Idadaan na naman sila sa pagiging tank build niya. Kahit nasa Valorant tayo, may tank build yan. Pero yung Spike, kailangan na nila tanimin. Baka pagkakala sila ng mga taga-Boom Esports. Pero
one enemy remaining.
Sa may deep. At nakita na nga nila kagad si Marky na tahimik lang. At napakalayo ni Coco na backstab pa ni Gripsitter. May kumakanta ni Gripsitter. Hindi ko na sasabihin kung ano, pero nanalo ang Boom. Masyado na namang mabait ang mga taga-Oasis. Ang dami kasing ginamit sa kanila. May Viper's Ultimate. Tapos pinakatata ni VCT King ng 100 Fury. Siyempre may ipit ang mga taga-Oasis.
Yun nga eh, dito rin nagawan nila ng paraan na gamitin kaagad yung Hunter's Fury dahil alam natin na dire-diretso papasok kaagad immediately yung Oasis kahit na may Viper's Pit. So, yung vulnerability nila ay nadagdagan pa ng damage dito ng Hunter's Fury kaya natumba sila dito isa-isa. Hindi sila nakapag-plant, na-compromise kaagad yung position ng Spike. So now, dalawa pa yung habulin ditong rounds ng BME pero patuloy pa rin naman itong ng Oasis Gaming. Berserks, talagang gumugusto na naman. Operator ang kanyang hawak ngayon. Pero Sheriffs lang muna ang Oasis. They need to save up. Evas para baliktad yata. Evas para Evas.
Yan.
Para sa next rounds natin. Para may Vandals na silang kasama.
Talagang Oasis, nagkukuskus lang sila ng yelo pang halo-halo. Uy, salamat nga pala sa mga PPGL players. Dahil sa pag-ambag-ambag nyo,
uy, oo.
nakabili ako ng, uy, masarap guys yung masarap yung halo-halo na bili ko galing Tropical Hut. Kasi nakita ko yung trend ng mga burgers sa Tropical Hut, guys. And sobrang sarap talaga. Oo, bili na sometimes kami malapit sa inyo Tropical Hut. Pero Flipsy dito.
Uy, oh my gosh, ano nangyari?
Berserk. Uy, si Flipsy si Berserk ang pumatay. Si Flipsy ang pinakita sa camera. Kawawa ka naman. Pero nga lang, advantage sa down.
One and
diba? Kaya ganyan.
Oh my gosh.
Si Flipsy kasi.
That was clean.
May napansin kasi ako eh. Sorry talaga. Di ba nauulitin, di ba? Kaya guess note na lang talaga ng mga sinasabi namin ni Honey Glaze. Ayan. Di ba ang mga taga-Buin sa may babayan ng Pilipinas eh. Ayan. Pero Pilipinas kasi pa-north siya. Kaya, ayun. Kahit sa Southeast Asia, sa may taas pa rin yan ng Boom Esports. Kaya pa-north. Pero ngayon, 5-4, Oasis, they're really, actually this is already good sign eh. Sa side ng Oasis, kahit tatlong Sentinel, nakakita na din natin yung improvements nila against Order with that sila. Kaya talagang maganda na din yung naiigib nila so far. At isa na lang galing sa Boom Esports, pero buti na lang mag-uusap-usap na daw sila, heart-to-heart talk.
Kailangan na rin talaga kasi nilang magkaroon ng paghihinga ng maluwag throughout our rounds dahil isa na lang mahahabol at may equalize na kaagad ito ng Boom Esports. Yes, you were right na maganda yung naging start dito ng Oasis Gaming. Nagpatuloy yung kanilang naging pressure against the side of Boom Esports. Pero ang problemahin natin dito is yung read. Berserks dito, talagang umiinit na rin yung tutok na. Nagdagan mo pa yung previous round dito ni Filsider pagdating doon sa mga naging spray transfers niya against Oasis Gaming. 3 ulo. Yun na, dire-diretso niya yun. Pero tsaka lang yun guys, Oasis Gaming kasi dito talagang hindi pwedeng hindi sila nagpapabugbog. Lalo na't ngayon, we saw earlier, the advantage of the moral ang binigay kanina ng RRQ, nakuha nila yung win earlier from our previous series. So now, why not isunod na lang ito ng Oasis dahil papasok na sila. And B, they're just waiting in for the info, trying to get in someone, pero kita na kaagad sila ni Berserks. I think napakaramdaman na kaagad ito ni Envy, kaya naman immediate blind, pop flash. There's also the poison cloud, hindi pa rin dito kumikibo, umaalis si Berserks. Tingnan na lang natin kung makakasurvive pa siya dahil ngayon may nangaling kapatintero lang laban sa kanya, kaya naman mauunahan niya kay Nicola si Martino, pero wala silang idea. Skin pala ay nag-aabot na rin. Sa kanila, make it a tricky for this time. Flipsider para makuha na nga yung flawless round na ito for another 5-5 scoreline. Evas na naman ang tropa natin from Oasis.
Alam mo, itong Boom Esports sa mahabol, nagbibida na naman eh. Pero alam yan, sabi ko nga sa inyo, di ba? Ang Boom Esports, malakas din yan. Pero mas malakas sa mga Pinoy. Marky pa lang, tahimik nga lang, pero pumapalo. Check corners kasi. Nagagalit na ako si Manager Riri ng Oasis talaga. Pero all in all, mahirap talaga mapunish ang triple sentinel ng Boom Esports. Pero ngayon, 5-all. Thrifty na naman sa Oasis. Walang matama.
Uy, ulo!
Natawasan na naman yung Thrifty Berserk. At operator, papalo pa ba? Puro mga one-tap headshot sa ulo tong ginagawa ng mga taga-Oasis. Pero after marking na kayo mag-audition kay Berserk. One enemy remaining. Huwag natin, buti na lang walang ace. Inagaw ni Blazing tsaka ni Frostmind. And still Boom Esports nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin.
Last round in the half.
Tingin ko magiging 6-all to. And even if this gonna be a 7-5, not bad pa rin sa first half ng Oasis. Dahil nga, walang duelist sa mga taga-Boom Esports. Kayang mapanish yan sa second half.
Exactly. Kulang sila sa mobility. Meron man silang chamber dito, yes. Pero kasi, paatras-atras lang din yan. Reposition after getting in those kills. Pero this was really undeniably good for Berserks na simulan kaagad nila ng mga pick-offs. Wala na kaagad naging controller dito for Oasis. Pero give the benefit of the doubt, guys. Save lang naman yung round na yun. Eco round lang naman na yun for Oasis. Kailangan nilang mabaluan kaagad ng utility dito para marami position nila si Berserks. Mapwersa nilang umalis muna sa aggressive corner para makonquer nila yung corners or yung site. The utilities are the only problem here from Oasis Gaming na paano sila makakapasok agad. Lalo na ngayon, we have here the swarm grenades. Pero hindi na magiging problema yun dahil may ulti na ngayon si Envy na ma-activate niya. Blaze King naman dito for the trade-off. 4v4, makakapasok na agad sila ng A at knock-lockdown pa.
Uy, mga Pinoy, mahilig sa lockdown yan. Nasanay na sa lockdown yan eh. Pinakitaan ko kung paano makapag-lockdown. Sinamahan sa kagad ng virus. Pinupunit mula kay Wild Oreo, my idol. Pero nag-lights off na nga ang mga taga...
Take flight.
Medyo dim lights lang, dim lights. Hindi niya sila nag-lights off. Medyo masakit daw kasi sa mata. Eto na nga si A.E. Ching. Nanggaling sa flop. Flop! Pumunta si Marty. Yan na nga nila. Meron na naman po sa magpapakita mga mga ngayon na nga na-punch kagad ng si Devotol. It's all up to Wild Oreo. Fight time! Fight time, idol! Fight time, idol! Wild Oreo needs to connect!
One enemy remaining. Last enemy remaining.
1v1! The great one! Dinedefuse the hoy! Nadetain!
Wala na time! Wala na time! Wala!
Nakatumitingin tayo! Butakon! Nakatumitingin! Nasilikod mo lang si Wild Oreo nang hula ka pa!
Switching sides.
And it's gonna be 6-all! Predicted! Good half mula sa side ng mga taga-Oasis Gaming!
Nostradamus Ray para sa equalizer ng Oasis Gaming dito sa round na to. Dito sa last and final round ng first half. Although 3-9 naman ni Devotol na makuha nga yung lead na yun. Pero thankfully enough dito kay Infi na nakuha niya nga yung space at yung pick off kagad laban kay Berserks. Kaya naman ngayon, napaglaruan, Ray, yung puso damdamin, isipan ni Devotol kung i-defuse niya ba yung spike or talaga madadali siya dito ng mga utilities si Wild Oreo. Kasi naman din, may Viper Spit. Vulnerable na siya. Piso na lang din ang halos matitira sa kanya kung mas spray and pray siya kagad ngayon ni Devotol. Pero yun nga, sa lockdown, sa nakuha nilang player dito from Oasis, na-suppress man siya, hindi man siya makagalaw. Pero at least, that round is a round for Oasis Gaming. 6-6 bago tayo tumungo sa second half.
Habi sa inyo, naisusulat. Frostmind, ambag naman kahit assist lang. No duelist pa kayo. Pero usually si Frostmind yung nagsisecond duelist sa kanila. Kung sakali. Pero hindi yan mangyayari ngayon. Dahil sinabi ko.
Nostradamus Ray yan eh. Na-predict mo nga yung 6-6. Paano pa kaya sa susunod?
Oo.
Hirap nito, no? Walang mobility halos yung Boom Esports. Or paano pa sila makakapasok? Are they supposed to play in slow? Are they supposed to play in for info bago sila kumuha ng players from the other side? Dahil alam natin kanina kung gaano kalakas yung confidence kanina ni Marky. Makapasok nang din multiple times dito sa site with his flights.
Flights ng Pinas.
Baka Marky yan.
Marky yan. Meron akong sasabihin sana sa sa Oasis, pero pinagpaalam mo na ako, pwede ko i-quit.
Pinaalam mo na.
Papaalam mo na ako sa mga taga-Oasis eh. Pinapaalam ko muna.
Consent.
Oo, may consent, no?
Importante yun.
So yun, minessage ko muna. Hindi nagsisireply, bakit kinakabahan pa eh.
Deploying drone.
Ganito na! Pistol! Walang duelist sa mga taga-Boom Esports. Sa tatandaan natin, onting throwback lang guys ha. Hindi gumana tong... Hindi gumana sa kalaban nila to. Hindi pala to yung... basta hindi gumana yung no duelist comp pa more. Sabi ko sa inyo.
That was SBE nung nakalaban ng Oasis one time na nag-no duelist comp sila pero ngayon mapapangunahan kaagad ni Berserk si Wild Oreo na walang kamalay-malay. The toxic screens are up. Slowly but surely naman sila nakakapasok pero ano pa ginagawa niyo, sir? Hello, my friend! 2K for Coco, 7 for Trey, 3v3. Welcome to the flash. Marky goes down. Nandito naman din si Envy to the rescue pero hindi pa rin ito magiging rescue dahil he will go down as well. Courtesy dito, malalaman niya kung nasaan na nga ang isang natitira all the way from yellow. But that is the recon not spotting in anyone dahil nasa kabilang side ng mapa ang mga players pero may wall. Ano ba pwede nilang gawin ngayon? Are they going to push or are they just going to wait in for courtesy na mag-defuse, mag-try, mag-defuse ang dami pang utility?
Ay, sayang. Nice one. Okay lang. Mabait ang mga taga Oasis. Pero sayang yung top na dito ni Tito mo, Coco Martin. Yan o. Isang headshot sa ulo.
So, yung
sabi sa inyo, mukha lang kayo mag-ghost eh. Binigyan na Tito.
Dahil din pala kasi siya ng Sage kanina, kaya medyo nagkaroon ng survivability. Oo.
Sabi ko, nagpaalam na ako pero sabi ba daw mabag. Doon tayo sa boss. Yung isa, papayag naman. Doon na tayo yung boss papayag. Oh! Oy! Pribsi na okay lang yan. Hindi namin nakita na mahirap talaga kalabanin ang mga turret. Mga 6-man yan eh. Ay guys, by the way, si Reaper yung isa sa nag-rotational kasi sa labat. Uy, ang dami nakita ni Tebo tol.
Daming inulan na utility.
Pinasabog lang naman sinawa pa rin. At nakakuha pa na ngayon si Marky ng barel. GG! Sabi ng Oasis, pwede silang makounter underhand sila ngayon. Pero uy, pinakitaan ni Berserk kasi ng one-tap headshot sa ulo si Coco Martin.
Oh. Blaze King dito, he tried to clutch it all with the 2K ng Spectre niya. Pero 3v2. Make it a 2v2 dahil wala sila ka-idea kung nasa na nga ba dito si Marky and Marky. Meron na siyang vandal dito. Ako na bahala sa likod mo, tol. Pero kasi yung likod nila, hindi pa nakatap pa na nga. Nakabilikuran tuloy sila. Frostmine na lang ang natitira. He's very low. Or rather, Wild Oreo is very low. Pero with that snake bite, will it be the reason para magdali na nga sila dito to try and defend in that site, defend in that spike, pero that was a really good eco round. Dahil nabawasan nila yung eco dito, nabawasan nila yung mga hawak-hawak kanina ng Boom Esports. Mapupwersa, tuloy silang bilhin kaagad yung mga rifles nila. Daming binato ko yun.
Pinayagan na ako ng Oasis. Ititweet ko Guys, ititweet ko muna bago ko sasabihin. Pero uy, nag-iisip ko paano English nagkakasaw ng Tagalog eh. Siyempre, hindi ko siyempre, kailangan natin i-English.
B yata ang gustong kuhanin tahakin ngayon ng Boom Esports. They're just waiting in for any info na mag-over-aggressive dito ang Oasis Gaming. Pero mukhang hindi ito mangyayari muna dahil syempre, kailangan nila mag-ingat. They have saved up for those rifles. Kailangan nilang manalo sa next few rounds. Kundi, masasayangan na naman tayo sa ego, masasayangan na naman tayo sa pera at magkaka-momentum na ang Boom Esports dahil nadali na naman sila. Flipsitter goes in for one. Courtesy, wala nang info muna all the way from A. Meron pa rin naman silang NV, but they're just waiting patiently for whatever is there to come dito sa B dahil meron yung toxin wall. Meron pa ditong Marky na sneaky and steady lang dito all the way from Lucid pero lahat yata nakatulog sa kanya kaya naman Blazing makakakuha na nga ng isang Wild Oreo dito. He's sneaky enough to hide inside the poison cloud. Will he be able to survive dahil nga nandito na kaagad ngayon yung Aldo. Nice wide pick from Frostmine. Madadali tuloy si Tebotol at madadali rin naman ni Coco. Wild Oreo goes down, 2v4, will it still be doable for the side of Oasis dahil meron na naman isang ditong nakalungga. Flipsitter dito with his turret and with his rifle, will we be able to cut off the rotation sa manggagaling na nga sa kabila?
Uy, Oasis! Ayan na, 2v4!
10 seconds left.
Coco!
One enemy remaining.
Pero Oasis, ayusin nyo.
I have more
sinabi sa Twitter, sabi ko, if Oasis Gaming wins this series, I'll be their team manager starting tonight. Hindi na ako magki-KDM, guys.
Again.
Nilipat na ako ng
Paalam
Oasis.
sa KDM.
Paalam na. Paalam na ako. Kapag nanalo ang Oasis ngayon against Boom Esports, ako na magpa-manager sa kanila. Please pakihanda na sa VLR.
Uy! Ray! 9-6!
9-6! Hindi nice yan.
Nice.
Hindi nice yan. Ayoko nang ganyan na 9-6. Hindi yan eh.
Ay, ayaw na.
Ayan. Ayusin nyo 9-6 yan in favor of Oasis kasi. Pero ito na nga. Uy, Oasis ko na 350 nila tong Boom Esports. Malaking bagay. Tapos naskan si Coco lahat. Pinapunta ko. Uy, easy lang kayo. Tapos kayo utility para sa isang tao. Ganyan talaga pag binibigay mo lahat, wala namang nangyari. Pero to, lahat sila nakastack dito sa may long. Pero Coco, unti-unti silang inuugaan. Pero
Nice
pag
wall.
control sila, buto na lang nawalan. Pero yung wall na yan para in favor yan of Oasis eh. Napratatap ko mo kasi nakitaan!
Spike down, B.
Matama mga sheriff! Hindi tumama. Ba't kayo nag-wall ng ganyan, guys? Hindi nyo mapapawasan si Coco. Pinakitaan sila na stinger buff eh. Ano ba naman nila? ROI na kagad. Pagdating si Coco Martin, wala talagang makakatalo sa edad. Courtesy all by himself. Courtesy together with the guys of Oasis. Mga sheriff ang hawak-hawak. Consider goes for your plan. Uy, patamain nyo naman. Oasis, ako'y nagagalit. Yung oras.
One enemy remaining.
50 nga! Mga tagaw! What is money? Paper only! Bumiti na si Marky kahit tahimik lang yan.
Oh my gosh, Oasis Gaming! I had my tongue all tied up nung mga opportunity or yung mga oras na nilagay ng Boom Esports dito yung wall. I was very curious and very confused kung bakit ito nangyari. Dahil nga, napaligtas pa nila yung buhay. Napahaba yung buhal dito ni Coco. He was able to go in for one. May naging space ba siya to save himself dun sa corner na yon all the way from yellow. Kaya naman ngayon, doon sa mga flaws, matututo nga ba ang BME or talagang Oasis Gaming doon na nila mapanghahawakan yung momentum nila? Sabi mo nga na 350 sila na eco round ng Oasis Gaming. What now? What more? Pag nandito na sila ngayon sa buy round, they have the rifles, they have full-on utilities, and we see here, slowly but surely naman itong nagpo-push ang BME. Tama nga bang A ang i-push nila ngayon dahil nakapwesto na sina Envy and Wild Oreo?
Kadiliman boys ko nakikita yung tawag na akong pagagamitan.
That's done.
Wala, uy! Flip zither!
No, isang
Bring it down, Wild Oreo! Uy! Tigil na ako kayo! Ayusin mo yan! Ikaw ang best controller para sa mga fans mo.
Placing smoke grenade.
Ano to?
Welcome to my world.
Alam ko mag-350 ROI to. Ano na ang pwedeng mangyari sa Oasis? Take your time. Ready mo sa lockdown kasi sanay nga mga Pinoy sa lockdown. Papakita pa na ng next match.
Ang lawak dito na Viper Split. Kita-kita naman yung ulo dito ni Devon Tol. Yun na mali mo, sir. Sumisilip ka pa, boy. Dito na makikita yung rating ng mga ganun mga in favor of the Oasis. Pero the problem is, Berserk goes in for 2. Papabuti na kaya siya dito. Pero wide swing ang magagano na nga dito in favor of Courtesy 1. Member remaining for Oasis Gaming. Hunter's Fury ang magiging takapagligtas si Blitzer para hindi siya agad makita dito na Courtesy. Double digit na. Oasis, galaw-galaw niyo muna yung paso dito mga tol, mga sir. Dahil ngayon, 3 rounds na lang, kundi makukuha na kaagad ito ng Boom Esports to a game number 1 in the series.
DLR, pakihanda na! Pakihanda na lang ngayong gabi. Okay, magana may map, confident ako dyan. Pero ngayon, uy. Oasis, tatlo lang! Go, let's go, Oasis, let's go!
I cannot use that.
Meron ako clappers. Go, Oasis. Galingan nyo. Pero ufo. 350 na naman to. Pag ito naging 350 round ng Oasis, bigay ako. 50 pesos Gcash. Kala mo,
50 pesos.
Sarado. May pabalat. Ibang bangbang yun ah. Ibang bangbang yung pabalat ah.
Bot coming back.
Magkakabangbang na nga ba dito sa loob ng Bido? Dahil nandito na nakaabang si Wild Oreo, frenzy lang ang hawak na guys. Protection muna bago umaksyon. Kailangan niya na naman nandito kasi is mabawasan yung ego, mabawasan yung mga ulo. Pero ang problema lang din is ready si the Blaze King. Uy, ay. Kunyari hindi namin nakita. Kunyari wala tayong nakita guys. Blaze King, tumama. Napatid yung kanyang recon bolt. Wala tuloy siya nakuha ang info all the way from Snowman. Now with the toxin pin and the wall, mukhang matatagalan pa nga dito ang pag-retake na gagawin ngayon ng Oasis King. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, sir? Check your corners, Oasis. Coco goes in for 1. 4v4. Winnable na winnable to dahil may free upgrade na dito. Si Coco, 2 battles at hand. Mukhang makakapagpunta dito si Envy pero mababawasan ka agad sila with the double swing ng Bobby Esports. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira. Make it 1 dahil si Coco na lang din magagaling dito all the way from garage. Kukuhanin niya na lang yung exit frag. But the problem is na yung makikipag-duel sa kanya. 11 is to 7. Oh no, my dear, my guys. 7 pa lang ang naging score dito ng Oasis. 1 round lang ang nakuha nila in this half.
May bago na. Baby ni Honey Grace. Uy, nice
Meron na?
picture ah. Oo. May bagong page. Sana all may baby ni Honey Grace. Pag nanalo ng Oasis plus 1 million points si Bill sa langit na guys. Kahit 1 million points na yan. Sama-sama lang kami sa impyerno eh. Ayan, buti naman Oasis nag-call na kayo ng time at magagalit si manager nyo.
Kailangan na nila ditong timeout na Torere eh.
Oo.
Kasi walang
naniniwala ka ba sa
balik.
comeback ka? Ako dito lang ako naniniwala ng comeback. Naniniwala sa comeback ng mag-X. Pero ako, naniniwala ako sa comeback ng Oasis. Baka kasi map pickers. Kaya ganyan.
Exactly.
Oo. Asa na?
Malay nyo. Sa bind pala. Mas ganado yung Oasis, diba? Patikim lang muna dito ngayon from Icebox.
Oo, ano yan? Matatay pa ng Oasis yan. Konting ano pa. Konting ihip pa ng hangin. Si Coco kasi ngayon yung palong-palo eh. Feel, medyo nanlamig si Invi eh. Nanlamig. Alam mo, naisip ko lang, paano kaya ako nag-duel si Marky tsaka si Invi, no? No? O kaya si Marky tsaka si Wild Oreo ulit.
Jet tsaka
Pang
race,
Jing
no?
X Forsaken mga galawan. Pero oof!
Revealing area.
Sabi ni Courtesy, ano kayang ang kulay ng buhok ni Courtesy kasi gusto ko magkaroon ng ganyan na kulay ng buhok hanggang matagis pa na Uy, naku po! Naku po! Nakatingin! Marky, Wild Oreo, no? Bagsak na! Naku po! Oasis
Kitchen yung kukuhanin nila.
Always check! Check the label, check the corners, may G!
Uy, ipit sila! Ipit sila!
Oy, inipit ni Courtesy! Inipit parang pinipig! Kaso kailangan pa rin makabawas ng isa. Para maging advantage dahil may rest nga na magmumula-mula kay Frostmind. Pero habang kumukuha ng info, wala na rin mabagsak na at yun na nga. Habang gumagamit ng Aldrone, si Invi na lang ang natitira. Pag eto na clutch ni Invi, libreng BP.
BP na yan guys.
Walang BP. Match point na kagad sa Boom Esports. Okay lang. May second map, may bind tayo. Malakas ang Oasis sa bind.
Exactly. Doon mag-iinit ang mga tarima dito ng Oasis. Guys, naniniwala tayo sa warm-up. Game number 1 ng Oasis talagang nagiging hospitable lang tayo ngayon in the series. Kasi syempre, nakakapagbigay ng pressure. Pero balikan muna natin itong round na ito. Nakita ko kasi kanina nung nag-Hunter's Fury dito, si Courtesy, nakita ko na nagtatatalon yung Sage para hindi siya makuha, hindi siya matag ng Hunter's Fury. Hindi siya nahampas ng long to guys dahil marunong mag-jumping rope. Pero ito na ngayon, ang Viper Spit na magiging hesitation ng Boom Esports para pumasok na nga dito here in B. He's waiting for something to happen pero ngayon, that is what is happening right now here in B. Pero ang problema lang dito is hindi siya naging ready kay Flipsitter na naging ready na rin sa kanya for the trade of 4v4. They have the rifles, but what are they going to do next pagdating na nga ng pagkakataon makapag-plant na ang
Enemy remaining.
Goes in for Oasis! What are you going to do next? Ano na si Envy na lang din yung natitira. That is an overwhelming game number 1 na hindi na muna pinaisa pa after getting in that first round dito Oasis Gaming loses his game number 1 in the series.
Lang, map 1 pa lang yan. Naniniwala ako sa map pickers, pero nga lang sayang talaga yung mga ibang rounds kung saan may mga konting mistakes lang mula sa Oasis at medyo malamig nga si Indy together with Courtesy. Pero tignan pa natin anong pwedeng mangyari dahil nga hirap pagkalaban mo mga taga-Alpha Esports din.
Basang-basa na nila eh, diba?
But then guys, unang map pa lang to, may second map which is going to be in mind and I think that's gonna be explosive from both of the teams. At ang may konting lang hindi super parang napalong-palo yung Oasis ngayong performance nila. Pero tignan natin kung ano ba ang next silang gagawin. Magiging malamig nga ba muli? Dahil naniwala kong RRQ, natalo nga sila ng unang map, natalo nga sila sa second map. Pero naniniwala ako, pagdating sa Oasis, baka ito na ang tinatawag nating reverse sweep. Dahil advantage pa rin naman nila yung map pool kahit papano. Malakas din yung boom, we can't deny it. Isa talaga sila sa mga strong teams. Sila din ang dating number 1 seed mula sa Indo scene. Umiikot lang yan Umiikot lang yan sa Onyx. Umiikot lang yan sa Boom Esports. At umiikot lang yan sa, ano to, isang team nila? Ano team to? At lang nga. Nasa likod, iniisip ko kasi Cerberus. Kaya, hindi ko mapagtato anong team to. Ay, nalimutan ko na. Alter Ego! Ayun!
Yun, oo.
Umiikot lang yan sa Alter Ego. Yeah. Pero guys, tignan na nga natin ano mangyayari sa Oasis. Sana manalo nga sila sa second map. Ako si Rayday, kasama ko si Honey Glaze. At magbabalik kami right after the panel. See you guys.
Same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. In a space. the words I've written, scribe like highlights, flying towards.
The spike just exploded with Boom Esports as the detonators on Icebox. The action keeps happening here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix, still your girl trio here on the panel. We always talk about this, Trix, about how we crave, how we are thirsty for proactiveness, but surprisingly, it's not the Oasis that quenched that. It was Boom Esports.
Maybe surprising to you, I guess. A little more surprising to you than to me. I think the start, honestly speaking, I was a little concerned. I wasn't too certain where Boom was going with this, if they were going to keep doing that kind of random aggression. At least to me, it seemed very random, and I'm guessing to viewers out there. But later on, you notice that Boom really changes up their setup. Right? Yeah, they give the first couple rounds. If they win it, they win it. If not, it's okay. There's something to learn there. And true enough, they were learning in the middle of the map how to play against Oasis, what kind of push Oasis was doing, where their difficulties are, or where their weak points were. And I feel that in general, even though Boom did not have that duelist to create that space, I think all of their agents throughout created so much space for each other to get those frags and that map control.
It's funny how you pointed out that they didn't have a duelist, because during the opening round wherein Boom Esports was on the attacking side, I was actually thinking, hey, why is Flipshitter on the Killjoy, going up in front, entering the site, and then I realized, oh wait, right, they don't have a duelist, but hey, Cash, they managed to make it work. No duelist, no problem.
I really liked how they utilized. I mean, actually, when you think about Flips on how he used his turret to entry, it reminds me of what South Built made popular last stage. How everyone was just so hyped about it. Like how, I don't remember the player name, but there's like they popularized an aggressive Killjoy. But anyways, coming back to this map in particular, what I really liked about it was the fact that we don't have players take space. To take space directly on site fast. So let's try our best to come in from different and multiple areas. And a lot of situations, it felt like they weren't able to at first because of the aggression coming in from Oasis. But look at this. Once Oasis came through, you can see this sort of switch coming on into Boom Esports' mind. How they're like, okay, because we aren't able to take them head on one by one, let's just try and get those picks early. Let's try and play it a little bit more safe, but yet still trying to get those frags. And I really liked how they managed to just like walk through the site entirely. Like sometimes you think like, okay, they're already on the site from the side of Oasis, they're already planted. When you see the retakes coming through, and honestly, it's just phenomenal seeing them play retakes because it's honestly been working so well in their favor. And even our attack after they got the plants, they're because of how what they have in terms of like their agent lineup, their post plants were just crazy good.
And bringing back to or reinforcing a point that I had earlier in the previous matchup with GES's lineup, you see how that chamber or Berserks on that chamber being able to get those early picks, being able to put pressure around the map and being more aggressive as a chamber. I think that a lot of teams that are running the chamber need to start doing that, especially like don't be afraid to run without a duelist. And Boom Esports being the leader, the one leading that charge, because they don't have a duelist, but they're taking so much control, taking so much space with the lineup that they're going with. And this is a triple sentinel, considerably something that we find more defender sided, something a little more passive. They were taking it by storm.
I mean, when you think about Chamber, there are a lot of people that say like Chamber is technically a duelist, and in this situation, Boom really made it work. He's and I think because this aggression coming in from him in general is literally just because he's so confident not only in his pick potential but also his ability to get out of situations so early. Yes, in the beginning we saw Marquis actually just start shining, got so much space, but then you see, as you mentioned before, learning on the fly is what Boom Esports does so well. We were a little bit concerned. I was just like, okay, isn't this an attacker heavy map? And I'm like, oh right, they don't have a duelist. What can they do to adapt? And I have to say that this adaptation coming from them is not only something impressive, but also the idea that they don't need a duelist means that their adaptation is very different. And I think Oasis wasn't able to really crack the code once Boom Esports figured them out.
Well, my question for that is, Tricks, we talked about wanting proactiveness over here.
Yeah.
There were rounds wherein Oasis Gaming was trying to execute that. But when you're faced against a team like Boom Esports that's good at contact play, how do you even comprehend? How do you adjust from that?
I think it all depends on not getting picked off early. We could see a lot of the players on Oasis side extending, not necessarily too much, but extending to the point where they could get picked off. Being more aware of your angles and having your teammates in safer angles, for example in Snowman and you're in sight, because I know the Viper got picked off there, then you want like your Sova to be jiggle peeking that first, get that initial information. The Viper wall might come up, Viper doesn't have to over committed, get picked off by a player in Boom Esports. So I think that kind of proactivity is also what is necessary for teams against a team like Boom Esports, because if you don't give them any information, or you have the upper hand in the information and being able to stay safe with it, that's what would help Oasis turn the tide.
And speaking of stay safe, I think that they were a little bit too reliant on the Viper's pit. I found that in some of the rounds, they were really only beginning to execute whenever the Viper's pit was out there. Other rounds, I'm not so sure what they were trying to pull off. But yeah, that was just the observation that I had throughout the rounds for Oasis Gaming. Tricks.
It would seem some teams rely on having that ultimate, or they have a play set around that ultimate. But I think more than having a play set on an ultimate, you want to just have it as an insurance policy. Just have it to seal the deal if you need it to be, but not necessarily your win condition.
Yeah, we talked about win conditions before, and you know, the idea that an ultimate is a win condition is very terrifying. You're not gonna have it every single round, and you cannot be giving away too many rounds because of it. And on top of that, what I really liked, even if they do have those Viper's pit, how many times did Boom Esports still manage to fish out the Viper from inside of the pit? My world, no, it's Boom Esports world. Thanks to all the information they're able to get, especially from their Sova. So coming back to what you said earlier, I felt like that was a question mark moment from Oasis. I think we saw that during Order as well, where they're not able to figure out a way to adjust and adapt to situations. And I think maybe because they're not able to, but they took too long to figure it out. We saw some moments of life coming in from Oasis once in a while, and it was phenomenal. But then whenever they adjust, Boom Esports just switches back, and you're just left with that question mark moment again.
Yeah, the question mark is showing up on my face as well as we go into Bind, because this is not a composition that I've seen Oasis Gaming pull out recently. So maybe they have worked this in the past, but I know that recently they did pull out the Fade.
Yes, Ripperoo is in, and I think that it's a nice lineup on Oasis Gaming. It's a
You're biased because there's a Sky. You're biased because there's a Sky.
No. Wait. Hold on a second, okay? I want the Sky with a fade. So that's a little different.
She wants the whole two.
I think Oasis has a good lineup, but it's a little safe. They have that Sentinel, the double controller. It seems they really want to get those rounds in on the defender side. Boom, however, playing what I love to see, that Neon with the breach, just that ability to open the sights, topped off with a Sky, so you know it's easy for the post-plant situation. Any smokes that come down their way could be to their advantage because the Sky can just pop a flash right through.
When you say topped off with the Sky, I don't know why, but I was thinking about this French fries topped with cheese, topped with bacon, and it's like, oh my god, it's dinner time. But anyway, coming back to that, I agree with you. For Bind, I'm really liking this setup coming in from Boom. This very aggressive sort of play style coming in from them is just so great. You can cover so much space with Berserks. Not only can you cover so much space, you can still get picks early if you want to. And hell, if you want to go for the long flank in the back, you can do that too, just because of how much space she carries. On top of that, she can also buy some time with the fast lane if she wants. She can entry as well. But looking at the two flashes coming in from Blaze King and Tebotol is terrifying. It's kind of oppressive.
And then, you know, on the flip side, we've got Oasis Gaming with that ability to control most of the map themselves. They got that double controller setup. They have that Sage that can wall things off.
I haven't seen Sage on Vine in a long time.
It's been a hot minute for Sage, I think.
Right?
How nostalgic is this, seeing Sage on the Bind? I wonder how this is going to work out. Again, this isn't Oasis Gaming's strong suit. They were really banking on Icebox to work out. After all, that was their map pick. But they better be wary because this is Boom Esports' pick. They're ready for this. And I really hope that because Oasis Gaming actually opened this map by not banning it and banning Split instead, we wanted to see Split. I really hope that it pays off for them. But again, guys, this is map number 2. I hope you guys are ready for the next game because once again, it is Oasis Gaming versus Boom Esports.
Hindi pa tapos ang set of matches natin today dahil may kita pa nga natin dito sa series between Boom Esports and Oasis Gaming kung sino nga ba ang mananalo dito sa Bind. My name is Riri. Alongside with me, Sunny Glaze. Kami pa rin ang maghatid ng bakbakan sa inyo. At sa tingin ko dito sa Bind, ang daming unique na nakita natin but I'm excited to see what's gonna happen between both of the teams and their agent selection.
Dito natin makikita kung gaano kapursigido ang players ng Oasis Gaming. May equalize lang yung number of series natin. 1-1 na ang ating scoreline or 1 game lead na kagad, ang Boom Esports dito in this last and final series to this day. At wag natin kakalimutan guys na lahat sila dito ay hawak patalim na hawak na sabihin nakadulo ng lupid dito since this is already the last and final match of them na may malalaglag at malalaglag talaga sa elimination bracket.
Tayo natin, sino ba ang malalaglag? Pero pagdating sa Oasis, sa mga fans ng Oasis dyan guys, huwag kayong mabahala. Ito ang Bind map na kinakatakutan ng mga PH teams against Oasis. Pero tignan mo yung lineup ng Boom Esports din. Neon, Double Inishi, Brimstone, and si Flip Zither with that chamber. Oo, maraming pang bawi. Pero nga lang, on the other side, nasa wakas nakita na naman ako ng Sage dito kasi sa Icebox given na yon, very normal, tsaka sa Split. Pero dito sa Bind, you don't usually see a Sage that much already in the competitive scene. Pero sa Oasis, yung gagamitin nila, uy! Matakitan! Uy, Apopori! Pero dito makabuti na si Wild Oreo, right click, meta is key! Wild Oreo nyo, pinakataan ng dunk, pinakataan ng press. Pero Coco Martin, nakita kagad ni Berserks at tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng mga taga-Oas.
Bilis sa mga naging execution sila dito. Trade-offs para makapasok na dito ng side ang BME. Pero dito na rin no, nagagabot na rin naman natin ang envy sa kanila. Marky goes in for another 2v2. Ganun lang din kabilis yung naging trade-off sila, yung naging baliktaran ng strategy. Yung spike ay hindi nasa kamay ng players ngayon ng BME. They don't know where the other player is.
Last player standing.
Na rin naman na dito si Waldoro. But the problem is, onto the hands of Blaze King, wala na rin nagsisagot dito si Marky. Unfortunately, that is another round of 4 Boom Esports to take in this second series of this game.
Boom Esports, sa mga Pinoy mapagbigay, pistol round na tatalo talaga sila. Pero sayang nga yun eh. Yun yung problema mo kapag may double initiator kang kalaban. Pero okay lang yun dahil the double ecoms and Norem madami ang Oasis ngayon. Pahingi naman kami yan. Pero sayang lang kay Wild Oreo na doon na kasi yung spike. Pwede nang bantayan. Hindi pa nila pinagsabay. Pero sabi nga natin mapagbigay na naman talaga makakatulad ng Oasis Gaming. At daming negative na comments nila guys. Gagawin na ng Oasis ngayon. And still talaga yung real talk lang mahirap talaga yung bracket nila. Sila talaga yung parang may group of ano talaga. Hell group
Superstar
talaga kumbaga.
players,
Doon nakita pa rin. Oo, puro magaling order. Boom Esports, sino isa?
Searcher rin yata, nakalaban din ng RRQ nung nakailan no?
Oo. Nalaban nila. Pero dikit yung
dikit
mapa.
naman.
Kaso, ang play slow lang mula sa side ngayon ng Oasis. Nasa defending sila, waiting. Pero mag-burst right na nga sa B-set ang mga taga Boom Esports. Oasis, nasa na sila? Magre-regroup na nga sila. May dalawang manggagaling sa long. May dalawang manggagaling sa Kabi. Pero may kita ba nila? Uy, lumipad. Pinakitaan ng lipad. Pero wala pang nagkakatamaan. Pero pamama naman kayo kahit konti lang. Pupuntahan niya ngayon sa loob ng Echo. Pero Reaper nakaabang. One on, nagpapakitaan ng dunk. Pero nagkakasalisihan nga kay kasama pang Paneki.
Salisi!
Uy, magkatinginan naman kayo!
Nakapasok na!
Worthless. Pero po,
One enemy remaining.
kasi sayang naman yung hindi. Pero okay lang. Lugi daw kasi walang mga baril ang mga taga-uwas.
It was close though. Nakita natin kung gaano kasalisi moments yung nangyari dito. Debutol, he was already gathering himself, his composure to cut off those flanks mula dito sa Oasis. Pero ano ang nangyari? They were able to utilize it to entry na dito sa side. Pero yun ang din problema naman dito is Wild Oreo, wala naman din silang naging execution in sight nung pumasok na dito yung dalawa mula sa long. And the following pa na wala silang idea kung saan ba dito nakapwesto si Debutol. Kaya nalikuran nila na Jason dito mga tol. But now, another round, by round na for the side of Oasis. The Blinds will be the reason kung bakit sila hesitant ngayon na pangapasok. The recon, the slide in, Berserk goes in for that kill. Nandito naman si Flipsider, gamit lang naman yung kanyang headhunter. Will he be able to get in that kill kay Reaper? Dahil alam niya na may papasok lang din naman dito ng kahabang. Yung ilan din sa mga players ngayon ng Boom Esports na pumapasok na nga all the way from elbow. They're not inside. They're not planning in the spike yet dahil hinahanap muna nila dito yung mga tao from the side of Oasis and Oasis Gaming. Magmumukha na nga ngayon na sila yung attacker dito laban sa mga players natin from Boom Esports. Ano bang nangyayari?
Bawas naman! Pero, uy, nakatinginan ako po. 2v2 pa, makakaikot pa, papalayo ang mga taga-boom.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, defender spawn.
Nasabi ko sa inyo, napakasanay niyan, pinakitaan ng Echo. Pero tapos yun, first tatalo-talo ka pa, wala yan, dalawas. Makuha nga nila ang full buy. 1-2. Pero medyo masakit yun sa bulsa, kaso okay na din. It's the rounds that count. At this close pa rin enough. And now, look at it. It's time para talaga makabawi ang Oasis. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, Oasis, magkakaroon kayo ng manager ngayong gabi. Kapag nanalo kayo sa series ngayon, pupunta pa ako, manlilibre pa ako, ako pa ang magsosorry, ako pa magko-congrats. Ano
diba?
lang,
Buy one, take one yun.
Nagpanay
panalo ka na yung series. Uy, ang daming utility, ang daming binato. That was a good one. Doon na yung umubot na sabugan na lang din ng pages dito. Wala na siyang nagawa, tol. Bessie Wap, pinasabugan ka agad ni Marky. 4 members are remaining standing tall from Boom Esports. They're still hesitant kung ano pa yung kukuhanin nilang site dito. Dahil na wall off guard na sila here and bats. Yung short na lang natin dito is left open. Pero kasi dalawa yung nakaabang dyan for the crossfire all the way from heaven. Tapos meron pa dito sa gilid. Kung hindi mag-check-in ng corners dito talaga, ang kuya mong Flipsider ay talagang malalagot na. Pero mag-check naman ito ni Marky. Crossstopper! Masasabugan niya na nga din sa mukha dito for the 3! May kasama pang foul, may kasama pang 4K, but now 4 members remaining na lang din dito for Oasis Gaming. Sabotage
Last
all the
player
way from
standing.
short. Mauuluhan, mawawantap ang sir. And that is another trade-off naman na gagawin ngayon ni Blazing. Down to 26 HP. Sasaglitin ni Coco. Finally, equalize na naman ang score.
Let's go, Oasis! Let's go!
Hindi ko alam kung sumabay yan o hindi.
Hindi, mabait yan. Oh! Si Marquinhos. Ay, Marquinhos. Alam mo ba kagabi, nakita ko pa tumatas. Nanggaling ako somewhere. Nag-angkas ako. Nakita ko sila galing sila 7-Eleven. Kasi dun sa, di ba magkapit ba? Kasi 7-Eleven malapit sa akin. Lahat sila food. Here we go! Kumakawas. Pero ito na nga nakalabas na kagad si Paul. Sabi, magkano ba yan sa mga taga-Pinoy? Naku, mas taga Pinoy. Maraming finger yan. Pero baka si Juan Oreo. Inipit eh. Ginawang pinipit. Ginawang suman. Inpi. Nakaabang na rin. Nakatali din po. Hindi parang nakatali.
Uy! Timing.
Oh my goodness gracious. Ano ba naman yan? Timing. Nag-force pa rin kasi ang Boom Esports. Huwag niyong kaya ang mga 350 sa inyo yan.
Sinaglit sila, ate. Nadadali. Nakaagad ang Oasis dito. But still, doable pa rin naman. 4-5. May Seekers pang kasama dito si Wild Oreo once na magkaroon sila ng chances pagdating sa retake. Post plant dito ng Boom Esports. Makakapasok ba sila ng B? That is the question. Nakapag-abang na kaagad dito, kaagad si Reaper. There's also the Seekers para makontrol nila kaagad ang pagpasok ng ano. Presentations is just in there. Nandito na yung lahat ng mga Seekers. Ang mga kabuteng makakakuha ng alam din ng info. Wild Oreo goes in for 1. Nandun pa yung mga smokes. Mga pang kasama para hindi munang makakapasok dito. Hindi muna sila makakaisa. Huka na lang ang magiging decision nila. But will they be able to succeed? Lalo na't ngayon, again, nasa eco lang din sila.
There. This way. Oh no, eco matos. Pero pwede nilang inalay mo, Wild Oreo. Oh my goodness. Sirita.
One enemy remaining.
Speaking of dinedalay, galing nyo tayo. Hindi na mapaplant yan. Nasa sayo lahat. Marky na plant pa. Ay, na-plant. Walang oras. Let's go, Oasis. Pumapabor talaga sa inyo. Gumugusto talaga yan ng good day manager, ha? Ayan, wala ng oras. Pinilit nyo pa. Hindi naman mag-work. Parang jowa mo. Kaya na nga. Kahit
timing lang si Indy.
Ganyan, kung nabawas lang. Panalo naman na yun. Dinalay ni Reaper. Dinalay kagad ni Kuya Coco Martin eh. Wala nang oras eh. Kasi sumakto. Sinabayan na lang niya. Pwede naman kasi magbuboost daw kasi siya. Pero okay lang. It's the round that counts 3-2. Hey!
Mayamang ang Oasis ngayon. And the aggressiveness na magiging resulta dito na makakakuha ng nga rin ng dalawa dito. Punishment ngayon ang binigay. Nilatag ng Boom Esports. Again, Oasis Gaming. Dalawa ang nawala sa mapa. How will they be able to succeed on the following executions pa na gagawin dito ng Boom Esports? Nadaplisan lang ng bala dito si Blaze King. Buhay na buhay pa.
Nagmadali na naman si Wild Oreo Reaper. Deep Oreo connection. Lahat tinanggap ni Invi. Puti na lang, naka-slow orb. Naka-slow, bro. Oh! Uy, sakit. Sabi ni Blizky, ang sakit. Mas masakit pa kaysa sa iniwan ka. Kaso, as for wala nang lalabas lang. Sitter ako na nagsasabi sa'yo. Ako na mismo coach na kayo. Mga napupupilan, pero pinakitaan na nga din kagad. Ng ultimate mula kay Frostbite, pero medyo nasayang pa yun kahit 3v5 gumagamit na ng ultimate. Tas sobrang palong-palong ng mga taga-Oasis. Coco na lang together with Envy ang natitira going up against Spark. Pag eto, na-clutch pa ni Coco tsaka ni Envy, idol ko na talaga sila. May ready pa na Viper's ult. Isa pang kill! Pwede po na! Kaso ka lang, check the bots, check the wall!
Lamps.
Nakaabang sila. Alam nila eh. Mayroon kasi problema ng Tepcon. Meron na nabawas. Sayang. Coco with the clutch. Makas ba to ni Coco? Madadaan pa. Sa edad, pero yung oras ay napaka-importante. May G. Pero, mukhang wala siyang no choice ngayon dahil may post-plant kasi si Tebotol. Ginalingan na naman masyado ni Kuya mo. And I think that's just it.
One enemy remaining.
And that's just it. Nag-save na lang siya and it's gonna be a 3-3. Okay lang. Nice try. Nice try.
Good round pa rin yun for Oasis Gaming. Ang nangyari lang din to talaga is wala silang info kung saan manggagaling yung post plant dito mula sa kabila. Here's the replay kung paano nga ba nangyari na napanimulan ng tama ng Boom Esports itong round na ito. Na-punish nila truly ang dalawang players natin from the side of Oasis. Hindi sila nakakuha ng casualty. But that is one of those high-risk, high-reward plays na talagang may mga risk lang din na hindi talaga papabor on your side na magkakaroon din kayo ng magandang executions on the other kapag na-execute naman ito ng tama at na-cut off by timing nandito ang Boom Esports. Boom Esports requested for a timeout, 3-3 kasi ang scoreline ngayon. Kasi, syempre, re-respetuhin nila, sir, yung mga players natin from Oasis. Hindi nalalayong manalo sila sa mga thrifty rounds dahil nakita na witness natin yung lahat kanina lang din sa mapa ng Icebox. Consistency na lang din ang kailangan dito ng Oasis to get in game number 3.
Sa sobrang lakas ng Oasis, dapat timeout ang mga taga-boom. Ganon kalakas. Ay. Oh, guys, lahat ng page teams ngayon ay nasa lower bracket. Okay, okay lang yan, guys. Ganon talaga ang buhay, parang life.
Lower bracket demons ang PH team. Saan ba kayo? Kaya yan. Aakyat ulit sila dyan. Sasaglitin na lang ang
You want to play? Let's play.
Mga Espanyol, nakasurvive pa rin eh. So, kaya pa ito na Oasis.
Oo, patalo na talaga sa una.
Laban. Oh, bawi.
Butet walang camera habang nagkakas. Bawi-bawi tayo. Pero bawi-bawi nga ba ang magagawa dito? Dahil ngayon, ako si na Kuya mong Waldo kasi naki-eco round. Kumatos muna ang tropa natin, mga sir, mga viewers natin yun. We see your Wild Oreo, matatagpuan na Trailblazer, hindi naman makakagat ng 7 Lions. But speaking of 7 Lions, kakagatin naman na din si Berserk dito. Delayed sila for a bit, Snake Bite, hindi sila muna makakapasok. But will this be enough? Nakuha na ng info ng Boom Esports na naka-eco muna, sir. Ang players from Oasis, so wala muna silang firepower. But the problem is, ito yung inaabangan ng Boom Esports. Nag-TP sila immediately going into A. Smokes are already down, capturing all of A side. Tapos, all 4-man TP naman ang mangyayari ngayon all the way from that. There's the Regan Vault, there's the Sun. Berserk dito, makakaisa lang naman. Chapa lang yun. Nandito dito makakakuha at Marky, mare-resurrect. Nandito naman si Tepo Tonto, clean things up all the way from Bats. Tatlo ang nawala sa mapa ngayon. Wala sa naka-ID ako nasaan na nga si Coco, but Coco goes down. Wild Oreo nandito na pala sa short. Nakatingin pa siya all the way from heaven, but this is just a wide swing. Walaga kayo, sir. Hello, my friend. This is the blinds. Wala siya makukuhang info ngayon dahil tatlo. At ngayon, lulusubin na nga siya. Another round goes in for Boom Esports.
At ngayon, biglang nawala sa sarili ang mga taga-Oasis. Pero kasi, wala silang pera kanina. Yun yun. Wala silang pera kaya bibili sila. Si Coco naka-sticker. Si Coco siya tahimik. Mahal kasi gamit ni ano. Gamit. I mean, ang mahal ng utilities divider eh. Wala kang ROI. Pero dito sayang ang rest eh. Kasi di nila in-expect merong flank. Pero okay lang. Isang round lang yan. Mapagbigay nga ang mga taga-Oasis. Pero ngayon, sayang lang din kay Wild Oreo to. Kaso, itong mga timings, kailangan lang kampanan ito ng Oasis. Pero si Invi, nakikipaglaro ng patintera. Magaling mga Pinoy. Pagdating sa patintera, magaling din sila magpaikot. Kaya tignan mo, pinaikot ka ng ex mo, di ba? Akala mo, ikaw lang. Yung pala, dalawa na kayo. Pero to, flip sitter. Yung abangan, kumukuha na info. Eto, pre, dito, pre, marami dito, pre. Punta na kayo ng B. Pero may nakaabang. B. At, nasayang ang ball. Pero, dalawa yan. Kanina ka pa flip sitter, ang kulit mo. Ngayon, papunta na sila sa may side Esports sa may pinakitaan na nga ng Xbox Norem daw madami. Pero di pa rin nalala-pick off si Invi kahit nag-through the smoke, wala pa rin napanish. Ano ba naman yan? Gamitin nyo ang mga mata nyo para kalamat ng pinya. Pero si Invi,
one enemy remaining.
Shows natin ni sa BPA. At matito na lang si Tebotol. At masarap talaga ang Articola dito sa Pinas. 4-4. Oasis, slowly but surely, since 'Since day one.
What a retake! 4-4 retake! What a retake! 4-4 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 dito yung mga utilities nila. I really wanna see this replay. After nila makuha dito si Frostmine, there goes in Marky with the patience. Nagdaga mo pa ng kanyang showstopper. Walang naging palag dito ang buong esports para makagante, para makasurvive. Dahil nga sunod-sunod na lang din yung utilities nila. We also had the blinds para makuha yung info na meron na nga ditong mabubulag sa kanilang mga kaisipan na kaya pa nilang manalo, makakuha ng lead against Oasis Gaming. Pero tama na. Ito na ang higanti ng mga naaapi. Ito na ang mga bida. 4-4 is our scoreline ngayon. Nag-iintay lang din naman si Envy dito all the way from Garden. Pero 7 Lions is waiting in for him. Info is already gathered. Buka ay rolling thunder delayed already by the use of the snake bite. May bumabato na nga dito pero little did they know napapasok na palagi yung sistema. So Frostmine naman dito for the pick of blinds. Will be securing in the site. There is no one all the way from back. Wala sa site. Kita na nga dito si Walmart. Yan naman nakakuha na dalawa. Lane kick.
Spike down, B.
One member pero hindi ka na makakaisa. Reaper goes in for the ripping of the heads of BME 5-4 para sa kanilang lead.
Ano daw yun, Oasis? Pinakitaan lang ni Wild Oreo. Tignan mga pinag-audition na Wild Oreo. Katalan na, hoy, pre, buti inaayos mo. Ang kulit na, one. Oh, pinakita na swing. Pero Reaper, handa na kagad, oh. Para sa Reaper, ganun pala kalaga pag yung vandal mo gawa sa Nara. Yung kahoy, ano ko yan, SSL mo. May mga mag-jowa akong kilala. Mag-ex na ngayon, ah. Binigyan niya yung girlfriend niya ng bundle, nag-break lang sila. Yung ano, yung tawag niya sa bundle na yung kahoy, yung Nara yung finisher. Binigyan lang na ng ganun, nag-break na kaya may sumpayan. Kaya wag kayo magbibigay ng flowers ng first answer kundi mag-break kayo. Pero
I've got your trail.
Pauluhan.
Pero may pangil naman si Valdo na may kasama pang mga repolyo na pang sinigang.
Ang dami naging kamote ditong nilabas tapos walang naging follow-up. Buhay na buhay pa rin yung 5. Pero ngayon hindi na sila mabubuhay pa. Check your corners mga sir. Tatalo na nga dito pero hindi pa rin magiging full. Yung mga bala mo kahit i-right click mo pa sa ulo dito ni Marky makakadalawa pa rin siya. Pero dalawa na lang din ang mga natitira for either of our teams na clear out na ni dito. Yung
Spike
side
down,
pero
B.
it's all up to Wild Oreo. Na-compromise pa nila yung Wild Oreo manages to win out that possible duel laban dito kay Blaze King dahil si Coco na daw ang bahala. Sir, finally another lead. Sabi naman sa inyo nagpapatalo lang, nagpapabugbog lang talaga sa una sa simula ang Oasis. 2-round lead for them against Oasis.
Ang mga pina nagpapatalo lang. Kaya ganon. May binag-clip nung ano.
One enemy remaining.
May nag-clip pa, sorry. Sino nag-clip pa? Bulaga. Nang bulaga si Valdorio. Pero ito na, almost leading by 2. It's time! Gusto talaga kasi ng Oasis maging manager. Kaya naiintindihan ko. Naiintindihan, Oasis ako lang to. Pero to, pag may nagsumbong sa KDM nito, GG ako. Pero okay lang. Love naman ng Oasis tsaka KDM yung isa't isa. So okay lang. Kaso ngayon, Oasis leading by 2. Ano nangyayari sa inyo, Boom Esports? Okay lang dahil malakas nga ang mga Pinoy. May kasama ang ketchup up. UFP. Banana ketchup lang. Saka lang nakita yung Karen. Pinampas pa lang nangyari. Pero si Reaper, pagkaklat. Let's go! Ay, orbital. Sila out eh. Pero si Marky nakikipagod. Pero si Reaper, nakapilit na ako sa tudain. Reaper! Agad na yun ni Reaper ng kanyang pony. Tinapasaan na naman ang pony ni Wild Oreo. Hinabol pa. Pumunta ng pinatapos. CP4.
Oh my gosh, easy!
Napakakulit. Nakitaan ng dragon. Wild Oreo, meron magpapakita sa'yo ng
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my God, Wild Oreo!
To Jerusalem! Oasis is back! 7-4! Huwag nyo talagang ibibigay ang fight map sa team na to! Dahil kahit medyo mahirap pagdating sa boom, kayang-kaya lalo na big team na Oasis.
Oh my gosh!
Last
Did
round
you
before
guys
the
see
switch.
that Wild Oreo going in wild? With that wide pick, wide swing, wide flick of his wrist. 7-4 is our scoreline. Let's go back into our replay. Nandito na nga yung kanyang orbital strike to clear out those possibilities na makapaglan. Yun na sila ng spike. Pero that was a good hold for for Inti. Dahil nabawasan nila yung numbers dito ng players from Boom Esports. Hindi sila nakapasok, hindi sila nakapag-plant ng spike. They were all over the place. There was one in hookah, and now there is just so much pressure. Mangamba na talaga ang lahat ng mga players natin ngayon from Boom Esports. 7 is to 4 is already as for scoreline. Hesitations na ang nakikita, nagiging plakado na sa mga mukha ngayon ng Boom Esports. Hindi sila makapag-rush ng site dahil alam nila kung paano nga makapag-control dito ang OWAS. They're just waiting into the corners. 7 Lions trying to get in and both line, pero nandito naman to the rescue si Marky. There's the recon balls, pero to the rescue na rin man nandito yung kanyang mga facials. Ball back na lang muna si Berserks. No following conditions or even have their decisions made pa for Boom Esports. Ano pa yung pwede nilang pili yun? Lalo na na ng bagya. Going my way.
Honey Glaze. Coco. You know, Viper Spit yan. Audition talaga. Audition na kayo sa Coco Got Talent. Low 1 HP. Stay one! Ay, may pero na slow orb. Nakita sila lahat. Buhay pa, oh my. Yung heal pa.
30 seconds left.
What is happening to this world?
Ayun, gaya ba?
Ito na nga. Ay, ito na. Slow orb pa ba yan? Wala na siyang pang-slow. Nagsama ng podcast, na-take off kagad ang mga kasunod ni EV, pero okay lang. Nawala sa sarili si Wild Audio Reaper na lang kasi Marky kagad na natitira.
2v4. They have already planted in the spike. Ito yung laging nagiging problema ng Oasis para makakuha ng retake. That is so much good opportunity for Boom Esports to control indoor corners. Walang nagpapakita, walang nagbibigay ng info. They have the utilities. Nandito pa ngayon yung mga dash in and outs na pwede gawin. The Berserks, tatlo pa silang nag-aabang. Hinihintay nila yung sound kill. Nabababa na nga dito si Marky. Pero wala pa rin naman sila kapalag-palag. Dahil ang lead natin ngayon, 7 is to 5. Really good offense.
Switching sides.
Sobrang dami ng explosiveness na ginawa nila. Ang dami rin ng mga naganap na executions na hindi natin ikaakala na kaya pala nila itong i-execute against them. By all means, talagang pang-attacking base kasi yung lineup dito ng players from the side of Boom Esports. Dalawang initiator yun, mga tol. Yung mga blinds niyan talagang bulag, pati pamilya mo, hindi ka makakapasok talaga. So, ang problema na lang dito is yung second half. We have here the smokes already in favor of Oasis. Dalawa yung controllers nila, pero they need to be careful as well. Syempre, sa mga pop-up potentials dito, the Blazing kanina pa talaga umiisa-isa.
At ang Oasis leading by 2 good off pa rin to kasi sobrang complicated talaga ng side ng Boom Esports. Imagine, ang daming flash niyan. Dalawa kay Blaze King pa at kay Tebotol. On the other side sa Oasis, good pa rin sa kanilang defending. They really covered a lot of angles that Boom Esports has shown sa kanila sa first half. But then dito sa second half, ano nga bang mapapakita naman ng Oasis? Siyempre si Envy, most likely, Battle Sage na yan. But on the other side, will Reaper together with Coco give a lot of space kay kay Marky together kay Wild Oreo na naka-pseudo duelist. Technically, kapag may sky ka, gano'n naman usually. You have those flashes, yes, you get information, pero it's just the same almost as what you can expect sa isang duelist. Pero sa Boom Esports side, medyo malamig talaga si Frostman, si Flipsy. Okay lang yun, magmalamig talaga kayo hanggang mamaya. Hanggang third na pwede naman.
Pwede. Sige lang. Panindigan mo yung 212.
Oo, yung 212. Hanggang 2 na lang yan mamaya Kasi si PTC dati walang ambag. Ikaw susunod. Flip si them. Pagka paborito ka namin ngayon. At least, diba, favorite ka?
At least, diba? Pero, pasensyahan na. Oasis talaga tong map na to Attacking na sila ngayon, Marky. Kanina pa umaabuso ng kanyang capabilities na may mobility siya, may pang-clear out siya ng corners. Kasama niya pa yung pang-wing supply niya, yung support system dito ng kanyang mga pseudo-duelists. Now, the blinds, There's also the smokes creating so much space. Nag-gather na nila yung backside. Wala silang makikita na kahit sino. Kaya naman mangamba ngayon ng players from Oasis Gaming dahil pwede itong maging retake na maggagaling na lang din sa mga flanks. Ito na covered up by both Esports. Nabulaga naman dito with the frenzies. Protection muna bago mag-shot na naman kaagad na wala sa mapa. Ngayon ng Oasis. This is the post plan and this might be the retake. Cleanly enough to say na pwede silang manalo dito. Manggagaling sila sa lahat sa bats. Tapos may mga utilities, may mga tama lang din yung napaka-problem the Recon slide in from Berserk. Makuulon siya na bagyan. Dalawa na lang din nila. Mukhang hindi na sila makakaligtas. Bawal Envy tries to rescue, tries to go in for the save. Pero kasi sa top lane, naka-flat in yung slide. 15 HP in a dream. DK with a right click onto the head of Berserk. The pistol round will be going into the side of Boom Esports. 7-6 is our scoreline.
Ganyan talaga ang mga Pinoy natatalo sa pistol round. Ay! Ayun, may mga nagtatanong actually. Habang nasa replay tayo. Ano nga ba ang statistics ng Boom Esports siya ng Oasis pagdating sa bind? Okay. Ang bind talaga ng Oasis, usually binaban nila to. So, ang win rate nila is 43% out of 14 matches. While ang Boom Esports ay 58% out of 55 matches. And mas madaming comp talaga ang Boom Esports pagdating sa matang to. Pero tignan pa natin anong pwedeng mangyari. Pero all in all, very consistent talaga ang Boom Esports. But Bind and Haven are their weakest points. While ang Oasis talaga, depende sa group. Pero pinakamalakas talaga sila ay sa Fracture. So kailangan nilang ipasala or else talaga, medyo mahihirapan sila on the next syempre malalaglag sila obviously, so alam na lang
one enemy remaining
kasi sa Fracture sobrang advantage nila compared sa mga taga Boom Esports. Pero ngayon 7-7 na nga in favor of both teams. Oasis, pumulpay na kayo. Ayan, eto na guys, nagpahintay lang daw at kapag nakita na nga ng Oasis ang liwanag since day 1 talaga, ay napakagaling. Pero yung Fracture nila, Fracture kasi ng Boom 64% eh. So malaki pa rin yun. Pero compared sa performance ng Oasis, okay pa rin. Mas marami lang experience talaga all in all lang Boom. Tagal na itong roster nila eh. Yeah. So dito na nga force pa rin ang ibang mga taga-Boom. Nakita na nga kagad ni Wild Ori, may kasama pang kagat. Alam na rin kagad ni Coco na merong magpa-flank mula. Pero all one!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
No bypass. Isang pala ka lang dito. Oh my goodness! Coco! Reaper goes for a plant. Sinamahan na nga kagad.
Players remaining.
Uy, pero nga lang Mark. Hindi niya na-pin down kasi siswingan din siya ni Blazking at the same time. It's up to Reaper. Di pa niya na-plant. Kailangan niya muna i-clear pag nasa elbow. Ikat-1. Goodness, pinaklas. Alam na niya saan manggagaling eh. Pero nga lang si Blazking nasa long. So tatakbo siya. At pupuntahan na siya.
16 HP ah.
Hoy, nasa yung Reaper na sagad. And what the fuck? Woo! Reaper! Oasis, gising pa. Masyado nga lang magastos. Pero uy, may sasabi si Yuri. Pero masyado lang magastos pero okay pa rin. It's the round that counts. Ika nga.
Oasis Gaming with that clutch. Gotta say na overwhelmed tayo sa mga naging ganap dito ni Coco. Tutok na tutok. Yung mga plays niya dito, yung crosser placements niya dito against 2 expectations ang mga naganap dito para manalo sa mga numbers that were in advantage of the players of Boom Esports. Kaya hindi nila ito pinagbigyan na sa mga flanks na ginawa nila. The blinds is already covered up in Garden. We still have here the Steve Beacon para mapasali yung takbo dito. Trailblazer, Recon Bolt, pero naku, talagang bumugos to nga. Ito ako sa'yo. We have your Waldorio, blinded by the light. Blaze King naman dito for another 4v4. Smokes already covering up the side. Pero syempre, trapa. Muna lang ng tropa dito para makapasok, para makakuha ng final side. But the problem is Blaze King is already in Coco for another. The smokes are already down. Yung pag-clear out nila ng quarters dito with the Seekers is already delayed because of the aftershock. PP na lang. Flip Sider is just ready for them. siya ang naghihintay lang din. 2-1 basis for this guy. He's blinded. Pero he's still holding on to his corner. Tatakbo pa rin naman na ang Oasis Gaming to another. Kasi naman din, meron pa silang time. They still have 40 seconds remaining and it only takes 20 seconds or more para makapunta ng B. But they only have your one problem left behind. Ang unang tinik ngayon, Tebotol. What are you going to do now? Especially the fact that
one enemy remaining.
Oh no! Oasis Gaming, what are you doing? 8-8 is our scoreline. Equalize na naman ngayon. Boom Esports still in the lead.
Siya, nag-gift cup yata sa Boom Esports eh. Oasis lang.
One left.
Best my god.
Mali.
Pero to. Si Flip si there. Na-cut off sila kagad sa operator. To, naku po, always check. Always check talaga guys. Wag na wag kayong magkakamali pagdating yan. Pero okay lang. Bind up.
Spike down A.
Oh my gosh!
Na talent talaga pag ganyan. Pero kalamangan lang talaga kasi ng mga Boom Esports ay nakabay pa rin sila. So mga taga-Oasis, syempre, lugi, tignan mo, isang Boga, isang Spectre, isang Classic. Ano gagawin ng Classic ni Marky? May matatamaan ba? Pag may natamaan ngayong round si Marky, sobrang idol.
One enemy remaining.
Na nga sila
Spike down A.
At isa na lang kagad natitira si Wild Oreo kasama ang kanyang Shorty. Shorty like a melody. Naghihintay ng mahapyawan ngayon, pero wala siya siya. Oh, yun! Sinabangan lang ni Flip Sitter, nag-evacuate na ngayon, pero hihintay natin kasi pwede may maging 9-9. Oasis, kailangan na nalang magising ngayong half na to dahil isang round pa lang so far ang kanilang maipapanalo.
Yes. It is such a struggle, lalo na yung full data ni Flip Sitter. Oh my god, kahit na gugustuhin talaga nating ma-expect yung mga pagpasok dito ng Oasis, talagang clean lang din yung mga flicks na ginawa dito ng Boom Esports. Half an armor lang ang kayang i-commit ngayon ni Reaper. There's also Envy. Pero at least, let's hope for the best. Lalo na't ngayon, makuha nila yung info from info Flip. Nandito yung blind to make him force to take out. Smokes are already in. Wala na naman tatama dito for another bullet from his operator. He's just waiting in for something to happen, but there is already something crawling all the way from nandito yung white swing ni Coco, mapaparusahan siya. The slow orb will be hesitating in further, pero okay na daw yun. Expected na kaagad ni Boom Esports dito na may mag-breakthrough sa kanila dahil nagkakabasaan na sila, but the problem is yung experience ng Boom Esports dito is just overwhelming players from Oasis and Oasis. Talaga namang ang hirap na mga magagawa nila ngayon, lalo na't ang pwestuhan pa dito nila Tebotol is just really scary na kapag hindi nila ito nakita kaagad, pwede silang malikuran.
At to si Tebotol, ano ba naman ang kanina pa to?
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Nakaalangan to mga taga-Oasis eh, pero si Wild Oreo na lang natitila. Going up against 4. Nasa kanyang spike.
30 seconds left.
Meron pang 30 seconds bago siya mag-flash pero mukhang di na niya magagamit to kasi yung oras. Lamang ng 1 second. Oh! No! Blaze King spots him! At dalawa na nga ang lead ng Boom Esports against Oasis Gaming. 8-10. 8-10. Yun ang meron. Pero Oasis, kalmado lang. Composure lang ang kailangan na magpapa-time out na siguro sila. Kasi medyo mahirap na. Ilang rounds na nanalo consecutively ang Boom Esports from 5-7 eh. Naging 10-8 na in favor of them.
One enemy remaining.
Oo. Nakahabol lang talaga ng composure nila. Nagdaga mo pa ng pistol round. Call for a timeout na lang muna ngayon ng Oasis. They really need to do something about this. Maputo lang nila yung nagiging winning moments dito, yung momentum ng Boom Esports. And I think, better yet, na parang intayin na lang nila lumabas dito sa mga nilulungga ang Boom Esports. Load naman din yung nangyayari eh. Nangyayari lang dito is, nagkakasalisihan na hindi pala ito yung port na lalabasan ng players from Boom Esports. Tapos magko-crawl na kaagad sila, flanking them out. May ipit dito ang Oasis. I think what is best for now for Oasis is either gather enough their firepower inside the site or talagang abangan nila yung players from Boom Esports dahil yun lang din talaga ang ginagawa dito ng Boom multiple times consecutively. At napapangunahan lang din tayo dito, shut down Lipsider from holding on to his operator dahil ito yung isa sa malaking tinik ngayon ng Oasis Gaming.
Komplikado nga ito sa OWAS. Pero if they win this round, then you know that it's gonna be possible for them to make a huge comeback. Pero nga lang, ang daming pera, dami-dami pera na Boom Esports, may pang ROI pa. Mamaya-maya pa.
Kaya,
uy, si Invi sa sobrang solid ng laban, hindi na natin siya nakikita. Nakita na lang natin kung anong itsura ng bootcamp nila ngayon.
Balikat na lang.
Balikat na lang natin na
Balikat na lang.
It's time na daw kasi puti na lang na timing. Pero kailangan nila ma-pick off si it's either Motor or si Flipsider. Pero uy! Wow. May trade. Okay, nice one. 4v4. Winnable. Ultimate mula kay Coco Martin. May wall pa nakasama. Pero oh no! Coco na lang ang mark. It's up to them to win this against 4. Meron pa sa flank mula kay Berserks. Isang letra lang kay Berserks. Mawawalan talaga ako ng trabaho. Pero ngayon, on that ultimate itself,
One enemy remaining.
Mabas!
Si Coco mawawala. Berserks na ko. Medyo distracted ang kawas. Laban! 3 rounds pa yan. Hanggang hindi nag-13. May pag-asa pa promote.
Guys, eco round lang yon ng Oasis. Ito na yung save. Ito na yung comeback nila. Ito na yung pagbawi ng mga naaapi. 11-8. Tension happening inside of the site. Good entrance though. Good entry na nangyari dito for Oasis to clear up bats. But with that Viper Spit, parang nakumpiyansa nila na may Viper Spit naman tayo. Hindi sila makakapasok agad. Pero masyadong napalayo ng Viper Spit si Coco. Naunahan ng beluhan na dali ng Berserks all the way from the flanks. And now, this is a different story dahil meron na silang mga buys. Meron na silang enough firepower to equalize things up para makuha nila yung tamang timpla, makakuha ng pick-off. Pero yung problema dito, yung consecutive utilities na binabato dito ng BME. Tulad na lang din yan, with that pick, with that aftershock, tapos yung wall pang kasama, parang ikakasa na nga rin yata dito yung Rolling Thunder para hindi lang sila makapasok. Pero mukhang hindi na muna. Atras players from the side of Oasis, hindi pa muna sila magiging sigurado dito sa pagkakataon na pwede sana silang pumasok ng A kanina lang.
Careful. Ang mga taga-Oasis, they lose this gun. It's gonna be really drag. Pero please, sa kong pinakitangan, pero yun ang nalalaman ng mga taga-Oasis pagdating sa kanila mga trades. May wall pa. Take on cover. Disiplina, puso. Fear jump pa lang. Wala na muna mga back-up. Mamamatay. Ano naman yan? Puro line up lang. Hindi na lang nakatitler. Ako po, it's up to Invi.
Blinding!
Magagaan siya sa bats.
Nakatalikod!
Oh no! Hindi nakuha ni Invi. Match point na sa Boom Esports. What?
Nakakapigil ng hininga talaga for Oasis Gaming. Riri, ang hirap nito. Lalo na't wala na naman silang pera. Half an armors lang, kulang sa utilities, Spectres at hand. Wala rin kasi talaga silang pang anti-flank para makancel nila dito yung every corner, every entry na mapanggagalingan ng Boom Esports. Kaya sobrang confident nila ngayon, lusubin na ng lusubin all the way from the back. Mag-i-result dito ang Oasis Gaming and now 12-8. Although I really hate to say this, but they need to step it up too much para makuha nila yung advantage dito against Boom Esports. Boom Esports, they had Flipsider kanina lang din tinatrash talk natin, pero sabi natin nung dapat na magstay siya in 2-12, hindi siya nagstay. Mga 12, 11, 14 na yung kanyang KDA, and we really see his impact throughout the rounds na nag-aabang lang siya with his operator, tapos makaka-ready na kaagad siya to get in those pick-offs. But quick technical pause lang muna. Hinga tayo, guys! kaya pa to ng Oasis Gaming. Ito na yung comeback of the century ng plays natin ngayon para makaligtas sila dito sa elimination round.
Makakaligtas yan.
Matik yan. Pinas yan eh.
Pinas,
Papasarapin lang.
Pinapasarap pa, parang pinapahaba lang eh. Nakita mo na ba yung bagong map? Tawag ko sa bagong map na to.
Ang pretty, no?
Ano pangalan?
Ang laki.
Ano?
Pearl?
Pearl.
Oo.
Nakita ko yung buong map eh. Ano to? Magti-trip to Jerusalem ba tayo dito?
Ang daming mid-range.
1 minute ata bago mo, di ba, magpupush ka na ng A-site. Hindi workable. Parang 1 minute pa ata yung travel time papunta doon sa kabilang site eh. Parang siyang cobblestone sa CS or kaya yung hindi ancient eh. Yung ancient more like fracture eh. Pero yung cobblestone ata parang kamukha talaga niya. Na may pagka-inferno yung itsura. Yun talaga. Kung familiar ka CS, guys, alam niyo yung cobblestone tsaka yung Inferno. Napaborito ko din. Siyempre, banana is key. Sana may banana din nun. Banana is pajama.
Oh no! Oh no! You will not kill my ally!
Player standing. Oh no! Going up against 4. Baka clutch pa ba niya? Pupunta na pero I think that just it. Oh no!
Defenders win.
Alam na nga ang Oasis, pero still GG's! Oasis, good run! Kahit nasa group of death kayo, kasama ang Paper X, kasama ang Order, kasama ang Boom Esports, it was still a clean run. Madaling sa inyo, pero may isa na ngang team na magbibid farewell mula sa stage. But all in all, congratulations Oasis. You guys still redeemed to be part of APAC this time around. Kahit maraming unsuccessful moments last stage, still, I'm proud of this guys. Kahit talagang group of death, laban na laban pa rin. Close match nga between them and Boom Esports. Pero kailangan pa rin talagang mag-improve ng Oasis Gaming. But on the other side naman ng Boom Esports, alam naman natin na sobrang experience ang team na to. But yeah guys, GG's na nga sa Oasis at mamamaalam na nga kami.
It was really such a good run. Katulad na ng sinasabi ni Ray kanina, talagang nagpatuloy lang din yung mga comeback potential nila. But it's just really such a game. Pero quick shoutout lang din syempre sa Tito Will natin ngayon.
Guys,
sa back end, di ba?
Nagsasalita eh. May comms pa, akala ko magko-close na. Kaya nagtaka, parang kaboses na ni Direct si Vil ngayon. Yung palay siya ngayon na i-direct namin. Siya yung nakikipag-comms namin. Pasabi na lang direct pag patron na sa break ka. Yan. Diba? Ikaw magsasabi. Pero yan, GG's sa Oasis at yung direct namin dito nagsasalita. May kasama pang it's time at may kasama pang foul.
Anong kanan? Kaninong kanan? Guys, kung naririnig nyo lang si Vil talaga.
Nagtitripan kami nito. Ang direct namin kanina, co-caster lang namin Ang daming energy, pero still guys, it was a clean run nga sa Oasis. Still GG's. Di pa ako magiging manager nyo, pasensya na. Pero all in all, maraming salamat Oasis. Still one of the... to break na po ba, direct? Break na daw guys. Ayan, maraming salamat. At pagkatapos ng break nito, pupunta na nga tayo sa ating panel. Ako si Riri, kasama ko si Honey Grace guys. At bukas na nga tayo magkikita-kita dito sa VCT APAC Stage 2. Si Vin talaga loko-loko.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands, motherland, sun is plan. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity.
Boom goes the dynamite. Boom Esports, just so good. As much as I was cheering for Oasis Gaming, it was just an amazing show or performance from Boom Esports over here, and really amazing evolution over here from them. Adaptation and evolution is probably the name of the game here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers when it comes to this team. And again, for the last time tonight, it is Likeable, Trix, and Cash Bunny that are telling you all about it. Cash, we are gonna be bidding goodbye to Oasis Gaming, but hey, say hello to more Boom Esports goodness.
I mean, I have to say their performance has been impeccable. It was a lot closer than I expected from the side of Oasis. So I'm going to talk about Oasis first, just because I was just honestly so impressed. We didn't really get to see Oasis during that match against Order, but now in a situation where they're on a more even or just equal skill set of playing field with Boom, I really saw that Coco really popped off and knew how to buy time. But now coming in from the side of Boom, what's really great about them is the same adaptability we saw from them in the last match. While this time around it seemed like they struggled a little bit more, especially on attack side, because it looked like Oasis was doing so much better on that side. But the problem is, once Boom kind of figured out the secret sauce of what makes an Oasis burger so juicy and amazing, I'm hungry.
Please stop, I'm hungry.
Yeah, once they figured it out, they were just like, okay, we figured out how exactly they play, and now let's just try and get them the picks one by one. And this aggressive sort of play style that Boom is just so known for really paid off, especially in those situations where you get to see flips really come out on top on the defensive side compared to the attacker side.
And like going off that point on Flip Shooter, I know that we mentioned also how come he wasn't really doing as much on the attacker side, and I find that it's because Oasis was not being too aggressive. I know at the start of it, Oasis was like overcommitting that aggression, especially on B long, but later on we see that they're always holding angles together. They're trying to shut down that lurk. They're playing it safer even though they're taking that control. And I think that's what I've always wanted to see teams do, that they have to be able to take that control, but they must take it together. They have to be patient with it. They have to be careful because everyone expects a flash coming in from a long smoke, especially if you flash it at least once.
I have to
And
say,
honestly, yeah. No, it's okay. Go.
I mean, what I want you to say is just that sometimes there were some questionable decisions coming in from both the teams. Like we saw just now how Blaze, he was kind of like double peeking, dry peeking without using flash, and I was just questioning like why was that a thing that he shouldn't have died. However, as more rounds went down, it felt like Boom was slowly rectifying these small minor mistakes that really cost them. And on top of that, once flips came online, especially on defense side, it felt really hard. I mean, we saw that struggle coming in from the side of Oasis, from the side of Boom Esports on attack, but I have to say it's because of the controller sort of situation they had. But now once you change it up, coming onto site with their lineup, like post plant is great, but when you have someone as like Berserks, who is just so easily able to just take flank, it makes the game, or just taking side or holding side, a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I think that in general with the game, especially on that defender start, Oasis is able to use those controllers, get on those odd angles with the Sage wall. And I think when Oasis went to attacker, what they could have done was try to be a little more aggressive with the Sage, because a Sage doesn't really have too much utility after you get the bomb planted, after you enter the site. It's better for you to take more space. Usually a Sage can take like those off angles, just get that first pick, reposition, because everyone else is setting up for that utility.
You're not the battle stage, am I right? But
yeah,
Tash, I'm gonna let you introduce our series MVP because I know you love saying his name.
I love saying his name mostly because I love teh botol. For you guys not from Indonesia or not familiar with it, it's a sweet tea in a bottle. But anyways, coming to the player himself though, teh botol, I have seen time and time again where he's just able to come up on top and really save their team from these really bad situations. When you see maybe Coco get 2 or 3 frags, and you're just like, oh no, this doesn't look like a Boom Esports round, and then suddenly teh botol comes out on top, swinging out of nowhere and just getting those frags, as well as those really great utility usage. And on top of that, look at his headshot percentage has been immense. And I have to say, I mean, we talked about how bandage clutches can happen, or bandage situations. I feel like teh botol really is the bandage guy for the team.
I think if I have one comment in terms of Boom Esports, it would be that it would seem like they're testing the waters a lot throughout the games to see what they need to fix. And I would say be wary of that, because at one point you're gonna get punished too much too often, to the point that you don't have that buffer to rely on anymore. And I think that's also what happens when they go against a team like Paper X.
Yeah, I can totally see that, and I'm really, okay, I'm fumbling over my words. I'm kind of sad not to see Oasis Gaming, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports was just the better team, and I commend them for that absolutely phenomenal performance. I just needed to get my thoughts together, folks. But hey, with teh botol being on the spotlight over here, it is time for us to close that series down. But you know what is fun is that we are going to be taking a recap or a quick look at how today's matches actually went down. Here is the end of day recap. Well, we started the day off with Made in Thailand versus Griffin Esports, totally against my prediction, because Griffin Esports just being the better team all around, we saw their evolution. And I'm so happy that they were able to make all of the adjustments that we were talking about in their previous series, and they're just coming out as the better team this time around. But Trix, RRQ 2-1 versus Global Esports over here.
RRQ looking a little dicey, especially near the end of the matches, but I feel that they're definitely developing as a team. You can see they're finding themselves, and I commend them. They're doing a great job. I just think they need to fix it a little faster if they want to be the top in APAC.
I mean, yeah, coming on top of that as well, it was actually so surprising how close that match was. However, let's have a look at the brackets right now. How we're seeing, like yesterday, we saw Gaming Gladiator and Griffin, the 2-0, so we saw Gaming and Onyx coming in next. After that, we saw Onyx as well going 2-0 against Myth. So now, going on to the bottom side here, Griffin will be moving forward. I'm so curious to see who they'll be going against next. So in general, looking at this bracket here, I feel like Gaming Gladiators and Onyx is gonna be hella exciting. Just because it's more of like, as we talked about before, like the Cinderella story, as well as one of the top teams. Who would want to miss it?
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking of things you don't want to miss, tomorrow's match, which is Alter Ego versus Sersha Esports. My goodness. I've seen both of these teams perform, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is all going to play out. Very exciting, but at the same time, very fearful. These guys are just two ends of a magnet, and I don't think that they're going to be giving many rounds away. But now, Trix, we're going over to Group C.
Group C. Looking forward to that
that
order
looks
paper
so
Rex
fun!
match. I know it is fun. After the order paper Rex match, we see that Boom proceeds to match, as listed there, match 5 to play whoever loses against Order and Paper Rex. I am so excited for that match. All of these three teams right now in Group C just looking so solid and so strong, but I feel like my eyes are definitely going to be on how Order performs.
Yeah, blink over there. Your eyes have to be peeled for that stuck like glue onto your screen. But for me, this is the group that I'm looking forward to seeing. Eyes locked, of course, on Team Secret on my side versus FW Esports. Do or die match. Last do or die match in this round of the brackets. But yeah, really disappointing on the side of Team Secret as they went against Bleed. But of course, Bleed Esports, really great team. And they're going to be facing Fancy United. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out. But hey, I'm a sucker for great games. And that's all we've been seeing so far. And I can't get enough of it. Please stop me. It might become my next addiction. Well, today has been brutal. Tomorrow's schedule is no different, Tash. Look at this. Team Secret, I'm saying it, Team Secret and, oh, wait a minute. I think there might be adjustments in order. I'm not sure this is the final schedule. But what are you looking at over here, Tash?
Personally, Onyx and Gaming Gladiators are the ones that I am really looking forward to tomorrow. Mostly because I'm a huge fan. Oh, here we go. Okay, so anyways, Onyx and Gaming Gladiators, I'm really excited to see them, mostly because Gaming Gladiators are from Malaysia, Singapore, and are also part of the teams that I'm very excited to see. Their growth has been phenomenal, coming in from stage 1 all the way to here. So, you know, I just really want to see that Cinderella story keep going, but I am also very worried about them because this is one of the best teams here in the league. And the second one I'm really excited about is seeing Team Secret versus FWE, just because Team Secret just made a comeback now, and I think that they really want to really put their mark as they did before when they did the Ocho deaths on the stage.
Oh dear. I think, you know, contrast to that, I'm actually looking forward to the last match, Game 3, Sersha versus AE. I think both teams are doing so well. Sersha's playstyle, I love it.
Me too.
I love seeing how coordinated they were, how it seemed they just knew exactly what they wanted to do. On the flip side, Alter Ego, also very similar. So I'm wondering how both of these teams are going to face each other off, and which one's going to come in top, because what is that edge that those good teams need in order to beat each other is what I'm going to be looking for.
Me too. Now, I know I keep saying that I keep cheering for Team Secret. Guys, they're all faced with elimination games over here, so if there are no Philippine teams that do qualify, please don't, universe, don't make me curse. But I'm just saying that I will be a lot more neutral after that happens. But again, today has been brutal, but we won't be seeing any more of Made in Thailand, Global Esports, and Oasis Gaming. GGWP, of course, to them, and best of luck to those who survive. Hopefully, you guys really reflect and improve on the things that you lacked in your matches, and we hope to see you come back stronger than ever the next time around. Here on the panel, it has been Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. It's been a pleasure serving you guys the stories and the numbers. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for now, we're greeting you guys a good night.
What I'm giving, they love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads, go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected, using words as a weapon. Test and she Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, witty in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows that she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you
my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, bumping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man?